Lu Fan had just traversed into a fantastical realm when he awakened a signing-in system. In pursuit of invincibility, he resolutely chose to petrify himself, initiating a passive signing-in for billions of years. On this fateful day, infused with the unparalleled power of countless years of invincible laws, he finally stirred from his slumber. In Dongzhou, the territory of the Shanin sect, deep within the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain, lies a concealed cave. Inside the cave, a mechanical yet chilling voice suddenly resonated in Lu Fan's mind. Ding. The period of billions of years has come to an end, and the seal has now been lifted. As he slowly opened his eyes amidst the cacophony of crumbling stones, his consciousness gradually emerged from the haze. Moments later, he was fully awake. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, noting the cold, gray stone walls, and realized he was indeed within a cave. However, beneath his feet lay not only shattered stones, but also burning incense candles and yellow papers, remnants of sacrificial offerings. What is the meaning of this? Before Lu Fan could ponder further, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host is currently within the sacrificial cave of the Shanin sect. Would you like to sign in? Shanin sect? Sacrificial cave? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped his location. System, have I truly been petrified for billions of years? He did not sign in immediately, but instead inquired with a tone of uncertainty. After all, the sensation of billions of years felt akin to merely taking a nap. Indeed, host. During the petrification, the system automatically sealed your consciousness and restricted your perception of time. Hence, you experienced it as if it were a dream, the system explained. Lu Fan suddenly understood, his heart flooded with emotions. He recalled the scene upon his initial arrival in inferno of human suffering cities stretching for thousands of miles reduced to rubble. Corpses piled high, rivers flowing with blood, staining the heavens. That moment had left him utterly shocked and shaken. To survive and attain invincibility, he had accepted the system's proposal and resolutely chosen to petrify himself, signing in for billions of years. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed his turbulent thoughts. By the way, system, have you stored all my rewards in a certain storage space? And what is my current realm? It must be at least that of a great emperor. Lu Fan asked, brimming with anticipation. After all, billions of years, signing in once a day, how many rewards could that yield? Just the thought sent a thrill through him. However, the system's response left him dumbfounded. No rewards. As for your realm, you are still a mere mortal. What? Lu Fan exclaimed in disbelief. System, you must be joking. What about the promised invincibility upon my return? He questioned. Indeed, you are invincible. The billions of years of signing and have allowed the system to condense all power upon your laws, resulting in no tangible rewards. Now that the petrification has been lifted, your lifespan has resumed its normal flow. Indistinguishable from that of a mortal, the system calmly elucidated. It could be like this. Lu Fan was utterly astonished. Yet the system spoke again, its tone imbued with confidence. What of being immortal? You possess the power that transcends the heavenly Tao, the great Tao, and all cosmic rules. With the system at your side, longevity is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Fan finally regained his composure, chuckling to himself, true enough. In this brutal, fantastical world, strength is the very foundation of existence. Moreover, despite enduring billions of years, he should still be considered a vigorous 30-year-old by the age at which he traversed here. No, regardless of billions of years or 30 years, I must hasten to enhance my lifespan. I refuse to be a short-lived wretch, rich, but without time to spend it. Lu Fan resolutely decided. Would the host like to sign in? The system timely reminded him. Sign in? Lu Fan replied without hesitation. Since billions of years of petrification had only yielded invincible strength, the forthcoming signing in should certainly grant him various rewards, right? Indeed, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding. Signing in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the supreme washing marrow pill. Would you like to extract it? Extract. Lu Fan responded immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pill exuding a rich medicinal fragrance materialized before his eyes. This pill, the size of a glass bead, shimmered with profound radiance. Lu Fan gazed at it, feeling his blood surge with excitement. Is this the supreme washing marrow pill? He reached out to grasp it, unable to contain his curiosity. System, can I consume it directly now? Yes, the system succinctly replied. With the affirmation, Lu Fan wasted no time in swallowing the pill. A refreshing sensation instantaneously spread throughout his body, bringing him immense comfort. Under the operation of Lu Fan's vast power, the medicinal effect was fully absorbed within just 2 or 3 breaths. Simultaneously, the impurities seeping from his body were dispelled by the energy circulating around him. Is it over already? Lu Fan sighed, feeling a mix of contentment and yearning for more. At that moment, he noticed changes in his body. He appeared rejuvenated, brimming with vitality. Congratulations, host, you have undergone a transformation, breaking through from the realm of mortals to the peak of chi refinement. With a lifespan now extended to 300 years, the system's voice echoed in his mind. What? Only 300 years of lifespan? This is a supreme pill. Shouldn't it be measured in millennia? Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. The system responded with a hint of exasperation. Did you think it was as cheap as cabbage? Lifespan is not so easily obtained. Even chi refinement experts in this realm typically only have a lifespan of 200 years. This, Lu Fan wore an incredulous expression. Could it be that he had misunderstood? However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to accept reality. Taking a moment, he asked System, is there any particular significance to signing in? For instance, if I sign in at a special location, will I receive unique rewards, such as celestial pills? This system signing in is entirely random. The only exception is that if the host signs in continuously at the same location for 10 years, the rewards obtained during that decade will be the highest attainable in the host's respective world. The system explained. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, then inquired, so if I wish to obtain the highest reward, I must remain in this forbidden area of the Shanin sect for 10 years? As long as it is within the territory of the Shanin sect, any location will suffice, the system replied. 10 years. Are you asking me to be tied to the Shanin sect? Lu Fan frowned. The system will not interfere with the host's decisions. Whether to spend these 10 years signing in randomly to obtain the highest reward or to venture out for random rewards is entirely up to the host's discretion. The system fell silent after its explanation. Just then, 2 voices suddenly emerged from outside the cave. The commotion and medicinal fragrance have vanished. Could it be that this sacrificial cave? As Lu Fan regained his senses, 2 figures clad in white swiftly appeared before him, transforming into 2 young men. Observing these 2 youths who had appeared like lightning, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised by how quickly he had been discovered. He scrutinized their attire and demeanor, deducing that they were most likely members of the Shanin sect. The 2 youths also gazed at Lu Fan with expressions of astonishment. Who are you? How did you come to be in the sacrificial cave of our Shanin sect? One of the stern-faced youths fixed his gaze on Lu Fan, immediately questioning him with an icy tone. Before Lu Fan could respond, the other youth gasped, Brother, look, the statue of the founding ancestor. What? The stern youth was taken aback, finally noticing Lu Fan's position. Upon seeing the pile of shattered stones beneath him, his eyes widened in disbelief. The statue of the founding ancestor, whom they have revered since childhood, has it actually shattered. Upon witnessing the shattered fragments of the statue beneath Lu Fan's feet, a cold glint of murderous intent erupted in the gaze of the stern youth. Step down, another young man bellowed in anger. Preparing to approach? Lu Fan merely furrowed his brow. Boom! A vast pressure descended directly upon the 2, compelling them to kneel. Kneel! The calm voice of Lu Fan reverberated. What? Both youths trembled violently, unable to withstand the terrifying force. And with a resounding thud, they fell to their knees before Lu Fan. The powerful shockwave caused the earth beneath them to tremble. Observing this scene, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lu Fan's mouth. It seemed the system had not deceived him. Under the weight of absolute power, merely a thought was sufficient to crush all. How is this possible? You are merely at the chi refining stage. Who on earth are you? The 2 were left in shock and horror. Ignoring their words, Lu Fan inquired, Are you referring to me as the founding ancestor you mentioned earlier? You? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, their eyes widened in disbelief. A closer inspection revealed that despite the statue's features being somewhat obscured by the passage of time, The resemblance to the young man before them was strikingly uncanny. Coupled with the overwhelming pressure that left them no room for resistance, their minds raced. Could it be that this young man was indeed their founding ancestor? How could that be? Seeing their astonished expressions, Lu Fan simply shook his head, already possessing the answer. Earlier, he had wondered why so many incense sticks and yellow papers lay at his feet. It turned out he had been worshipped during his petrification. However, he found the title of founding ancestor somewhat perplexing. Before his petrification, he had no recollection of establishing such a sect. In his moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow slightly and, as if sensing something, looked towards the cave entrance, smiling. More visitors are arriving. Sure enough, a voice filled with urgency rang out. What has happened? Immediately, a man clad in green appeared behind the two youths. The man seemed to be around 40, sporting a beard between his lips and nose, exuding an air of elegance and grace, his aura far surpassing that of the two youths. Chen Xian, Fang Yin, what is the meaning of this? The man exclaimed, first noticing the two kneeling before Lu Fan. But soon, a realization dawned upon him. You are? His gaze fixed intently on the young man standing upon the altar, dressed in peculiar attire, with short hair and a tranquil demeanor. The man appeared as if struck by lightning, stuttering, ancestral. With that, he immediately knelt down, bowing deeply before Lu Fan. Disciple Li Shangyin pays homage to the founding ancestor. Master, is he truly? The two youths finally grasped the situation, their faces reflecting disbelief as they looked at Li Shangyin. Li Shangyin shot them an irritated glance and bellowed. What are you waiting for? Do not fail to pay your respects to the founding ancestor. Startled, they quickly understood that the young man before them was indeed their founding ancestor and hurriedly proclaimed, We pay homage to the founding ancestor. Ancestor, please forgive us. These two wayward disciples will surely be taught a lesson. And we hope you will not take offense. Observing Lu Fan's unwavering calmness, Li Shangyin continued speaking, feeling a tempest of emotions within him, shock and excitement alike. He was certain that this young man was their founding ancestor. Seeing Li Shangyin's fervent demeanor, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Rise, he finally said after a brief pause. Thank you, ancestor. Li Shangyin and the others expressed their gratitude before daring to stand, the oppressive aura surrounding Chen Xian and Fang Yin having long dissipated. You two, step outside and keep watch, Li Shangyin instructed them. Yes, they bowed and quickly exited the cave. Once the two had departed, Li Shangyin turned back to Lu Fan, respectfully saying, Ancestor, now that you have just awakened, I assume there are many questions you wish to ask? Indeed, Lu Fan replied coolly, surprised by Li Shangyin's perceptiveness. Li Shangyin waved his hand, and two cushions materialized on the ground. Ancestor, please take a seat. You may inquire about anything, and I shall answer without reservation. With a smile, Lu Fan stepped forward and settled onto the cushion cross-legged. I have indeed just awakened, yet I do not recall founding such a sect. Li Shangyin wasted no time and began explaining. The story is as follows. Within a quarter of an hour, Lu Fan learned of the origins of his ancestral identity and the affairs of the Shanin sect. It turned out that a long time ago, a statue had suddenly descended from the heavens, forcefully flattening the 10,000 great mountains. This expanse of land subsequently transformed into a sacred ground for cultivation. Lu Fan's statue had been revered by the founding patriarch of the Shanin sect as the founding ancestor, with a lineage even higher than his own, and it had been worshipped for generations. Though the sect had existed for 10,000 years, aside from the founding patriarch, Li Shunshang, ascending to immortality, no others had followed suit, resulting in the sect's current status as a minor faction. The sect consisted of merely 9 members. 2 were tasked with patrolling the forbidden areas of the back mountains. 2 were responsible for maintaining the sect. 2 guarded the mountain gate, leaving only 1 patriarch and 2 elders. Lu Fan finally comprehended everything, a bemused smile forming on his lips. The Shen-In sect sounded mysterious, yet it was, in fact, a small sect with fewer than 10 members. He would be required to stay here for 10 years. Well, since I am awake, I shall reside here. And since I reside here, I shall find peace. Fewer people mean tranquility, Lu Fan chuckled lightly, dismissing further thoughts. Ancestor, what did you say? Nothing. I simply wish to take a stroll and familiarize myself with the surroundings. Yes. Li Shangyin was filled with excitement. Regardless, Lu Fan had ultimately acknowledged his identity as the founding ancestor of the Shanin sect, and with his awakening, they were sure to rise again. As they exited the cave, Lu Fan felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Before him lay a continuous expanse of mountains, shrouded in mist, with white cranes soaring and rainbows arching across the sky, resembling a fairyland, a sight of sheer beauty. Observing the scene, Lu Fan felt considerably uplifted. Residing in such a place seemed quite agreeable. According to Li Shangyin's introduction, due to its remote location, the vast mountain range extending for tens of thousands of miles belonged to the Shanin sect, constituting a significant asset. Just as Li Shangyin was guiding Lu Fan to familiarize himself with the sect's environment, two streaks of light raced toward the Shanin sect from outside the forest. Who would have thought that in such a secluded area, there would be a fallen ancient sect, surely brimming with treasures? Today is a fortunate day for us. A voice filled with excitement echoed from one of the lights. Brother, I have heard that the patriarch of the Shanin sect has reached the mid-stage of Golden Core. Go seize it. We may need to expend some effort. Another voice chimed in, fear not. Both of us are at the mid-stage of Golden Core, 2 against 1. What is there to fear? The first brother retorted confidently. Indeed, brother speaks wisely. With a swift motion, the two streaks of light vanished into the sky. Chapter 3. This patriarch has some skills. An eerie turn of events, it must be said. Although the Shanin sect was small in number, its land was vast, and the environment was exquisite. Evoking a sense of joy, after wandering for an entire morning, the two finally arrived at the sect's plaza. That moment, 8 figures awaited them in a row. Upon seeing Lu Fan and Li Shangyin approach, they immediately knelt and proclaimed, "We pay homage to the ancestor. We honor the ancestor's emergence from seclusion." Their voices rang out, resonant and harmonious, filled with respect and excitement. Observing this scene, Li Shangyin wore a satisfied smile. In contrast, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Among the 8, aside from Chen Xian and Fang Yin, the rest were all men. Not a single woman in such a large sect? Ancestor, Li Shangyin gently reminded him. And Lu Fan regained his composure, nodding slightly. There is no need for such formalities. Rise. Thank you, ancestor. The 8, nearly moved to tears, were so overwhelmed that Lu Fan felt somewhat uncomfortable. Clearing his throat, he stated, I have been in slumber for too long and require time to acclimate. For now, you may each attend to your own matters and do not feel the need to concern yourselves with me. You all understand the ancestor's intent, correct? Li Shangyin interjected promptly. Intent? The crowd was taken aback. And Lu Fan looked at Li Shangyin in confusion. The latter, brimming with confidence, calmly explained, You are all a bunch of wooden blocks. You fail to pay attention to the teachings of our sect. Li Shangyin reprimanded them, then elaborated, The ancestor wishes for you to remain composed in the face of events. Maintaining a tranquil heart is paramount in cultivation. Do you understand? At this, the group realized their oversight and promptly bowed to Lu Fan. We shall heed the ancestor's teachings, Lu Fan. It is fine. As long as you understand, Lu Fan chuckled awkwardly. In truth, he merely wished to avoid disturbances and did not enjoy excessive interaction with others. Who would have thought it could be interpreted this way? Truly, Li Shangyin had some merit. Lu Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, nodding at Li Shangyin in acknowledgement. Receiving Lu Fan's response, Li Shangyin was even more convinced of his understanding, his heart brimming with joy, and addressed the others. All right, you may all disperse. A few individuals respectfully addressed Lu Fan with another bow, preparing to depart. At that moment, it was astonishing that such a grand sect had no gatekeeper. It was no wonder it had fallen into decline. Brother, I hope our visit here is not in vain, came a voice from outside. Who goes there? Shouted 2 middle-aged men beside Li Shangyin, their figures flashing as they positioned themselves in front of the crowd. These 2 were the elders of the Shanin sect, Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian. Although their aura was weaker than Li Shangyin's, both had nonetheless reached the initial stage of the Golden Core. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light descended, transforming into 2 men clad in green. They appeared to be around 50 years old. Exuding an unsettling chill, middle stage of Golden Core, Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian's expressions shifted as they felt the oppressive aura emanating from the 2 initial stage Golden Core practitioners. The leading green-clad man raised an eyebrow, yet remained unfazed. He directed a cold smile at Li Shangyin, saying, You must be the sect master of the Shanin sect. Li Shangyin regarded the 2 with indifference, replying, Indeed. I am the master of this sect. And who might you be, and what brings you to the Shanin sect? The two exchanged glances, a sinister smile creeping onto their lips. Let us be straightforward. From today onward, the Shanin sect belongs to us brothers. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. Otherwise, before they could finish, Li Shangyin scoffed, slowly uttering two words. Foolish wretches. What did you say? The two men, who had initially worn wicked smiles, suddenly froze in shock. Even Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the seemingly refined Li Shangyin would utter such profanity. However, what astonished Lu Fan even more was the sight of Li Shangyin slowly raising his hand. Without any further ado, and striking towards the two with a wave, boom. An invisible colossal hand, radiating a terrifying aura, came crashing down upon them, the overwhelming pressure rendering them immobile. This pressure, how is it possible? You are a nascent soul expert, the two exclaimed in horror, unable to resist. No. With a scream, the entire plaza shook violently as their bodies disintegrated into a mist of blood before the eyes of the crowd. They sought their own demise. They have no one but themselves to blame. Li Shangyin snorted coldly, his eyes betraying no emotion. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He then turned to the two youths, one plump and one slender, and instructed, Imo Shao, clean this place up. Yes, sect master, they replied respectfully. The gazes of the others towards Li Shangyin brimmed with admiration. This was their sect master. He did not merely strike when provoked. He executed his attacks with lethal precision, leaving no room for idle chatter. In contrast, Lu Fan, having just awakened, was unsettled by the sight of two living beings turning into blood mist before him. Ancestor, witnessing such brutality upon your awakening, I hope you will forgive me. Li Shangyin spoke to Lu Fan, his tone tinged with anxiety. After all, committing murder in front of Lu Fan felt somewhat disrespectful. However, Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. This is merely the harsh reality of the fantasy world. I must learn to adapt. Soon, everyone began to withdraw. Under Li Shangyin's lead, the two approached a mountain peak where an ancient palace stood surrounded by flowering plants and trees, each exuding a soothing fragrance, clearly extraordinary spiritual herbs. Ancestor, this is the residence of the founding master of the Shanin sect. Disciples will come daily to tend to it. If you find it satisfactory, you may reside here, Li Shangyin asked cautiously. That will suffice, Lu Fan nodded, quite pleased with the environment. The mountain peak he occupied was the highest within the entire Shanin sect, offering a panoramic view of the sect itself. Indeed, residing in such a location was delightful. Upon hearing Lu Fan's agreement, Li Shangyin let out a sigh of relief and respectfully stated, Then I shall take my leave. Shortly, I will have Imo and Imo Shao bring you the relevant materials regarding Dongzhou and the continent. With that, Li Shangyin withdrew. These herbs should be capable of extending one's lifespan, right? I completely forgot to ask Li Shangyin for some elixirs earlier, Lu Fan murmured, gazing at the flora with a fervent expression. Upon opening the palace door, he was taken aback by its spaciousness, which far exceeded his expectations. The palace was adorned with an ancient, luxurious style, furnished with cushions, bookshelves, tables, chairs, and beds. Everything one could wish for. Having been an orphan in his past life, he would have been content with a mere 20-square-meter room. Yet here he found himself in a palace. Even ancient emperors would not have lived in such luxury. He couldn't help but exclaim. Before long, Imo and Imo Shao arrived, bringing with them a hefty stack of books. It was now evening, and at that very moment, in a bottomless abyss within Dongzhou, a thunderous rumble reverberated from the depths, causing the ground to collapse. The ancient seal that loomed above the abyss shattered instantaneously, followed by a terrifying black mist erupting skyward. Chapter 4. Realms and Ambitions. What is this aura? What is happening with this tremor? This sensation even causes my heart to palpitate. Such a sudden change surely heralds significant events. Investigate. The abrupt upheaval caused the ancient figures of Dongzhou and some hidden experts to change their expressions drastically, filled with astonishment, as they immediately ordered their disciples to thoroughly investigate the source of the anomaly. Atop the sect master peak of the Shanin sect, Li Shangyin, who was in the midst of his cultivation, seemed to sense something and opened his eyes, a look of shock flashing across them. It appears something significant is about to transpire, he murmured, gradually rising to his feet, looking towards the highest mountain peak with hesitation. which quickly turned into determination. Such a terrifying phenomenon must be investigated. With the ancestor present in the sect, I can certainly venture forth to uncover the truth, and it has been quite a while since I last ventured out. Li Shangyin chuckled. With a single step, he vanished from his location. By the window. At the desk, Lu Fan was engrossed in the books before him, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Through the introductions in these texts, he learned that he was in a world known as the Zhenwu continent. The entire continent was divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central, with Central being the most prosperous. Each region harbored numerous sects, some powerful, others weak. For instance, the most formidable sect in Dongzhou was the Dao Tian sect, along with 4 other major sects, each with a core integration expert in residence.as for the journey of cultivation. It is categorized from low to high into 8 major realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, core integration, great ascension, and tribulation transcendence. Each realm is further divided into initial, middle, late, and perfected stages. The ultimate lifespan limits for each realm are as follows: 200 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 3,000 years, 5,000 years, 8,000 years, 10,000 years, and 30,000 years. My current realm is perfected Qi refinement, yet I possess a lifespan of 300 years, surpassing the limit of this world by a century. Truly, the system is a masterpiece. Lu Fan chuckled, yet he would not allow himself to become complacent in this fantasy world. Merely possessing longevity without advancement is of no use. He must find ways to elevate his realm and obtain greater lifespan. If only he could sign in and acquire an elixir for eternal life, that would be splendid. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, confident that within 10 years he could achieve his goals. As his gaze drifted to the starry sky outside, having reviewed all the texts, he gained a general understanding of this world. The Zhenwu continent was vast and boundless, teeming with sects and experts. While it was indeed thrilling and tempting, none of it mattered to Lu Fan. In the next decade, he simply wished to focus on signing in at the Shan-In sect to extend his life. Before he knew it, the next morning had arrived. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window, and Lu Fan, reclining on the bed, gradually opened his eyes, stretching lazily. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a peaceful slumber. With a step, he teleported to the edge of the cliff beneath the ancient tree, gazing at the sea of clouds before him. Observing the peaks and palaces rising amidst the mist, Lu Fan smiled faintly, remarking, "Is this what they call an immortal realm?" Just as Lu Fan was admiring the breathtaking sunrise, Imo Da and Imo Xiao also arrived at the mountain peak. Ancestor. Upon seeing Lu Fan, dressed in modern casual attire beneath the ancient tree, both men felt a tremor in their hearts and immediately approached to bow deeply, declaring, "Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor." Lu Fan turned around, assessing the stark contrast in appearance between the two. Understanding the division of cultivation realms, he observed the flow of true essence within them and immediately recognized that both were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. There's no need for excessive formalities. "What are your names?" Although he knew one was named Imoda and the other Imo Xiao, he was unsure who was who. Hearing Lu Fan's inquiry, both men felt a sense of astonishment. Replying to the ancestor, "I am Imoda, the elder brother," the slender Imoda quickly replied, "I am Imo Xiao." The plump and simple-looking Imo Xiao added, "Your names suit you well." Lu Fan chuckled and then said, "You may resume your duties." "Yes." They both bowed respectfully before turning to tidy up the garden. By the way, these fragrant herbs, eating them should extend one's lifespan, correct?" Lu Fan couldn't help but inquire. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback, and Imoda immediately responded, returning to the ancestor, "These extraordinary flowers and herbs were cultivated by our founding master and have thrived for 10 millennia. They can undoubtedly be classified as celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. Utilizing them in alchemy, one could not only prolong one's life but also transcend into a higher realm without difficulty. This is the greatest treasure of our divine concealment sect. Such secrets are known only to a select few disciples and elders who remain." Upon hearing Imo Da's explanation, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each of these exceptional plants had survived for a millennium. Would consuming them not directly augment one's lifespan by 1,000 years? Lu Fan pondered, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Unbeknownst to Imo Da and the others, he continued to elaborate, "Unfortunately, The sect's successive masters have decreed that no one is permitted to pluck them, and elders Qin and Xiao have also refrained from alchemical practices. No plucking? Lu Fan furrowed his brow. The opportunity to enhance his lifespan lay before him, and he was determined not to let it slip away. He immediately inquired, "Where is Li Shangyin?" Returning to the ancestor. The master departed the sect early this morning on business. He entrusted all matters within the sect to our ancestor, Imoda replied respectfully. Very well, I understand. Lu Fan smiled, already formulating a plan in his mind. Since they regarded him as the ancestor, surpassing even their founding master, he felt no need for hesitation. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from the Divine Concealment sect, above a dense forest, mysterious and profound voices resonated from all directions. Are you certain that Li Shangyin has left the Divine Concealment sect? Absolutely, he departed before dawn. Surely, he could not resist the urge to investigate the unusual occurrences. Truly, heaven is aiding me. A millennium. I have waited an entire millennium. Now that Li Shangyin has finally stepped out of the sect, all the treasures within the Divine Concealment sect will be ours. Hemph. Those imbeciles previously believed Li Shangyin to be merely at the golden core stage, unaware that this individual is unfathomably deep, likely having reached the divine transformation stage. Indeed, how could a sect that has stood for 10 millennia still exist without profound strength? They didn't even think to use their brains. Utterly foolish. Let us act swiftly, lest Li Shangyin return and sense our presence. Chapter 5. Sword slashes the nascent soul, millions of times by the way. I haven't signed in today. As Imoda and Imo Xiao finished their cleaning and departed, Lu Fan suddenly remembered. System, are you there? I am always present. The system's voice resounded in his mind. Great, I would like to sign in, Lu Fan declared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a top-tier celestial weapon, the Zhutian sword. The system's voice echoed. Top-tier celestial weapon? Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could fully comprehend, a long sword, 3 feet in length and 3 fingers wide, materialized before him out of thin air. The Zhutian sword shimmered in a deep azure hue, its blade etched with ancient and mysterious runes. Though its might was subdued, Lu Fan immediately sensed the overwhelming sword intent contained within. What a magnificent sword! Lu Fan marveled, unable to resist extending his right hand. Boom! The moment Lu Fan grasped the hilt of the Zhutian sword, the space around him trembled violently, causing the entire Divine Concealment sect to quake. What is happening? What has occurred? This tremor seems to originate from the Ancestor Peak. The expressions of the few individuals within the Divine Concealment sect changed drastically, their faces filled with shock as they gazed towards the highest mountain peak. Atop the Ancestor Peak, feeling the surging sword intent, Lu Fan grinned, applying a slight pressure with his grip. The violently trembling Zhutian sword instantly fell silent, as if it were a docile kitten. You cannot resist me? Lu Fan chuckled with pride, though it was not the longevity elixir he had hoped for. Acquiring a top-tier celestial sword was still a significant gain in this ruthless realm of cultivation. One must possess a weapon or two by their side, and Lu Fan was quite satisfied with the Zhutian sword. From now on, you shall be my sword. Upon his declaration, the Zhutian sword emitted a melodious chime, seemingly responding to him. Yes, it all settled, as expected of the ancestor. Merely creating a slight disturbance nearly shattered my resolve. Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian, along with the others, were left in awe, their hearts pounding as they recalled the terrifying aura they had just sensed. At that moment, it became clear that the previous aura had indeed emanated from an ancient celestial weapon. They had not anticipated that the Divine Concealment sect truly possessed a celestial artifact. Ha ha ha, everything is determined by strength. Whoever seizes it shall claim it as their own. Excited laughter echoed in the air. Not good. The expressions of Xiao Tian and the others shifted dramatically as they abruptly looked up, only to see 7 figures hovering above them, each exuding an overwhelming aura that left them breathless. Could they be nascent soul cultivators? 7 nascent soul cultivators? How is that possible? There has never been any indication of such presence before. The faces of Xiao Tian and the others turned pale, fear evident in their eyes. A group of ants. The 7 figures merely cast a disdainful glance at them. Do not mind them. Let us pursue the treasures, everyone. I shall take the lead. Not good. He is heading towards the celestial weapon. Go! The seven figures disregarded Xiao Tian and the others, transforming into seven streaks of light as they sped towards the ancestor peak, intent on confronting the ancestor. Xiao Tian and the others were taken aback, finally realizing the urgency of the situation, and were about to spring into action when, "Stay right there," a faint voice reached their ears, causing them to halt in their tracks. They instantly recognized it as Lu Fan's voice. Atop the ancestor peak, Lu Fan was already aware of the arrival of the seven mysterious experts and seized the opportunity to test the power of the Zhutian sword. Gently caressing the sword in his hand, he wore a calm smile as his words fell. Swish! The seven figures landed around the mountain peak, their gazes locking onto Lu Fan. Chi refinement stage. Upon sensing Lu Fan's aura, a peculiar expression crossed the faces of the seven. "Look at that sword in his hand," an elderly man with thinning hair suddenly exclaimed, causing the other six to frown as they noticed the ancient long sword in Lu Fan's grasp. Upon closer inspection, their eyes widened in disbelief, sensing the repressed aura and the mysterious runes engraved upon it, recognizing it as anything but an ordinary weapon. Could the earlier aura have originated from this sword? A celestial sword. This is undoubtedly an ancient celestial sword. The seven were astonished, their eyes gleaming with fervor. "Kid, hand over that long sword, and I may spare your life." A middle-aged man locked his gaze on Lu Fan, his tone icy. "Why waste words? The celestial sword belongs to me." A cold snort reverberated as a figure lunged towards Lu Fan. "Damn it!" The others finally reacted, no longer hesitating, and all charged towards Lu Fan. Their combined auras caused the space to tremble, their speed so swift that ordinary people could not even perceive their movements. However, to Lu Fan, their speed seemed pitifully slow. Observing the approaching figures, their eyes filled with greed and fervor. Lu Fan sneered, casually twisting his wrist. The Zhutian sword flipped, and swish, a beam of sword light sliced through the air, shattering the void. The seven had no time to react before being engulfed by the blazing sword light. "No!" Faint cries of terror echoed before swiftly fading into silence, as the space around them began to heal. In that moment, not a trace of the seven figures remained. They perished just like that? Witnessing the instantaneous obliteration of seven nascent soul experts, Lu Fan felt a twinge of surprise. Was it that he was too powerful, or were they simply too weak? Glancing at the Zhutian sword in his hand, Lu Fan chuckled helplessly. It was worth noting that he had deliberately moderated his strength, yet they had still been unable to withstand it. The sensation was akin to slicing through air, offering not a hint of resistance. All dead? Xiao Tian and the others, who had been monitoring the ancestor peak, stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. Initially concerned about whether Lu Fan could handle the situation alone, they were now struck dumb. From beginning to end, they had only witnessed a terrifying beam of sword light flash past, after which the seven figures vanished without a trace. One need not think twice to know what had transpired. To shatter the void with a single sword strike, what kind of power could achieve such a feat? Qin Zhan murmured, his voice trembling. Xiao Tian, Imoda, and Imo Xiao exchanged glances, their faces etched with shock. The ancestor's strength was indeed terrifying, truly, the ancestor. The group shared a moment of mutual admiration, their eyes filled with profound respect and awe. On the mountain peak, Lu Fan held the Zhutian sword horizontally across his chest. Channeling his internal energy, golden, mysterious runes materialized, swirling around the Zhutian sword before coalescing into an ancient sword sheath. Once the Zhutian sword was sheathed, Lu Fan exhaled a breath of relief. Although this marked his first experience with taking a life, it did not evoke a shred of guilt within him. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. He understood that his state of mind had undergone a transformation at that very moment. After a while, Lu Fan finally spoke. "System, now that I possess invincible strength, can I directly refine these spiritual herbs and medicines to enhance my lifespan?" Negative. The million years of sign-ins have merely concentrated the host's combat prowess. They have not enhanced the host's various attributes. If the host does not master the art of refining and alchemy and forcefully consumes these spiritual herbs, they will merely be consumed by the host's magical power, rendering them utterly ineffective in prolonging the host's lifespan, the system elucidated. This revelation left Lu Fan momentarily stunned. Yet, this was not the end of it. In the ensuing days, the rewards Lu Fan received from signing in proved to be of no use to him whatsoever. Instead, they consisted of techniques and weapons that could enhance the powers of Li Shangyin, Xiao Tian, and others. At this juncture, he learned from the system's explanation that as the overall strength of the sect increased, the quality of the rewards he received upon signing in would also correspondingly elevate. Just spill it, system. What other hidden tricks do you have? Lay it all out at once, Lu Fan remarked, exasperated, as if he had braced himself for the worst. The final matter was that the immense force of the laws operating within the host's body would require the quality of elixirs granted by the system to increase lifespan. Otherwise, the quantity of ordinary elixirs needed would be 1,000,000 times more than that required by an average person. Aside from this, there was nothing more to report, the system replied earnestly. What the hell? Lu Fan was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 6. Bestowing Fortune, Unwelcome Visitors Within the Grand Hall of the Shan-In Sect. Lu Fan sat upon the seat of the sect master, while Qin Zhan, Xiao Tian, and several other disciples stood respectfully below, their eyes reflecting both reverence and excitement, as this was the first time the progenitor had summoned them. Is Li Shangyin not back yet? Lu Fan inquired, his brow furrowed. It had been 9 days since he acquired the Zhutian sword, and he had yet to catch a glimpse of Li Shangyin. Could it be that he wishes to remain aloof? Lu Fan mused inwardly. Returning to the progenitor, the sect master conveyed a message to his subordinates a couple of days ago, stating that he would return within a day or two. Qin Zhan replied, bowing deeply to Lu Fan. That is satisfactory, Lu Fan nodded, seemingly recalling something, and could not help but ask, have they uncovered anything regarding that unusual occurrence? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, a serious expression emerged on Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian's faces. Reporting to the progenitor, based on the information relayed by the sect master and other major sects, we can ascertain that it is a forbidden ancient demonic realm. The seal has now been broken, and the demonic energy is surging forth. Anyone who comes into contact with this energy will lose their senses and kill indiscriminately, akin to the demons themselves. Qin Zhan spoke in a grave tone. Demons have roamed the continent since ancient times, and whenever they appeared, they would be jointly hunted down and exterminated by the major sections. Hence, encountering demons in the present day is exceedingly rare. It is surprising that there exists a sealed demonic realm in the eastern province that they had never previously detected. Moreover, the sect master and others have discovered that several powerful auras have already escaped from within, whereabouts unknown. These auras are likely the main forces that were sealed away. Xiao Tian added, demons? How intriguing! Lu Fan chuckled, completely unfazed. A world devoid of demons. Can it still be called a world of cultivation? Today, I have summoned you all to bestow upon each of you a fortune. Since Li Shangyin has yet to return, I shall keep his share for him, Lu Fan declared, flipping his hand. Instantly, a hum reverberated as the space quivered, and an array of weapons and ancient tomes appeared before Qin Zhan and the others, each exuding an aura of ancient profundity. What is this? Upon witnessing the ancient tomes and weapons before them, Qin Zhan and the others felt a jolt, their inner essence uncontrollably surging, their blood igniting with fervor. What a marvelous sensation! This sword seems to want to merge with me, Qin Xian exclaimed, gazing at the long sword shimmering before him. Shock written all over his face, he instinctively reached out, and upon contact with the sword, it transformed into a stream of light that entered his palm. Qin Xian trembled violently, and with a soft exclamation, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, a sign of a breakthrough. Impossible! Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Is the senior brother about to break through to the golden core stage? Imo Da and the others were equally astounded. Lu Fan waved his hand, enveloping Qin Xian in an invisible energy. Focus and calm your mind. Sit cross-legged, Lu Fan instructed him. Qin Xian complied without hesitation, his inner essence continuously converging towards his dantian. The treasures before you resonate with over 90% compatibility with your constitutions. They have been meticulously selected for you. You may attempt to refine them, just as Qin Xian has, as it will greatly aid your advancement. Lu Fan addressed Qin Zhan and the others. Only then did they snap out of their astonishment, gazing at the treasures before them, each face lighting up with excitement. Thank you, progenitor, for your generous gifts, they chorused, not bothering with formality, and they began to attune themselves to the treasures. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted successively from Qin Zhan and the others. System, you really have dug a deep pit. Now that they have all made breakthroughs, it must be my turn soon, right? Lu Fan remarked helplessly, observing the group seated in meditation, their auras steadily rising. The system adheres strictly to the principle of randomness. However, it is certain that their breakthroughs and progress will yield greater rewards for the host. The system's voice resonated. Though Lu Fan was speechless, he felt powerless. It was akin to a cumulative total. The quantity of ordinary elixirs he required to extend his life was not only 1,000,000 times more than that of an average person. The amount of spiritual energy he needed to absorb to make a breakthrough was equally daunting. If I choose to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth now to aid my breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual energy within the entire Shan sect would likely be depleted in an instant. Lu Fan could not help but question, system. Not just the Shan sect, the entire eastern province would suffer a near half depletion of spiritual energy. The system replied candidly. What? Lu Fan was taken aback. The host may test this theory. Of course, in the entire continent, the spiritual energy of the eastern province ranks at the bottom, but it would suffice for the host to break through 3 times. And none of these would be major breakthroughs, the system explained. Very well, I shall take a break and simply sign in at the sect for now. If it comes to a last resort, draining the spiritual energy from the entire continent is not out of the question, Lu Fan chuckled. If I were to rely solely on the continent's spiritual energy to make a breakthrough, my lifespan would be destined to cap at around 3,000 years. Fortunately, I have the system to sign in with. I still have 300 years of lifespan remaining. Perhaps one day when I sign in, I might directly receive a celestial elixir, and then all my problems would be resolved. That afternoon, in front of the Grand Hall, Lu Fan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, safeguarding the few within the hall. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and furrowed his brow, rising to his feet. With a single step, the space quaked, and Lu Fan vanished from his original location. The next moment, he appeared atop a mountain outside the Shan sect. Moments later, boom! 3 powerful auras rapidly approached from the horizon, accompanied by a deafening roar. Li Shangyin, come forth to meet your demise. The voice surged like a tsunami, shattering the space in its wake. Even a nascent soul master hearing this would likely be injured on the spot. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Fan deduced the assailant's cultivation levels, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. The resounding voice, imbued with terrifying energy, was intercepted by an invisible force before it could reach him, dissipating without a trace. A voice of astonishment echoed. 3 streaks of light descended, materializing into 3 figures. 2 in mid-stage, and 1 in late stage of the transformation stage. Observing the 3 before him, particularly the elder clad in golden robes, Lu Fan couldn't help but express a hint of surprise. Masters in the transformation stage are regarded as sect masters or ancestral figures among the sects and clans of the entire Jinwu continent. To encounter 3 at once is indeed intriguing. Lu Fan smirked. While surprised, he remained unconcerned and felt no pressure whatsoever. Chapter 7. Transformation Stage Masters, nothing extraordinary. Chi Refinement Stage. Observing Lu Fan, who donned white robes and sported short hair, the 3 individuals displayed a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. No, this individual is not simple. The golden-robed elder furrowed his brow. The other 2, startled by the elder's words, exchanged glances. He was the strongest among them and naturally their leader. If he deemed this youth noteworthy, he could not be ordinary. Who are you? The golden-robed elder inquired first. For some reason, upon seeing this youth, he felt an impending sense of danger. Lu Fan chuckled lightly, countering with a question. Shouldn't I be the one asking? Who are you, and what brings you to my Shan sect? Upon hearing Lu Fan's haughty tone, the golden-robed elder's expression darkened, and the other 2 glared with murderous intent. Kid, don't be ungrateful. Beware of losing your life. One of them retorted coldly. Lu Fan regarded the speaker with a cold smile. Is that so? You seek death, the individual roared, and a killing intent coalesced into a long sword, hurtling directly towards Lu Fan. Sizzle! As the sword passed, the space distorted. The might of this blade was such that even a transformation stage initial master would struggle to withstand it. The golden-robed elder and his companion merely watched quietly, not intervening as they observed the unfolding scene. The speed of the lethal sword was astonishing, arriving before Lu Fan in an instant. At last, Lu Fan made his move. He slowly raised his right hand and flicked his fingers. Bang! The terrifying longsword shattered as if it were mere glass, and a surge of golden energy pierced through the man's body with a resounding whoosh. What? The two elders in golden robes turned pale with horror, and the one who had been penetrated by the golden energy had his pupils constrict in disbelief as he gazed at his chest. The golden energy not only pierced his heart, but also his primordial spirit, a force he could not withstand. How is this possible? The elder managed to utter a single phrase before letting out a scream, his entire body exploding in midair, annihilating both form and spirit. A mid-stage transformation master, just like that, obliterated. Transformation masters are nothing to be feared. Lu Fan scoffed and then shifted his gaze to the other two individuals. They trembled at the sight, suddenly snapping back to reality. Their eyes filled with terror. A mere finger could eliminate a mid-stage transformation master. Even a late-stage transformation master would find it impossible to achieve such a feat. When did the God Concealment sect produce such a terrifying figure? I am the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Absolute Sect, Tong Ju. May I ask how to address you? The elder in golden robes quickly clasped his hands in respect, his tone laced with deference. The other person, trembling, dared not speak. So you finally know to introduce yourselves? Observing the change in attitude of the elder in golden robes, Lu Fan let out a cold laugh. The elder was taken aback. And before he could speak, Lu Fan continued. Unfortunately, it is too late. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous pressure descended upon the golden-robed elder and his companion, causing them to gasp in shock. Unable to react in time, bang! They knelt before Lu Fan, their true essence trapped within their bodies, unable to move, let alone resist or flee. Senior, please spare us. Senior, grant us mercy. The two, now in a state of panic, pleaded for their lives. Although I do not know why you have come, do you truly think I would show mercy? Only now do you seek to plead for your lives after realizing you cannot win? How utterly laughable, Lu Fan scoffed. Senior, we have come to disturb you only because a few days ago, my disciple and his two junior brothers mysteriously perished outside your sect. We simply wish to investigate. With no intention of offense, the elder in golden robes hastily explained. Oh? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, finally understanding the situation. It turns out that among the 7 who came to seize from my God Concealment sect, there were your disciples and junior brothers. Seize? The two trembled violently. They all perished at my hands, and now, you two shall embark on your final journey. Lu Fan had no desire to waste further words with them. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering a destructive energy within it. Upon witnessing the energy that heralded their demise, the faces of the two turned pale, despair evident in their eyes. Just then, whoosh, a presence rushed in and landed behind the two golden-robed elders, transforming into a man clad in green. Seeing the man, Lu Fan frowned slightly, while the newcomer appeared astonished and puzzled upon noticing the kneeling golden-robed elders. He immediately approached Lu Fan and bowed, saying, I pay my respects to the ancestor. The newcomer was none other than Li Shangyin. Finally decided to return, Lu Fan spoke calmly, his tone tranquil, yet it sent a shiver through Li Shangyin, who quickly replied. Ancestor, forgive me. Unforeseen circumstances delayed my journey. Enough, spare me the pleasantries, stand aside. Lu Fan commanded directly. Yes. Seeing that Lu Fan no longer held any grievances, Li Shangyin let out a sigh of relief and stepped aside. However, when he recognized the identities of the two golden-robed elders, he was once again filled with astonishment. He naturally understood their status. They were contemporaries of his master and had both reached the transformation realm. Why had they suddenly appeared and knelt before his ancestor? Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Li Shangyin could not help but inquire with curiosity. Tong Ju, the elder in golden robes, disregarded all semblance of dignity and implored Li Shangyin. I beg you, on account of your relationship with my master, please persuade this esteemed senior to spare my life. Enough noise. Lu Fan interjected with a cold snort, flipping his hand. No? The elder in golden robes could only emit a shriek as his entire being exploded into a mist of blood before Li Shangyin's wide-eyed gaze. The other individual was not spared either, unable to utter a single sound before being extinguished entirely. Witnessing the scene unfold before him, Li Shangyin was rendered speechless in shock. He had known that Lu Fan's strength was certainly unfathomable, but he never anticipated it to be to such an extent. Truly, he was an existence beyond even their founding patriarch. Of course, Li Shangyin was unaware that Lu Fan had been in slumber for countless eons, while their God Concealment sect had only been established for a mere 10,000 years. What, do you have an objection? Lu Fan cast a sidelong glance at Li Shangyin, who immediately shuddered, hastily denying. No, everything is at the discretion of the ancestor. That's so? Lu Fan smiled, his gaze fixated on Li Shangyin. Under Lu Fan's penetrating gaze, Li Shangyin felt a cold sweat break out, stammering, Ancestor, I do not quite understand your meaning. Others may not discern anything, but do you think I cannot see through your thoughts? Lu Fan sneered, stating, with your late-stage transformation realm cultivation, could you possibly be unaware of the existence of those 7 individuals? Furthermore, your departure was also an opportunity to test my strength, was it not? Li Shangyin trembled all over, and with a thud, he knelt down, declaring, I acknowledge my mistakes. However, I had no intention of testing. I merely... Just what? Simply trusted that with the ancestor present, everything could be resolved. Li Shangyin replied truthfully, his body shaking. Seeing that Li Shangyin was not lying, Lu Fan let out a cold snort and said, Remember, the leader of the God Concealment sect is you, not me. I will remember the ancestors' teachings. Li Shangyin bowed deeply. Very well, you may return, Lu Fan simply stated, taking a step forward, and his figure vanished from sight. Only then did Li Shangyin dare to rise, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The terror Lu Fan instilled in him moments ago was overwhelming, as if a single glance could obliterate him. Chapter 8. The Holy Maiden of the Dao Heaven Sect, Lu Fan's Inner Turmoil. Just a moment after Lu Fan had slain Tong Ju and the other 2, within a grand hall of the Heavenly Absolute Sect. A tall, imposing middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, the life token of the Grand Elder shattered. How is this possible? Gazing at the shattered token before him, the man was filled with terror and disbelief. He was none other than the sect leader of the Heavenly Absolute Sect, Tianyuan. It is known that their Grand Elder, Tong Ju, was a late-stage transformation realm powerhouse. In the entire eastern state, only the leaders of the 5 major sects or ancestors at that level could achieve his demise. Moreover, as Grand Elder, Tong Ju would never disclose his whereabouts. Could this be related to the recent demonic disturbances? Tianyuan suddenly recalled something, his expression growing grave. Meanwhile, at the Dao Heaven Sect, within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, the simultaneous fall of 3 transformation realm masters. What on earth has happened? Observing the names of Tong Ju and the other 2 dissipating from the glowing list before them, the 3 white-haired elders responsible for the watch were equally astonished. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets was a special institution of the Dao Heaven Sect, dedicated to managing information regarding transformation realm experts in the eastern state. Quickly inform the sect leader, one elder promptly reacted. Moments later, a middle-aged man with silver hair and an extraordinary demeanor appeared in the hall. Sect leader. The 3 elders immediately bowed deeply to the man, their tone filled with reverence. The man was none other than the sect leader of the Dao Heaven Sect, Dao Yixian. As one of the top 5 sects in the eastern state, Dao Yixian had already reached the pinnacle of the fusion realm. At this moment, gazing at the 3 vacant positions on the transformation realm list, Dao Yixian furrowed his brow. Can the information regarding the 3 masters be traced? Dao Yixian inquired solemnly. In the entire eastern state, there were fewer than 100 transformation realm experts. To have 3 fall simultaneously was certainly a matter of grave concern. Sect leader, this is the information that my subordinates just uncovered. An elder respectfully bowed, and with a flick of his hand, a line of text appeared before Dao Yixian. Dao Yixian nodded. It was not unusual for transformation realm experts to be the leaders and ancestors of various sects. But, outside the God Concealment sect, upon seeing the last known location of Tong Ju and the other 2, Dao Yixian's frown deepened, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was well aware of the God Concealment sect. Sect leader, you do not suspect that the demise of these 3 is related to the God Concealment sect, do you? An elder cautiously spoke up, unable to believe it. Although the God Concealment sect, like the Dao Heaven sect, had existed in the eastern state for millennia, it had long since declined into a lower-tier sect. Their leader, Li Shangyin, possessed only golden core cultivation. Such strength would barely qualify him as a core disciple in the Dao Heaven sect. Why not? Dao Yixian swept a glance at the elder, whose complexion changed dramatically, hastily lowering his head and saying, I acknowledge my mistake. Master, should I send disciples to bring the members of the Hidden Gods sect here for questioning? Another elder immediately suggested. Before Dao Yixian could respond, a respectful voice echoed from outside. Master, the saintess has departed on her way back. A disciple in white hurriedly presented a letter, saying, This is a message from the saintess for you. Dao Yixian turned, and in a swift motion, he appeared before the white-clad disciple, who respectfully handed over the envelope. Upon seeing the envelope, Dao Yixian's expression turned icy. At their level, was there truly a need for such formalities? With a sigh, he opened the envelope before his eyes. As he read its contents, a cold smirk appeared on his face. Indeed, Master, is something amiss? The three elders emerged from the hall, inquiring. Forget it. I shall personally pay a visit to the Hidden Gods sect. You will go in person? Everyone was taken aback, and before they could react, Dao Yixian's figure had vanished from sight. That night, within the grand hall of the Hidden Gods sect, Lu Fan sat upon the throne with a furrowed brow. While Li Shangyin stood anxiously beside him, hesitant to speak. As for Qin Zhan and the others, they had been sent back to their respective caves with a mere thought when Lu Fan went to confront Tong Ju and his companions. At this moment, apart from Lu Fan and Li Shangyin, two figures stood below. One was a tall, elegant woman in white, and the other, a small girl in ragged clothes with pigtails, whose large eyes sparkled with curiosity. To think he returned with someone else's wife and daughter? Lu Fan mused, feeling increasingly suspicious of Li Shangyin's nervous demeanor. However, he couldn't help but admire Li Shangyin. The young woman was not only beautiful but had also attained the early stage of the transformation realm. A suitable match for him. As Lu Fan scrutinized the two figures below, they too were examining him, particularly the woman in white, who was surprised to see Li Shangyin show such deference to a young man in the qi refinement stage. Shangyin, who is he? The woman finally asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sire, this is the ancestor of our Hidden God sect, Li Shangyin replied, bowing deeply to Lu Fan. He quickly elaborated, Ancestor, her name is Luo Shi, the saintess of the Dao Tian sect, and she is the one I admire. He finally uttered those four words, lowering his head in fear of Lu Fan's reaction, worried that Lu Fan might disapprove of their relationship. In the past, their connection had led to a severance between their masters, resulting in a tragic outcome that, of course, Lu Fan was unaware of these matters and would not concern himself with them. Yet, upon hearing the phrase the one I admire, he was taken aback. So she was not someone else's wife after all. Before he could finish his thoughts, Lu Fan sensed a chill emanating from below. Realizing something, he cleared his throat and smiled. And this little girl, who is she? Her name is Ingrid. I found her in a desolate city while passing through with Sierra. I brought her back to the sect out of compassion. Li Shangyin hurriedly explained. I see. Lu Fan understood now. He had misjudged the situation. In that case, let her stay. As I have stated, you are the master of the Hidden God sect. These trivial matters are yours to decide. With that, Lu Fan slowly rose, preparing to leave. Ancestor, you do not oppose our being together? Li Shangyin asked in astonishment. Those in love are destined to be together for life. This is a good thing. Why would I oppose it? Lu Fan shot Li Shangyin a glance. In truth, he felt a pang of bitterness within. After all, he had spent 30 years in his past life without experiencing love. Having said this, Lu Fan did not wish to linger any longer. He felt that even a moment's hesitation would expose his own vulnerabilities. With a single step, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind a complex sigh in the hall. Thank you, Ancestor, for your support. Li Shangyin finally regained his composure and bowed deeply in the direction Lu Fan had vanished, filled with excitement. Shangyin, is he truly your ancestor? The one you mentioned, who has been sleeping for longer than your sect has existed? Luo Shi's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 9. The arrival outside the Hidden God sect. A ripple of energy surged as Dao Yixian emerged from the void, gazing at the distant mountains with a complex expression. Time has changed, and it is a pity I can no longer see old friends. Brother Changsheng, forgive me. Dao Yixian sighed and took a step forward, appearing at the entrance of the grand hall of the Hidden God sect in the next moment. At that moment, Li Shangyin and Luo Shi had not yet departed. Who goes there? Li Shangyin and Luo Shi's expressions darkened, and with a wave of Luo Shi's hand, a a sword energy erupted, shaking the entire hall. Sierra, this is your first time attacking for your master, and it is for him. A calm voice resonated, laced with disappointment. Master. Luo Shi's face changed drastically, and Li Shangyin was equally shocked. Only then did they see the visitor's visage. Dao Yixian glanced at Li Shangyin, his eyes as cold as ever. Luo Shi looked between Li Shangyin and her master, biting her lip. Finally, she knelt before Dao Yixian, saying, Master, I am sorry. This matter has nothing to do with Shangyin. I acted on my own accord and returned with him. I will come back with you now. Sierra, what are you saying? Li Shangyin exclaimed. Shangyin, I am sorry. Tears sparkled in Luo Shi's beautiful eyes. She believed that only by doing this could Dao Yixian spare Li Shangyin. Dao Yixian, observing everything, shook his head with a sigh. He understood Luo Shi's intentions, but was the death of Tong Ju and the others related to you? Dao Yixian questioned Li Shangyin. Li Shangyin's expression shifted slightly, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Instead, it was Luo Shi who exclaimed in disbelief, Master, what do you mean? Tong Ju of the Tianju sect is a powerful figure in the late transformation realm. How could Shangyin possibly have killed him? Dao Yixian, looking at the silent Li Shangyin, scoffed, then turned to Luo Shi, saying, Sierra, you underestimate this young master of the hidden god sect. They are quite astute. I never expected that after all this time, he has yet to reveal his true realm to you, despite your unwavering devotion. Shangyin, you? Luo Shi gazed at Li Shangyin, her eyes filled with questions. Sierra, I am sorry. Due to the ancestral teachings, I have not revealed my true cultivation to you all this time, Li Shangyin confessed, looking at Luo Shi with remorse. Then he turned to Dao Yixian, unflinching as he declared, Indeed, I was the one who killed Tong Ju and the others. They not only indulged their disciples and junior brothers in coveting the treasures of our sect, but also sought to kill. What is wrong with me slaying them? Is that so? Dao Yixian's lips curled slightly as he instantaneously appeared before Li Shangyin, his hand poised to strike at his chest. Not good. The sudden speed made Li Shangyin's face change dramatically. Master, no. Luo Shi was equally alarmed, but was unable to intervene in time. With a thunderous boom, the space shattered, and the entire hidden god sect trembled, awakening those who were meditating, including Xiao Tian and others. What happened? They were shocked and rushed towards the grand hall. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, just back at the ancestral peak, realized he had forgotten to give Li Shangyin something. Just as he turned around, he heard the commotion from the grand hall. They are fighting again. They really do not make things easy for me, Lu Fan sighed in resignation. However, he did not act immediately, merely observing the distant grand hall, taking in everything that transpired within. In truth, he had sensed Dao Yixian's arrival the moment he stepped into the hidden god sect. He had guessed it was his master seeking someone. Yet, he never anticipated that Dao Yixian would actually resort to violence. Inside the grand hall, after Li Shangyin coughed up blood, he staggered backward, leaving deep footprints with each step he took. Shangyin. Luo Shi quickly dashed forward to support him. I'm fine. Li Shangyin reassured Luo Shi with a comforting smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he turned to face the silver-haired man. He understood that Dao Yixian's earlier strike was merely a test. Had he truly wished to kill him, he would have done so without hesitation. You think you have reached the late stage of the transformation realm? Dao Yixian's eyes flickered with surprise. His previous strike had merely been a probe, and he had indeed uncovered Li Shangyin's true cultivation level. The late stage of the transformation realm? Luo Shi was equally astonished, staring in disbelief at the man before her. Was this truly the real Kultai? What did he say? The late stage of transformation? The sect master is a powerful being at the late stage of transformation. Upon hearing Dao Yixian's words, Qin Zhan and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. They were aware of their sect master's formidable strength, yet none knew his true cultivation level. There's nothing impossible. The sect master must be aware of the methods of my Shangyin sect. Li Shangyin remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Dao Yixian's brows knitted together. He indeed possessed a thorough understanding of the Shangyin sect's techniques, and a familiar yet unparalleled silhouette surfaced in his mind. Li Shangyin's master, who was also his close friend. Ultimately, he sighed, very well. For the sake of brother Changsheng, I shall not make things difficult for you today. Sierra, let us depart. Dao Yixian spoke indifferently, directing his gaze towards Luo Shi. Luo Shi's delicate figure trembled slightly as she looked at her beloved beside her, and with a clenched jaw, she could only nod and say, Yes, master. Sierra. Li Shangyin exclaimed in shock, intending to grasp Luo Shi's hand. However, before he could act, a cold snort reverberated, and a terrifying energy enveloped him, rendering him immobile. If I had agreed to your union, I would have done so long ago. Why would I allow your master to suffer in silence? Dao Yixian coldly remarked, gazing at Li Shangyin, who was filled with reluctance. Then why do you refuse to let them be together? Why must you drive a wedge between them? A voice rang out calmly. Dao Yixian's heart trembled inexplicably, and he turned abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, a young man clad in white had appeared outside the grand hall, smiling at them. Who are you? Dao Yixian's eyes finally revealed a look of astonishment. Not because the youth seemed familiar, but due to his utter lack of awareness of the young man's arrival. Liu Fan did not respond, merely curling his lips into a smile as he stepped forward. With a hum, he traversed space and appeared right before Li Shangyin. How could this be? Dao Yixian's pupils constricted, and an immense fear surged within him. The abilities Liu Fan displayed were beyond his comprehension. A formidable presence, without a doubt. As Liu Fan stood before Li Shangyin, the oppressive aura that had enveloped him and Qin Zhan dissipated. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor, pays respects to the ancestor. Feeling a lightness in body and spirit, Li Shangyin and the others rejoiced, bowing with reverence and excitement. Luo Shi, watching this scene beside Dao Yixian, could only gape in astonishment. Though she could not see how Liu Fan had appeared before Li Shangyin, she realized that his mere presence had dispelled the oppressive aura cast by her master, indicating that his cultivation was unfathomably deep. I already said there was no need for such pretense. Rise, Liu Fan smiled, prompting Li Shangyin and the others to dare to stand. Each of them now bore expressions of awe and pride. Ancestor. Dao Yixian's brows furrowed, his expression grave. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "It's you." How is this possible? Dao Yixian's countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his eyes as if he had recalled something. Oh? Liu Fan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the transcendent man before him. You recognize me? In the forbidden area of the back mountain, the sacrificial cave, the founding ancestor, Dao Yixian murmured. As if recounting an unbelievable tale, it was known that the statue within the cave of the Shan-In sect had existed for over 10,000 years. If not longer, in his youth, he had visited it once with Li Changsheng, and at that time, he had found it somewhat inconceivable, for that statue was like a deity to his brother, Li Changsheng. To think it has truly revived, Dao Yixian, who had long cultivated his mind to remain unperturbed, now felt tumultuous waves within, his body trembling involuntarily. Seems you have visited that cave. Is it connected to the brother Changsheng you mentioned? Liu Fan smiled, immediately grasping the situation. Indeed, Dao Yixian nodded, brows knitted. The ancestor, Li Changsheng, is the master of my master and had long since vanished 1,000 years ago. This sect master is also a close friend of my master. Li Shangyin chimed in to explain to Liu Fan. Liu Fan nodded slightly, looking at Dao Yixian with a smile. Since you have such ties with my Shinin sect, why must you insist on separating them? Dao Yixian exhaled, finally calming his emotions. Although still astonished, he had confirmed that the person before him was indeed the statue from the sacrificial cave. If Sierra were merely the daughter of an ordinary family, I would have no objections and would gladly facilitate their union. However, Dao Yixian began, pausing to glance at Luo Shi. Sierra is of the Luo family from Zhengzhou. When Sierra was 3 years old, the Luo family approached me, stating that they would take her back in 20 years. Now, only a year remains until that time. The Luo family of Zhengzhou? Li Shangyin and Luo Shi both changed their expressions, with Li Shangyin exclaiming, is that the family renowned as one of the 3 greatest clans in the continent? Luo Shi trembled slightly, having never been informed of such matters by Dao Yixian before. Indeed, one of the 3 greatest clans in the continent. The patriarch of the Luo family is a terrifying being at the tribulation stage, and there are several formidable cultivators of the great ascension and integration stages within the Luo family. Dao Yixian stated solemnly, then turned to Li Shangyin. Although your talent is commendable, gaining the Luo family's approval will be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, the 3 great clans have a long history of intermarriage. I trust you are well aware, if this matter were to bring calamity upon the entire Shan-In sect, how would I face brother Changsheng? Dao Yixian's tone revealed helplessness and a hint of guilt. Li Shangyin's master had passed away due to this situation, and he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Li Shangyin clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. "I apologize, Sierra. I had intended to tell you everything upon your return from this journey." Dao Yixian turned to Luo Xi.at that moment. She finally understood her lineage, her face paling as she found herself at a loss for words. She was unaware of the Luo family's ways and did not want to endanger her master and Li Shangyin. Observing this scene and listening to their conversation, Lu Fan wore a peculiar expression. This situation felt somewhat familiar. Could it be that the protagonist is Li Shangyin, not myself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Fan quickly shook his head to dismiss such thoughts. He was a man with a system and already invincible. How could he deny himself over trivial matters? The Luo family, you say? Lu Fan chuckled coldly, finally speaking. Dao Yixian furrowed his brows, while Li Shangyin and the others regained their composure. Looking towards their ancestor, Lu Fan patted Li Shangyin's shoulder, saying meaningfully, "Do not worry. As long as you two are in love, even the King of Heaven himself cannot tear you apart. This I assure you." As soon as he finished speaking, rumbling thunder erupted in the once tranquil sky, seemingly enraged by Lu Fan's words. Not good. Dao Yixian's complexion changed dramatically. This sudden turn of events enveloped everyone in a sense of impending doom. "Ancestor, what is happening?" Li Shangyin's face paled, filled with terror. Lu Fan slowly raised his head, a glint of coldness in his eyes, stating, "It seems you truly have objections." With a cold snort, the vast heavenly might that had converged above them exploded, and the world fell into complete silence. The immense pressure that had weighed upon everyone's hearts vanished without a trace. What just happened? Everyone looked on in confusion, except for Dao Yixian, who remained stunned. Gazing at Lu Fan in shock, they were oblivious, but as a cultivator at the integration stage, he understood that the heavenly might just now had indeed been real and had been shattered by an even more terrifying force. Just a slight sensation had nearly shattered his mind, a single word shaking the heavenly might. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Dao Yixian's heart trembled, his internal energy surging uncontrollably. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as paper. "Master!" Luo, she was taken aback. The sudden change shocked Li Shangyin and the others as well. Lu Fan waved his hand, and a stream of energy entered Dao Yixian's body, calming his previously raging internal energy. "Senior, what has happened to him?" Luo, she looked at Lu Fan with a worried expression. His mind nearly collapsed. "But he is fine now," Lu Fan replied truthfully. Chapter 11. Li Shangyin's breakthrough. At the moment, Lu Fan. This was but a trivial task, yet to him, it was an act of profound benevolence. He could sense the terrifying energy that Lu Fan had infused into his being, which fortuitously fortified his cultivation. Such a method deepened his reverence for the individual before him, whose prowess was far beyond his imagination. Meanwhile, Li Shang and Qin Zhan, witnessing this spectacle, found their admiration for Lu Fan intensifying, their faces glowing with pride. After all, he was the founding ancestor of their Shan-yin sect. "Master, are you truly unharmed?" Luo, she gazed at Dao Yixian, her eyes still laced with concern. "It is thanks to the elder's intervention that my realm has become even more solidified," Dao Yixian replied earnestly. After a moment's pause, he turned his attention to Luo Shi and Li Shangyin, ultimately smiling as he said, "Very well. Since you two are so enamored, do not linger here. I shall no longer interfere in your affairs. Should the Luo family seek accountability in the future, I shall stand by your side." At this juncture, Dao Yixian had come to a realization. Furthermore, with Lu Fan present within the Shan-yin sect, everything would be transformed. "Master, are you serious?" Luo Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded her master, while Li Shangyin wore an expression of astonishment and excitement. "Has Master ever deceived you?" Dao Yixian chuckled, a hint of affection glimmering in his eyes. Luo Shi was akin to a daughter to him, having been discovered by him as an infant less than a year old. However, Luo Shi bit her lip, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Dao Yixian. "There is no need for further contemplation. I, along with the elder, shall safeguard you, little girl. You may settle down with peace of mind. I sincerely hope you two can wed before long," Lu Fan added with a smile. "Thank you, ancestor." Upon hearing this, Li Shangyin trembled, nearly moved to tears. What decorum is this for the leader of a sect? Lu Fan shot Li Shangyin a glance, who appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a sheepish grin. The others exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. That evening, Dao Yixian bid farewell to Lu Fan and the others before departing from the Shun Yin sect. Lu Fan had initially hoped he would stay a few more days, but with pressing matters awaiting Dao Yixian's attention at Dao Tian sect, particularly concerning the significant upheaval caused by the demons and monsters, he needed to return and collaborate with the other 4 major sects in response. Kid, treat Sheer well. If I discover you mistreating her, even with an elder's protection, I shall seek justice, Dao Yixian declared before Li Shangyin. Rest assured, elder. I shall never allow Sheer to suffer even the slightest grievance, Li Shangyin replied with unwavering determination. Master? Luoshi looked at Dao Yixian with reluctance. Sheer, as long as you are happy, that is enough. Return to the sect whenever you wish, Dao Yixian smiled. Elder, until we meet again. Ultimately, Dao Yixian clasped his hands in salute to Lu Fan, who returned the gesture with a smile. Until we meet again. After watching Dao Yixian depart, Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian returned to their respective abodes to cultivate in the Grand Hall. Aside from Lu Fan, only Li Shangyin and Luo Shi remained, along with Inger, who had been put into a deep slumber by Luo Shi's spell. Ancestor, I was only away for a few days. How did they all manage to break through? Li Shangyin finally voiced his astonishment after holding back his curiosity. That is precisely why I asked you to stay, Lu Fan replied with a grin, flipping his hand to reveal a tome of ancient wisdom that materialized before Li Shangyin. What is this? Li Shangyin's heart raced at the sight of the ancient book. As the cultivation method he practiced, the Shun Yinju, began to activate autonomously. This technique is called Shun Yinju and has evolved from your current cultivation method. It is a profound path capable of transforming all things. If you devote yourself to understanding it, your future will be limitless, Lu Fan explained with a smile. This Shun Yinju was the most exceptional reward he had received during his recent quests. A top-tier celestial technique that would continuously evolve based on the practitioner's talent. Shun Yinju? Li Shangyin murmured, his heart awash with shock. Before he could react, the ancient tome transformed into a stream of light that entered his brow. His body trembled as his blood surged with power. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within him. Lu Fan waved his hand, enveloping Li Shangyin with energy to contain the force emanating from him. Why is everyone in such a rush? Can't they return to their own abodes to comprehend? Lu Fan lamented, feeling a pang of envy. After all, the rewards he had received had aided Li Shangyin and the others in their breakthroughs while he remained stagnant. System, when will you present me with a longevity pill? Or at least allow me to make a breakthrough? Lu Fan internally cried out. Ding! It is not yet time for sign-in, the system replied. Lu Fan. Elder, what is happening to Shangyin? Luo Shi, astonished, exclaimed as she observed Li Shangyin seated in meditation, his aura soaring. Fear not. He is on the verge of a breakthrough, Lu Fan assured her. Just as he finished speaking, boom! A fearsome aura erupted from Li Shangyin, and had it not been for Lu Fan's protective energy shield, this force alone could have shattered the entire Grand Hall. He broke through. Luo, she exclaimed, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. In less than 15 minutes, Li Shangyin had advanced from late-stage transformation to perfection in transformation. This was utterly inconceivable. However, Lu Fan furrowed his brows. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. This young man had directly reached integration. What? Luo, she stood frozen in place. This lad possesses remarkable talent. At this rate, he might very well achieve integration in one fell swoop. Lu Fan remarked with satisfaction. Elder, I will guard him here. Perhaps you should rest for a while, Luo, she suggested, regaining her composure. Very well. I shall take Inger to find her a place to rest. Lu Fan nodded. Thank you, Elder. Luo Shi bowed respectfully to Lu Fan. Chapter 12. Lu Fan forms his core, system upgrade with Lu Fan's strength. A mere thought could transport Inger to any palace he desired. However, with time on his hands, he decided to take a stroll. Soon, he found himself in a tranquil side hall, intending to lay her down on the bed for rest, when suddenly, brother, Inger wants to cultivate too. Will you teach me, please? Inger grasped Lu Fan's hand with her tiny fingers, her large, watery eyes gazing earnestly at him. Filled with yearning, Lu Fan was taken aback, surprised that the little girl had been awake all along. Brother, is that all right? She repeated softly, her tone noticeably diminished, as if fearing his refusal. Lu Fan smiled and sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the adorable little girl. I do not understand cultivation and do not need to cultivate. But if you wish, I can ask Li Shangyin to teach you. Isn't it better if you teach me? Inger whispered. Both teachings are equally valuable, and I will assist you as much as I can. Lu Fan responded with a smile. Really? Inger's previously disappointed expression brightened with hope. Of course it's true, Lu Fan reassured her, unable to resist patting the little girl's head. Perhaps it was because they shared the experience of being orphans that Lu Fan felt a surge of sympathy. In this cruel world of cultivation, how innocent were children like Inger, who had lost everything. He refrained from questioning Inger about her desire to cultivate, for in this harsh reality, strength spoke volumes. Only by becoming powerful through cultivation could one survive. All right, Inger believes in you. Upon hearing Lu Fan's response, Inger beamed with joy. Soon after, she drifted off to sleep in his presence. Lu Fan extended his hand, enveloping the girl in a surge of energy. Under this energy's cleansing, Inger's previously ordinary and blocked meridians were swiftly unblocked, and her physique and bones underwent transformative changes. In less than 15 minutes, as the energy dissipated, Inger's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. Her complexion rosy, and her entire aura elevated. Lu Fan waved his hand, and the impurities seeping from her body vanished in an instant. This way, your cultivation will be much more effective. He smiled down at the slumbering Inger before quietly leaving the room. In the next moment, Lu Fan found himself at the entrance of the Shun-In sect. Below the gate, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed, as two figures clad in white were engaged in a sparring match. Noticing his presence, the two immediately ceased their movements, and upon recognizing him, their expressions shifted. They swiftly knelt, holding their weapons. We greet the ancestor. Why are you not in seclusion cultivating? Lu Fan inquired, puzzled by the two young men in white before him. One was named Mu Yi, at the late stage of foundation establishment, and the other was Qiao Chuan, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The Shun-In sect had only 6 disciples, and aside from Chen Xian, Fang Yin, and Imodimo Xiao, these two were the last remaining disciples of the sect. Return to the ancestor. Our duty is to guard the mountain gate. The techniques passed down to us by our forebear require constant sparring and combat to enhance our own strength. Thus, disciples need not seclude themselves, Mu Yi respectfully stated. Moreover, we have discovered that as long as we engage in sparring, our abilities will continue to grow stronger, and we are now on the verge of a breakthrough. Qiao Chuan excitedly added. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, as he had not paid much attention to their techniques. However, he could indeed sense the turbulent true essence within both of them, a clear indication of an impending breakthrough. Rise, he commanded. Thank you, ancestor. Observing the two radiating with combat fervor, Lu Fan smiled and said, in that case, I shall not disturb you. Train diligently, but do remember to rest. Only through a balance of work and leisure can one harmonize their potential and achieve breakthroughs more swiftly. The two were startled by his words, as if they had suddenly gained insight, and quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. When they rose again, Lu Fan's figure had already vanished from sight. A balance of work and leisure? Truly astonishing words. The ancestor is indeed extraordinary. I am about to break through. Lu Fan mused, returning to the ancestral peak, both amused and exasperated. He had clearly heard their conversation. And now he could feel that both had indeed reached a breakthrough. A quick nap, and I shall sign in upon waking. With that thought, Lu Fan entered the palace in the blink of an eye. It was already the following morning. System, I wish to sign in. Lu Fan promptly declared. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received a supreme Hunyuan pill. The system's voice resonated in his mind, causing Lu Fan to be momentarily shaken. Hunyuan pill? As you wished, this Hunyuan pill, when consumed, will aid you in condensing a golden core and extend your lifespan by 1,500 years. The system explained. 1,500 years. Indeed, the maximum lifespan limit for the golden core realm in this continent was merely 1,000 years, and the reward offered by the system could grant him an additional 500 years. 500 years. Even the invincible Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement at this moment. Now, he possessed a lifespan of 1,500 years. The reason he could leap from foundation establishment directly to condensing the core was that he had aided the sect members in enhancing their overall strength, thereby elevating the rewards. The system added. Hurry, extract it, Lu Fan urged, feeling an impatience growing within him. The wave of energy rippled through the air, and a golden pill, shimmering with profound light, appeared before Lu Fan. Exuding a powerful aura, should I consume it directly? Lu Fan inquired. Gazing at the pill, he felt an insatiable thirst within his very soul. Yes, the system affirmed. Without hesitation, Lu Fan opened his mouth and inhaled. The moment the Hunyuan pill entered, a tremendous force surged through his limbs and bones. Lu Fan closed his eyes, feeling this power mobilize the vast and unparalleled energy within him, which began to converge towards his dantian. In just a few breaths, Lu Fan opened his eyes, his entire being radiating with golden light, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, and he felt an unprecedented lightness in both body and spirit. His appearance rejuvenated significantly. Moreover, he sensed that his soul had become more solidified and powerful, with heightened clarity of perception. This was the sensation of an extended lifespan. Lu Fan smiled, yet his strength had not changed. It merely concentrated within his dantian, transforming into an unparalleled golden core, radiant and infused with the essence of the Tao. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached the golden core realm, and the system has automatically upgraded. The system's voice suddenly echoed again. System upgrade? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process this information. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. It has automatically adjusted based on the host's current situation, providing an additional option. The system's voice resounded once more. What option? Lu Fan asked, perplexed. An additional task has been added. Upon completion, the host may earn lifespan points. Rewards include 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and up to 10 years. The quantity of lifespan points will correspond to the task's difficulty. If the host chooses to sign in, they may not select a task. Only one can be chosen each day, each with its own advantages and disadvantages, the system elucidated. Hearing this, Lu Fan felt a bit dazed. The rewards from signing in were random, potentially granting a pill that could elevate him by several realms, or adding hundreds or thousands of years to his lifespan. Conversely, while the lifespan gained from tasks was modest, it would be a steady increase, a calculated approach. Ultimately, it was entirely up to the host's choice. The system clarified again. Lu Fan finally understood. Indeed, an additional choice had emerged, one that could alleviate his concerns regarding lifespan, albeit with the requirement of completing corresponding tasks. Chapter 13. The 5 Elements Catastrophe Extinguishing Guardian Formation on the Ancestral Peak. Within the palace, Lu Fan gazed at his reflection in the mirror. He was still himself. Yet he appeared younger, with longer hair. His features were sharp and refined, exuding a mature handsomeness that had reached its pinnacle. Very well, maintaining this appearance will suffice. Lu Fan revealed a satisfied smile. The system had just upgraded. Thus the host had an extra opportunity to sign in today, or to undertake a task. While Lu Fan was admiring his reflection, the system's voice once again resonated in his mind. Oh? Lu Fan was surprised to discover such a benefit. A smile crept onto his face as he promptly declared, sign in. Tasks were to be undertaken only when absolutely necessary or out of boredom. For now, his primary choice remained signing in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained the 5 Elements Catastrophe Extinguishing Guardian Formation. The system announced. The 5 Elements Catastrophe Extinguishing Guardian Formation? Upon hearing this name, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming aura of lethal intent wash over him. As expected, the 5 Elements Catastrophe Extinguishing Guardian Formation was a formidable array created from the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, classified as a top-tier killing formation, one from which even an immortal emperor could not escape. Furthermore, once activated, the formation would continuously generate 5 elements spiritual energy, allowing the sect disciples to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. The system explained. Incredible! Lu Fan was somewhat astonished. Soon, a mysterious diagram materialized before him. Is this it? It doesn't seem very powerful. Observing the intricate formation, Lu Fan sensed no trace of power emanating from it. This is merely the framework and usage method of the formation. TO activated. Besides requiring a drop of the host's blood as a catalyst, sufficient 5 elements spiritual energy must be collected. Only then can the 5 Elements Catastrophe Extinguishing Guardian Formation truly be set in motion, the system elaborated. Are you implying that I must go collect 5 elements spiritual energy? Lu Fan asked, exasperated. Indeed, the system replied. Where do you expect me to gather this 5 elements spiritual energy? And what do you mean by sufficient? The 5-element spiritual energy can be found throughout this continent. The host merely needs to fill these 5 bottles. The system responded, and as soon as the words left its mouth, 5 egg-sized jade bottles appeared before Lu Fan. Why do I get the impression you were prepared for this? Why couldn't you simply provide them directly? Lu Fan remarked incredulously as he looked at the 5 jade bottles. The 5-element spiritual energy belongs to this continent. The system cannot detach from the host and requires the host to retrieve it themselves. What if I enlist their help to gather it? That is permissible. Given the circumstances, Lu Fan had no choice but to comply. He stowed the jade bottles, tied up his long hair, and exited the palace. In the next moment, on the wide plaza before the main hall, Lu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Except for Li Shangyin, who was still in seclusion, Qin Zhan, Xiao Tian, and the others stood respectfully before him. The auras of these individuals had grown significantly stronger than before. Under Lu Fan's bestowal, each had achieved at least 2 levels of breakthroughs. At this moment, they held their breath, their gazes toward Lu Fan filled with immense admiration. Have any of you heard of 5-element spiritual energy? Lu Fan inquired, looking at the group.is at the spiritual energy of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth that the ancestor speaks of. Qin Zhan responded immediately. Indeed. The group exchanged astonished glances, and ultimately, Qin Zhan continued, in response to the ancestor, we have certainly heard of 5-element spiritual energy. It is an innate spiritual energy that is rare and sought after throughout the continent. Especially for those gifted with 5-element spiritual roots, it is a vital treasure for their cultivation. Currently, our Eastern States Lingbao Hall is auctioning Earth Spirit Source in 3 days. That simplifies matters. What about the whereabouts of the other 4 types of spiritual energy? Lu Fan inquired once more. The headquarters of Lingbao Hall in Central State reportedly still has gold spirit source from last year's auction, but acquiring it will likely require double the price, Qin Zhan stated, pausing before adding, aside from those 2, the Heavenly Absolute Sect in Eastern State possesses a fire spirit source vein. However, they do not sell it publicly unless one joins their sect or becomes a vassal force. Heavenly Absolute Sect. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, as a plan began to form in his mind. What about the other 2? In response to the ancestor, which spirit source originates from the perilous primordial forest in southern state, while water spirit source comes from the treacherous depths of the Baimu Sea in northern state. These 2 perilous places are accessible only to those in the combined stage. Otherwise, ordinary individuals cannot set foot there. Xiao Tian interjected. Very well. I shall take charge of the 3 spiritual sources, wood, water, and fire. As for the remaining ones, gold and earth, you may procure them from the auction house, Lu Fan declared immediately. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd, yet upon recalling the terrifying prowess of the ancestor, they soon found solace. However, ancestor, given the meager amount of spiritual stones left in our hidden god sect, it seems, Qin Zhan began, but trailed off, his expression betraying his discomfort. Noticing Qin Zhan's awkward demeanor, Lu Fan grasped his meaning instantly. Are not the spiritual herbs atop the ancestor peak over 10,000 years old? Surely a few can be sold at auction to yield some stones. Lu Fan inquired. It is rather astonishing that a venerable sect, standing for millennia, is unable to produce even a modest sum of spiritual stones. The expressions of the crowd shifted, and Qin Zhan asserted, naturally, we can. But, what? Does my word hold no sway, ancestor? Fear not. Qin Zhan hastily replied. Very well. You may manage the spiritual herbs atop the ancestor peak. And feel free to exchange several for spiritual stones for future needs. Once Li Shangyin awakens, I shall discuss these matters with him. Lu Fan waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate further. They are simply too bound by tradition, willingly enduring hunger and hardship despite possessing treasures of immeasurable worth. Yes, with the ancestor's command, Qin Zhan and the others were filled with excitement and quickly acquiesced. Soon after, a few individuals departed, leaving only Qin Zhan, Xiao Tian, and Chun Xian in the square. Ancestor, I wish to return home for a visit. As it happens, I am near Zhongzhou. Might I take on the task of procuring the gold spiritual source? Chun Xian respectfully addressed Lu Fan, his tone tinged with anxiety. Certainly, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly with a smile. Thank you, ancestor. Chun Xian expressed his gratitude and bowed once more, exhilarated. With Li Shangyin still in seclusion, our sect requires an elder to oversee matters during my absence. Who that will be, you may decide amongst yourselves, Lu Fan remarked, casting a glance at Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian. Yes, the two bowed respectfully. But Qin Zhan could not contain his curiosity any longer and asked, Ancestor, when do you intend to depart? Right now, Lu Fan replied with a smile, revealing no hint of concealment. Right now? The others were taken aback. Take these jade vials. Ensure the spiritual sources are placed within to fill them. After handing the 2 jade vials to them, Lu Fan turned and stepped into the void, vanishing from sight, leaving the 3 stunned and momentarily bewildered. Chapter 14. Seizing the body, descending upon Tianjue sect in the heart of a mist-shrouded mountain range stood grand palaces. This was the location of the Tianjue sect. Although Tianjue sect could not rival the 5 great sects such as Daotian sect, it certainly held a prominent position among the mid-tier sections. The sect boasted over 1,000 disciples and dozens of elders, each of whom were formidable beings at the nascent soul level. At this moment, within a dim chamber of Tianjue sect, 2 elderly men garbed in golden robes bowed deeply before the silhouette of the sect leader. These 2 were the 2nd and 3rd elders of Tianjue sect, the last to reach the god transformation stage aside from Tian Yuan and Tong Ju. You have arrived. A faint voice emanated from Tian Yuan, though he did not turn to face them. The 2 elders exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. Sect leader, through various investigations, we have uncovered that the death of the Grand Elder is likely related to the Hidden God sect. As he was last seen near their borders, Hidden God sect? The figure of Tian Yuan trembled slightly, a cold and sinister aura radiating from him. It has been a long time since I heard that name. Under Tian Yuan's ominous presence, the 2 elders' faces paled, the unfamiliar aura instilling within them a profound sense of dread. Sect leader, what has happened to you? The 2 elders inquired, brows furrowed in concern. At last. Tian Yuan slowly turned, revealing eyes burning with crimson intensity, his aura transforming into something malevolent. Demonic energy? The 2 elders were struck with horror, and before they could react, an evil force enveloped them, rendering them motionless. Impossible, sect leader. How could you be tainted by demonic energy? They cried in disbelief, staring at Tian Yuan with incredulity. Tainted? At the word, Tian Yuan's lips curled into an evil grin, chillingly stating, what a supremely exalted aura. Witnessing the transformation of Tian Yuan before them, the 2 elders' hearts raced, and they finally pieced together the truth, exclaiming, You are not our sect leader. Who are you? This body may merely be at the initial stage of God transformation, but it suffices for now. Once I absorb your essence, I shall advance further. Tian Yuan disregarded the 2, his sinister laughter echoing as he slowly raised his right hand. Before they could utter another word, he grasped forcefully, bang, with a scream. The 2 elders' bodies erupted, torrents of blood gushing forth like streams, drawn into Tian Yuan's nostrils. In mere breaths, their forms crumbled into desiccated bones. Having drained their essence, a look of pleasure crossed Tian Yuan's face. At this moment, he had ascended from the initial to the late stage of God transformation. With his current cultivation level, coupled with the fire spirit vein beneath the sect, it would be sufficient for me to break through to the great ascension stage. Tian Yuan mused, examining his hands with an evil smile. He was not the true Tian Yuan, but one of the 5 demon kings who had escaped from the demon abyss, unlike the other 4 demon kings who had fled East State. He had come to Tianjue sect upon hearing of a fire spirit vein, for he practiced fire-based spells, and thus intended to seize Tian Yuan's body. Once I achieve the great ascension stage and restore my full power, I shall obliterate the Hidden God sect to avenge the suppression I suffered back then. Tian Yuan sneered coldly, his voice laced with murderous intent. Just then, a panicked voice echoed from outside the chamber. Report, sect leader. We are in grave trouble. Tian Yuan frowned. What is it? A youth claiming to be the ancestor of the Hidden God sect has appeared, demanding a portion of the fire spirit source. Many disciples and elders have already been injured by him. The disciple spoke hastily, his tone rife with fear. Ancestor of the Hidden God sect. At the mention of this title, Tian Yuan's expression shifted drastically. But he quickly composed himself. It's impossible. If he were still in East State, he would never allow us to break free. Tian Yuan murmured, immediately dismissing his earlier thoughts. Meanwhile, on the expansive square of Tianjue sect, Lu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his long white robes billowing in the wind. Surrounding him lay a multitude of fallen individuals, all groaning in shock and terror. Why resort to such extremes? I merely wish to acquire a small portion of the fire spirit source, Lu Fan remarked with a faint smile, surveying the crowd. Who are you? An elder at the mid-nascent soul stage glared at Lu Fan. Demanding an answer, Lu Fan, exasperated, thought to himself. Are these people deaf? How many times must I repeat myself? Who dares to wreak havoc in my Tianjue sect, seeking death? A furious roar erupted, and 3 formidable auras surged forth like lightning, hurtling towards Lu Fan.at, the late nascent soul stage. Observing the approaching trio, Lu Fan's lips curled upwards, making no move to evade. Buzz the space quivered, and as the 3 neared within 10 feet of Lu Fan, an invisible force halted them mid-air. Impossible! The trio gasped in disbelief, but Lu Fan merely shook his head, declaring, "The Slayer shall be slain." With a snap of his fingers, an explosive sound resounded, and the 3 were obliterated into a mist of blood before they could utter a single scream. All witnessed by the wide-eyed onlookers of Tianjue sect. Those were 3 elders of law enforcement, just like that. The spectators trembled uncontrollably at the sight. This individual is undoubtedly a powerhouse at the god transformation stage. Some elders stammered in fear. But what of the second elder, the third elder, and the sect leader? Others queried anxiously. A disciple has already gone to report. Lu Fan, losing patience with the crowd, finally spoke. Since you refuse to comply, I shall have no choice but to seize it by force. As he spoke, Lu Fan slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, hold on, friend. A voice resonated from deep within Tianjue sect. At last, you choose to reveal yourself? Lu Fan scoffed coldly. The once fearful crowd now brimmed with excitement. Their hope reignited. It is the sect leader. The sect leader has arrived. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes descended before Lu Fan. Upon his arrival, he scrutinized Lu Fan, finally convinced that this person was not the one who had previously suppressed them. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an unsettling sense of danger emanating from Lu Fan. Lu Fan frowned, observing the man before him. So it is. Ultimately, Lu Fan was the first to break into a cold smile, as if he had discerned something. Sect leader, this person has killed many of our elders and disciples. We must eradicate him to avenge them. An elder promptly urged. Enough noise. Lu Fan let out a cold snort and merely cast a fleeting glance at the elderly man. The elder, his eyes widening in fury, found his body exploding under the terrified gazes of the onlookers. Observing this scene, Tianyuan remained unperturbed, instead wearing a smile as he remarked, I have heard that you are the ancestor of the divine hidden sect? Quite impressive. Tianyuan's brow furrowed slightly before he smiled with apparent profundity. Then, do you know Li Changsheng of your esteemed sect? Yet again, the name Li Changsheng. Upon hearing Tianyuan's words, Lu Fan's brow furrowed once more. He had encountered this name on multiple occasions. I do not know him, Lu Fan replied. Do you not know him? Tianyuan was taken aback, then revealed a sinister grin. It seems you have truly departed from this continent. Ha ha ha, is this how you demons laugh? Gazing at the malevolent and self-satisfied figure of Tianyuan, Lu Fan expressed his bewilderment. What did you just say? Tianyuan's smile froze instantly, his gaze fixated on Lu Fan. Chapter 15. Annihilation. Can you wield the 13 swords of immortal slaying? In the plaza of the Tianju sect, Tianyuan's eyes, glowing with a crimson light, were intensely locked onto Lu Fan, astonishment evident within them. What did he say about demons? The sect master is a demon. This cannot be. The surrounding crowd had also heard Lu Fan's words, their faces reflecting disbelief. That is our sect master. How could he possibly be a demon? Do not heed his nonsense, an elderly man rebuked, unwilling to accept Lu Fan's assertion. What do you mean? I do not quite understand. Tianyuan looked at Lu Fan, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Enough! Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. He took a step forward. Tianyuan's brow knitted together, but before he could react, a vast pressure enveloped him. How can this be? The sudden, unparalleled might cause Tianyuan's expression to change dramatically. With a resounding thud, he fell to his knees, cracks spreading from his kneecap. Under this oppressive force, Tianyuan finally felt the terror of impending death. The crowd around them stood in stunned silence. Damn it! Tianyuan howled, unleashing all the energy within him. His aura turned exceedingly sinister, black flames igniting across his body. How can this be? The sect master, he truly is a demon. Witnessing this, the crowd was momentarily at a loss. Their own blood energy erupting unity, he was aware that Pei Shursan had once again achieved a breakthrough in the path of the sword. A slight elevation, hardly worth mentioning. Pei Shursan chuckled in response. What brings you here this time, Senior Pei? Dao Yixian ultimately inquired. I presume the sect master of the Dao has already been informed of the annihilation of the Tinjua sect? Pei Shursan remarked. I have just learned of it, Dao Yixian replied earnestly, a hint of gravity etched upon his face. Although the Tinjua sect could not compare to their 5 major sects, it undoubtedly ranked among the foremost of the mid-tier powers. Thus, the sudden obliteration of such a sect was a monumental event for the entire eastern state. Having heard recently that the Grand Elder of the Tinjua sect had unexpectedly fallen, the Dao sect master had initiated an investigation. I wonder if the sect master has encountered this individual? Pei Shursan spoke without superfluous words, and with a mere flick of his hand, an image was presented before Dao Yixian. It is he. Upon seeing the figure in the portrait, Dao Yixian's expression shifted, revealing a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Although he had an inkling of what was transpiring, he still hesitated to confirm. For the only entity entangled with the Tinjua sect in recent times was the Shanin sect. The only one capable of orchestrating such events was likely that person. You have met this individual? Have you not? Pei Shursan inquired, his brow furrowed. He had keenly observed the changes in Dao Yixian's demeanor and naturally discerned the implications. I in the southern state. An aura steeped in mystery and ancient essence enveloped the vast, unending forest ahead. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and Lu Fan emerged from the void. Is this the Yuanshi forest? He mused, gazing at the expanse of trees before him with a faint smile. Though separated by tens of millions of miles from the eastern state to the southern state, his formidable prowess allowed him to traverse the distance in less than half a day. As dusk fell, figures began to wander around the forest's periphery, and similarly, individuals were present within its depths. The wood spirit source was an essential cultivation treasure for practitioners of wood attributes, resulting in countless cultivators flocking to the Yuanshi forest in search of it, though many also met their demise within. Look, another expert has arrived. The moment Lu Fan appeared, he captured the attention of several cultivators lingering at the forest's edge. To traverse the void, one must possess at least a nascent soul level of cultivation. Huh? How come his aura only seems to be at the golden core stage? Someone seemed to have discerned something, exclaiming in surprise. Before he could finish, a rebuttal quickly followed. Foolish. A true expert's realm cannot be judged by mere sight. He must be concealing his true power. Indeed, it was evident to all that his ability to traverse the void was not indicative of his actual cultivation level. Lu Fan paid no heed to their chatter, taking a single step and vanishing from sight. Just as he entered the Yuanshi forest, 3 half-naked men exchanged glances not far away, their eyes gleaming with malevolence. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the 3 also vanished from their spot. It est them, the 3 fiends of Haisha Valley. They hadn't anticipated that the trio would set their sights on the young man. Lower your voices. They are all late-stage nascent soul cultivators, notorious for robbing fellow cultivators of the same level. The young man was clearly an unfamiliar face and was likely to face calamity. Observing the 3 men trailing Lu Fan, the onlookers could not help but sigh in resignation. That night, within the Yuanshi forest, on a spacious clearing, a gust of wind swept through, and Lu Fan materialized. I should rest here for the night and take action tomorrow, he declared with a smile, waving his hand as a pile of firewood ignited spontaneously. Turning slowly, he gazed into the pitch-black expanse ahead, smiling faintly. After following me for so long, it's time for you to reveal yourselves. You actually noticed us? An astonished voice broke the silence. The 3 half-naked men emerged from the shadows. The 3 fiends of Haisha Valley? With your appearances, you certainly live up to that title, Lu Fan remarked. Bemused by their astonishment, upon entering the Yuanshi forest, he had naturally overheard their words and remained unfazed by their pursuit. You seek death. The expressions of the 3 darkened. We initially intended to rob you of your treasures, but now I have changed my mind. Your life shall be ours. The burly man with a full beard spoke coldly. The other 2 exhibited a bloodthirsty glimmer in their eyes, for they despised being ridiculed for their appearance. Just as the 3 prepared to strike, A voice rang out. Unrequited love has always been a source of lingering regret. What, are you upset that others speak the truth? Laughter echoed through the air. Upon hearing the voice, the three men's expressions shifted simultaneously to "Oh no. It's the Licking King, Mo-Hin." Before the words had fully left his lips, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a blue robe, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, descended gracefully between Lu Fan and the three men. The Licking King? Lu Fan paused in surprise, observing the unexpectedly arrived youth with curiosity. This young man's cultivation surpassed that of the three adversaries by a level. As he was a fully realized nascent soul practitioner. Licking King, this matter is between us three and this young man. Do you intend to intervene? The bearded man fixed his gaze upon the newly appeared blue-robed youth. His teeth clenched. I'll say it again. Do not call me Licking King, you three ugly brutes. The young man's expression turned icy, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Damn it, who are you calling ugly? The three men widened their eyes in fury. What a bore! Lu Fan scoffed, stepping forth, causing the space to tremble, his figure suddenly appearing before the blue-robed youth. So swift. Lu Fan's speed left the youth utterly astonished. The trio hadn't even reacted before they were struck by an invisible force, sent hurtling backward. They simultaneously spat out blood as they flew, not even able to utter a single word before their forms dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 17. Kindred Spirits. Within the depths of the Yuanshi forest, under the moonlight, my friend, did you truly just kill them? Mo-Hin's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lu Fan. What else should I do? Keep them for the new year? Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Although the trio's demise was of little consequence, the influence of Haisha Valley should not be underestimated. You see, Mo-Hin explained, his tone laced with caution, Haisha Valley is indeed a formidable force in our southern state. While they do not rival the 5 major sects of your eastern state, they are not significantly inferior to the likes of the Tianjue sect. Moreover, the 3 fiends are elders of Haisha Valley. Now that they have been slain, Haisha Valley will likely be immediately alerted. Lu Fan chuckled at this, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He settled onto a nearby stone by the fire. Indeed, Mo-Hin continued, taking a seat beside him. Here's the deal. Should the people of Haisha Valley come seeking vengeance, simply say it was I, Mo-Hin, who dealt with them. My clan does not fear Haisha Valley, and I have long found them displeasing, so it seems your Mo family holds considerable power in the southern state? Lu Fan observed with keen interest, watching the loquacious blue-robed youth. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Mo-Hin's face displayed a hint of pride and of course, even if Haisha Valley is strong, they wouldn't dare act against my Mo family. Lu Fan smiled, choosing not to pursue that line of conversation further, instead inquiring with curiosity, why do they call you the Licking King? Mo-Hin's expression faltered, then he sighed, given our fortunate encounter. I shall share this with you, but you must not spread it. I am all ears, Lu Fan replied with a laugh, seeing it as a way to pass the time. Time slipped away until the midnight hour. When Mo-Hin finally concluded his tale, Lu Fan listened, dumbfounded, and couldn't he help but exclaim inwardly, truly, the Licking King. I genuinely like her, yet she seems indifferent to my feelings. I still cannot let her go. Each time I think of her, seeing her enjoying time with her beloved makes my heart shatter. Stop, enough. Mo-Hin attempted to continue, but Lu Fan quickly gestured for silence. Sighed, unrequited love has always been a source of lingering regret. Mo-Hin sighed, finally refraining from further lamentations. Hearing this, Lu Fan felt a sense of helplessness arise within him, recalling his past life and developing a tinge of sympathy for Mo-Hin. He couldn't help but shake his head. This regret is everlasting. This regret is everlasting? Mo-Hin exclaimed, as if he had grasped something profound, seizing Lu Fan's shoulder with excitement. Why, friend? What did you say? Unrequited love has always been a source of lingering regret. This regret is everlasting? Such a beautiful phrase, truly magnificent. Kindred spirit. I have finally found a kindred spirit. Mo-Hin was overwhelmed with excitement. While Lu Fan felt a chill run down his spine, he immediately pushed Mo-Hin away. Saying, let us not attract attention, Mo-Hin was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, offering an awkward smile as he replied, I apologize, my friend. I was momentarily unable to contain my emotions, Lu Fan. At that moment, Lu Fan regretted continuing that line of conversation. Had it not been for the lively and amiable demeanor of the person before him, he would have slapped him without hesitation. Unbeknownst to Imohen, Lu Fan's thoughts were far from amiable. With a smile, he said, "Lu brother, may I call you that?" After speaking, he gazed at Lu Fan with eager anticipation. "Whatever you wish," Lu Fan responded. "Thank you for your understanding, Lu brother." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Imohen's face lit up with joy, and with a wave of his hand, a variety of fruits and wines appeared before them. "Lu brother, it is a rare delight to meet someone who understands me. Shall we indulge in a drink?" Imohen enthusiastically beckoned. Gazing at the array of exquisite delicacies, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback before replying. "Certainly." Thus, the two continued to drink late into the night. "Lu brother, you have come to the Yuanshi forest in search of the wood spirit source, have you not?" "Indeed." They sat on a stone, holding their cups, gazing at the bright moon above. The outer regions of the wood spirit source had already been divided among various sects and clans, and the deeper one ventured, the greater the dangers became. With many transformed great demons lurking within, even those at the fusion realm would hesitate to tread lightly into the depths of this forest. "Are you truly resolved?" Imohen could not help but inquire. "Since I have come, how could I return empty-handed? Besides, I have great confidence in my abilities," Lu Fan replied with a confident smile. "Very well then, I shall accompany you into this perilous venture. I have long wished to explore the depths of this forest myself." Imohen responded with a smile of his own. He thought to himself that if they truly could not find it, he could always ask his father for a few pieces of wood spirit stones, as the Imo family still had some in their possession. Meanwhile, in a vast and profound valley, towering palaces stood erect. At that moment, within a dimly lit grand hall, a young man in a black robe with long hair opened his eyes, revealing 3 shattered life tokens in his hand. "These 3 useless fools have caused trouble everywhere, and now they have finally met their end." The young man huffed coldly, devoid of any sympathy. "Master of the valley, shall we seek vengeance for them?" Another voice inquired. A middle-aged man in black stood before the young man. "Vengeance for them? They are hardly worthy," the young man scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "However, they were indeed members of the Black Sha Valley. Though these 3 wretches do not merit our intervention, to dare to belittle the authority of the Black Sha Valley is to court death." The young man sneered again, then turned to the man before him. "Speaking indifferently, you shall handle this matter personally. Once you locate them, eliminate them on the spot. There is no need to bring them back. Understood?" The man bowed respectfully and vanished from the hall. The next morning, within the Yuanshi forest, a ray of sunlight broke through the leaves, illuminating Lu Fan as he opened his eyes, while Imohen was still fast asleep nearby. "Let us begin the search." Lu Fan did not sign in immediately. Instead, he focused his thoughts, and his vast consciousness expanded, rapidly sweeping through the depths of the Yuanshi forest. Chapter 18. The Celestial Giant Ape. Under Lu Fan's immense and terrifying consciousness, it took only a few breaths to cover hundreds of thousands of miles. Yet he still found no trace of the wood spirit source stone. The Yuanshi forest was indeed an ancient forest of the southern continent. Its vastness was truly astounding. Lu Fan was somewhat astonished, but he remained unhurried. After a quarter of an hour passed, he finally found it. Lu Fan smiled, retracting his consciousness. "Lu brother, were you just exploring with your consciousness?" At that moment, Imohen awoke, looking at Lu Fan with a puzzled expression. "Indeed." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Imohen sighed. "Even for those at the fusion realm, given our current location, it would likely take several days to probe the depths of the forest." Imohen did not believe Lu Fan would uncover anything significant. However, just as he finished speaking, Lu Fan declared, "I have found it." Not hiding his joy, he continued, "It is quite normal not to find anything." "Wait, what did you say? You found it?" Imohen first nodded but quickly realized the implication, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Lu Fan. "Would you like to accompany me to see it?" Lu Fan asked him. "Yes, we must go." Imohen responded immediately, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Then let us be off." Lu Fan smiled, waving his hand, and before Imohen could react, a surge of energy enveloped them, causing their figures to vanish in an instant. The moment they disappeared, the space at their previous location rippled, and a man in black emerged. "Gone?" Upon his arrival, the man furrowed his brow. After inquiring about their whereabouts, he learned that the three villains from the Black Sha Valley had entered the Yuanshe forest with a young man in white. By tracing their auras, he had found this place, but it was too late. Now that I know your appearance, I do not believe you will evade me, the man in black scoffed as a cold voice echoed from the void. Enough of this. Once I conclude my affairs, I will certainly pay a visit to your Black Sha Valley, but alas, you will not live to see it. What? The man was taken aback, and before he could react, a torrent of immense energy descended upon him. He was struck with such force that he did not even have time to scream before his body exploded on the spot. As they traveled, Imohen was utterly shocked, observing the distorted void around him and feeling the overwhelming power enveloping him. His emotions were beyond description. Elu brother, just what level of cultivation does he possess? Imohen's heart was in turmoil. He finally realized that he had never been able to discern Lu Fan's true power. Finally, their figures halted, appearing atop a mountain peak. At this moment, Imohen was still trying to regain his composure. While Lu Fan's gaze was fixed on a lush green lake nearby, in the center of the lake stood an ancient tree, radiating an aura of age and mystery. What a terrifying presence! Imohen was startled by the aura emanating from the ancient tree, his eyes widening as he gazed ahead. Elu brother, could this be? Observing the surrounding environment and sensing the suffocating auras lurking nearby, Imohen turned to Lu Fan with a look of shock. This should be the depths of the Yuanshe forest. Upon sensing the aura of the wood spirit, I did not probe any further. Lu Fan replied, The wood spirit? Where is it? Imohen exclaimed in astonishment. Right beneath that ancient tree, Lu Fan stated plainly, in a wonder the aura of that ancient tree is so formidable. Imohen finally understood. His gaze fixed intently on the towering ancient tree above the lake. Just then, the ground trembled violently, and the entire mountain began to shake. Imohen's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, What is happening? No sooner had he spoken than a booming voice echoed, Humans, flee at once. This is not a place for you. The voice was like a resounding bell, accompanied by an overwhelming and terrifying aura that swept through the area. Under this pressure, Imohen was horrified, his very soul trembling. The next moment was even more spine-chilling. Alongside the earlier voice, a towering figure, as grand as a mountain, appeared before them as the figure slowly rose. It towered twice as high as the mountain, obscuring half the sky, its gaze burning like the sun, fixed intently on the two. This is an ancient giant ape. Is this the legendary celestial giant ape? A great demon of the fusion realm? Imohen stammered, utterly dumbfounded. To be precise, it is a half-step into the great ascension realm, Lu Fan replied calmly. Compared to Imohen, he appeared far more at ease. Even so, encountering such a colossal giant ape for the first time brought a hint of astonishment to his heart, yet he felt no sense of threat. Half-step into the great ascension realm? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Imohen's face turned pale, filled with despair. Humans, I am the celestial giant ape. You must depart at once, or your lives shall be forfeit. The celestial giant ape fixed its gaze upon them and spoke once more. Lu brother, seeing that the celestial giant ape seemed inclined to spare them, Imohen hurriedly looked at Lu Fan. However, before he could finish, Lu Fan raised his hand to interrupt him. Gazing at the celestial giant ape before him, Lu Fan smiled and said, If you wish for us to leave, then fill this bottle with the wood spirit. As he spoke, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Human, do not be ungrateful. The celestial giant ape's eyes locked onto Lu Fan, its voice thundering with rage, causing the ground to tremble. Seems there is no room for negotiation. Lu Fan replied with a smile, Impudence. The celestial giant ape could no longer contain its fury, letting out a furious roar as its massive fist swung toward the two. Boom. The space shattered in the wake of the punch. It's over. Imohen, his face ashen, could not help but close his eyes. In stark contrast, Lu Fan exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, wearing a smile, he slowly raised his right hand, and with a mere flick of his fingers against the impending colossal fist, a thunderous bang erupted. What? The enormous pupils of the heavenly giant ape abruptly constricted, its fist exploding with a resounding blast, and its entire body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, rumbling as the earth trembled beneath them, causing countless mountain peaks to shatter. This, originally awaiting death, Mo Fan opened his eyes, and upon witnessing this spectacle, he stood frozen in place. Before him, the figure of the giant ape had vanished, replaced by a channel that plunged into the earth, disappearing into the horizon. Yet, this was not the end. Lu Fan gestured towards the end of the channel, and with a swift motion, a figure flew in from the distance, arriving before the two in the blink of an eye. Could this be the heavenly giant ape? Mo Hin gazed in astonishment at the ape before him, which was of similar stature and adorned with golden fur, turning to Lu Fan with a look of disbelief. Lu Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the heavenly giant ape, and spoke calmly. Do you understand that had I wished to end your life with that strike, you would have perished long ago? Had the heavenly giant ape not sought to spare them, Lu Fan would have shown no mercy. The heavenly giant ape trembled, its arms drenched in blood, its eyes fixed on Lu Fan, filled with terror. Chapter 19. Essence of Wood, a Terrifying Existence. Lu, you? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words and witnessing the quaking heavenly giant ape, Mo Hin stood in stunned silence, although he found it hard to believe. The scene before him compelled him to accept the reality. He could never have imagined that Lu Fan possessed the power to effortlessly slay a being of such terrifying strength on the brink of ascendance. Suddenly, an ancient, worn voice echoed, "Friend, I am willing to offer the essence of Wood Spirit. I implore you to spare his life." Another formidable creature. Mo Hin gasped, and as his eyes widened in shock, he saw the lake's surface churning violently. The ancient tree at its center radiating a brilliant green light. In a daze, an elder in green robes with white hair appeared before them. The elder exuded a simple yet overwhelming presence, one that felt even more daunting than that of the heavenly giant ape. Upon his arrival, the elder respectfully bowed to Lu Fan, stating, "He means no harm. He merely seeks to ensure my peace. I beseech you to spare his life. Here is a fragment of Wood Spirit essence. I hope you will accept it." As he spoke, the elder revealed a strand of verdant spiritual energy in his hand, pulsating with vibrant life force. The essence of wood? This. Mo Hin's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It is known that this essence surpasses the purity of stone spirit essence 1,000-fold in their southern region. There had been no reports of anyone collecting Wood Spirit essence. Lu Fan, equally intrigued, observed that this strand of essence, though seemingly extraordinary, likely could not fill his jade vial. Contemplating, he produced a jade vial, which materialized in his hand. The elder, upon seeing the vial, was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Friend, I fear this vial may not suffice. Despite its small size, its capacity exceeds your imagination. I am concerned that this strand of Wood Spirit essence may not fill it." Lu Fan chuckled. The elder, slightly startled, smiled and said nothing further, respectfully presenting the strand of Wood Spirit essence. However, when the essence was introduced into the jade vial, it simply would not enter. Clearly, the vial's capacity was insufficient to contain it. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan was also taken aback. It was known that the vial could hold dozens of zhang of spirit stones, yet this essence, no larger than a fingertip, could not fit. How could that be? Could it be that the vial's capacity is determined by the richness of the spiritual energy rather than its size? Suddenly, Lu Fan had an epiphany. "Friend, this vial indeed has the capacity for numerous spirit sources. But the essence of Wood Spirit I possess is unlike any ordinary Wood Spirit essence." The elder explained with a smile. After extracting the Wood Spirit essence, he waved his hand towards the lake surface. And immediately, blocks of Wood Spirit stones, radiating green energy, flowed like a stream into the jade vial, filling it in the blink of an eye. The elder pondered for a moment, then with a gesture, a drop of green blood emerged from his fingertip, transforming into a green vial of the same size as the one in Lu Fan's hand. "Elder, you?" The heavenly giant ape, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain his astonishment, his voice laced with shock and disbelief. The elder waved his hand to silence him. Under Lu Fan's puzzled gaze, the elder placed the strand of Wood Spirit essence into the jade vial and exhaled. His complexion pale, his energy significantly diminished compared to before. Mo Hin, too, stared in awe at this scene, rendered speechless. Setting aside the unfathomable Lu Fan, the mere aura emanating from these two formidable beings could easily spell his doom. "This green vial is forged from my essence blood," capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to transform into its spirit liquid. Consider it a token of gratitude for your mercy towards my brother," the elder said as he offered the green vial with a smile. Observing the green vial presented by the elder, Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. The elder, being the embodiment of the ancient tree, was well aware that the wood's spirit essence had condensed half of the elder's life force. Coupled with the drop of blood that formed the green vial, it was evident that the elder had expended a significant portion of his vitality. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan ultimately accepted the green vial. This was a world where strength reigned supreme. Had the elder encountered someone stronger than Lu Fan, the fate of both the elder and the heavenly giant ape would have been dire. Lu Fan understood that the elder was acutely aware of this reality, hence his actions. "Thus, I thank you." After securing the jade and green vials, Lu Fan finally expressed his gratitude to the elder. "You are too courteous," the elder replied with a smile, his heart relieved. Lu Fan's acceptance was a significant stroke of fortune for both him and the heavenly giant ape. "We shall take our leave," Lu Fan remarked as he observed Mo Hin, still dazed. "Will you not stay a few more days? It would be a chance for us to extend our hospitality." Seeing the two about to depart, the elder insisted, "No, I have unfinished matters to attend to. I shall not impose further. Farewell." Upon uttering his final words, an invisible force enveloped Lu Fan and Mo Hin, and their figures vanished from the spot. "Elder, why do you fear this individual so? Why willingly offer up half of your life essence?" Once the two had completely exited the primordial forest, the heavenly giant ape could no longer contain his curiosity. It was known that his elder was not only the embodiment of wood's spirit essence, but also a peak existence at the stage of great ascendance. Such a being was a dominant force not just within the primordial forest, but across the entire continent. Yet, unexpectedly, he displayed such reverence towards a seemingly youthful man in his 20s. Though he recognized the youth's strength, he deemed him to be merely at the great ascendance stage. "Little ape, you underestimate that individual," the elder sighed with resignation, gazing towards the direction where Lu Fan had vanished, taking a deep breath before stating solemnly, "I have never encountered such a terrifying human cultivator. Though his aura appears ordinary, a mere glance nearly shattered my soul. This individual is undoubtedly a fearsome being at the tribulation crossing stage." The elder's tone was laden with profound fear and trepidation. "The tribulation crossing stage?" The heavenly giant ape's eyes widened in horror at the revelation. "Fortunately, you held no murderous intent toward them earlier. Otherwise, we would have perished today, vanishing within this forest," the elder added, his voice trembling. "Could he be an unparalleled powerhouse from the central continent?" The heavenly giant ape queried, puzzled. "I do not know. Nevertheless, it is clear that he is beyond our ability to confront." The elder shook his head with a sigh. "From now on, I shall rest for a while. During this time, you must diligently cultivate, striving to break through the great ascendance stage. I can sense that monumental changes are forthcoming across the continent." Ultimately, leaving behind these words, the elder stepped forward, returning to the center of the lake, transforming once more into the towering ancient tree. Chapter 20. No need to search. I have arrived at noon. Outside the primordial forest, the air shimmered, and Lu Fan and Mo Hin emerged from the void. "Have we emerged?" Mo Hin remarked as he surveyed their surroundings, finally coming to his senses. "Indeed," Lu Fan nodded with a smile. "Look, isn't that the young man who entered the forest last night?" "Hush, keep your voice down. I heard the 3 evildoers from the Black Sha Valley have perished. But didn't he, a strong figure from the Black Sha Valley, come to investigate last night? How is he still alive?" Upon seeing Lu Fan emerge, the onlookers murmured in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief. "Hey, have you noticed? That youth beside him seems to be the Licking King. Goodness, it really is the Licking King." The crowd, now recognizing Mo Hin, erupted in further astonishment. Listening to their comments, Mo Hin's expression darkened, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. There was nothing he despised more than being referred to as the Licking King. Although, perhaps, he truly was. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan chuckled dismissively and remarked, "If it truly becomes unbearable, simply silence them." "It is not a matter of great consequence." Mo Hin, gritting his teeth, felt the flames of rage gradually subside, ultimately letting out a sigh and replying, "Very well, I have long since grown accustomed to it. In truth, Silencing them is quite simple. One merely needs to demonstrate through action. Lu Fan patted his shoulder and said, Indeed. Mo Hin paused, understanding Lu Fan's implication. He was being urged to completely forget that individual. Yet, how could one easily erase from memory someone who had taken root in the heart? Putting aside his thoughts, Mo Hin looked at Lu Fan and asked, Lu Fan, where are you headed next? To Haisha Valley, Lu Fan replied candidly. He had no intention of provoking trouble. Yet those individuals were relentless. He felt compelled to teach them a lesson. Mo Fan was taken aback, but upon contemplating Lu Fan's formidable strength, he smiled and shook his head. Earlier, he had worried that Lu Fan's actions against the three evildoers of Haisha Valley would bring misfortune upon him. But now it was clear that the real concern lay with Haisha Valley. Since I have nothing better to do, why not accompany you, Brother Lu? Mo Hin said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After a moment's reflection, Lu Fan nodded in agreement. Very well. You can guide me to the direction of Haisha Valley. Then let us be off, Mo Hin exclaimed joyfully, pointing out the way. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan made their forms vanish from the spot. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Haisha Valley, an ominous voice echoed, Who has slain 4 elders of my Haisha Valley? At the front of the hall, a young man clad in a black robe with long flowing hair sat upon a throne, his expression dark as he glared at the kneeling assembly before him. The entire hall was permeated with an overwhelming aura of terror, stifling the breath of those prostrated. This was the oppression emanating from a master at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. As he observed the silence among the crowd, the young man's gaze grew even colder. It was not the lives of the 4 that he regretted, but rather the audacity of the assailant, who had shown utter disregard for Haisha Valley, an outright provocation, a bunch of useless fools. Hurry and investigate. You must bring that person to me, the young man commanded coldly. Yes, the assembly replied in unison, bowing deeply to that moment. A dispassionate voice resonated from above. There is no need to search. I have arrived. Suddenly, the entire Haisha Valley trembled violently, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. This is bad. Someone is attacking the defensive array. The crowd's faces turned ashen, while the young man snorted coldly, stepping forward and vanishing from the hall in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared outside the hall, and the rest followed suit, their expressions filled with shock as they gazed upward. Amidst their astonished stares, 2 young men stood side by side, treading the air with ease. Such a powerful array. It cannot be cleaved, Mo Hin exclaimed, astonished, as he brandished his long sword, eager to shatter the defensive formation of Haisha Valley. He had unleashed a dozen strikes, yet the array remained unscathed, merely vibrating in response. Golden core nascent soul? The black-robed youth furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the 2. The one in blue robes appears to be Mo Hin from the Mo family. Someone recognized Mo Hin immediately. What? The infamous Lit King? The crowd gasped in outrage. How dare you call me that? Enraged by their words, Mo Hin raised his sword, channeling all his true essence into it, a terrifying aura comparable to that of a beginner in the transformation stage coalescing. The black-robed youth's gaze turned frigid, yet he remained motionless. In contrast, the other youth beside Mo Hin piqued his curiosity, for throughout the confrontation, he had maintained an air of calm. Although he appeared merely to be at the golden core stage, the black-robed youth sensed an inkling of danger emanating from him. As a master at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, such a feeling was not without cause. You dare? A furious roar erupted as an elder behind the black-robed youth could no longer contain himself and charged forward. At that moment, Mo Hin's sword came crashing down with a thunderous roar. The terrifying sword light had yet to reach the array when it was intercepted by a forceful energy, causing the space around them to erupt. Mo Hin staggered backward, while an elder appeared before them, a master at the mid-transformation stage. The elder glared at Mo Hin, his face dark with fury, and bellowed, Our Haisha Valley and your Mo family have always kept to ourselves. You seek to provoke a conflict? With a cold smile, Mo Hin retorted, This has nothing to do with the Mo family. I simply find you displeasing. You seek death, the elder seethed, unleashing a palm strike with no hesitation. The terrifying gust of wind shattered the very fabric of space. The elder had poured all his strength into this attack, and Mo Hin had no hope of withstanding it. Realizing the disparity in their power, And as the overwhelming energy threatened to engulf him, Mo Hin called out, "Brother Lu, save me." Lu Fan, looking resigned, stepped forth, and with a mere motion, the elder's attack dissipated. "What?" The elder's face changed dramatically, and even the black-robed youth frowned. Realizing he was unharmed, Mo Hin quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I told you not to waste time." "It seems you must rely on my intervention," Lu Fan replied, exasperated. "I merely wished to showcase my prowess to you. Besides, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I must first pave the way for you." Mo Hin chuckled. "Enough with the chatter," Lu Fan interjected, directing his gaze at the black-robed youth below, and said nonchalantly, "You wish to find the one who killed your Haisha Valley's leaders? I am right here. Why not attack together?" As soon as Lu Fan's words fell, the expressions of all present shifted drastically. "Attack together? Is this person insane?" they thought, their faces twisted in rage. Even the black-robed youth's demeanor darkened. He swiftly appeared before the elder, fixing his gaze on Lu Fan, and inquired, "Who are you, and why do you seek to strike against my Haisha Valley? If I recall correctly, we bear no animosity." "Such needless prattle." Lu Fan shook his head. He only wished for the youth to make the first move, not to engage in idle conversation. "What did you say?" The youth's eyes widened, and an icy killing intent radiated from him. Lu Fan remained silent, taking a single step forward, and with a thunderous crash, an overwhelming pressure descended upon both the youth and the elder. The two were left aghast. "Spare us." The youth only managed to utter a plea for mercy before a scream escaped his lips as they were both obliterated into a mist of blood. What just happened?" The Valley Master and the Grand Elder, they just died like that? The spectators below were left in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in a mix of disbelief and terror. Chapter 21. Farewell, Chinkuan Ring above Haisha Valley. Witnessing the Valley Master and Grand Elder reduced to blood mist, all disciples collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen and filled with despair. Lu Fan merely cast a glance at them and remarked, "Since the mastermind has been slain and compensation demanded, let them fend for themselves." With the death of the Valley Master and several esteemed elders, and the complete plundering of the treasure vault, the Black Sha Valley has met its utter demise. "Brother Lu, you truly are benevolent," Mo Hin responded, his surprise quickly morphing into admiration for Lu Fan. "Benevolence?" Lu Fan scoffed, for to him, mercy and cruelty were merely a thought apart. "Let us depart," he waved his hand, causing both their figures to vanish from their location. In the next moment, Lu Fan and Mo Hin manifested in an open space. "Here we shall part ways," Lu Fan stated as soon as they appeared. Mo Hin, taken aback, revealed a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He attempted to voice something, but Lu Fan interrupted. "There are no everlasting gatherings in this world. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Take care." Without waiting for Mo Hin to respond, Lu Fan turned and vanished before him. This left Mo Hin momentarily dazed. Soon, Lu Fan's voice echoed from the void once more. "Heed my advice. Do not become a sycophant," Mo Hin called out. "Brother Lu, you haven't told me where you are from in Dongzhou yet." Upon realizing, he hurriedly shouted in the direction Lu Fan had disappeared. "Shun insect." The last three words reverberated through the air before tranquility returned. "Shun insect?" Mo Hin furrowed his brow, realizing he had never heard of such a sect. "Regardless, I shall seek you out. It is rare to find a kindred spirit like you, worthy of my lifelong pursuit," Mo Hin murmured, soon breaking into a smile, as if he had made some profound decision. A gentle breeze swept by, and Mo Hin's figure also vanished from the spot, leaving behind a poetic lament. From ancient times, the passionate are left with empty regrets. This regret lingers endlessly. As Lu Fan traversed the void, he halted at the sound of Mo Hin's words, manifesting upon a mountain peak. At that moment, Lu Fan's expression darkened, filled with regret for having revealed the Shan insect to Mo Hin. "It is often said that like attracts like. If I were to have a sycophant by my side, would I not also become?" The thought made Lu Fan shudder. He couldn't help but recall Mo Hin's reluctant gaze, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming urge to disguise himself and return to incapacitate Mo Hin. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion. With a flick of his wrist, a sheepskin map appeared in his hand. Observing the circles drawn on the map, Lu Fan smiled. It indicated his next destination, the perilous North State, Bay Muda, and now, only the water spirit source remained. Once he acquired it, the 5 elements Destruction Guardian Array could be activated. However, before heading to Bay Muda, he had one more task to attend to. System, check-in, Lu Fan declared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. For he had not forgotten today's check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the celestial level Chinkoan ring. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chinkoan ring. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. In no time. An ancient, copper-green ring materialized before him, exuding an aura of antiquity. In simple terms, it was a spatial storage ring. But the interior space of the Chinkoan ring was significantly larger than that of a typical storage ring. It could contain items, accommodate people, and even house the Shanin sect itself, as the system elaborated. Lu Fan was taken aback. If it could contain the Shanin sect, then the space must span over 10,000 miles. What a remarkable treasure! Lu Fan grinned as he regarded the Chinkoan ring. Just when he needed a storage ring to hold his treasures, the Chinkoan ring arrived at a most opportune moment. When Lu Fan slipped the Chinkoan ring onto his finger, he sensed that its space was even more expansive than he had anticipated. Claiming it could encompass 100,000 miles would not be an exaggeration. This is astonishing. It could very well be a small world, Lu Fan exclaimed. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of the finest quality. A Chinkoan ring with such spatial capacity is unmatched, even in the immortal realm, the system confidently asserted. That much is true, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Without hesitation, he placed all the spirit stones and treasures he had gathered into the Chinkoan ring. By the way, system, I have a vial of wood essence here. Rich in life force. If I were to absorb it, would I achieve a breakthrough, perhaps extending my lifespan by several hundred years? Lu Fan pondered. Summoning a green vial that emanated a potent life energy. Host is overthinking it. At most, it will extend your lifespan by 3 years, and a breakthrough is out of the question, the system replied calmly. Why is that? The life force within this wood essence should at least allow a breakthrough for those in the fusion realm. Lu Fan expressed his surprise. Ordinary cultivators can indeed achieve breakthroughs, extending their lifespans by several thousand years without issue. However, host, you are not like them. The immense and unparalleled power of the law, which has been cultivated over millions of years within you, cannot be easily surpassed by such commonplace items. The system explained. Then, once the 5 elements Destruction Guardian Array is operational, if I absorb the continual influx of 5-element spiritual energy it generates, I should be able to achieve a breakthrough, right? Lu Fan inquired. As this was one of the reasons he eagerly anticipated the activation of the 5 elements Destruction Array. The host can indeed absorb and break through, but it will require a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, the duration of absorption and cultivation will far exceed the time gained in lifespan. For instance, if the host meditates for 100 years, only then might the lifespan increase by a year. Of course, the host could forcibly absorb all the spiritual energy produced by the array, but such an act would cause the entire array to collapse. This all hinges on the compatibility with the vast and unparalleled power of the law circulating within the host. The system elucidated once more. Hearing this, Lu Fan was left in contemplation for a while. He should have anticipated all of this. An increase of 3 years is still beneficial. He looked at the vial containing the wood essence and smiled, carefully storing it away. The system remarked, although the host's lifespan is limited, it shouldn't be a matter of such concern. If all else fails, tasks can be completed for rewards. Glancing at his finite lifespan, contrasted with the seemingly endless lifespans of others, Lu Fan shook his head in resignation, saying, "If only you could give me an elixir of eternal life, then I wouldn't feel so distressed. This system requires rest. For millions of years, it has been gathering the unparalleled power of the law for the host without proper respite. Unless there is a task or check-in, do not disturb the system," came the final proclamation before silence returned. Quite temperamental, Lu Fan mused, then turned his gaze northward, smiling. With a single step, he vanished into the void. That night, in North State, before a vast, unfathomable ocean, massive ships were anchored in orderly rows along the shore. Meanwhile, figures soared through the air on swords, slicing through the night sky, heading deep into the sea. Additionally, numerous inns and taverns sprang up along the coastline, bustling with activity. This was the perilous North State, Bay Mu Sea. Apart from the water spirit source, Beimusi was also home to various rare treasures, drawing countless disciples from noble families and sects for training and treasure hunting. That moment, within a 3-story tavern. A remarkably poised young man in white sipped tea by the window, his keen gaze fixed on the boundless ocean outside. This young man was none other than Lu Fan, who had arrived not long ago. As Lu Fan observed the Beimusi, a series of voices began to rise. Have you heard? Another squad of noble disciples has been completely annihilated. It's quite normal for noble and sect disciples to perish at sea every moment. Isn't it? But I heard this squad belonged to the Su family. The Su family? Is that not one of the 5 great noble families of our North State? Startled, the crowd turned their attention to the speaker. Indeed, and I heard the leader was a direct descendant of the Su family, already reaching the peak of the transformation stage. The individual whispered, a peak transformation stage expert has fallen just like that? But that's the Su family. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. What else have you heard? A voice interjected coolly. The crowd paused, turning to find a handsome young man in white, wielding a sheathed sword. His demeanor imposing. Upon noticing the jade pendant inscribed with the character Su adorning the young man's sword tassel, their expressions shifted dramatically, and the previous speaker's face turned pale with terror. Another descendant of the Su family. The young man's cultivation was inscrutable, yet the intangible aura he emanated felt like a mountain pressing down upon them, eliciting a primal fear. Fusion realm. How intriguing! Lu Fan discerned the young man's cultivation with a mere glance. A spark of interest igniting in his eyes. Though he appeared to be around 20, his actual age was only 30, still younger than Li Shangyin. Achieving the peak of the fusion realm at such a young age, he was undoubtedly a prodigious talent across the continent. Share every detail you know about the demise of the Su family's squad, Lu Fan commanded. That moment, the young man approached the individual who had spoken earlier and once again inquired. His tone calm and indifferent. Why, Lord, all I know is just this much. The man before him appeared pale with fear, his speech somewhat stammering. Oh, is that so? The young man let out a cold laugh. His gaze fixed intently on the man as if attempting to see through him. Yes, I recall there is one more matter. The man seemed to have remembered something, involuntarily exclaiming, Speak. The young man commanded coldly. I have heard that the young lady leading the Su family was ensnared by a massive tentacle measuring approximately 100 zhong, ultimately dragged into the depths of the sea. The man hurriedly relayed. 100 zhong tentacle. The young man's brows arched slightly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes as he murmured, Could it be the octopus demon king? My lord, that is all I know. The man said, his face a mask of dread. The young man remained silent, his expression grave. He then turned and took a seat at the table beside Lu Fan. Is that not Xing Chen? Why did you not inform me of your arrival in the Bermuda waters? Another voice chimed in, Xing Chen. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately thought of a certain individual, their expressions shifting dramatically. Su Xingqian, the unparalleled genius of the Su family. Amidst the astonishment, another young man clad in yellow appeared before them, and upon seeing him, the faces of all present shifted once more. It was Huang Yusheng, the eldest son of the Huang family. Though Huang Yusheng did not rival Su Xingqian in talent, he had nonetheless achieved the late stage of the transformation realm at a young age. And the Huang family boasted immense resources, controlling all businesses in the Bermuda waters. Young master, you have arrived. The servants in the private room above have prepared everything for you. A middle-aged man quickly approached from behind the counter. Addressing Huang Yusheng with a tone laced with flattery, Do you not see that I am conversing with a friend? Leave. Clear the entire floor. Huang Yusheng declared with a cold huff, his tone leaving no room for argument. Understood, the young man replied respectfully. Upon hearing Huang Yusheng's command, the crowd rose from their seats without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, hastily descending the stairs. Observing this, Huang Yusheng merely displayed a hint of disdainful amusement, though his expression soon turned somber, for one person remained unmoved, the white-clad young man seated behind Su Xingqian, leisurely sipping tea while gazing out the window. Chapter 23. I am not acquainted with him, fellow Taoist. Please proceed in the restaurant, the middle-aged man, noticing Lu Fan's inaction, said sternly, Young man, did you not hear my young master? Hurry and go downstairs. Lu Fan continued to admire the view outside, seemingly oblivious to the man's words. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me speaking to you? The man's patience waned as he approached Lu Fan, reaching out to grab him, though the man, who was a nascent soul expert. Subduing Lu Fan, a mere golden core practitioner, was a trivial matter. Just as the man's hand was about to make contact, Su Xingqian, who had remained silent, spoke up calmly, "Young Master Huang, if you have something to say, feel free to do so directly. There is no need for such theatrics." Huang Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, and the middle-aged man was equally surprised, halting his outstretched hand as he looked questioningly at his young master. "Brother Xingqian, there are others present. I fear it may disturb our enjoyment." Huang Yusheng smiled. "Not at all." Su Xingqian waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Huang Yusheng's brow furrowed as he turned to Lu Fan, coldly stating, "For Brother Xingqian's sake, I shall allow you to remain, but you must sit over there, not linger here, and become an eyesore." As he spoke, he signaled to the middle-aged man, who understood his cue and reached out towards Lu Fan once more. Su Xingqian raised an eyebrow, but chose not to intervene further. Can a mere tavern throw out its patrons at will? Lu Fan shook his head with a smile, slowly placing his teacup down on the table. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the air. The man stared wide-eyed in horror at his hand, which had become a mangled mess of flesh and blood. "Leave," Lu Fan scoffed, and the man's pupils constricted in terror as he spat a mouthful of blood, his body propelled backward like a cannonball. Bang! As he crashed through the window, the man's body erupted in midair, the scene unfolding in a surreal haze. What was that? The onlookers inside and outside the tavern gaped in shock at the blood mist exploding in the night sky. Unable to comprehend what had transpired, that dot seemed to be a person. How could this be? What on earth happened? The crowd was left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Within the tavern, what? Huang Yusheng finally reacted upon witnessing the man's explosive demise. Su Xingqian turned around, observing the white-clad young man with an expression of calm indifference. Surprise flickered in his deep-set eyes. This seemingly ordinary golden core practitioner was, in truth, a concealed master of unparalleled skill. He had not sensed it at all. In stark contrast to Su Xingqian, Huang Yusheng quickly regained his composure, a chilling, murderous intent surging forth. Boom! The entire tavern trembled violently, and every table and window on the floor, save for those occupied by Lu Fan and Su Xingqian, shattered with a resounding crash. "You dare to kill one of the Huang family? You shall pay dearly," Huang Yusheng roared, his killing intent palpable as he directed a palm strike at Lu Fan. Channeling all his power from the late stage of the transformation realm, the very fabric of space quaked under the force of his strike. "Is that so?" Lu Fan scoffed, and the energy condensed within Huang Yusheng's palm dissipated in an instant, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering my hand. Huang Yusheng's face drained of color as he watched in horror. His arm exploded before his wide eyes, the searing pain forcing a scream from his lips as he staggered backward. Who are you?" Huang Yusheng clutched his severed limb, finally coming to a dreadful realization as he regarded Lu Fan with terror. Su Xingqian, too, was astonished by the unfolding scene, his heart racing with tumultuous waves. He still could not discern how Lu Fan had struck. Could this person possibly be a formidable master of the Ascension realm? Yet, he had never heard of such a being in the entirety of Beizhou. At that moment, Lu Fan slowly rose and approached Huang Yusheng. "What do you intend to do? I am the eldest son of the Huang family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Huang Yusheng exclaimed in fear, retreating step by step as his words faded. A formless force enveloped him, binding him in place and drawing him inexorably before Lu Fan. "And what of it? Did you not wish to kill me? What is it now? Are you afraid?" Lu Fan's cold laughter resonated as he regarded the terrified Huang Yusheng. No, senior, I was wrong. Just spare me. I will agree to any terms you set." Huang Yusheng, now fully aware of the terror before him, pleaded desperately. "Regrettably, I am not interested," Lu Fan replied with a faint smile, slowly raising his right hand. Huang Yusheng's face turned pale with fear as he turned to Su Xingqian beside him and cried, "Brother Xingqian, save me." Su Xingqian furrowed his brow, sighed deeply, and ultimately stood up. "Oh, you wish to save him?" Lu Fan observed him with indifference, causing Su Xingqian to shudder. He glanced at the bound Huang Yusheng before finally addressing Lu Fan. "I am not well acquainted with him. Fellow Taoist, please proceed." With that, he turned and walked downstairs, completely disregarding Huang Yusheng. Su Xingqian spoke the truth. While the Huang family was wealthy, to the Su family, they were nothing more than a joke. Throughout, Su Xingqian had never regarded Huang Yushang highly. It was always the latter who sought to ingratiate himself. To offend a mysterious master for the sake of such a person was utterly inconceivable. Clearly, others do not take you seriously, Lu Fan remarked with a smile, observing Huang Yushang's dazed expression. No, no, no. Huang Yushang shouted incredulously, but Lu Fan paid him no mind. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved Huang Yushang's storage ring. I refuse to accept this. The final echoes of Huang Yushang's unwillingness lingered in the air as he completely vanished before Lu Fan exited the tavern. The crowd that had retreated outside held their breath, gazing at him with a mix of trepidation and fear. They had never seen Lu Fan before, let alone known anything about him. They only knew that he had killed Huang Yushang, the eldest son of the Huang family. Ignoring the onlookers, Lu Fan made his way to the inn where he was staying. Only after he had vanished from their sight did the crowd exhale in relief. Who on earth is that? To be able to kill the eldest son of the Huang family without a second thought, this person must possess an extraordinary backing. The Huang family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Regardless of the influence, just the gaze of this individual instilled an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He was undoubtedly a terrifying entity. In hushed tones, the crowd murmured their astonishment and fear. Master, is that person truly formidable? Why does everyone seem so afraid? A young boy in the crowd looked curiously at the gray-clad elder beside him. Indeed, very formidable. The elder nodded, watching Lu Fan's departing figure with a contemplative expression, murmuring, I never expected such a being to have arrived in the Bermuda waters. Chapter 24. Seeking one's own demise, Qing Xian sect the following morning. As Lu Fan opened his eyes, he was met with the cacophony of voices rising from the nearby coastline. Why are we not allowed to pass? The northern sea belongs to the entirety of northern state. A crowd had gathered at the shore, each face etched with indignation. Before them stood a contingent clad in identical uniforms, each adorned with a badge clearly marked with the character Huang. Without a doubt, these were members of the Huang family, each a formidable cultivator at the Yuan Ing level or above. Any cultivator lacking a powerful backing and of lesser strength was summarily barred from venturing out to sea. What an endless affair, Lu Fan remarked, his irritation palpable as the scene unfolded vividly before him. After a brief wash, he had not even taken the time to sign in before he vanished and reappeared at the shoreline. Upon his arrival, all eyes turned towards him. That it's him. He dares to show his face again. The crowd's astonishment was palpable, and a voice rang out, surround him. Instantly, a circle of Huang family cultivators closed in around Lu Fan. Observing them, Lu Fan wore a disdainful expression. Moments later, the crowd parted, revealing a dignified man in yellow robes alongside a middle-aged man in white. The yellow-robed man bore a striking resemblance to Huang Yushing and was a consummate cultivator at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, while the middle-aged man was an accomplished expert at the integration stage. You are the one who killed my son. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, his gaze bore down on Lu Fan. Dark and filled with a murderous intent, the white-robed man beside him regarded Lu Fan with intrigue. To have slain Huang Yushing, Lu Fan's cultivation level must be at least at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, potentially even at the integration stage. It was precisely for this reason that the Huang family patriarch, Huang Tian, had summoned him. Yet, upon observing Lu Fan, he appeared merely to be a golden core cultivator. Indeed, it was I who did it, Lu Fan replied without a shred of concealment, a smile gracing his lips. Now that I am here, what will you do? Kill him. Huang Tian wasted no time, his voice cold and resolute. His hatred for Lu Fan had reached its zenith, rendering him indifferent to the latter's identity and strength. All he desired was vengeance for his son. With Huang Tian's command, over 100 Yuan Ing cultivators surged towards Lu Fan like a swarm, intent on his demise. Seeking your own death, Lu Fan merely chuckled, remaining motionless. An invisible force emanated from him, spreading outward. Under this energy's sweep, the assailants halted in their tracks, some even suspended mid-air, as if time itself had ceased to flow. How is this possible? You, Huang Tian and the white-robed middle-aged man stared in shock, fear etched across their faces. Under Lu Fan's energy, they found themselves utterly immobilized. Senior, I am an elder of the Qing Xian sect. I implore you to show mercy. Despite being restrained, The white-robed man managed to speak urgently to Lu Fan. Huang Tian's eyes were bloodshot, yet he remained silent, as if resigned to his fate. The Qing Xian sect? Lu Fan scoffed, showing no concern. With a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze, he concluded, ultimately, no. As the white-robed man's piteous and unwilling scream echoed, the entire Huang family, including Huang Tian, was obliterated into a mist of blood, saturating the space with a pungent scent of carnage. All dead? The onlookers nearby, witnessing this scene, paled in fear, their eyes filled with terror. Over 100 cultivators, Yuan Ying, transformation, and even integration experts, had perished without even a chance to retaliate. Their very souls extinguished. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan collected their storage rings, his demeanor unfazed throughout the ordeal. Ignoring the horrified crowd, he gazed out towards the boundless sea, taking a step forward before vanishing from sight. This is too terrifying. He is truly a harbinger of death. Shh, keep your voices down. Are you trying to get us killed? Only after Lu Fan disappeared into the horizon did the crowd exhale in relief. Engaging in hurried discussions, simultaneously, within a vast and opulent estate, the atmosphere in a grand hall was exceptionally somber. The foremost seat. An elderly man clad in yellow robes stared blankly at a shattered life token, his body trembling. They are all dead, he murmured, his voice quaking. Patriarch, we must avenge this grudge, a middle-aged man declared through gritted teeth. Indeed, we must seek vengeance for the patriarch and his son, others echoed, their eyes glinting with cold resolve. Yet the elder scoffed, saying, our Huang family has only Tian'er and Sheng'er with significant power. How can we exact revenge? The assembly fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, while the Huang family was a renowned clan in northern state, none had reached the integration stage. Huang Tian and Huang Yuxing's accomplishments at the transformation stage were merely the fruits of the family's extensive cultivation resources. Then let us leverage our family connections to enlist the help of powerful allies. Someone suggested promptly. Do you know who else accompanied Tian'er? The elders suddenly inquired. The gathered individuals exchanged puzzled glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions. The third elder of the Qing Xian sect, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of integration, the elder concluded. What? That person dared to kill even a Qing Xian sect elder? How is that possible? The crowd gasped, their faces pale with disbelief. The Qing Xian sect was one of the top 3 sects in northern state, its overall strength surpassing even the 5 sects of eastern state. Each of these 3 sects had a formidable figure at the ascendant stage overseeing them. It is highly likely that this is our Huang family's calamity. However, revenge is not ours to seek. We should observe the situation first. If even the Qing Xian sect cannot intervene, then it is simply Tian'er and the others' fate, and we must not speak of this matter again. The elder's words were final. As fate would have it, at the same moment, within an ancient palace of the Qing Xian sect, roar reverberated that shook the entire sect. Whoever dares to slay an elder of the Qing Xian sect shall pay a grievous price. Regardless of their identity, as soon as the declaration ended, a terrifying aura surged forth, departing the Qing Xian sect in an instant. That voice was, the Grand Elder. Who could it be that warranted the Grand Elder's personal involvement? The elders in secluded meditation and even the sect master opened their eyes in astonishment, their shock palpable. And no matter who it is, the one who dares to kill an elder of the Qing Xian sect is doomed. 3/4 of an hour later, above a tumultuous, dark sea, Lu Fan's figure emerged. Right below, he exclaimed, a smile gracing his features as he sensed the presence of the water spirit source. Just as he prepared to move, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the horizon, where a terrifying aura was rapidly approaching him. Chapter 25. Slaying the Ascendant, Securing the water spirit source. I am curious to see what kind of divine being this is. As these formidable demons were taken aback, their curiosity piqued, they unleashed their spiritual senses to investigate the source of the disturbance. The one closest to the 2 individuals was none other than the great black serpent lurking directly beneath them. Upon opening its eyes, the black serpent immediately recognized the elder and Lu Fan above. Was that not the Qingfeng Taoist of the Qing Xian sect? The black serpent instantly identified the elder, its tone laced with shock and trepidation. Centuries ago, it had battled the elder, and due to a slight difference in cultivation levels, it had suffered defeat. It was still at the initial stage of the Great Ascension realm. How could it dare to confront a golden core cultivator directly? The black serpent let out a soft exclamation, its eyes filled with bewilderment. It refrained from emitting even the slightest aura, silently observing the standoff above. Meanwhile, upon noticing that Lu Fan remained unmoved, Qingfeng Daoist furrowed his brow. A chilling intensity emanating from his gaze. Just as the colossal hand was about to engulf him, Lu Fan finally uttered, "Dissipate." A subtle voice escaped his lips, and as if his words were a command of the universe. The gigantic hand, now merely a mere yard away from Lu Fan's head, disintegrated instantly. What? Both Qingfeng Daoist and the black serpent below changed countenance simultaneously. A slight smile graced Lu Fan's lips as he stepped forward, traversing the void effortlessly to stand before Qingfeng Daoist. His speed was so astonishing that Qingfeng Daoist could barely react, yet his expression conveyed sheer horror. "You?" Qingfeng Daoist could only utter this single word, his body trembling violently as he stared blankly at his own chest, his eyes wide with terror and despair. Unbeknownst to him, a bloody hole had appeared in his chest, a sword chi piercing through his heart and primordial spirit. The energy contained within that sword chi shattered both. How formidable! The black dragon below watched this scene, trembling in fear. The other powerful demons in the distance also witnessed this spectacle, their faces pale with fright as they hastily withdrew their spiritual senses. A mid-stage Great Ascension being had displayed not a shred of resistance, a powerhouse. An unparalleled powerhouse. When did such a terrifying entity emerge in this land, and how had it suddenly arrived here? At this moment, the Black Serpent and several other Great Ascension demons were gripped by profound anxiety and dread. "Who are you, truly?" Qingfeng Daoist managed to utter, his entire body beginning to disintegrate, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only an ancient storage ring. Until his last moment, he remained oblivious to Lu Fan's true identity, unable to fathom that he, a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator, had met such a hasty demise. With a flick of his hand, Lu Fan retrieved the storage ring, sensing its contents and feeling astonished. The treasures within Qingfeng Daoist's storage ring surpassed those of both the Tianjue sect and the Black Canyon combined. Truly, a pinnacle sect. With a grin, Lu Fan placed the storage ring into his Qian Kuren ring. Although these spirit stones and treasures held little value for him, they were invaluable to the members of the Shanin sect. Only when the overall strength of the Shanin sect improved would the rewards he received from his sign-ins also increase, bringing him closer to immortality. Having completed this task, Lu Fan turned his gaze downward. And at once, the sea roiled tumultuously. A massive black serpent, measuring approximately 500 yards in length, surged forth from the depths, transforming into a middle-aged man clad in black robes, pays his respects to the esteemed senior. "I was unaware of your arrival, and I hope for your forgiveness." Upon his emergence, immediately bowed deeply to Lu Fan, his voice filled with respect and trepidation. A transformed serpent dragon. Observing the man before him, Lu Fan remarked coolly, "So this is what the world refers to as a transformed great demon." In truth, he had sensed the presence of a black serpent coiling near the water spirit source upon his arrival. However, before he could take action, Qingfeng Daoist had already intervened. Hearing Lu Fan's words, trembled, hastily responding, "I dare not presume before you, esteemed senior. I am but a mere little mudfish." "You possess quite the self-awareness," Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, let out a bitter laugh internally, lowering his head even further. If even a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator had been slain in an instant, how could he, at the initial stage of the Great Ascension, dare to show disrespect? Let us dispense with idle chatter. I have only one purpose for being here. The water spirit source. Lu Fan wasted no time, stating his intent directly. The water spirit source reacted with surprise, showing no hesitation as he reached down into the depths of the sea, grasping a green pearl the size of an egg. This is the water spirit source pearl, capable of continuously generating water source spiritual energy. Please accept it, esteemed senior. As presented the water spirit source pearl with both hands, Lu Fan accepted it without hesitation, placing it into a prepared jade vial. The water spirit source pearl generated an endless supply of water spiritual energy, akin to the essence of wood, sufficient to fuel the operation of the 5 elements cataclysmic array. "It is an honor for me to accept this, esteemed senior," responded with a smile, feeling a great sense of relief. Although he had relied on the water spirit source pearl for cultivation, over the long years, he had developed the ability to generate water spiritual energy within himself, rendering the pearl of little use to him. It was better to relinquish it, preserving his life while also gaining favor. Chapter 26. The Eight-Legged Demon King. Observing the sincere and respectful demeanor of Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, leaving him with a final admonition. Do not commit evil in the future. With that, Lu Fan turned and vanished from sight. With the water spirit source secured, there was no reason for him to linger. I will remember this, and respectfully bid you farewell. Esteemed senior, hurriedly bowed in the direction Lu Fan had disappeared. The same moment, above the northern Mu Sea, in another realm, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and the sea surface surged with waves hundreds of feet high. Terrifying energies relentlessly washed over the area, shattering the space within a 10-mile radius. The Eight-Legged Demon King, come to pay for your life. A voice filled with murderous intent rang out. A brilliant sword light tore through the fabric of space, directly cleaving toward the 8 massive tentacles. With a resounding thud, one tentacle was severed, accompanied by a piercing scream. You shall pay for this, a roar echoed, and the colossal octopus erupted with terrifying energy. The remaining 7 enormous tentacles surged toward the young man at an alarming speed. With a whoosh, the 7 tentacles tore through the air, the space around them shattering like glass. The young man's complexion turned pale, his pristine white robes stained with blood. Yet, in the face of the approaching tentacles, his eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, they burned with fierce killing intent as he raised his sword before him. Sword slashes the stars. With a fierce shout, another wave of terrifying sword light exploded forth. However, unlike before, as soon as his sword light made contact with the 7 tentacles, it detonated like fireworks. One tentacle reached his front, and the young man's expression changed. He barely managed to block it with his sword. With a dull thud, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body hurtled backward, and before he could regain his footing, a wave of dark green energy enveloped him. Under the influence of this energy, the young man found himself immobilized, and this strange energy felt like countless tiny needles invading his body, eroding his true essence. It is him. Passing nearby, Lu Fan happened to witness this scene and could not help but pause. The young man ensnared was none other than the Su family's peerless genius, Su Xingqian. With a rush, the enormous octopus shifted form, instantly morphing into an eerie young man clad in dark green. A deep sword scar marred his left arm, from which green blood flowed. Su Xingqian had severed one of his tentacles, delivering a grievous blow, and this had utterly enraged him. At this moment, he approached Su Xingqian with a dark expression. Well, it is the first time I, a beast king, have been reduced to such a state by a perfected harmonization realm cultivator. I shall slowly drain your true essence until you regret ever being born into this world. The green-clad young man glared at Su Xingqian, each word dripping with murderous intent. As a dignified beast king at the initial stage of the Great Ascension realm, being wounded by a perfected harmonization realm cultivator was nothing short of absurd. You killed my cousin. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. Su Xingqian's eyes turned crimson as he roared, his true essence surging violently within him. Planning to self-destruct? We'll see if you possess the strength for that. The green-clad young man scoffed, reaching out a hand. With a puff, the energy enveloping Su Xingqian was drawn into him, and the previously surging energy within Su Xingqian was instantly subdued under the influence of the young man's strange energy. If it weren't for this king's momentary carelessness, do you think you could have injured me? The green-clad young man looked at Su Xingqian with disdain. Then, as if struck by a thought, a sinister smile crept across his lips. So that beautiful woman was your cousin. And no wonder you share some resemblance. Before her demise, I made sure she enjoyed herself thoroughly. You should be grateful to me. The green-clad young man recalled with a wicked grin. I will kill you. Su Xingqian's eyes were filled with fury as he summoned the true essence within him once more. However, with this exertion, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly diminished. That moment, Su Xingqian was far from his former spirited self. His long hair was a disheveled mess, his complexion ashen, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. I have promised. I shall make you regret ever being born into this world, sneered the young man in green, his voice dripping with cold satisfaction. He'll kill both body and spirit. That was the effect he desired. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Su Xingqian glared fiercely at the young man in green, his crimson eyes exuding an eerie chill. Unfortunately, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. The youth scoffed, his disdain palpable. Come now, I have an array of tortures awaiting you. It will be my first time slaughtering a talent such as yourself. Heh heh heh, he concluded, no longer wishing to engage in trivial conversation. For some reason, he felt as though his every move was being observed, a sensation that sent a shiver down his spine. Time was of the essence. He needed to swiftly take Su Xingqian back to his lair for torment. Ensuring his own peace of mind, just as the young man raised his hand to seize Su Xingqian, a soft laugh rang out unexpectedly. Why the rush to leave? Who goes there? The young man's expression changed dramatically as he spun around, only to find a young man in white standing before him, a smile gracing his features. The appearance of this youth instilled a sense of wariness in the Octopus Demon King, for he had sensed nothing of his arrival. Who are you? The Octopus Demon King inquired, his brow furrowed. You wouldn't understand even if I told you, so why bother? Moreover, Lu Fan paused briefly, then continued with a smirk, a dead man. Oh no, a dead demon. Doesn't need to know any further. You seek death. The Octopus Demon King's expression darkened as he prepared to strike. However, poof, poof, poof. His entire being suddenly erupted, blood bursting forth in torrents. You? The Octopus Demon King was aghast, having barely uttered a word before bang. Bang! His arms exploded, a harrowing scream escaping his lips. Kneel! Came a cold voice, boom. A vast force descended upon the Octopus Demon King, rendering him utterly powerless to resist, and with a resounding crash, he knelt before Lu Fan, his gaze vacant and filled with terror. Your life is now in my hands, Lu Fan smiled, and the peculiar energy coursing through Su Xingqian's body dissipated instantaneously. Su Xingqian trembled, his true essence finally able to flow once more. A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he flashed to stand before the Octopus Demon King Yu. The Octopus Demon King attempted to utter a word, but his eyes widened in horror as poof. His head was severed cleanly, soaring through the air, burn the body, refine the soul. A chilling voice escaped Su Xingqian's lips. Whoosh! The Octopus Demon King's body ignited in flames, his head engulfed in a roaring inferno. Ah! His piercing screams echoed across the vast sea, as he sought to escape with his spirit. Yet the oppressive force upon him rendered him immobile. Ultimately, no. A final, anguished cry resonated before the Octopus Demon King was obliterated entirely. Chapter 27. I beg you, save my master, the Eye of the Void. In the northern Muxi region. What is happening? Such a chilling scream. The penetrating sound undoubtedly belonged to a being of at least the fusion stage. What on earth had transpired? That voiced it sounds so much like the octopus. Several human experts and shape-shifting demons near the heart of the sea, upon hearing the Octopus Demon King's wails, were taken aback. Particularly those familiar with him, who found it hard to believe. Curiosity piqued, they ventured towards the source of the sound, only to be met with the sight of a young man in white. Sending shivers down their spines, it's him. The demons gasped in shock. Though they only glimpsed his back, they were certain that he was the unparalleled figure who had effortlessly slain Qingfeng Daoren. Have you all seen enough? Before the demons could react, a cold snort pierced the air. Poof! Those who had been spying were immediately sent reeling, spitting blood and suffering severe injuries. Senior, please spare us. We shall retreat at once. The demons, filled with terror, communicated hurriedly, eager to avoid inciting Lu Fan's ire, and swiftly retreated to their lairs. Once the demons were sufficiently intimidated, Lu Fan turned his gaze back to the youth before him. Su Xingqian exhaled, gradually regaining his composure, the true essence within him restored to a significant degree. Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Senior Su Xingqian will obey your every command. Upon regaining his senses, Su Xingqian knelt before Lu Fan, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity and respect, and no need for such formality. It was merely a trivial matter, Lu Fan replied with a placid smile. Raising a hand to help him rise, a trivial matter? Su Xingqian was taken aback, followed by a bitter smile. He had previously underestimated Lu Fan, an existence capable of effortlessly suppressing a being of the great ascension stage was beyond his imagination. Regardless, my life now belongs to you, Senior. Should you ever require assistance, I shall brave any peril without hesitation. Su Xingchen bowed once more. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly handsome youth would be so obstinate. However, this sentiment seemed rather cliché, didn't it? Lu Fan mused inwardly, then waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I must be on my way. You should depart as well, Senior. Just as Lu Fan turned to leave, Su Xingchen called out hastily. What is it? Lu Fan inquired without turning back. Su Xingchen clasped his hands respectfully. Senior, I beg your pardon. May I have the honor of knowing your name and where you reside? He lowered his head. His voice laced with anticipation and anxiety. Dongzhou, Lu Fan. With that, Lu Fan took a step forward and vanished from sight. Lu Fan. Su Xingchen's heart trembled as he etched the name deeply into his mind. He understood that Lu Fan preferred not to disclose his exact location, but knowing this much was already sufficient for him. Farewell, Senior. Once again, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving intervention. Su Xingchen bowed deeply towards the direction where Lu Fan had disappeared. His tone rich with gratitude, Lu Fan had not only saved his life but had also avenged his cousin and kin. This kindness would forever remain etched in his heart. At that moment, thousands of miles away across the sea, a small boy's voice cried out, Big brother, please save my master. Lu Fan, who had intended to depart, was suddenly halted by the plea. He raised an eyebrow, pausing to glance down, where he saw a small boy gazing up at him, his eyes brimming with tears and desperation. He can see me. Lu Fan was taken aback. The boy, merely a chi refinement stage cultivator, should not have been able to perceive him from such a distance, especially since Lu Fan had just traversed through the void, undetectable even to great ascension experts. Yet, here was a small boy who could see him. Could it be his eyes? Lu Fan quickly realized something. In the boy's gaze, he perceived an endless void, subtly infused with profound principles, a sight not possessed by an ordinary person. Host, that is the innate eye of the void. If this child is properly nurtured, he could become a formidable force. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Lu Fan's mind. Lu Fan was startled. This was the first time the system had spoken unprompted. The eye of the void? Capable of perceiving the void? Lu Fan inquired with curiosity. Not just that, the eye of the void contains the essence of the void's path, capable of forming its own realm. Its latent power is not to be underestimated. If nurtured well, its future achievements will undoubtedly surpass even those of the immortal emperors. The system elaborated. So remarkable? Lu Fan's expression shifted. Indeed, but the choice lies with the host. Such unparalleled talents, if not allowed to grow, will be no different from ordinary mortals. The system concluded before falling silent. Lure, hurry and leave. Just as Lu Fan was conversing with the system, an urgent voice rang out below, accompanied by a loud bang. A gray-clad elder at the peak of the nascent soul stage had his energy barrier shattered, causing him to spit blood and be sent flying. Can you escape? Hand over the whale Xian pill. A cold voice demanded. Before the elder and the small boy stood two middle-aged men, also at the peak of the nascent soul stage, their expressions icy as they fixed their gaze on the elder. Master! The small boy's eyes widened in horror upon seeing the elder's bloodied state, rushing to his side. Yet the elder barked, Did you not hear me tell you to flee? Why do you not heed your master's words? In a desperate bid to buy time for the boy's escape, he had exerted every ounce of his strength to hold off the attackers for a brief moment, but ultimately, it was futile against their combined might. Master, Lure cannot abandon you, the small boy exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. Upon witnessing the small boy's predicament, the elder felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He sighed deeply and, without hesitation, gathered the child into his embrace. It seems that today, our master-disciple bond has led us to this unfortunate fate. Lure, are you afraid? The elder inquired, looking at the boy. I am not afraid. The boy replied instantly, shaking his head with unwavering determination, devoid of any trace of fear. Well said. Truly, you are my disciple. The elder nodded in satisfaction, his weathered eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The bond between master and disciple is indeed profound. In that case, we shall grant you your wishes. The two men ahead sneered coldly at the sight before them. Master, earlier we spotted that formidable elder brother by the shore. Shall we seek his assistance? The boy suddenly suggested. Formidable elder brother? The elder paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. What formidable elder brother? If he dares to come, I shall slay him. One of the men ahead scoffed. Just then, a voice echoed unexpectedly. Oh, is that so? Chapter 28. The top-tier alchemist. Before anyone could react, a young man clad in white had already positioned himself before the boy and the elder. Upon seeing Lu Fan's arrival, the boy eagerly exclaimed to the elder, Master, look, it's this elder brother. You mentioned he was incredibly powerful, and he truly has come. Indeed, it is him. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment. How could one describe his might? Hundreds of Yuanying experts, including those at the Huashan and Heti realms, appeared as mere dust before this young man. How could he possibly be here? Could it truly be because of Luer's cries for help? The elder was utterly shaken, his body trembling involuntarily, as a flicker of hope reignited within his once despondent heart. The two middle-aged men, initially startled by Lu Fan's sudden appearance, soon sensed the aura emanating from him and froze momentarily. You are the formidable elder brother they spoke of? A Jindan cultivator? Ha ha ha! They exchanged glances and burst into laughter, regarding Lu Fan and his companions as if they were fools. Even an elder at the peak of the Yuanying realm posed no threat to them. What could a mere Jindan ant do? Boy, are you seeking death? One of the men sneered, slowly extending his hand and curling his fingers towards Lu Fan, maliciously stating, Come, bow 3 times before me, and I might consider sparing your life. Hiss! The elder in gray behind Lu Fan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the man's audacity. Then bow. Lu Fan chuckled. You have some sense. The man's expression swelled with arrogance, but before he could finish his words, his demeanor shifted drastically. A vast oppressive force descended from the void. Before the two men could react, a resounding crack echoed as their knees buckled before Lu Fan. You? Their faces turned pale with terror as they involuntarily bowed 3 times. Their foreheads soon stained crimson with blood. Why, Lord, we were wrong. Please spare us, they pleaded, their voices trembling in fear. The moment you wished for me to bow and plead for mercy, you had already sealed your fates. Lu Fan remarked coolly. The two men were aghast, eager to say more. Senior, but before they could finish, their bodies trembled violently, shattering like glass, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from existence. In your next life, strive to be a better person. Remember to keep your eyes open, Lu Fan scoffed, retrieving their storage rings with a flick of his hand. Having completed this, Lu Fan turned to regard the elder and the boy. Upon meeting Lu Fan's gaze, the elder shuddered, instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of the boy, a glint of fear flashing in his eyes. Such a presence surpassed his imagination. With a mere thought, their lives could be extinguished. Fear not. Should I intend to harm you, I would not have revealed myself, Lu Fan reassured, observing the elder's wariness. The elder paused, quickly regaining composure, and took a deep breath. He then bowed respectfully to Lu Fan, saying, Thank you for saving our lives, my lord. Luer, do not forget to express your gratitude to the Lord, the elder added, casting a glance at the boy. The boy obediently stepped forward, mimicking his master's gesture, and bowed to Lu Fan. Thank you, elder brother, for saving my life. Elder brother? Address him as my lord. The elder shuddered, shooting the boy a disapproving glare. Oh, the boy replied, then added, Luer thanks my lord for saving my life. Witnessing this, Lu Fan smiled gently. It was but a trivial matter. No need for formality. Rise. Thank you, my lord, the elder reiterated as he stood. After a brief pause, the elder flipped his hand, revealing a wooden box. My lord, your life-saving grace is beyond repayment. If you would not mind, please accept this Whale Xiandan. The elder respectfully presented the wooden box with both hands. Whale Xiandan? Though Lu Fan was unfamiliar with its significance, he could sense the potent spiritual energy and rich herbal aroma emanating from the box. Is this a medicinal pill? Lu Fan inquired with curiosity. Tio answer, my lord. The Whale Xiandan is the essence left behind by a fallen whale demon of the Heti realm, a principal ingredient in crafting Huashan. The elder explained reverently. You are an alchemist? Lu Fan asked, astonished. Before the elder could respond, The boy chimed in, "Elder brother, you may not know, but my master is the most formidable alchemist across the continent. Not only can he concoct Huashan, but he can also refine He-Ti-Dan." Oh? Lu Fan's interest was piqued, astonished that this elder in gray was indeed a formidable alchemist. "Before my lord, how can I speak such nonsense?" The elder shot the boy a reprimanding glance, prompting him to silence. "You truly can refine He-Ti-Dan?" Lu Fan questioned the elder. "I would not dare deceive my lord. Previously, I indeed refined a He-Ti-Dan with adequate materials. I possess over 70% confidence in its successful crafting." The elder replied candidly. Faced with such a powerful figure, he felt no need for deceit. Lu Fan's astonishment grew. Alchemists held a revered status across the continent. Those capable of refining Yuanying-level pills were deemed advanced alchemists, their standing comparable to that of some mid-tier sect leaders. Tio think that this gray-robed elder could concoct He-Ta-level pills. It would undoubtedly classify him as a top-tier alchemist. If such an alchemist could be recruited into his sect, the precious herbs cultivated over millennia would finally find purpose, sparing them the expense of purchasing them with spirit stones. Perhaps it could even extend his lifespan in the future. Considering this, Lu Fan gently pushed the wooden box back towards the elder. With a puzzled expression, the elder watched as Lu Fan smiled and said, "This whale Xian-Dan holds no value for me." The elder was taken aback, then realization dawned upon him, followed by a bitter smile. Indeed, the whale Xian-Dan was only beneficial for those aspiring to break through to the Huashan realm. For one such as Lu Fan, even a pill of the Dashang level might prove futile. However, "I can offer you a suggestion," Lu Fan added. "A suggestion?" The elder looked at him, bewildered. "If you find yourselves without a place to go, you may accompany me back to the Shanin sect, where myriad millennia-old spiritual herbs await, perhaps allowing you to showcase your talents. However, once you go there, you shall be considered part of my Shanin sect." "Of course, this is merely a suggestion. The choice is yours," Lu Fan stated plainly, presenting his proposal without hesitation. Millennia-old spiritual herbs. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, his body trembling with excitement. "Go join my lord's sect would be our honor." "We are willing to follow you," he declared resolutely, seemingly indifferent to the nature of the Shanin sect, solely focused on Lu Fan and the millennia-old herbs. Chapter 29. Shocking Beizhou, the leader of Qingxian sect excellent. Upon hearing the elder's decision to accompany him back to the Shanin sect, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Before we depart, do you have any unfinished business?" The elder contemplated for a moment before finally replying. "My lord, we wish to return to Ruyun village." "Very well, indicate the direction, and I shall take you there," Lu Fan replied. Subsequently, guided by the elder, the three of them vanished above the North Mu Sea. During their journey, Lu Fan learned more about their backgrounds through the elder's introduction. The elder's name was Chu He, while the boy, found abandoned on a snowy night, was named Chu Lu after being taken in by him. Although they referred to each other as master and disciple, their relationship resembled that of a grandfather and grandson. Following Chu Li's adoption, they had lived in Ruyun village. Due to recent stagnation in his cultivation, Chu He had come seeking the whale Xian-Dan, having heard rumors of its presence in the North Mu Sea, hoping for a stroke of luck. Simultaneously, a shocking piece of news reverberated throughout Beizhou. The third and grand elders of the Qingxian sect had been slain by a mysterious youth. The head of the Huang family, along with his eldest son and all the Yuanying experts within the family, had perished at the hands of the same individual. How could this be possible? Not to mention that the third elder of the Qingxian sect has reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, but the grand elder is an unparalleled existence in the mid-stage of the ascension realm. How could they be so easily slain? There is no doubt about it. The Huang family has already admitted it and has publicly declared a decade-long seclusion. This move by the Huang family clearly indicates their surrender. Although the Qingxian sect has yet to release any news, they have secretly recalled all disciples who were out on missions. Who could this mysterious youth be to inspire such terror? I am unclear. But I have heard he possesses an unfamiliar visage never before seen. Given the circumstances, it is highly likely that he is an extraordinary powerhouse from another state. While the people of Beizhou are astonished, they are also filled with curiosity regarding Lu Fan's identity. At the same moment, within the grand hall of the Qingxian sect, a dozen figures exuding formidable auras sit on either side. The atmosphere in the hall is overwhelmingly heavy. At the foremost position between the chairs sits a dignified middle-aged man in a white robe, his expression icy. The aura emanating from him distorts the very space around him. This man is none other than Zhao Xian, the sect master of the Qingxian sect. As the leader of one of the three premier sects in Beizhou, Zhao Xian has reached the early stage of the Ascension realm. The dozen or so individuals seated beside him are the senior elders of the Qingxian sect, the weakest among them being at the early harmonization realm. At this moment, anger and murderous intent burn in the eyes of all present, yet they dare not speak in the absence of Zhao Xian's words. Finally, with a wave of his hand, the image of a handsome young man in white appears before them. Is this the person? Gazing at the unfamiliar youth, all present grit their teeth, their expressions frosty. I have confirmed with the leaders of the other two sects that there is no record of this individual in Beizhou. We have sent his likeness to the other 4 states. I trust we shall know more soon, however. Zhao Xian suddenly paused, his voice low and resolute. During this period, no one is permitted to act rashly. Disciples must not descend the mountain without permission. Those who do will be expelled from the Qingxian sect. The final statement sent a tremor through all present. Though they were puzzled, they dared not voice their concerns. I understand your frustrations. I share them with you. However, the underlying reason stems from the Huang family's hiring of the third elder to take action, followed by the Grand Elder seeking vengeance for him, which has culminated in this outcome. Zhao Xian explained, looking at the crowd. Yet, Master, are we to simply let this matter rest? At this moment, an elder could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze toward Zhao Xian. The Qingxian sect is one of the 3 premier sects in Beizhou. If we too concede like the Huang family, what will become of our sect's dignity? Observing the anger on their faces, Zhao Xian merely chuckled coldly, saying, regardless of whether this person has backing, the mere fact that he could slay the Grand Elder indicates his cultivation is at least in the late Ascension realm. Even if the Supreme Elder were to emerge from seclusion, he might not guarantee victory against such an opponent. How do you propose to confront him? The crowd fell silent, stunned into speechlessness. While their anger was justified, offering their lives to be taken so easily would be nothing short of foolish. Zhao Xian let out a cold huff. As a sect master of this generation, he is far from impulsive like the others. Hearing his words, the crowd lowered their heads, refraining from further discussion. Dismissed. All shall await my commands. Zhao Xian concluded, and the assembly rose, bowing in unison before exiting the grand hall, leaving only Zhao Xian behind. I shall see who you truly are. Gazing at the image before him, Zhao Xian scoffed, clenched his hand, and the image of Lu Fan shattered into fragments. That afternoon, before a tranquil and secluded village, the air shimmered and 3 figures materialized from the void. Is this the place? Lu Fan inquired, surveying the village ahead. Observing the environment, Chu felt a surge of astonishment. He never expected they would arrive so swiftly. Indeed, my lord, this is it, Chu promptly affirmed. Master, have we returned so soon? Previously, the journey took 3 months, Chu exclaimed, unable to resist rubbing his eyes in disbelief. With the Lord leading the way, we are naturally quick. Chu smiled, affectionately ruffling Chu Li's hair. Old villager, you have returned. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out. An old man, wielding a hoe, gazed at them in disbelief. Yes, we have returned. Lu go gather everyone and tell them I have matters to discuss. Chu instructed the old man. Certainly. I shall summon everyone at once. The old man, brimming with excitement, called out as he walked away. The old villager and little Lu have returned. Everyone, come out quickly. Witnessing this scene, Chu could only smile and shake his head before bowing to Lu Fan, saying, My lord, please proceed inside. I will inform them before we depart shortly. No need. I shall wait for you here. Lu Fan replied. Big brother, will you not come in with us? Chu asked with wide eyes. You all may enter. Big brother will wait outside for you. There is no rush, Lu Fan smiled. He had always preferred solitude over the bustle of crowds. Very well then. We shall trouble the Lord to wait outside. No trouble at all, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. Soon, Chu took Chu into the village, while Lu Fan found a stone nearby to sit upon. Chapter 30. The Illusory Art. Returning to the sect outside of Ruyun village, Lu Fan sat cross-legged on a stone, attuned to all that transpired within the village. He was astonished to discover that this seemingly ordinary village was filled with cultivators, most of whom had reached the foundation establishment stage. Sensing the auras of the villagers, Lu Fan felt a flicker of surprise, quickly grasping the reason. It turned out that these villagers were able to cultivate solely due to the elixirs provided by Chu He. At this moment, in a central area of the village, Chu He was handing over all the elixirs from his residence, along with some alchemical insights, to the newly appointed village chief, urging everyone to keep the elixirs and cultivation insights strictly confidential to avoid bringing calamity upon Ruyun village. Just as matters were progressing smoothly, suddenly, Lu Fan opened his eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he stood on a patch of grass 3 miles away from Ruyun village. In the distance, 2 figures were swiftly approaching. "Are you certain that a mortal village consists entirely of cultivators?" A middle-aged man clad in luxurious attire asked a youth beside him. "Yes, head of the family. And more than 70% have reached the foundation establishment stage, with a few even at the golden core stage," the youth replied promptly. "A mortal village comprised entirely of cultivators? This is undoubtedly peculiar. Perhaps it conceals some grand opportunity," the man murmured, a hint of anticipation in his tone. "We are almost there," the youth exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, he froze, for a young man in white was already standing before them. Golden core stage. As soon as they landed, the middle-aged man scrutinized Lu Fan, frowning as he asked, "Are you one of the residents of Ruyun village?" "No," Lu Fan replied indifferently, instantly perceiving that the man was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, while the youth beside him was at the mid-stage golden core. "If you are not from Ruyun village, then why are you blocking our way?" The youth retorted hastily, "Oh, not be rude." The man waved his hand to halt him. The youth was taken aback, quickly responding with a respectful acknowledgement. "Since you are not from Ruyun village, you must know where it is located, correct?" The middle-aged man smiled and inquired. Lu Fan shook his head, stating he was unaware, as he had not seen any village within 100 miles. "In O village?" The man was taken aback, while the youth immediately exclaimed, "Nonsense! Ruyun village is merely 3 miles ahead. If you do not believe us, you may go and see for yourself." Lu Fan waved his hand, no longer wishing to engage further. The youth, filled with anger, glanced at the man, who remained silent and dared not speak further. "Let us go and take a look," the man finally said, frowning. The group soon arrived at a flat area. "This is impossible." The youth's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the empty ground before him, exclaiming, "There was clearly a village called Ruyun village here just a moment ago. How could it suddenly vanish?" The man remained silent, casually waving his hand. With a sweep of energy, he left a deep crack in the ground. Yet the space around them showed no signs of disturbance. "There is nothing unusual," the man said, frowning. "I told you there was no village. Yet you would not believe me," Lu Fan remarked, shaking his head in resignation. "Head of the family, this cannot be. I distinctly remember it was right here." The youth exclaimed in disbelief. "It may have been here before, but it has vanished now. It seems this village indeed holds secrets," the man said solemnly, his voice tinged with shock and regret. "What shall we do now?" the youth asked. "Let us depart." The man waved his hand in frustration, giving Lu Fan a nod before they turned to leave. Casting one last glance at the empty ground, and the 2 figures transformed into streaks of light, disappearing into the horizon. "Why, Lord, who were those 2? Just as they left, Chu He and Chu Lu emerged. With Chu He immediately noticing the 2 figures vanishing in the distance, his eyes filled with curiosity. "They came in search of Ruyun village." Lu Fan spoke truthfully. "What?" Chu He's expression changed, looking at the village behind him in disbelief. "But the village is clearly right here. It is merely an illusion created by me. Only those who are not from Yun village can perceive it, and it bears no influence on them." Lu Fan replied with a smile, revealing no hints of concealment. The old man was taken aback and immediately bowed deeply to Lu Fan, his demeanor sincere and earnest as he said, "On behalf of the people of Yun village, I thank you, my lord." He understood that this was due to the villagers' cultivation being exposed, and Lu Fan's actions were solely to alleviate their concerns, which deepened his respect for Lu Fan. He believed that following Lu Fan would be the wisest choice of his life. "It's but a trivial matter. Rise," Lu Fan chuckled, extending his hand to help Chu He up. "Have all arrangements been made?" Lu Fan inquired, gazing at Chu He. "Yes," Chu He nodded, turning his gaze toward the village. Not far from them, a group of villagers stood, their faces filled with reluctance as they watched them leave. "Big brother, are we leaving?" Chu Lu exclaimed excitedly, his anticipation palpable. For him, being by his master's side was the happiest of experiences. Furthermore, having a reassuring big brother made him even more jubilant. Old village chief, do remember to visit us often. The villagers implored Chu He and Chu Lu, their voices choked with emotion. We will. Now, return home. Remember my instructions, Chu He waved to the villagers. Once they had bid farewell, Lu Fan hesitated no longer. With a wave of his hand, the three figures vanished from the spot in the East State. Within the main hall of the Shanin sect, the evening had arrived, and the entire hall was brightly lit. Ing Er pays respects to the master. A chubby, adorable little girl dressed in a white dress knelt on one knee before the elegant man in green robes. Good, very good. I didn't expect to receive a disciple right after my breakthrough. This is a double joy indeed. Quickly rise, Li Shangyin said with a joyful smile, his satisfaction evident as he looked at Ing Er. Just that afternoon, he had finally broken through to the fusion realm. This was all thanks to the divine method bestowed upon him by Lu Fan. Truly, as the progenitor, with this technique, my future cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Li Shangyin thought to himself, his admiration for Lu Fan growing ever deeper. Thank you, master. Ing Er respectfully expressed before rising. Congratulations, sect master. Congratulations, junior sister. Xiao Tian, Imoda, and Imo Xiao congratulated Li Shangyin and Ing Er. At this moment, their Shanin sect had finally welcomed another disciple. Standing beside Li Shangyin, Luo she was also beaming with joy. Just then, a voice interrupted. What brings such joy? A sudden voice echoed, and three figures appeared at the front of the hall. The progenitor. Upon seeing the newcomers, everyone gasped in surprise. That night, atop the ancestral peak, Lu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Before him lay the brightly lit Shanin sect. Progenitor, I have arranged accommodations for Elder Chu and the others. At that moment, Li Shangyin approached Lu Fan from behind and bowed respectfully. Just earlier, Lu Fan had brought Chu He and the others back to the sect, and after explaining the situation, Li Shangyin had promptly announced that Chu He would officially become an elder of their Shanin sect, specifically responsible for alchemy. Meanwhile, Chu Lu had also joined as another disciple of the Shanin sect, following Ing Er. Excellent, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction, then turned and asked, have there been any updates on Qin Zhan and Chen Xian? Upon Lu Fan's return, he realized that Qin Zhan and Chen Xian had yet to come back. Now only the Earth Spirit Source and the Gold Spirit Source remained, and the 5 Elements Calamity Protection Array could be activated. Elder Qin has sent word that he will return tomorrow. As for Chen Xian, there has been no news yet. I have already dispatched Fang Yin to urge him, Li Shangyin reported truthfully. Although he did not know what Lu Fan intended to do with the Earth Spirit Source and Gold Spirit Source, he had no objections, especially since Lu Fan had expressed a desire for him to take Ing Er as a disciple, which emboldened him to accept her today. Regarding the medicinal herbs on the ancestral peak, do you have any objections? Lu Fan inquired further. Li Shangyin was startled and quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. I leave everything to the progenitor's discretion. In truth, Li Shangyin was eager for the opportunity, as their sect had been impoverished for several generations due to a sect rule that forbade the use of these precious resources. Now that Lu Fan had spoken, all previous rules could be set aside. From now on, you and Chu, he shall be the ones in charge of these medicinal herbs, Lu Fan said with a smile. Li Shangyin was visibly excited at the affirmation. By the way, the spirit stones and treasures within these storage rings can be allocated by you. In the future, if the sect lacks anything, feel free to purchase it. Lu Fan seemed to recall something and waved his hand. Instantly, a multitude of storage rings appeared before Li Shangyin. What? Gazing at the dazzling array of storage rings piled high, Li Shangyin was momentarily left speechless. These were not mere treasures, they were storage rings. The contents were all the spirit stones, spirit herbs, cultivation techniques, and various weapons that Lu Fan had collected. Could these rings be filled with treasures? Li Shangyin's eyes gleamed as he could not help but swallow hard. Indeed, Lu Fan nodded, and with a thought, an ancient storage ring floated out, explaining to Li Shangyin. This ring was obtained from a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator I defeated. This one ring alone is worth more than the total of all these other rings combined. A mid-stage Mahayana? Li Shangyin's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening in horror. There's no need for such alarm. Just accept them. If you cannot use them all at once, they can be stored in the treasure pavilion. Lu Fan waved dismissively at that moment. Li Shangyin was overwhelmed with astonishment, but he understood that this was no dream and believed in Lu Fan's strength. He just did not expect Lu Fan to speak so casually about defeating a mid-stage Mahayana cultivator. Ultimately, suppressing his shock, Li Shangyin steadied himself, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, collected the pile of storage rings, especially the one from the mid-stage Mahayana cultivator, which he carefully placed inside his robe. The awakening of the progenitor is a blessing for the disciples and for the Shinin sect. Here, on behalf of all disciples, I express our gratitude to the progenitor. After accepting all the storage rings, Li Shangyin bowed deeply once more to Lu Fan, his tone imbued with unprecedented respect and sincerity. No need for such formality. Rise, Lu Fan smiled. Raising his hand to assist him, Li Shangyin also smiled, realizing that the figure before him was the progenitor they had always revered, the deity in the hearts of all disciples. You may leave now. Yes, the disciple takes his leave, Lu Fan finally said, and Li Shangyin bowed respectfully once more before swiftly exiting the mountain peak. System, check in. Watching Li Shangyin depart, Lu Fan promptly declared. He had yet to check in all day, as soon as he spoke. A chime rang out. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 1000 Shadow Absolute Kill Formation. The system's voice echoed in his mind. 1000 Shadow Absolute Kill Formation? Is this a reward for Ing-Er? Lu Fan speculated, unable to suppress his curiosity. Indeed, it is a top-tier small-scale killing formation that can be cultivated within the body. Suitable for large-scale battles. The system explained. Lu Fan was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this formation could also be practiced internally. Soon, a mysterious formation diagram appeared before Lu Fan, emanating a terrifying aura and containing boundless murderous intent. Practicing this killing formation will not harm the body, will it? Lu Fan inquired. No. It is tailored according to the user's physique, the system replied. That's a relief. Lu Fan exhaled, then promptly stored the 1000 Shadow Absolute Kill Formation, planning to present it to Ing-Er the following day. Just as Lu Fan turned to walk toward his palace, he suddenly paused, glancing toward the outskirts of the Shinin sect. On a distant mountain peak, a man in white robes and white hair emerged from the void. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the man. Dao Yixian. In a moment of thought, Lu Fan's figure vanished from his spot, reappearing before Dao Yixian. What? Dao Yixian, who had just materialized from the void, was startled by Lu Fan's sudden appearance, still recovering from his arrival. Truly the progenitor of the Shinin sect, Dao Yixian inwardly marveled. Then bowed respectfully to Lu Fan, saying, I have come to pay my respects, senior. Speak plainly. What brings you here? I hope it is not merely to take your precious disciple away again. Lu Fan regarded Dao Yixian with curiosity. Dao Yixian was taken aback, forcing an awkward smile as he replied, Senior jesting. I have vowed not to interfere in their matters, and I shall certainly keep my word at so. What brings the Dao sect master here? Lu Fan inquired, puzzled, as he did not believe Dao Yixian would visit him for idle conversation. Dao Yixian took a deep breath, his expression finally turning serious as he said, Senior, your recent destruction of the Tianju sect has sent shockwaves throughout the entire East State. Now, having slain the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect, you have astonished the entire continent. The portrait of the esteemed predecessor has spread across various sects, and the 4 major sects have now begun to harbor suspicions towards the hidden divine sect. How intriguing! Lu Fan chuckled, feeling a tinge of surprise within. He was aware that the news would inevitably circulate, yet he did not anticipate its swift dissemination. Dao Yixian paused momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, the master of the sword sect sought my junior previously, inquiring about the information regarding the esteemed predecessor. I have deliberately concealed it, but I know I cannot keep it hidden for long. Perhaps by then, he will have discerned something. Dao Yixian understood that at their level, the more one attempts to conceal, the more likely they are to reveal their intentions. So, it is Pei Shi-san? The master of the sword sect, Lu Fan replied with a faint smile, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Chapter 32. The King of Survival, the Law of Life and Death in the Void. Under the night sky, atop the mountain peak, seeing Lu Fan's indifference and palpable anticipation, Dao Yixian momentarily lost his train of thought, but soon came to terms with it. After all, the individual before him was the founding ancestor of the hidden divine sect. A terrifying being capable of slaying those in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, and the entire continent. In terms of age and strength, Dao Yixian truly could not fathom anyone who could stand alongside him. This is the purpose of my visit, and I hope the esteemed predecessor will prepare accordingly. Dao Yixian respectfully addressed Lu Fei, and it is commendable that Sect Master Dao has made the effort to come in person. I am well aware of it, Lu Fan replied with a smile. There is another matter. We have detected a trace of demonic energy from the Heavenly Absolute Sect. I wonder if the esteemed predecessor is aware of anything regarding this? Dao Yixian, regaining his composure, couldn't help but inquire. The master of the Heavenly Absolute Sect was indeed possessed, and the strength of that demon at its peak was at least at the initial stage of the Great Ascension. Lu Fan disclosed without reservation. Indeed, Dao Yixian was internally astounded. The master of the Heavenly Absolute Sect had actually been possessed. These demons are truly cunning and detestable, Dao Yixian gritted his teeth. Regardless, he has been slain by me. As for the remaining demons, it is up to you all to seek them out, Lu Fan said with a calm smile. That is only natural. This time, we are indebted to the esteemed predecessor's intervention. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster might have ensued? Dao Yixian expressed his gratitude to Lu Fan. It was but a trifling matter. Lu Fan dismissively waved his hand. In that case, I shall take my leave. Having learned the details, Dao Yixian did not wish to linger, bowing respectfully to Lu Fan. By the way, are you a close friend of Li Chongqing from our sect? At this moment, Lu Fan could not help but inquire. Since the discussion had turned to demons, he naturally recalled what the demon had said before its demise. They were sealed by Li Chongqing. Moreover, there was more than one, all at their prime. Upon hearing the name Li Chongqing, Dao Yixian shuddered, nodding. Yes. How does his strength compare to yours? Lu Fan asked curiously. Dao Yixian furrowed his brow in contemplation before finally uttering two words, very strong. Lu Fan. How strong? A flicker of curiosity arose in Lu Fan's heart. On the surface, his cultivation was akin to that of his junior, yet his actual strength was undoubtedly superior. 1,000 years ago, he could crush those in the Great Ascension realm with his combined cultivation. Moreover, due to his low profile, he was dubbed the King of Survival by our generation. Now, I fear he has gone into hiding to transcend. Dao Yixian recounted earnestly, his eyes reflecting the image of that extraordinary figure. Though devoted to his cultivation, with decent talent, he always felt an insurmountable sense of inadequacy in the presence of Li Chongqing. Observing Dao Yixian's expression, Lu Fan discerned that this Li Chongqing was not an ordinary figure. The King of Survival? How intriguing, Lu Fan smiled, ultimately revealing. Although I do not know Li Chongqing, the demon that possessed Tianyuan mentioned earlier stated that they were sealed by Li Changsheng. Is what you say true? Dao Yixian was instantly taken aback. Do you believe I would deceive you? Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. Dao Yixian hurriedly retorted. I wouldn't dare. It's just I find it hard to believe that those demons were indeed sealed by Brother Chongqing. Did you not say he was very strong? Sealing a few demons should not pose a problem, Lu Fan remarked. Dao Yixian was still in shock and took a while to gradually regain his composure. Esteemed predecessor, this news is too shocking. I must return to handle some matters. If necessary, I will disclose this information to the other 4 sections. I hope the esteemed predecessor will not mind. Dao Yixian looked at Lu Fan, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan merely waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. You may handle it as you see fit. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. I shall take my leave now. Dao Yixian bowed once more. You are leaving so soon. Will you not visit your disciple? No need. Dao Yixian glanced at the hidden divine sect, smiled, and turned to vanish before Lu Fan. Being a sect master is truly exhausting. Lu Fan chuckled as he also turned, disappearing from the spot. The following morning, Lu Fan, as per usual, rose early and stood at the mountain's edge, gazing at the sea of clouds. System, sign in, Lu Fan smiled, ensuring he did not forget this essential task. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the law of life and death in the void. The system's voice rang out. The law of life and death in the void. Upon hearing this term, Lu Fan realized that today's reward had nothing to do with him. Pray tell, what is the wondrous application of this law of life and death in the void? Though he had already surmised the owner of this set of techniques, Lu Fan still wished to clarify, so he could provide a proper explanation. The law of life and death in the void is an unparalleled technique crafted specifically for those possessing the eye of the void. By practicing this law, one can attack the souls of others through the eye of the void. When mastered to perfection, a mere glance can annihilate the void and even manifest it, the system elucidated. How formidable that sounds! Lu Fan was somewhat astonished. No wonder the system claimed that those with the Eye of the Void, when cultivated, would one day surpass the celestial emperors. Soon, a mysterious orb of light appeared before Lu Fan, seemingly containing endless void within. Gazing at the orb, Lu Fan couldn't help but say, "System, I understand that enhancing the strength of others also enhances my own, but could I perhaps receive my rewards first? Always watching theirs is a bit hard on my heart, system. That the host is already invincible. All external matters are but fleeting clouds. Why concern yourself with such trivialities?" The system responded. "Changsheng, I desire longevity." "Just give me a longevity pill," Lu Fan exclaimed in exasperation. "All conditioned phenomena arise randomly. The host may attempt tasks to steadily increase longevity." The system replied calmly. That's hardly helpful, Lu Fan thought. Feeling somewhat speechless, and soon called for Ing Er and Chu Lu. Disciple greets the ancestor. Upon their appearance, both bowed to Lu Fan, their tones tinged with awkwardness. Previously, they had referred to Lu Fan as Big Brother. But now as disciples of the hidden divine sect, they naturally had to adhere to protocol. Seeing their awkward expressions, Lu Fan found it amusing and said, "It's fine, you can still call me Big Brother as before." Both were taken aback, exchanging glances, their wide eyes filled with surprise and delight. Big Brother? Are you serious?" Ing Er looked at Lu Fan, her large eyes brimming with tension. "Of course, it's true," Lu Fan chuckled. "Great, Big Brother." The two instantly cheered, losing all previous restraint. "Big Brother will teach you each a powerful technique." Lu Fan smiled at the two. A powerful technique? They were momentarily stunned, then without a second thought, nodded eagerly. Yes, Lu Fan did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the Thousand Shadows Annihilation Array and the Law of Life and Death in the Void transformed into two streams of light, merging into their foreheads. Their bodies trembled, and suddenly, boom! The two's auras began to undergo a dramatic transformation, continuously surging upwards. Chapter 33. The Yin and Yang Elders of the Flower Sect. Why did you not mention this earlier? Just as Lu Fan was imparting the Thousand Shadows Annihilation Array and the Law of Life and Death in the Void to Ing Er and Chu Lu, 100 miles away from the hidden divine sect, in a grassy field, boom, the space erupted. Not good. The originally swiftly flying Qin Zhan's expression changed drastically. The overwhelming energy forced him to stagger backward repeatedly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Who goes there?" Qin Zhan shouted coldly, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Before him, 10 zhang away, the space twisted and two figures emerged, a middle-aged woman and a middle-aged man. The moment they appeared, Qin Zhan felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. "Oh, merely a slight injury. It seems you still possess some skill." The alluring woman looked at Qin Zhan, chuckling. "Why waste words with him?" The man beside her snorted coldly, fixating on Qin Zhan and directly stating, "If you wish to live, swiftly hand over all the earth spirit essence on you. You are the Yin and Yang Elders of the Flower Sect." Recognizing the floral patterns embroidered on their garments, Qin Zhan immediately identified their identities. Exclaiming in shock, the Flower Sect, like the Dao Tian sect, is one of the 5 major sects of the Eastern State. The Yin and Yang Elders are elders of the Flower Sect, their cultivation having reached the late stage of the Transformation God Realm. Currently, Qin Zhan was merely at the perfected Golden Core stage, utterly incapable of contending with the two. "Oh, you have some discernment, having recognized us." The woman, with a sinister smile, remarked, "Who would have thought that a venerable elder from one of the 5 major sects would stoop to the level of a robber?" Qin Zhan let out a cold snicker, realizing that these two had set their sights on him the moment he purchased the Earth Spirit Source. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, the expressions of the two individuals darkened abruptly, their eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. For them, acts of theft and plunder were nothing new. Yet they were wary of the repercussions should word of this incident spread, fearing retribution from their sect. Therefore, if the victim did not voluntarily remain silent, they would simply cease to exist. I shall say this once more. Hand over the Earth Spirit Source. One of the men huffed coldly, his tone laced with menace. Heh. What does a declining sect need with such an abundance of Earth Spirit sources? You would do well to hand it over willingly. Perhaps in the future, when your divine hidden sect faces tribulations, we might extend our assistance. The woman echoed his sentiments with a similar laugh. Impossible. Even if it costs me my life, I will never relinquish the Earth Spirit Source to you. Qin Zhan bellowed in fury. This task had been entrusted to him by Lu Fan, and he could not afford to fail. Boom. Qin Zhan unleashed his entire aura, invoking the heavenly battle heart technique. With a mighty shout, an ethereal figure, towering 3 zhang and enveloped in a faint golden light, coalesced behind Qin Zhan, radiating an overwhelming presence. What sort of technique is this? The once indifferent yin and yang elders were now visibly astonished at the sight of the spectral figure that had formed behind Qin Zhan. The mere aura emanating from the figure instilled within them a profound sense of threat. Unbeknownst to them, this heavenly battle heart technique was the boon Lu Fan had bestowed upon Qin Zhan. Although he had only scratched the surface of its cultivation thus far, it represented his most formidable combat strength. Kill. Qin Zhan dared not hesitate. As soon as the figure coalesced, he struck out with a palm towards the 2 adversaries. Rumble! The space around them erupted, and a terrifying surge of energy surged forth, leaving deep gashes upon the ground. Do not hold back. Use all your strength to annihilate them. The middle-aged man commanded the woman beside him, and both unleashed their full power, just as the 3 unleashed their auras at the divine hidden sect's ancestral peak. Lu Fan, who had been observing the situation with air and Chu Lu, suddenly furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the source of the unleashed auras outside the sect in the blink of an eye. He vanished from his position, reappearing above the confrontation involving Qin Zhan and the 2 elders. Ancestor. As soon as Lu Fan arrived, a voice of astonishment rang out. Li Shangyan's figure materialized behind him, drawn by the formidable auras emanating from the 3 below. After bowing respectfully to Lu Fan, he glanced downward and exclaimed, "How outrageous! It is 2 against 1. Upon witnessing the battle between Qin Zhan and the yin and yang elders, Li Shangyan's expression darkened immediately. Without waiting for Lu Fan to speak, he blinked and landed directly between the 3 combatants, unleashing a terrifying force that sent all 3 reeling backward. Who dares? The faces of the yin and yang elders paled, while Qin Zhan was equally taken aback. However, upon recognizing the newcomer's features, he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Subordinate pays respects to the sect master. You are Li Shangyan, the sect master of the divine hidden sect?" Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, the 2 figures in front of him looked equally astonished. Yet Li Shangyan paid them no heed, merely snorting coldly. "Those who harm the divine hidden sect shall perish." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that engulfed the 2 assailants before they could utter a word, resulting in a resounding explosion as their bodies disintegrated on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zhan was left utterly dumbfounded, rooted to the ground. The yin and yang elders were formidable beings at the late stage of the transformation realm, and they had perished so easily? "Sect master, have you broken through?" Qin Zhan stammered. As if realizing something, "I have just recently ascended to the integration realm," Li Shangyan replied with a smile. The integration realm? Qin Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could fully grasp the implications, he noticed Li Shangyan bowing respectfully towards the figure behind him, Ancestor. Qin Zhan trembled, turning abruptly to see a young man in white standing before him, a smile gracing his features. "Indeed, after cultivating the heavenly battle heart technique, your combat strength can now rival that of someone at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. This is all thanks to the ancestor's gifts." Qin Zhan finally regained his composure and bowed deeply to Lu Fan, his tone infused with reverence. "No wonder I found your technique so unfamiliar yet profoundly mysterious. It turns out it was bestowed by the ancestor," Li Shangyan exclaimed, his eyes reflecting equal astonishment. "I was hoping to see how far those 2 could push Qin Zhan. Yet you appeared and interrupted everything." Lu Fan shot a glance at Li Shangyan. Li Shangyan was taken aback, finally realizing his oversight, and quickly replied, "It was my fault. I truly did not foresee this outcome. Well, since the deed is done, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Qin Zhan and inquired, "Have you completed the task I entrusted to you?" "I have not failed you. Everything is contained within." Qin Zhan carefully retrieved a jade vial from his bosom and respectfully presented it to Lu Fan. Observing the vial filled with Earth Spirit Source, Lu Fan smiled contentedly, grasping it and storing it away. "Let us return to the sect." With that, he turned and vanished from sight. Li Shangyan intended to follow closely, but Qin Zhan suddenly called out to him, Under Li Shangyin's puzzled gaze, Qin Zhan finally could not restrain himself and said, "Sect Master, the two you just killed were the Yin and Yang elders of the Flower Sect. Should we not be concerned?" "The Flower Sect?" Li Shangyin paused momentarily, then his eyes widened in shock. "Why did you not mention this earlier?" Qin Zhan replied with an innocent expression, internally lamenting that it was due to Li Shangyin's swift intervention that the matter had not been brought up sooner. "Never mind. Let the Flower Sect be. They were the ones who provoked us first. Besides, we have the ancestor on our side." Li Shangyin waved his hand with a sigh, stepping forward and disappearing from sight. Chapter 34. Ancestor, there is trouble. At the ancestral peak, Li Shangyin stood respectfully behind Lu Fan. A look of tension etched upon his face as he reported, "Ancestor, this is how things transpired. It was reckless of me earlier. What shall we do next? What else is there to do? If our elders wish to kill and seize treasures, do they think they have the right?" Lu Fan scoffed. Whether it be the Qingxian sect or the Flower Sect, they were all the same in his eyes. If these individuals sought death, Lu Fan would be more than willing to oblige them. "Understood, Ancestor." Aware of Lu Fan's stance, Li Shangyin bowed deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Boom! Ing Er and Chu Li's auras surged once more. They are at the Foundation establishment stage. Realizing the sudden shift in Ing Er and Chu Li's auras, Li Shangyin's eyes widened in astonishment. He distinctly remembered that both of them had arrived at the ancestral peak still in the Qi refinement stage, particularly Ing Er, who had been an ordinary person. How could they achieve Foundation establishment in such a short time? In his shock, he turned to Lu Fan, who wore a subtle smile. Truly, the ancestors' methods were unprecedented. After breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage, Ing Er and Chu Li's auras finally stabilized, and they opened their eyes simultaneously. "This feels so liberating," Ing Er exclaimed, joyfully inspecting her hands, unaware of her current cultivation level. Chu Lu, however, was different. Having heard his master explain the process during his training, he felt the true essence within him and incredulously remarked, "Is this Foundation establishment? I have succeeded. Congratulations to both of you for reaching the initial stage of Foundation establishment." Li Shangyin remarked with a smile as he looked at them. Startled, Ing Er and Chu Lu quickly bowed. "We pay our respects to our master. We pay our respects to the sect master." Li Shangyin chuckled, raising his hand to assist them in standing up. "Your breakthroughs are solely due to the ancestor's influence. You should express your gratitude to him." "Thank you, big brother," the two exclaimed in unison, beaming with happiness. "Big brother?" Li Shangyin paused, about to say something, but Lu Fan shot him a knowing glance, prompting him to keep silent. "Focus on cultivating the techniques I have taught you, and you will surely progress rapidly in your future endeavors," Lu Fan said, a look of satisfaction in his eyes as he regarded them. Yes, soon, under Li Shangyin's guidance, the pair departed the ancestral peak. Meanwhile, at the Flower Sect, within an opulent hall, a stunning woman clad in luxurious robes, appearing to be in her 30s, sat upon a throne, her expression icy as she surveyed the three kneeling before her. What has transpired? Why did the life tokens of the Yin and Yang elders shatter so suddenly? Upon hearing her words, the three trembled, exchanging glances, until one elder spoke, "Sect Master, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. We should have results shortly." Two late-stage transformation realm elders falling simultaneously. "Who dares to lay a hand on my Flower Sect's elders?" The woman stated coldly, her presence freezing the air around them, causing the three to shiver involuntarily. This was the oppressive aura of a perfected integration realm master. The woman was none other than the Flower Sect's leader, Hua Jingxiang. Aside from the elder leader, she was the strongest member of the Flower Sect. Report. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hall. The elder was startled, swiftly grabbing the information from the hands of a disciple outside before respectfully presenting it to Hua Jingxiang. It was a jade tablet, and with a wave of her hand, the tablet revealed three characters: Divine Hidden Sect, Divine Hidden Sect. As she gazed upon these three characters, Hua Jingxiang's body trembled slightly, and ripples of emotion surfaced in her tranquil eyes. The three individuals below, witnessing this, exchanged glances and exclaimed, "Is it that fallen, ancient sect, the Shun-In sect? Could the deaths of the Yin and Yang elders be related to the Shun-In sect? How is that possible? It is said that the sect leader of Shun-In is merely a golden core cultivator. How could he pose a threat to the late-stage Yin and Yang elders of the transformation realm?" The trio, sharing looks of astonishment, found it hard to believe. Regardless, we must capture them and inquire further. The old woman declared coldly. No, we lack evidence, and I have heard that the Dao Tian sect leader has a deep relationship with the Shan Yin sect. If we act rashly, we may invite controversy. Another young woman interjected, frowning. Hua Jingxiang furrowed her brow and turned to the handsome young man who had remained silent, asking, Hua Yun, what is your perspective? The young man named Hua Yun looked up respectfully and replied, both elders are correct. We must seek clarity without acting recklessly. I am willing to investigate further. Excellent. This matter will be entrusted to you. Hua Jingxiang nodded before concluding, you may all leave now. After speaking, Hua Jingxiang rose and vanished from the grand hall. When she reappeared, she stood upon a mountain peak beneath a peach blossom tree. She gazed at the sea of clouds before her. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. She had nearly forgotten, yet upon recalling, it was the name of the Shan Yin sect that stirred those memories. A bittersweet smile graced Hua Jingxiang's lips, tinged with self-mockery. That afternoon, Lu Fan lounged on a bamboo chair basking in the sun when suddenly, he heard a panicked voice call out, Ancestor, something is amiss. Please come to the grand hall. Li Shangyin's urgent tone reached Lu Fan's ears, causing him to frown. In the grand hall, Li Shangyin, Qin Zhan, Xiao Tian, Luo Shi, and Chu He stood there, their faces etched with anxiety. What has happened? Why the rush? Lu Fan's figure materialized before them. Seeing Lu Fan arrive, Li Shangyin hurriedly stepped forward and said, Ancestor, a crisis has occurred. What exactly has transpired? Speak plainly, Lu Fan urged, his brow furrowed. Just now, news from the Dao sect leader indicated that Chen Xian and Fang Yin were ambushed by a mysterious expert on their way back to the sect, and both have suffered severe injuries to their meridians. Li Shangyin trembled as he spoke. What? Lu Fan's expression darkened, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, causing the entire space to tremble. Under this oppressive aura, Li Shangyin and the others were taken aback, their souls quaking in tandem with the atmosphere. Who struck? Lu Fan asked, his voice low and tense. We do not yet know. The Dao sect leader is currently escorting them back and should arrive shortly. Li Shangyin replied earnestly. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Fan's brow furrowed again, and with a swift motion, he reached out. In an instant, the void before them shattered, revealing 3 figures emerging from the rift. What is this? Dao Yixian gasped in surprise at the sudden transformation of space. Quickly, he recognized Lu Fan and the others, and understanding dawned upon him. At this moment, the gazes of the group fell upon the 2 bloodied youths flanking him, Chen Xian and Fang Yin. Fang Yin had already succumbed to unconsciousness, while Chen Xian retained a flicker of awareness. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Chen Xian trembled slightly, summoning his last vestiges of strength to produce a jade vial from his bosom. Ancestor, I have not failed in my duty. This is... Before he could finish, he too lost consciousness, the vial floating directly before Lu Fan. Chapter 35. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion, a hand's reach away in the central continent. At the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, on the topmost floor, sect leader, a middle-aged man clad in black, knelt before a man in a dark sword robe, respectfully presenting a sheathed long sword with both hands. His expression one of utmost reverence. Are you injured? The sword-robed man furrowed his brow, a palpable authority emanating from him. I am unharmed. Had it not been for Dao Yixian's interference, I would have been able to slay those 2 brats. The black-clad man gritted his teeth, his tone laced with resentment. This man was none other than the mysterious figure who had attacked Chen Xian and Fang Yin. No matter. They are but insignificant ants, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Let them be, the sword-robed man replied with a dismissive smile, unperturbed. But sect leader, that Dao Tian sect leader's sudden intervention worries me. He may pursue the matter further. I do not regard Dao Yixian highly. In the entirety of the eastern state, only the sword sect leader, Pei Shisan, piques my interest, the sword-robed man retorted with a nonchalant smile. His gaze then shifted to the long sword in the black-clad man's hands, his sharp eyes revealing a fervent desire. With a mere thought, clang, a crisp sound of a sword ringing out echoed as the long sword unsheathed itself, a wave of potent sword intent immediately spreading forth. What a magnificent sword! It is truly a peerless treasure, the sword-robed man exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he beheld the ancient yet mysterious sword before him. The black-clad man was taken aback. As the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's leader, a mid-stage ascendant, his swordsmanship was unparalleled. To think that he would express such admiration for a golden core cultivator sword was unprecedented. Sect leader, while this sword appears ancient, it seems rather ordinary to me. The black-clad man could not help but voice his curiosity. What do you know? The man scoffed, continuing, as soon as this sword entered my perception, my sword intent began to tremble. Now, I can sense the supreme sword intent contained within. With this sword, my swordsmanship shall surely ascend to new heights. The man gazed at the sword as if it were a starving wolf staring at a feast, his body trembling with anticipation. This sword is truly formidable. Upon hearing the sword-robed man's words, the black-clad man widened his eyes in disbelief, overwhelmed by shock. Meanwhile, within the Shun-In sect's grand hall, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Even Dao Yixian felt a sense of suffocation. As he gazed at Lu Fan, whose expression remained calm, a wave of inexplicable fear washed over him. In that moment, Dao Yixian acutely sensed the presence of death. He understood that Lu Fan was genuinely enraged. With a sigh, he gently laid Qin Xian and Fang Yin on the ground. After stowing away the jade vial, Lu Fan finally turned to Dao Yixian and inquired, "What exactly transpired? Who was responsible?" Dao Yixian furrowed his brow and shook his head. "I do not know." The assailant concealed his face, but one thing is certain. His cultivation is at the pinnacle of the integration realm. I only exchanged one blow with him before he escaped into the void. How could they have provoked a peak integration realm expert? Li Shangyin questioned, perplexed, yet his eyes burned with fury. Seeing Chen Xian and Fang Yin in such a condition made his heart ache. It is my fault. Had I not sent Chen Xian to procure the golden spirit source, he would not have faced such misfortune. Lu Fan's brow furrowed. Simultaneously, he silently consulted the system on how to heal Chen Xian and Fang Yin. The host only needs to harmonize their true essence with theirs, then guide it through a full cycle, and their meridians shall be restored, the system responded. Ancestor, do not blame yourself. This is merely their tribulation. Li Shangyin and the others spoke in unison. Lu Fan remained silent, approaching Chen Xian and Fang Yin, closing his eyes to sense their true essence. Under the curious gazes of the others, he raised his right hand and waved gently. Buzz! An invisible force enveloped the two, and in an astonishing display, their injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Furthermore, they could feel their shattered meridians being reconstituted and connected, in just a quarter of an hour. A murmuring sound escaped from Chen Xian and Fang Yan's lips as they slowly opened their eyes. Is this done already? They were astounded that their meridians had been restored so swiftly, as they beheld their fully rejuvenated selves. Li Shangyin, Dao Yixian, and the others stared in wide-eyed amazement. What has happened to us? Qin Xian and Fang Yin were equally astonished upon sensing the smooth flow of true essence within them. The two exchanged glances, feeling as though they were in a dream. Your ability to rise from the ashes and return to your former selves is entirely thanks to the ancestor's intervention. Li Shangyin reminded the still-dazed duo, prompting them to regain their composure. They immediately bowed to Lu Fan, exclaiming, "Thank you, ancestor, for granting us a second chance." Both were overwhelmed with gratitude, their voices filled with reverence. "There is no need for such formality. Rise." Lu Fan raised his hand, helping them to their feet. "You suffered injuries because of me. I owe you both an apology." The two were taken aback and quickly shook their heads, saying, "Ancestor, you speak as if we were compelled. This was entirely our choice." "Indeed, ancestor, your words are too humble." Lu Fan smiled and chose not to press further. "What exactly happened? Who was responsible for your attack?" At that moment, Li Shangyin turned his attention to the two and inquired. The eyes of the two locking gazes conveyed the unfolding of events. They were oblivious to the identity of the assailant. Were it not for Dao Yixian's timely intervention, they might have met their demise on the spot. It was only then that Lu Fan and the others realized that the mysterious figure in black attacked not for the sake of the golden spirit source, but rather for Chen Xian's sword, which Lu Fan had recently gifted him. Once the reason was clarified, Chen Xian immediately knelt before Lu Fan, exclaiming, "Ancestral Master, it is my incompetence. I have lost the sword you bestowed upon me. Please punish me." His voice was laden with profound guilt and self-reproach. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Qian Xian to rise. Do not fret. It cannot be lost. The crowd was taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion. That sword belongs to me. He is not yet worthy to wield it. Lu Fan scoffed coldly, adding, I was just contemplating how to find that person. But it seems I can now secure him effortlessly. Secure him effortlessly? How? The crowd looked at Lu Fan in bewilderment. Lu Fan shut his eyes, fingers clasped at his chest, and through his connection with the sword, his consciousness pierced through the vast emptiness, swiftly locking onto the target. Found him. A smirk appeared on Lu Fan's lips as he reached into the void with a bare hand. Chapter 36. Unforgivable Sin. The tower collapses inside the pavilion. The expression of the swordsman in the sword robe shifted dramatically as the black-robed man beside him remained oblivious. Suddenly, the space before them shattered, enveloping them in an intangible energy. Not good. The swordsman could barely utter before their figures vanished from sight. In the next moment, the entire hall of the Shun insect trembled violently. Under the astonished gazes of Dao Yixian and the others, two figures materialized before them. Where is this? The black-robed man appeared dazed and confused, while the swordsman immediately drew his long sword without a second thought. However, do you still wish to draw your sword before me? Lu Fan scoffed coldly. A vast and overwhelming pressure descended upon the two, rendering the swordsman immobile, his pupils constricting in horror. With a loud thud, both men collapsed to their knees. This transpired so rapidly that not only Dao Yixian and the others, but even the swordsman and his companion were left in utter bewilderment. Presumptuous, as if regaining his wits, the swordsman roared in rage, attempting to unleash the tremendous energy within him. Yet no matter how fiercely he resisted, his true essence remained firmly restrained. How is this possible? The black-robed man, too, comprehended the situation, fear overtaking his features. After futile attempts to fight back, the swordsman gradually accepted his grim reality, a wave of intense dread swelling within him. Gazing at the indifferent youth before him, he could no longer restrain himself, gritting his teeth and declaring, I am Yin Jing Tian, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Who might you be? Yin Jing Tian boldly introduced himself, yet his tone still exuded arrogance. Lu Fan paid him no mind, merely snorting disdainfully. The long sword in Yin Jing Tian's grasp was wrenched from his hand, floating before Lu Fan, emitting a chorus of sword cries. You, witnessing his weapon being seized. Yin Jing Tian's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just then, the black-robed man exclaimed, Dao Yixian, what are you doing here? It was only then that Yin Jing Tian turned to see Dao Yixian standing behind Lu Fan. Astonishment filling his gaze. It truly is you. As prominent figures of the continent, they had crossed paths on several occasions. Upon hearing Yin Jing Tian's self-introduction, Dao Yixian regained his composure, his eyes reflecting not only shock but also confusion. Dao Yixian had not expected that the one who had attacked Qian Xian and his companion was, in fact, the leader of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Though not the pinnacle of power in the central continent, the Heavenly Sword Pavilion stood shoulder to shoulder with the foremost sects of the eastern continent and the other three regions, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. Before them stood Yin Jing Tian, who had reached the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm, and with his terrifying swordsmanship, his prowess rivaled that of those at the late stage of the Great Ascension. Not only Dao Yixian, but even Li Shangyin, Luo Shi, and Chu He had heard of Yin Jing Tian's renowned reputation, their astonishment mingling with seething anger. Yin Pavilion Master, it is a pleasure to meet again, Dao Yixian said perfunctorily, then lapsed into silence, respectfully positioning himself behind Lu Fan. Everyone else stood in silence, awaiting Lu Fan's decision. Seeing this, Yin Jing Tian could discern that everything revolved around the youth before him. Yet, he had never encountered this youth before. Wait! Suddenly, Yin Jing Tian's eyes widened in realization. It is you. You are the one who killed the Qing Feng Taoist? The Qing Feng Taoist was the grand elder of the Qing Xian sect. Yin Jing Tian recalled the image of Lu Fan that the Qing Xian sect had circulated among the major powers not long ago. After all, the Qing Feng Taoist, like himself, was a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator. He had been astonished by the news when he first heard it. Is this your final words? Lu Fan retorted with a cold laugh. Yin Jing Tian was taken aback, hastily attempting to relay the information, only to realize that he was utterly powerless. His true essence was firmly bound. How could he send a message, Dao Xian? I did not expect you always knew yet chose to conceal it. Are you all seeking to oppose the sects of the continent? Yin Jing Tian exclaimed angrily at Dao Xian. Your words are too harsh, Yin Pavilion Master. Perhaps the fates of your lives are of no concern to others? Dao Xian replied with a scornful smile. Tio dare harm my disciple and covet my sword. You are beyond redemption. Prepare to meet your end, Lu Fan declared with indifference, no longer wishing to hear any further prattle from Yin Jing Tian. Wait! Yin Jing Tian's expression turned pale with terror as he managed to utter a single word. His body trembled violently, eyes filled with dread and despair as the oppressive force bearing down on him transformed into a cataclysmic energy, shattering both his vitality and spirit. Before the black-robed man could even comprehend the situation, he, too, was reduced to ashes alongside Yin Jing Tian, vanishing in the blink of an eye within the hall. A legendary swordsman had thus fallen. This hall is not a place you can defile, Lu Fan scoffed, the residual energies of the two being forcefully expelled from the hall, and their wake lay but 2 storage rings. Take these. Consider them a small supplement for your household. Lu Fan waved his hand, sending the 2 rings flying before Li Shangeng. Since we're discussing supplements, I might as well take everything. An idea struck Lu Fan, a smile spreading across his face as he grasped into the void. The very treasures within the heavenly sword pavilion, thousands of miles away, were engulfed by a terrifying force, all being drawn into the void. Where did that sword technique I was just studying go? Inside the pavilion, the spirit stones and magical artifacts vanished without a trace. What on earth was happening? The elders and disciples who were cultivating and guarding the treasure vault within the pavilion were left dumbfounded. Before they could recover, a deafening rumble reverberated, as the entire heavenly sword pavilion began to tremble violently. Not good. The building is collapsing. Panic ensued as everyone fled the pavilion. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, the towering heavenly sword pavilion, which loomed over the continent, crumbled to the ground. How could this happen? How could the building collapse? This is strange. Where is the pavilion master? Staring at the ruins of what was once the heavenly sword pavilion. All the elders and disciples stood in shock, desperately searching for their leader's figure. Soon, a voice filled with dread echoed. The pavilion master's life token has shattered. Inside the hall of the Shan-In sect, witnessing the events unfolding in the void and the mountain of treasures accumulating before them, Li Shangyin, Dao Xian, and the others could not help but swallow hard, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Rendered speechless for a long while. Chapter 37. Formation established within the hall of the Shan-In sect. Your sword, Lu Fan waved his hand, and the long sword before Chen Xian. This, staring at the sword before him, Chen Xian felt as though he were dreaming, recalling the earlier events. Nevertheless, he took the sword, bowing deeply to Lu Fan. Thank you, ancestral master. At that moment, Li Shangyin, Dao Xian, and the others finally regained their senses. Their gazes toward Lu Fan filled with admiration and reverence. A mid-stage Great Ascension swordsman appeared no more formidable than an ant before Lu Fan, and a top-tier force of the central continent had been obliterated in an instant. The means Lu Fan displayed transcended their imaginations. Even a tribulation-crossing expert pales in comparison, Dao Xian thought, astonished. Li Shangyin, you all manage the treasures as you see fit. I must go set up the formation, Lu Fan declared, leaving behind those words before stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Setting up a formation? At Lu Fan's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. After instructing Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian to organize the treasures, they followed Lu Fan to a mountain peak thousands of miles away. Ancestral Master, what kind of formation are you going to set? Li Shangyin could not help but inquire curiously. The 5 elements catastrophic mountain protection array. Lu Fan slowly uttered these words. The others exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. Even Dao Xian had never heard of such an array. Just as everyone held their breath, awaiting Lu Fan to set up the formation, he coldly scoffed, still not coming out. The moment his voice fell, the space ahead distorted, and a handsome young man was yanked into view before them. Who dares to spy on my Shan-In sect? Li Shangyin barked at the suddenly appearing youth. The young man wore a shocked expression. His concealment technique was so profound that even those in the Great Ascension realm would struggle to detect him. He never expected to be forcibly pulled out by a mere sound. You must be Hua Yun, The elder of the flower sect, Daoisian remarked, seemingly recognizing the visitor. Hua Yun was taken aback and bowed to Daoisian. Indeed, I am the junior. I did not expect the Dao sect master to be here. It was rumored that Elder Hua of the flower sect possessed an unparalleled ability to conceal himself. And now that he had seen it firsthand, it truly lived up to its reputation. Daoisian smiled faintly, admitting that he would not have noticed the individual had it not been for Lu Fan. You flatter me, Dao sect master. Hua Yun replied with a bitter smile. Even the most ethereal skill has its limits when pulled out by your voice, so you have come to avenge those two old men of Yin and Yang? Lu Fan retorted with a cold laugh. He had no interest in the flower sect or Elder Hua. If they were here to cause trouble, he would not hesitate to eradicate them. Hua Yun trembled. Realizing that this seemingly golden core youth was held in high regard by both Li Shang Yin and Daoisian. He had just been pulled out by a single word from this person, who was undoubtedly a hidden master of extraordinary prowess, yet he recalled that there was no one of such caliber in the Shanin sect. Furthermore, Lu Fan's words had already led him to some conclusions. My friend, you jest. I merely wish to understand a reason, Hua Yun said with a smile. Go brazenly seize our sect's treasures and even attempt to kill our elder. It was indeed our sect that eliminated the Yin and Yang duo. Li Shangyin replied with a cold laugh, showing no hint of concealment. Hua Yun frowned, realizing that his assumptions were indeed correct. So now you understand. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile, no longer wishing to engage in further meaningless dialogue. He coldly declared, either die or roll away. Do not impede my endeavors. Hua Yun's expression shifted dramatically, yet ultimately, reason prevailed over impulse. I apologize for the interruption, he exclaimed before turning to vanish before the group. Ancestor, are we just letting him go? He won't return to report, will he? Li Shangyin frowned at the retreating Hua Yun, his tone laced with confusion. No matter. If they seek death, then let them come. Lu Fan replied with indifference and a cold laugh. Hearing his words, the others couldn't help but shiver, fully convinced of Lu Fan's assertion, and chose not to say more. With the ancestor present, what was there to fear? Soon, under the anxious gazes of the crowd, Lu Fan flipped his hand, and instantly, a profound array diagram appeared in his palm, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. What terrifying killing intent! The sight of the palm-sized array seal made everyone gasp in astonishment. Floating above the seal were 5 jade vials, representing the 5 elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elemental energies complemented each other as the entire array began to spin rapidly, just a single trigger away from complete activation. Centered on the sect, the array would encompass a radius of 30,000 miles, forming the 5 elements catastrophic mountain protection array. Excellent, Lu Fan remarked, and with a flick of his finger, a drop of blood emerged from his fingertip. As the blood appeared, the array seal began to tremble violently. Was the activation of this array truly reliant on the blood of the ancestor? The crowd finally comprehended, their minds shaken profoundly, the moment the blood fell into the center of the seal. A thunderous rumble echoed, causing the earth to quake, and dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, quickening the beats of their hearts. Array complete. Commence, Lu Fan declared with a smile, tossing the array seal skyward. Boom! An overwhelming wave of killing intent surged towards the heavens, causing the sky to erupt, the very fabric of space fracturing. At that moment, the entire continent trembled. What is happening? How can there be such terrifying killing intent? Is the sky collapsing? Is this a tribulation? No, tribulations are not this horrific. Could someone be ascending? The ancient beings, who had long remained hidden, opened their eyes in horror. Most of them were in the great ascension realm. And now, under this killing intent, their souls quivered in the depths of the sky, within a secluded space. How could such a terrifying killing intent exist on this continent? Who could it be? A voice of shock soon followed. Quickly realizing the truth, Shan Yin sect. It can only be the Shan Yin sect. I should have anticipated this. The voice carried a self-deprecating laughter, infused with deep fear and regret. Only those above the great ascension realm could sense the overwhelming killing intent. The rest merely felt the vibrations. On the peak of the Shan Yin sect, the effects are quite remarkable. Lu Fan gazed at the array enveloping the entire Shan Yin sect, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Daoisian, Li Shangyin, and the others stood frozen in place, still reeling from the recent killing intent that made them feel as though they had walked through the gates of death. Their souls nearly fracturing. So terrifying. Buzz as the 5 elements catastrophic mountain array successfully activated, the spiritual energy within the space began to transform, continuously refining. The 5 elemental energies worked in harmony, suitable for the cultivation of all practitioners, representing the most refined spiritual energy in existence. With this grand array in place, they need not fear disturbances. Cultivating within would surpass practicing outside tenfold. Observing the still dazed Li Shang-yin and the others, Lu Fan smiled. Chapter 38. Sword St. Pei Shi San, let us duel. Simultaneously, as Lu Fan set up the array, Hua Yun returned to the flower sect. At this moment, on the main peak, Hua Jingxiang stood beneath a peach blossom tree. Her hands clasped behind her back. Sect Master, trouble has arisen. Hua Yun appeared behind Hua Jingxiang, his face grave, his tone tinged with fear. Hua Jingxiang frowned, turning to face him, her expression one of confusion. The yin and yang duo indeed perished at the hands of the Shanin sect, but it seems we may not be able to take revenge, Hua Yun spoke in a low voice. Why? Do they have more powerful beings in the Shanin sect? Hua Jingxiang asked in astonishment. Indeed, Hua Yun did not conceal the truth, recalling the death godlike gaze of Lu Fan that still haunted him. Who? Hua Jingxiang's body quivered slightly, as if she had an inkling of the truth. Though you remember the portrait you showed us a few days ago? Hua Yun asked, his voice trembling. Are you saying that person is in the Shanin sect? Hua Jingxiang exclaimed in shock, initially believing the individual had returned, but it appeared not to be the case. Not only that, but the sect master of Dao Tian sect is also there. And it is evident that he holds that person in great esteem, as if they were already acquainted. Hua Yun stated solemnly. Dao Yixian is there too? Hua Jingxiang's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Soon arriving at a decision. Leave this matter to me. I shall personally pay a visit. With that, Hua Jingxiang stepped into the void, disappearing before Hua Yun at the same moment, on the peak of the Shanin sect. This array not only harbors immense killing intent, but can also autonomously generate spiritual energy. Lu Fan's words once more shattered the understanding of Li Shang-yin and the others, leaving them in disbelief. However, they soon began to perceive the changes in spiritual energy. Is there truly such a terrifying array in existence? This is simply unheard of, Dao Yixian could not help but exclaim, his eyes filled with envy. Our Dao Tian sect also has a mountain protection array, but compared to this, it is like night and day. I am certain that if I were to rashly step into this array, I would be obliterated on the spot. Li Shang-yin and the others were filled with excitement and pride. Every action Lu Fan took filled them with astonishment. Ultimately, Senior, I must take my leave. Dao Yixian said to Lu Fan. Each encounter with Lu Fan brought immense impact to his Dao heart, and amidst these impacts, he found the long stagnant bottleneck of his cultivation beginning to loosen. Master, Luo, she called out, her eyes filled with reluctance. Sheer, cultivate diligently. Dao Yixian replied to Luo Shi with a smile, then bowed to Lu Fan. This array is guided by my essence blood, and we share a spiritual connection. Dao Sect Master, you may come and go freely in the future. The array will not harm you, Lu Fan assured him. Dao Yixian was slightly taken aback, responding, thank you, Senior. He then turned to face forward, a hint of tension in his eyes. They were now within the array, the entire void enveloped by the formation. It was impossible to fly or even escape into the void. Yet, he trusted Lu Fan's words. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, and in the next moment, he found himself standing on a plain 100,000 miles away. It really is safe, Dao Yixian exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He couldn't help but glance back at the towering mountains, a deep sense of awe in his eyes. Brother Chongqing, if you were to return and witness this scene, you would surely be astonished. Dao Yixian murmured before not lingering any longer, stepping forward and vanishing from sight. On the peak, Luo Shi watched the direction in which Dao Yixian had disappeared, knowing that her master had safely departed. Rest assured, my revered master has embarked on a secluded retreat to achieve a breakthrough, and it will not be long before he ascends to the realm of great ascension. Lu Fan did not conceal this truth. A breakthrough? Is it truly so? Luo Shi exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lu Fan remained silent, but beside him, Li Shangyin chuckled, saying, Sierra, the ancestor would never deceive us. Just now, I sense the fluctuations of the Dao sect master's aura. It is precisely for this reason that he is so eager to return. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi sighed in relief, her worries dissipating. Very well, you all may return now. This formation only affects outsiders. You are free to come and go as you please, Lu Fan finally addressed the crowd. Ancestor, will you not return with us? Li Shangyin inquired. Perplexed, Lu Fan did not respond, merely smiling as he remarked. Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Why is the ancestor suddenly reciting poetry? The crowd looked on in confusion. Li Shangyin chose not to press further and simply urged everyone. Let us depart. Soon, the mountain peak was left with only Lu Fan, whose gaze was fixed upon the tranquil expanse of the plains beyond. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged through the still air, and an elderly man in humble attire materialized before him. This sensation, as the elder appeared, a chill coursed through him, as if he were being scrutinized by a colossal primordial beast, a profound sense of danger blossoming within him, leaving him astounded. What secrets lie hidden within the divine concealment sect? Furrowing his brow, the elder gazed at the distant mountains. He had not entered the range of the formation, thus failing to perceive even a whisper of its aura. Yet he could vaguely detect the earlier peril emanating from deep within the mountains. You must be the Sword Saint, Pei Shursan? Just as the elder was assessing the mountains, a faint voice broke the silence. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as a blurry figure appeared on the horizon, followed by a young man clad in white standing 10 paces before him. "It is you?" the elder exclaimed in shock, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. At that moment, he finally understood that the danger he felt moments ago originated from this very youth before him. This was the individual he had once sought out to inquire about Dao Xian, the one who had not only obliterated the Tianju sect, but had also slain the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect. By now, Lu Fan's likeness had spread across various sects. Yet they knew not of his true identity, having only glimpsed his visage. They had not anticipated that such a figure was concealed within the divine concealment sect. I am indeed Pei Shursan. May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir? Pei Shursan asked, his brow furrowed, feeling no ire at Lu Fan's direct address, but rather a burgeoning wariness. Lu Fan. He replied with an unassuming smile. Lu Fan? Pei Shursan furrowed his brow in confusion. He had not heard of such a name across the continent. Are you perhaps affiliated with the Divine Concealment sect? Pei Shursan inquired, his brow knitting once more. You speak as much as that, Pei Baju. It is quite tiresome, Lu Fan muttered, unable to suppress a sigh. When Pei Baju had encountered him, he too had posed numerous questions. Though Lu Fan's voice was soft, it resonated clearly in Pei Shursan's ears, causing the elder to pause momentarily but ultimately pay it no mind. I suppose so. Let us cease this line of inquiry. I have come with a singular purpose. Lu Fan said, a smirk gracing his lips as he continued under Pei Shursan's curious gaze. Let us engage in a duel. Chapter 39. The 14 Swords of Celestial Slaying on the Plains. A gentle breeze stirred, yet the entire space felt strikingly serene. A duel. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Pei Shursan frowned slightly, yet he did not inquire further. He understood that Lu Fan was not jesting. Your invitation is most generous. It seems I have no choice but to oblige, Pei Shursan replied calmly, a glint of coldness igniting in his eyes. A resounding hum reverberated as an ancient long sword manifested before him, radiating an unparalleled sword intent that made the very air tremble. I did not anticipate that your mastery of the sword would surpass even that of Yan Jingtian, Lu Fan remarked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Merely sensing the sword intent exuded by Pei Shursan, he had already discerned the distinction between the two. Although both were in the mid-stage of great ascension, Pei Shursan's sword intent was infinitely more formidable. You are acquainted with Yan Jingtian? Pei Shursan asked, astonished. Both he and Yan Jingtian were renowned swordmasters across the continent and were well aware of each other's prowess. Moreover, they had once sparred 3 centuries prior. At that time, Yan Jingtian had subtly overshadowed him, yet through years of relentless cultivation and comprehension, Pei Shursan had refined his swordsmanship to an unprecedented level. Should they cross paths again, he was confident he could vanquish him. What he did not know, however, was that Yan Jingtian had already perished moments ago. If I were to claim that I had just slain him, would you believe me? Lu Fan replied with a dismissive smile. What? Pei Shursan's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. Fear not. Such matters are inconsequential. Merely summon your full strength and unleash your 13 swords of celestial slaying, Lu Fan encouraged with a grin, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. At this moment, Pei Shisan remained in a state of shock. The youth before him had slain even the mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator, Qingfeng Daoist, and thus it was entirely plausible that he could have defeated Yin Jingtian. Yet, considering Yin Jingtian's swordsmanship, it would not be so easily accomplished, even for those in the late stage of Great Ascension. Observing Pei Shisan still reeling from the revelation, Lu Fan shook his head. With a single thought, the space erupted in a cacophony, and the stones beneath their feet began to levitate. The sudden pressure jolted Pei Shisan back to reality. Under his gaze, a blue-black ancient sword, inscribed with mysterious runes, materialized before Lu Fan, emanating an ancient and overwhelming aura. The moment this sword appeared, Pei Shisan's long sword trembled, as if in fear. What kind of sword is this? Pei Shisan exclaimed in astonishment. This sword is known as the Sword of Celestial Execution. There is no better choice for a duel with the Sword Saint, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Aside from the initial occasion when he had acquired the Sword of Celestial Execution and tested it against several nascent soul cultivators, he had not wielded it since in truth, given his strength, it mattered little whether he possessed a sword or not. The Sword of Celestial Execution, what a magnificent blade! Pei Shisan marveled, his tone imbued with excitement. At this moment, he cast aside all other thoughts. His path of swordsmanship demanded fearlessness, and it was precisely for this reason that he had dared to name his technique the 13 Swords of Celestial Slaying. To engage in a contest with such a mysterious and powerful figure as Lu Fan was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The world knows that I have created the 13 Swords of Celestial Slaying, yet few are aware that through centuries of arduous practice, I have transcended to discover a 14th sword, Pei Shisan declared with a smile. Gradually, he extended his right hand to grasp the long sword before him. At the moment his fingers closed around the hilt, an explosive surge of sword energy erupted from Pei Shisan, soaring toward the heavens. The vast and frigid sword intent radiated from him like surging tides, causing the earth to tremble. Simultaneously, Pei Shisan's once aged visage transformed dramatically, his appearance rejuvenating and becoming as youthful and handsome as Lu Fan's. Has he comprehended the 14th sword of celestial slaying? How intriguing! Lu Fan chuckled, his own eyes reflecting excitement. With Pei Shisan's current swordsmanship, aside from the heavenly might, he could be considered the strongest opponent Lu Fan had encountered thus far in his fervor. Lu Fan too grasped the sword of celestial execution, and with a resounding boom, an equally powerful aura erupted from him, shaking the ground beneath them. The spatial fabric seemed to strain under their combined might. Had Lu Fan not already confined this space, the forces they unleashed would undoubtedly incite chaos beyond. I may not be versed in swordsmanship, yet I yearn to be the first to experience the 14th sword of celestial slaying, Lu Fan declared, gazing at the sword-wielding Pei Shisan with a smile. Pei Shisan laughed heartily. Very well. With that single word, the energy he had gathered reached its zenith. The 14 swords of celestial slaying. Fearless, undaunted, unfathomable, without a mortal, without heaven. A voice that resonated through the heavens and earth escaped his lips, and phantoms began to materialize around him, each exuding an overwhelming force of nature, corresponding to each strike, especially with the final two words. A vast heavenly might coalesced above his head. With a thunderous crack, a blinding sword light flashed, coalescing into a phantom wielding a long sword, radiating an aura of annihilation. This was the 14th sword he had comprehended, without heaven. As Pei Shisan unleashed the entirety of the 14 swords of celestial slaying, the ground cracked open, and the space within 100 miles began to disintegrate and reform. What audacity, what swordsmanship, Lu Fan praised. In this moment, Pei Shisan's long hair billowed, and his eyes sparkled with boundless sword light, transforming him into a divine sword poised to pierce the heavens. Ultimately, he uttered, "I humbly request your guidance. Here I come." With a thunderous roar, the 14 phantoms surged forth towards Lu Fan, each one infused with boundless sword energy. As they approached, they swept away all in their path, surrounding Lu Fan with an unyielding momentum, rendering him unable to evade. While the forces of nature and the might of heaven were formidable, Lu Fan merely smiled, tightening his grip on the sword of celestial execution, his wrist twisting with purpose. With a resounding clash, the battle commenced. An invisible sword in tint erupted from his center, radiating outward like ripples upon water. The sword energy appeared simple and capricious, yet wherever it passed, the void trembled and faded away. When this sword in tint collided with the 14 phantoms of Pei Shur-san, all the powers of heaven and earth, all the might of the heavenly path, vanished into thin air. At the moment these 14 phantoms dissipated, a beam of sword light penetrated the void, rushing towards Lu Fan with astonishing speed. However, before this sword light could reach Lu Fan, it was already shattered by Lu Fan's sword energy, with a resounding crash. As the sword energy disintegrated, Pei Shur-san was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he flew over Tinjiang before finally coming to a halt. His face was ashen, filled with shock and bitterness. He had been defeated, utterly so. He couldn't even withstand a single strike from Lu Fan. The 14 swords of immortal slaying were indeed formidable, comparable to half-step tribulation, yet they posed no threat to me. Lu Fan remarked with a smile, casually stowing away the Zhutian sword. Chapter 40. You are quite understanding it is I who has lost, and I concede with utmost sincerity. Pei Shur-san sheathed his long sword. Bowing respectfully to Lu Fan, his tone devoid of any bitterness in that moment, he finally realized that the prowess of the young man before him was beyond his imagination, and he could sense that Lu Fan had not even exerted his full strength. As a native cultivator of Dongzhou who had lived for over 1,000 years, he never expected to encounter such a terrifying existence within the Shinin sect. Not only in Dongzhou, but perhaps throughout the entire continent. No one was aware of his presence. Pei Shur-san marveled, and Lu Fan smiled again, saying, "If you succeed in transcending the tribulation, very few within the realm of tribulation can withstand your 14 swords of immortal slaying." He spoke the truth. To integrate the forces of heaven and earth with the might of the heavenly path into one swordsmanship was no ordinary feat should Pei Shur-san achieve a breakthrough in his realm. The power of the immortal slaying 14 would be far greater. "Senior, you flatter me. I am well aware of my own capabilities," Pei Shur-san replied, his address to Lu Fan now altered in a world where strength reigns supreme. Age matters not. The stronger one is, the more they are regarded as a master or elder. Furthermore, having just recently broken through to the mid-stage of the Great Ascension, he knew that achieving another breakthrough would require a considerable amount of time. The higher one ascends, the more arduous the path to breakthrough becomes. This is a truth known by all. Lu Fan said nothing further. However, the 14 swords of immortal slaying that Pei Shur-san had created had indeed opened his eyes. "Senior, may I inquire why you killed Yin Jingtian?" Pei Shur-san hesitated but could not suppress his curiosity, his tone tinged with tension. Both he and Yin Jingtian were prodigies of the sword path, rivals who admired each other. The sudden demise of Yin Jingtian left him momentarily in disbelief. Noting the anxious yet expectant gaze of Pei Shur-san, Lu Fan did not conceal his intentions, sneering, "He should not have meddled in matters that do not concern him. Nor should he have harmed my disciples." Pei Shur-san was taken aback, finally grasping the reason behind as for the affairs of the Tinjua sect and Qingfeng Taoist. He had no desire to delve further. Finally, Pei Shur-san took a deep breath, bowing to Lu Fan once more. "Thank you, Senior, for your insights. I shall take my leave. It has been an honor to battle with you." Lu Fan nodded with a smile. Soon, Pei Shur-san departed, leaving Lu Fan alone on the plain. He did not return to the sect immediately, but instead gazed into the distance. In the next moment, the space ahead warped, and a woman clad in resplendent robes, exuding elegance and charm, emerged. Was that the sword sect's leader who just left? Upon her arrival, she frowned, looking at Lu Fan with caution. Although she had not witnessed their battle, she had seen Pei Shur-san bowing to Lu Fan as he departed. At this moment, she was utterly astonished. The esteemed sword saint, one of Dongzhou's most prominent figures, had shown such deference to a young man. Did she not know that the young man's image had already spread across the entire continent sects? "Apologies, but I have no obligation to inform you," Lu Fan sneered, as if he had discerned something, and added, "You are from the Huazong?" "I am Hua Jingxiang, the leader of the Huazong," she admitted without reservation. "Ah, so you have come seeking revenge?" Lu Fan replied with a nonchalant smile. He regarded the Huazong with little concern, but if they continued to trouble him, he would not hesitate to obliterate them. Hearing Lu Fan's cold and arrogant tone, Hua Jingxiang furrowed her brow, instinctively feeling a surge of fear. I do not recall anyone of your caliber within the Shanin sect, she said, astonished, finding it hard to believe. Oh, you are quite familiar with the Shanin sect? Lu Fan observed with interest. Hua Jingxiang scoffed. Not at all, Lu Fan, finding her response rather amusing, chose not to engage further. If that is the case, then please state your intentions directly. I have no interest in hearing any frivolous talk. You? Hua Jingxiang's expression turned furious, but she dared not act rashly. This young man could slay even those in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. How could she, at the perfected stage of the harmonization, stand against him? Just as Hua Jingxiang hesitated, a bone-chilling aura approached her, startling her. I am here for a simple reason. Is Li Chongqing within the sect? Li Chongqing again. Lu Fan was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he regarded her with a peculiar expression. Could it be that the leader of the Huazong was an old flame of Li Chongqing? As he contemplated this, he noticed Hua Jingxiang's embarrassed demeanor, further solidifying his conjecture. He is not here. I have heard he has been missing for quite some time. Lu Fan replied directly. Not here? Hua Jingxiang murmured, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. As the leader of the sect, I bear responsibility for the actions of the Yin Yang elders. The consequences they face are well-deserved. Here is a token of compensation, she said, waving her hand, causing a storage ring to float before Lu Fan. You are quite understanding, Lu Fan smiled, taking the storage ring without hesitation. Hearing Lu Fan speak as if addressing a child, Hua Jingxiang's brow furrowed. Internally, she was furious. When had the esteemed leader of a sect ever been subjected to such indignation? Yet, she simply could not contend with him. Ultimately, she said, I take my leave, and turned away, eager to depart without a moment's hesitation. Such a sentimental fool, Li Chongqing. You have piqued my curiosity, Lu Fan remarked, watching Hua Jingxiang vanish from sight with a faint smile. At this moment, the sky had gradually darkened. Lu Fan chose not to linger, turning to disappear from the spot. Meanwhile, in the southern region, deep within a marsh thick with toxic fumes, boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, causing the entire marsh to tremble violently. A terrifying aura surged into the sky, with thunder and lightning crackling above the marsh, illuminating the night sky. Mysterious runes began to manifest, and with a resounding crash, the thunderous pillars struck the runes, shattering them as if they were glassed. At last, the devastating force of the myriad thunderbolts engulfed a long-haired young man clad in black, utterly obliterating him. Under the shadow of the thunder, the young man's body erupted in violent bursts, with blood splattering everywhere. Strangely, with each explosion, his body rapidly healed. This continued for 5 moments before the thunder subsided. The once bloodied young man swiftly returned to his former self. When he opened his eyes, golden light flickered within them, and an intangible energy radiated from him, spreading like ripples upon water. Wherever the energy passed, the ground beneath him caved in. After a while, as the golden light in his eyes faded, he gradually regained clarity. At this moment, the marshland within a radius of 10,000 li had transformed into a parched expanse. Is this the power of the tribulation realm? Truly formidable, the young man chuckled. He surveyed his restored body, his expression tranquil, as if he had long since grown accustomed to such transformations. It is time to return to the sect and see how those little ones are faring. He mused, but soon he sensed something amiss, his expression darkening. Damn it, they have escaped. Chapter 41. Turmoil arises. Everyone descends the mountain the following morning. Atop the ancestral peak of the Shanin sect, Lu Fan yawned, awakening to find Li Chongqing already waiting outside the hall, his face bearing a hint of gravity. Come in, Lu Fan instructed, and the door swung open automatically. Li Chongqing was startled but quickly entered the grand hall, where he found Lu Fan seated at a table. Please, take a seat. Lu Fan gestured for him to sit down, and the teapot on the table automatically poured a cup of tea for him. Thank you, ancestor. Li Chongqing was somewhat taken aback, hastily sitting down. Speak. You did not come so early just to gather herbs, did you? Has something happened? Lu Fan took a sip of tea, observing the hesitant and anxious Li Chongqing with a calm demeanor. Indeed, nothing can escape the ancestor's notice, Li Chongqing chuckled. You have written it all on your face. There is no need to hide, Lu Fan replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Li Shangyin paused, awkwardly chuckling before ceasing to beat around the bush. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly said, "Ancestor, do you recall the demons that suddenly appeared in Dongzhou some time ago?" "Of course, I killed one of them. As for the others, I am unaware," Lu Fan replied. "How is it that these demons have emerged once again to wreak havoc?" Lu Fan inquired of Li Shangyin. "It is highly likely," he replied. "Before dawn, disciples received messages from various major sects in a single night. Countless cities, sects, and noble families across the entire eastern continent fell, and those affected have turned into mindless demonic beings." Li Shangyin spoke without reservation. "Logically, the demon king who usurped Tianyuan should possess limited strength. Even if other demons are stronger, it would be implausible for them to create such chaos in such a short span. A couple of formidable beings from the top sects should have been able to quell the situation. How could it have escalated to this extent?" Lu Fan expressed his confusion. "It is said that the powerful figures from those top sects have been restrained by the Great Ascension Realm demons. Furthermore, the major demons from the demon realm are also involved, indicating that these demons may have allied together," Li Shangyin said with a furrowed brow, his expression grave. "Oh, the demon realm has intervened as well?" Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had certainly heard of the demon realm, a vast and ancient area situated at the junction of the western and southern states, perpetually shrouded in demonic energy, serving as the dwelling place for contemporary demons and a forbidden zone for human cultivators. For 3 millennia, the two races have refrained from infringing upon one another. Why would they suddenly involve themselves now? This revelation also left Li Shangyin astonished and perplexed. "So, you have come to seek my assistance?" Lu Fan observed Li Shangyin calmly. The latter was taken aback, hastily kneeling and exclaiming, "How could I dare? I merely wish to venture forth to do something for the human race, and during my absence, I hope Ancestor will keep an eye on the sect," Li Shangyin explained in terror, his body trembling. The fact that Lu Fan has awakened is already a great fortune for his Shenin sect. Moreover, he understood that Lu Fan despised commotion and meddling in others' affairs. Even if he were granted 1,000 or 10,000 times the courage, he would not dare to request Lu Fan's intervention. There is no need for such trepidation. "Rise," Lu Fan said with a smile, prompting Li Shangyin to stand. The look in his eyes, now devoid of tension, was filled with anticipation. "Go forth. Even in my absence, none shall approach Shenin's sect," Lu Fan declared with a grin, his tone brimming with confidence. The 5 elements catastrophe protection array ensures that even an immortal emperor would find it impossible to escape disaster. Let alone mere mortal cultivators. Li Shangyin finally exhaled, his eyes alight with exhilaration, and he immediately expressed, "Thank you, Ancestor, for your support. In truth, there is no need to report every matter to me. I will not interfere with your freedom. However, you must be prepared to bear the consequences of your actions," Lu Fan added. "Yes, I shall remember," Li Shangyin responded respectfully. "Besides yourself, there are others who wish to descend the mountain to slay demons. Am I correct?" Lu Fan smiled. "Indeed, Qin Zhan, Xiaotian, Chen Xian, and the others all wish to descend," Li Shangyin said without concealing the truth. But before he could finish, Lu Fan waved his hand to interrupt, stating, "I have just mentioned that everything is to be determined by you." "Freedom is yours," Li Shangyin promptly replied. "I understand." Soon, he exited the grand hall. Lu Fan rose and approached the cliff's edge, not signing in immediately but gazing at the distant square. This moment, aside from the still slumbering Inger and Chu Lu, Xiao Tian, Qin Zhan, Chen Xian, and the others had already gathered there, their faces brimming with excitement as they looked ahead. Each pair of eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent, eager to engage. "Except for Elder Chu, Chu Lu, and Inger, those who wish to descend the mountain should follow me to slay demons," Li Shangyin finally spoke to the crowd. "Yes," the group exclaimed in unison, their impatience palpable. "Sect Master, please take care of yourselves." At that moment, Chu he addressed Li Shangyin and the others. "Rest assured, during our absence, Elder Chu will manage the sect," Li Shangyin assured them. "I will not disappoint the sect master's expectations," Chu he replied respectfully. "Very well," Li Shangyin smiled with satisfaction, then deeply bowed toward the ancestral peak, and everyone else followed suit with a profound bow. The group transformed into streaks of flowing light, soaring into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "May you all return safely." As he watched the figures vanish, Chu he murmured softly, atop the ancestral peak. Lu Fan felt a tinge of complexity as he observed the departure of the group. With their departure, the entire sect fell into a sudden silence. Simultaneously, within a range of continuous, mist-filled, and spiritually rich mountains, ancient and grand palaces stood tall, marking the location of Xinyuan sect, one of the 5 major sects of the eastern state. At this moment, on the highest peak of Xinyuan sect, 5 figures sat opposite one another. The atmosphere heavy with tension. As the 3rd largest city in the eastern state, Lufeng City has now tragically become a den of demons. Do none of you have anything to say? A robust, imposing man in a purple robe, exuding an air of authority, addressed the 4. This man is none other than Zhao Tiandao, the sect master of Xinyuan sect. If Pei Shirsen ranks among the top 3 in strength within the eastern state, then this individual is the veritable first, his cultivation having already reached the pinnacle of the Great Ascension realm. I propose we take immediate action to eradicate them all. Hua Jingxiang scoffed. It is easier said than done. Aside from the 3 of us sect masters, the leaders of the Sword Sect and Daotian Sect have both entered seclusion. Do you know what cultivation level the demons occupying Lufeng City possess? An elder with a formidable presence and gray hair interjected. Upon hearing the elder's words, the other 2 elders furrowed their brows but dared not speak further, as they represented the Sword Sect and Daotian Sect. Respectively, attending this gathering of the 5 sections, their sect master had returned from seclusion yesterday, abruptly entering seclusion, leaving them unaware of the reasons. Chapter 42. The massacre of Lufeng City. Let us not dwell on them. Can we not deal with that band of demons? Hua Jingxiang replied coldly. Just now, a message from a disciple of the Spear Sect reported that the 3 major demons occupying Lufeng City have all reached the Great Ascension realm, though their specific cultivation levels remain unknown. Moreover, demons have appeared in other cities as well. Exterminating them all is no easy feat, the elder continued, identifying himself as Gao Ju, the sect master of the Spear Sect, his cultivation having reached the mid-level of the Great Ascension realm, and his self-created overlord's spear technique commanding great respect in the hearts of the people of the eastern state. He is the only one who can rival Pei Shirsen. At this moment, an unprecedented seriousness flickered in Gao Ju's eyes. What do you propose we do, Gao Sect Master? Shall we simply stand by and watch? Hua Jingxiang replied coldly. Enough. A voice of cold rebuke reverberated, jolting the 4 into alertness. Zhao Tiandao spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, the current situation leaves no room for hesitation. We must act swiftly. Zhao Tiandao continued, pausing briefly before adding. Thus, I, along with sect masters Gao and Hua, shall immediately proceed to Lufeng City to take command and slay the demons. As for the other cities, I entrust the 2 of you from the Sword Sect and Daotian Sect to oversee and provide support. Yes, the 2 exchanged glances and respectfully acknowledged. At that moment, Hua Jingxiang and Gao Ju remained silent but nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Lufeng City, the city walls were already crowded with figures, each pair of eyes aglow with malevolence, emanating an aura of wickedness. The once thriving city now lay in ruins, the ground soaked in blood, and the sky stained crimson, the air thick with the stench of slaughter. Outside the city, a group of arriving cultivators gazed upon this scene. Their faces darkened, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Are these all the humans who have been demonized? The proud 3rd largest city has transformed into this overnight. Damn it, those accursed demons. Witnessing this scene, the crowd trembled with rage, their voices raised in furious shouts. Swish, 2 figures descended. As Li Shangyin and Luo Shi finally arrived at the scene. Who are these people? Upon seeing the demonized figures atop the city walls, Luo Shi widened her eyes in disbelief. Beside her, Li Shangyin remained silent, but the coldness in his gaze betrayed his seething hatred. The individuals on the city walls were once cultivators of their own kind, now turned into accomplices of the demons, wielding blades against their own. Before these demonized cultivators stood a man clad in luxurious attire, his long hair cascading down his shoulders, emanating dark energy. His eyes glowed crimson, expression vacant as he stared blankly at the crowd outside the city. Floating around him were 3 swords, each emitting a resonant hum. It was this man who caused the approaching human cultivators to hesitate in their assault. This individual is none other than the Lord of Lufeng City, Lu Yunfei. His cultivation had already reached the early stage of the integration realm, and his self-created Lu Yunfei sword technique was known for its ethereal mastery. Who would have thought that he too had succumbed to demonization? Gazing at the levitating Lu Yunfei, Li Shangyin's expression darkened. He had crossed paths with Lu Yunfei on a few occasions and regarded him as a worthy acquaintance. This man, who despised evil and championed righteousness, was one of the few individuals Li Shangyin genuinely admired. What are we waiting for? Lu Yunfei has fallen into darkness. He cannot unleash his full power. Let us strike together. A voice of fury rang out, revealing a burly middle-aged man stepping forward. With thick brows and fierce eyes, he exuded a violent aura, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. It was the sect master of the barbarian sect. Someone immediately recognized the man's identity. Without further ado, he stepped forward and grasped a long blade with a swift motion, declaring, "Chaos slash," with a thunderous roar. The man swung his hand, and in an instant, countless blades of light surged towards the possessed Lu Yunfei suspended in midair, each radiating a terrifying energy, as the blades of light threatened to engulf Lu Yunfei. The onlookers held their breath in tense anticipation. However, Li Shangyin furrowed his brow, unconvinced that this strike could slay Lu Yunfei. He watched as Lu Yunfei slowly raised his right hand, flipping his fingers. And with a swish, 3 long swords floating around him shot forth, transforming into an infinite stream of sword energy. The moment the man's blades made contact with this sword energy, they shattered. What? The man was taken aback. Unable to react in time, in a swift motion, a long sword pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in terror, but before he could respond, he exploded into a mist of blood before the horrified gazes of the crowd. Not only that, but the torrent of sword energy surged towards the crowd, prompting cries of alarm. "Run! Quickly!" The crowd panicked and fled. Yet many were enveloped by the sword energy, bursting into blood mist on the spot. Lu Yunfei's figure vanished from the sky, only to reappear amidst those fleeing. With each step he took, chaos ensued, as 3 flying swords pierced through the crowd, mercilessly reaping lives. Moreover, a resounding roar echoed as the previously stationary demonic cultivators atop the city wall seemed to respond to a call. Swarming towards the people outside the city in an instant, the air was filled with anguished screams. It turned out that a single act of aggression could ignite their murderous intent. At the rear of the crowd, Li Shangyin witnessed this scene with astonishment, quickly realizing the implications. However, what shocked him more was that even in their demonic state, Lu Yunfei and the others displayed no decrease in strength. Regaining his composure, Li Shangyin urgently addressed the nearby Luoshi. "Sheer, retreat quickly. I will hold him off." "Shangyin, are you certain?" Luoshi replied, her face etched with concern. "Have you forgotten? I am now at the integration stage. He cannot harm me." Li Shangyin smiled reassuringly. Without further hesitation, he darted towards Lu Yunfei, while Luoshi, unwilling to retreat, charged alongside a few others towards the demonic cultivators. The air was soon filled with the sounds of battle. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Lord's residence in Lufeng City, 2 sinister voices echoed, dripping with mockery and disdain. Indeed, it's far more entertaining to watch them turn on each other. Are human cultivators truly so weak now? 3 figures shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy sat in the hall, their features obscured by swirling black flames, yet they clearly observed the chaos unfolding outside. The true powerhouses of humanity have yet to reveal themselves. We must not let our guard down. As soon as the words fell, the 3 figures seemed to sense something, abruptly rising and vanishing from their spot. The next moment, they appeared high above Lufeng City, where the space before them twisted, revealing 3 more figures. "Perfected great ascension," Zhao Tiandao exclaimed in surprise, while Hua Jingxiang and Gao Zhu shared equally astonished expressions. Chapter 43. The sky like blood, the swords mourning under the blazing sun. The sky appeared like blood. Outside Lufeng City, the clash of blades and the sounds of slaughter resonated incessantly. Perhaps emboldened by their earlier fearlessness, the fleeing cultivators began to return in droves. Rejoining the fray, the scene quickly devolved into a gruesome spectacle, painted in shades of crimson and carnage. With a deafening boom, the earth trembled violently, and a powerful shockwave radiated from the clash between Li Shangyin and Lu Yunfei, propelling cultivators within a 10-mile radius into the air before they could react. "Lu Yunfei, wake up!" Li Shangyin shouted urgently, his longsword clashing against Lu Yunfei's, the potent energy erupting from both of them causing bystanders to retreat to a safe distance to engage in their own battles. However, Lu Yunfei remained oblivious to Li Shangyin's voice, his eyes blazing with a murderous intent. Swish! Two piercing sounds sliced through the air as Lu Yunfei's remaining two flying swords shot towards Li Shangyin at breakneck speed. Transcendent divine art, suppress 10,000 swords, Li Shangyin roared, unleashing a vast and mysterious aura that surged from him. The two flying swords were sent hurtling away before they could reach him. With a flick of his wrist, Li Shangyin dispelled his longsword and swiftly grasped Lu Yunfei's wrist, his movements as fluid as a serpent in that fleeting moment. A hum resonated as the essence of the transcendent divine art flowed into Lu Yunfei. The latter trembled, and the demonic energy surrounding him began to visibly dissipate. What is this? Li Shangyin was momentarily taken aback, recalling what Lu Fan had once told him. The transcendent divine art is a profound technique capable of transforming all things. Could it be that it can also purify demonic energy? Without hesitation, Li Shangyin accelerated the flow of the transcendent divine art as expected. The demonic energy around Lu Yunfei vanished rapidly, and within mere breaths, the crimson glow in his eyes faded, gradually restoring clarity to his gaze. What am I? Lu Yunfei murmured, soon recognizing the familiar figure before him. Your sect master Li? Sect master Lu, you have truly awakened. Li Shangyin exclaimed joyfully, releasing his grip as he gazed at the distant tumult. A flood of memories surged within Lu Yunfei, leaving him momentarily frozen, bloodshot eyes trembling as a chilling aura emanated from him. In that instant, he recalled everything, including the slaughter of his kin, civilians, and cultivators. Sect Master Lu. Li Shangyin's expression shifted as he noticed Lu Yunfei's state, fearing he had succumbed to his demonic nature once more. Just as he spoke, Lu Yunfei raised a hand to halt him, pointing a finger at his brow, manifesting a radiant orb that transformed into an ancient tome. This is the culmination of my life's work on swordsmanship and insights. I cannot allow it to be lost. So I bestow it upon Sect Master Li, hoping it may serve some purpose for future generations, Lu Yunfei explained, the ancient tome floating towards Li Shangyin. Lu Yunfei's swordsmanship? Li Shangyin exclaimed, astonished and perplexed. Before he could inquire further, Lu Yunfei simply stated, take care. With that, Lu Yunfei's aura surged, breaking through from the early to the mid-integration stage. Burning essence blood? Li Shangyin gasped, Sect Master Lu, you mustn't. Yet Lu Yunfei remained deaf to his words. His gaze fixed resolutely towards the sky, filled with a murderous intent and determination. The three demonic figures engaged in battle with Zhao Tiandao sensed the shift, glancing down in astonishment. How is this possible? The demonic energy around him has completely dissipated? They exclaimed in disbelief. Amidst their astonishment, Lu Yunfei's voice, brimming with overwhelming killing intent, echoed through the air. You who slaughtered my kin and killed the people of my city shall pay the price. Sword-s morning, with a fierce cry, Lu Yunfei soared into the sky, propelled by an overwhelming surge of energy. His essence continued to swell as the three swords around him converged into a singular celestial sword, aimed directly at the three demonic figures. Li Shangyin, observing the divine sword ascending towards the heavens, wore a grim expression. Speechless, he understood that Lu Yunfei had resolved himself to a fatal confrontation, vowing vengeance for his kin and the innocent lives lost in the city. The combatants watched in shock and sorrow as Lu Yunfei's transformed sword approached the three demons, a futile endeavor. One of the demons scoffed, asserting, leave this one to me. With a wave of his hand, he sent the still-dazed Hua Jingxiang flying away, then extended his right hand, pressing against the void. A formidable barrier of demonic energy materialized before Lu Yunfei's colossal sword. In an instant, a deafening crash resounded as the surrounding space fractured. The giant sword trembled, revealing a series of cracks. Overestimating yourself? The demon scoffed again, exerting force with his palm. The already cracking giant sword ultimately erupted with a thunderous blast. Just when they believed Lu Yunfei had vanished without a trace, they were taken aback as, at the moment of the sword's shattering, a thread of terrifying energy pierced through the demonic barrier like a needle. What? The demon gasped in disbelief as the slender energy approached him in the blink of an eye. He barely had time to raise his hands in defense. Bang! A terrifying surge of energy erupted, shattering the arm of the shadowy figure. accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed through the air. The force of the blast sent him staggering backward, and the slender thread of energy ultimately dissipated. Transforming into a mere specter, witnessing this scene, Zhao Tiandao and Hua Jingxiang exchanged astonished glances, while the other two dark figures were equally taken aback. The power unleashed by Lu Yunfei in his moment of desperation had reached the mid-stage of the Great Ascension. "Fume, Exioner, I shall join you," Lu Yunfei's apparition remarked with a smile towards the horizon before vanishing completely from existence. "Damn it!" The shadowy figure, having been sent flying, roared in fury. His previously shattered arms began to regenerate at a visible pace. But before he could fully restore them, a chilling voice rang out, 10,000 flowers extinguished. Countless petals enveloped the shadowy figure, followed by a thunderous explosion. "Third brother," exclaimed the two dark figures engaged in battle with Zhao Tiandao. Equally astonished, "Your opponent is here." Zhao Tiandao and Gao Ju scoffed coldly, their murderous intent surging as they charged towards the two dark figures. "Lu, why must you do this?" Below, Li Shangyin gazed mournfully at the dissipating Lu Yunfei. His eyes turned icy as he observed the onslaught of demonized cultivators approaching from all directions. Slowly, he spread his arms and invoked the divine transformation technique. Boom! A terrifying surge of true essence erupted from his center, rapidly expanding in all directions. Chapter 44. The Three Demons Unite. Lu Fan takes action. This fellow actually thought to use the divine transformation technique to purify the demonic energy. On the peak of the ancestral mountain, Lu Fan, basking in the sun upon a stone, opened his eyes. The weapons and techniques he had bestowed upon others were all interconnected with him, and as Li Shangyin unleashed the divine transformation technique on a grand scale, Lu Fan sensed it immediately. Closing his eyes once more, he envisioned the tragic state of Lu Yun City, his brow furrowing involuntarily. The devastation he had witnessed upon his arrival in this world paled in comparison to the current catastrophe. Yet, now, his heart remained unperturbed. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world, where the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Under his gaze, he observed Li Shangyin operating the divine transformation technique, continuously unleashing his true essence. Wherever he passed, the demonized cultivators faltered, coming to a halt. What's happening? Why aren't they moving?" The regular cultivators, who had been battling the demonized ones, looked on in astonishment and confusion. They noticed the demonic energy surrounding them dissipating, and the realization dawned upon them. "Look, it's him," someone exclaimed, their eyes widening in recognition. "Who is he? He seems somewhat familiar. Could he be the leader of the divine hidden sect?" One person finally recognized Li Shangyin's identity. A graceful figure appeared beside Li Shangyin. "Shangyin? Luo," she exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the man she admired. She had not anticipated that Li Shangyin could purify demonic energy. "It's all right, it will be over soon." Li Shangyin smiled reassuringly, and with a commanding shout, his energy erupted once more. Whoosh! In that moment, the demonic energy enveloping the demonized cultivators finally vanished entirely. "What has happened to me? Wasn't I already consumed by the demon?" The demonized cultivators awoke, all wearing expressions of bewilderment, soon realizing the cause of their liberation. "It's over, truly over. The true essence of the sect leader can indeed purify demonic energy." The crowd erupted into cheers, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration as they gazed at Li Shangyin. The cured cultivators exchanged glances, finally comprehending the situation, and they all bowed deeply, speaking in unison, "Thank you, sect leader Li, for saving our lives." "Thank you, sect leader Li." Their voices brimmed with respect and gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise," Li Shangyin urged hastily. It was the first time he had received such a collective bow. Leaving him somewhat taken aback, beside him, Luo she beamed with happiness and pride. Watching this scene from the ancestral peak, Lu Fan chuckled. With this battle, it will be impossible for him to remain nameless. Boom! Just as everyone was swept up in shock and excitement, a series of thunderous booms erupted from above. The crowd snapped back to reality, their expressions shifting to horror as they looked up. Sensing an immense terror clashing high in the sky, Liu Fan's gaze shifted, and he immediately spotted several figures engaged in battle. "Damn it! Damn it all!" An enraged roar echoed. Under the full force of Hua Jingxiang's attack, the shadowy figure's aura was significantly weakened, evidently sustaining serious injuries. A being of mid-stage great ascension had been wounded by an initial stage and a perfected stage cultivator, igniting his fury. His eyes glowed a fierce red, while the other two were no better off, having been suppressed by Zhao Tiandao and Gao Ju. A series of explosions rang out as the other two dark figures were also sent flying. The three demons stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes ablaze with wrath, but what astonished them further was that the man in the green attire below could purify their demonic energy. It was also because of Li Shangyin's momentary distraction that they were struck by Zhao Tiandao and Gao Ju. This man must be eliminated. He will become a great threat to our demon race. The foremost dark figure, a perfected stage demon, gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. Under the puzzled gazes of Zhao Tiandao and the others, the three demons' demonic energy surged and began to merge. This is bad. We cannot allow them to unite. Zhao Tiandao shouted instinctively, sensing a tinge of fear. Gao Ju and Hua Jingxiang also recognized the danger, and the three powered up for their strongest attacks once more. Heavenly Path Supremacy, dominating the world. 10,000 flowers extinguished, boom. The space shattered, and the overwhelming energy left the crowd pale-faced, some even spitting blood from their injuries. Retreat! Li Shangyin urged the crowd urgently. At that moment, a sinister laugh resonated, sending chills down everyone's spine. Hee hee hee! As the sound echoed, the world fell silent. High in the sky, Zhao Tiandao and his companions sensed a tremendous threat. To their astonishment, the powerful attack they had just unleashed had not inflicted a single scratch on the three demons. Under the weight of their grave expressions, they beheld a towering figure stepping forth from the distorted space. A man standing 9 feet tall. His body covered in dark red scales, with a grotesque and fearsome visage. His blood-red eyes and flowing hair emanated an aura of soul-crushing pressure, as if he were a descending demon god. Transcending tribulation? Zhao Tiandao gasped in horror, his voice trembling. The full force of his attack, stronger than half a step into transcending tribulation, felt utterly insignificant before the man before him, instilling a primal fear within him. Only a true transcending tribulation being could evoke such a sensation. Gao Ju and Hua Jingxiang also trembled, their faces ashen with dread. This farce must come to an end, the man grinned wickedly, casually waving his hand. Whoosh! A wave of dark red energy surged towards the three, the void shattering violently. This is bad. The three were filled with alarm as Zhao Tiandao and Gao Ju lunged forward to shield Hua Jingxiang, their hands thrusting out in an attempt to create an energy barrier. However, upon contact with the dark red energy, their barrier shattered like glass. The three were jolted backward, spitting blood as they were sent flying. The space around them fracturing, since the man was filled with terror, instinctively wanting to resist, but soon realized that he was utterly immobilized at that moment. Just like that, with a hum, a colossal hand grasped him. Reminiscent of a mere chick being pinched. Oh my heavens! What is that? Is it a divine being manifesting on earth? The onlookers below witnessed this scene, their mouths agape in horror, their bodies trembling with fear. The aura emanating from the three demons had already instilled a sense of impending doom among the crowd. Now, witnessing this unprecedented spectacle, they were nearly left speechless, utterly astounded. This is how divine beings battle. Watching the demon man rendered powerless in the grip of the enormous hand, Li Shangyin couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement and admiration. This is the progenitor of their divine concealment sect. Spare me, esteemed ancestor, the man cried out in dread. This is simply an existence of an entirely different caliber. What manner of being is this? Spare you. A disdainful cold laugh echoed from the void. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous crash and a harrowing scream, the man was crushed to oblivion by the giant hand. What is this? The imprisoned Zhao Tiandao and the others regained their senses just in time to witness this scene. Their expressions frozen in shock, as the man was obliterated. The energy binding the three of them dissipated, and they immediately reacted in astonishment. Thank you for saving our lives, esteemed ancestor. Zhao Tiandao was the first to kneel, his tone filled with reverence, while Gao Ju and Hua Jingxiang quickly followed suit. Thank you for saving our lives, revered ancestor. After effortlessly crushing the man, the colossal hand did not linger, vanishing into the void. And in the blink of an eye, the entire space returned to tranquility. What kind of existence is this? Gao Ju murmured, gazing at the direction where the hand had disappeared, still in shock by us this what true tribulation crossing looks like? Hua Jingxiang inhaled deeply, her voice trembling. It may be more than that. Zhao Tiandao frowned, his face a mask of astonishment. I never expected such a terrifying existence to be hidden in Dongzhou. After saying this, his gaze inevitably turned to the man in blue below, while Hua Jingxiang and Gao Zhu exchanged similarly complex looks with Li Shangyin. Although they had been imprisoned earlier, their consciousness had not been lost. And they had heard the previous conversation. They were astounded to discover that Li Shangyin was a disciple of that terrifying being. Does this imply that this fearsome entity resides within the divine concealment sect? As they pondered, Hua Jingxiang's beautiful eyes widened, as if a realization struck her, causing her to shudder slightly. Could it be him? The mysterious youth who could effortlessly slay someone in mid-stage of the Great Ascension, whom Pei Shisan treated with utmost respect. Sect Master Hua, what troubles you? Zhao Tiandao, noticing her demeanor, couldn't help but inquired. It's nothing. Hua Jingxiang shook her head, still somewhat shaken. Regardless, having such an existence is a blessing for our Dongzhou, Zhao Tiandao proclaimed, his eyes filled with respect and yearning. He then looked at the other two, pausing briefly before continuing. Since that esteemed ancestor prefers to remain concealed, it is clear that they do not wish to be disturbed. I trust you both understand this. Gao Zhu and Hua Jingxiang exchanged glances and nodded slightly, fully aware of this. After calming their emotions, the three of them flashed and appeared atop the city walls. We greet the three sect masters, someone among the crowd called out, startling everyone, who then respectfully bowed to Zhao Tiandao and the others, and no need for such formalities. Zhao Tiandao waved his hand, saying directly, now that the demon threat has been eliminated, I leave the affairs of the city in your capable hands. We must attend to other matters. Take care. With that, he took a step forward and vanished from sight, followed closely by Hua Jingxiang and Gao Zhu. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. We should be on our way as well. At this moment, Li Shangyin smiled at Luo Shi beside him. She too smiled and nodded slightly. Just as the two were about to turn and leave, Sect Master Li, are you departing so soon? Sect Master Li, we have yet to properly express our gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Indeed, Sect Master Li, why not visit my sect for a moment? Sect Master Li, might we be fortunate enough for a visit on another day? Sect Master Li, a throng of people surrounded them with smiling faces, their tones dripping with respect and flattery. Their eagerness stemmed not only from Li Shangyin's ability to purify demonic energy, but also from the fearsome presence that loomed behind him. Seeing the crowd closing in, each vying for attention, Li Shangyin and Luo Shi were momentarily taken aback. Esteemed ones, we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave. Li Shangyin quickly interjected, grasping Luo Shi's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from the crowd's sight. Atop the ancestral peak of the divine concealment sect, they had initially agreed to venture forth on their own and bear the consequences, yet he could not resist intervening. It seems they must adopt a more low-key approach in the future. Liu Fan clapped his hands, a resigned smile gracing his face. His words had been intended merely to encourage the others, to prevent them from developing dependence on him, but he could not simply stand by and watch when lives were at stake. Upon witnessing a crisis, he felt compelled to act. He had no desire to wait until someone perished before seeking vengeance. System, sign in, Liu Fan declared. He could forget everything else, but the sign-in could not be neglected. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received the alchemical treasure, Danjing. The system's voice rang out, and a thick, ancient tome, radiating an aura of antiquity, materialized before Liu Fan. Gazing at the alchemical treasure, Liu Fan's mouth slightly parted, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately refrained. This Danjing appeared to be specifically intended for Chu He. Indeed, he would have to wait until all the members of the sect received their gifts before he could claim his reward. It seems I can no longer recruit new members, nor can I allow Li Shangyin and the others to take in disciples. Otherwise, who knows when I would receive my reward? All I desire is longevity. Why must it be so difficult? Liu Fan murmured to himself. Host, the overall enhancement of the sect's strength will lead to increased rewards for the host. Ultimately, the effects are the same. The system could not help but interject, "Yo, not speak. Your words are mere drivel," Liu Fan replied, exasperated. The system fell silent. In Chapter 46, the name of the Divine Concealment Sect. The demon emperor and the demon sovereign, after receiving the Danjing, He was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He bowed 3 times to Lu Fan before taking 2 spiritual flowers to concoct pills. Lu Fan sat cross-legged, flipping his hand to reveal numerous jade bottles before him, containing wood essence, water spirit pearls, and longevity elixirs concocted by Chu He. According to Chu He, these longevity elixirs, while they may not grant 1,000 years of life, could certainly extend one's lifespan by 100 years. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Fan decided to absorb and refine these elixirs entirely, curious to see how many years he might gain. Even if the increase was negligible, it was still better than nothing. Observing the myriad of jade bottles before him, Lu Fan smiled. With a mere thought, the lids of the jade bottles opened automatically. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted throughout the mountain peak, and even a slight inhalation left one feeling rejuvenated. As he took a breath, the elixirs transformed into streams of pure energy, flowing into Lu Fan's mouth and nose. Had any knowledgeable observer witnessed this scene, they would surely be left agape, perhaps exclaiming in disbelief. Each bottle contained elixirs capable of extending one's life for hundreds of years, a treasure beyond measure. Yet now, Lu Fan was absorbing them as if drinking water. In just a few breaths, he had consumed all the elixirs within the jade bottles, including the wood essence. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Fan realized that his body and mind felt significantly lighter. System, how many years have I gained? Lu Fan couldn't help but inquire. Did you not say that the system's words were all nonsense? Why ask now? The system responded. Speak or not, 5 years. The system finally replied. Only 5 years. Lu Fan was somewhat astonished. 5 years was indeed a considerable duration, especially since the host bore the power of an invincible law spanning millions of years. Of course, for others, gaining 5,000 years would be a trivial matter. Well, 5 years is still time. It's better than nothing, Lu Fan chuckled, accepting the reality. After stowing away the jade bottles, he couldn't help but gaze towards the horizon, his brows furrowing slightly. In just a quarter of an hour, he sensed numerous auras rapidly converging towards the divine concealment sect. One must not be too ostentatious. News travels faster than light. Lu Fan smiled faintly, having surmised that these individuals were likely drawn here due to Li Shangyin or his actions. In the past, one could traverse 100,000 miles without encountering a single soul. Perhaps it was time to consider taking on a task. Lu Fan couldn't help but muse, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Does the host wish to undertake a task? If so, it may be issued today. The system immediately responded in a rush. I was merely contemplating, not stating that I wish to do so now. If I decide to undertake a task in the future, I will let you know, Lu Fan replied with a smile. System. That the reality unfolded as Lu Fan had anticipated. Li Shangyin possessed the extraordinary ability to dispel demonic energy, and the whispers of a formidable tribulation transcender hidden within the ranks of the Shangyin sect sent ripples through the entirety of the eastern state. Indeed, the entire continent. In that moment, the name of the Shangyin sect resurfaced in the public consciousness. Who would have thought that the sect's leader could neutralize demonic energy? Yet, even more astonishing was the revelation that a genuine tribulation transcender resided within the sect, capable of obliterating a demon king of equal standing with a mere gesture, reminiscent of a celestial descending upon the earth, truly terrifying. It is indeed the unnoticed that often harbors the most formidable forces. How could a sect that has stood for millennia be mere simplicity? One could only conclude that our previous assumptions were rather superficial. The world was in a state of shock, with some unable to contain their curiosity, yearning to behold the elusive Shangyin sect. Not only the populace, but also the ancient sages of esteemed sects, and the reclusive tribulation transcenders, were taken aback. To dispel demonic energy, he must have mastered some extraordinary technique. The Shangyin sect, is that not the sect of Li Chongqing? Even Li Chongqing, it seems, has yet to undergo tribulation. How intriguing! A chorus of powerful figures communicated telepathically, their tones tinged with astonishment and curiosity. At that very moment, in the central state, atop an unnamed peak, the atmosphere was suffused with an intoxicating floral fragrance, enveloped in serene tranquility. Before a modest wooden cabin, beneath a peach blossom tree, 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, sat opposite each other at a chessboard. The young man in white, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, appeared to be around 20, with a pale complexion and an ethereally handsome visage. A red emblem resembling a diminutive sword adorned his brow, exuding an air of mystery. With a soft thud, a chess piece was placed, and the strikingly beautiful young man finally smiled, declaring, "It is finished." "Is it?" came a melodious voice, enchanting and delightful. Across from the handsome young man sat a woman in black, her silver hair cascading elegantly, her figure enchanting, with skin as fair as snow and a countenance so exquisite it could render the heavens dim. Her eyes glimmered with a captivating crimson light, as though one glance could shatter the very soul as her words faded. She placed her chess piece upon the board, a beguiling smile curving her lips. "The real performance is just beginning." The young man raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes as he observed the board, which had seemingly revived from its predetermined conclusion. In astonishment, he shook his head with a smile. "Truly worthy of the demon clan's sovereign." "I am enlightened." "You flatter me, your majesty," the woman replied with a smile. It became apparent that the two were none other than the demon sovereign and the demon empress. "How does the demon sovereign perceive the affairs of the Shan-in sect?" the demon empress inquired. "I have only just awakened and am not well versed in the events of the last millennia." "You likely understand these matters better than I," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "Aside from the founding patriarch Li Shunshang, the only descendant of note is this Li Chongsheng. Were it not for the intervention of the demon sovereign, I would not have been confident in containing him." The demon empress stated seriously. "Indeed, Li Chongsheng is extraordinary. Though his power may be lacking, he is unbound by the laws of heaven and earth, impervious to harm. He can only be confined," the woman remarked, her brow furrowing in agreement. Now that Li Chongsheng is trapped, could the newly emerged tribulation transcender be the founding patriarch, Li Shunshang? "You jest, for Li Shunshang has long ascended. This sudden tribulation transcender may merely be an obscure elder." The demon empress clarified. "The true spectacle has only just commenced. Those ancient figures in the central state have yet to make their move. A single Li Chongsheng and the Shan-in sect are insufficient to impede our progress." The woman scoffed, adding, "As for the enigmatic tribulation transcender and the sect leader capable of purifying demonic energy, they are of little consequence." Chapter 47. The Demon Domain General. Have you heard of Lu Fan? That very afternoon, above a dense forest in the eastern state, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, the space fracturing as a powerful force radiated outward, leveling the forest within a 100-mile radius in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed through the air as two figures staggered backward, their faces a mask of shock as they gazed ahead. "You are Li Shangyin?" An ominous voice resonated, and a strikingly dressed young man emerged from the void. "Is that all?" The young man regarded the pair before him with a playful smirk. "Who are you?" Li Shangyin furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his face. The aura emanating from the young man was significantly stronger. At least that of a perfected integration stage, perhaps even a great ascendant. The young man chuckled, casually revealing, "Qiu Bai." "The demon domain general, Qiu Bai?" Li Shangyin's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment reflected in his gaze. While the nearby Luo Shi wore a similarly grave expression. Among the 8 generals of the demon domain, Qiu Bai was the weakest, yet his cultivation had reached the initial stage of the great ascendant. Li Shangyin had only recently broken through to the initial integration stage. He might stand a chance against someone at the late integration stage, but facing a great ascendant, who was a whole realm above him. He felt utterly unprepared. "So you have heard of me?" Qiu Bai grinned wickedly, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Who hasn't heard of the lowest among the 8 generals?" Luo Shi retorted with a cold laugh. At her words, Qiu Bai's expression darkened immediately, his gaze fixated upon Luo Shi. "What a beautiful woman, such a pity." With a derisive chuckle, he added, "I shan't allow you to die easily. I have recently been studying the art of pleasure enhancement, and I intend to make your final moments quite exhilarating." "You dare?" Li Shangyin exclaimed, positioning himself protectively in front of Luo Shi, glaring fiercely at the young man, an icy killing intent gathering around him. However, Qiu Bai merely scoffed. "I have heard that you can purify demonic energy. Tell me, can you also cleanse demonic aura?" As his words fell, a terrifying demonic energy erupted from him. Behind him, 8 massive serpent heads coiling ominously, radiating a chilling aura. Qiu Bai was, in fact, the incarnation of an 8-headed serpent, adept at devouring the vitality and souls of others. Now that he revealed his true form, the oppressive demonic energy rendered both Li Shangyin and Luo Shi breathless. Yet, Li Shangyin showed no sign of fear. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a long sword, channeling the divine transformation technique, a vast and mysterious aura emanating from him. What is this aura? Feeling the mysterious energy from Li Shangyin, Xiao Bai's eyes flashed with surprise. Although he was a whole realm above Li Shangyin, this aura instilled a sense of danger within him, as if it were suppressing him. Could this be the reason you can purify demonic energy? Xiao Bai suddenly realized, his eyes alight with fervor. If he could swallow this power, all the secrets and opportunities of this person would be his. Contemplating this, he wasted no time, raising his hand to command the serpent shadow behind him to lunge at Li Shangyin. Divine transformation technique, slay the demons, Li Shangyin, not daring to be careless, shouted as he swung his sword. Slash! A brilliant beam of light sliced through the air towards the massive serpent, with a resounding crash. The space trembled, but Li Shangyin's strike did not harm the serpent. It merely halted its advance momentarily before it surged forward once more. Seize! He uttered decisively. Just as the serpent was about to engulf Li Shangyin, it suddenly froze in midair. What is happening? Xiao Bai gasped in disbelief. He felt the serpent was being bound by an overwhelming force, unable to attack. Meanwhile, Li Shangyin's eyes shimmered with esoteric light, exuding a mysterious energy. The divine transformation technique could transform all things and subdue all beings with but a thought. How could a mere integration stage insect possess such power? It must have its limits. In shock, Xiao Bai snapped back to reality and ceased holding back, bellowing, boom! The remaining 7 serpent shadows surged towards Li Shangyin. Witnessing this, Luo Shi's expression turned anxious, and she moved to intervene, but Li Shangyin quickly halted her. Do not! Facing the onslaught of the 7 serpents, Li Shangyin gritted his teeth, channeling the divine transformation technique once more, energy erupting forth. Yet, due to the disparity in realms and the previous toll of purifying the demonic energy, his complexion paled, and he found himself straining to keep up. Just as I thought. Noticing the change in Li Shangyin, Xiao Bai's face broke into a sinister grin. With a cold snort, bang! One of the massive serpents broke through Li Shangyin's restraints. Appearing before him, Dao Yuan immortal technique? A voice rang out as a burst of colorful light erupted. Luo Shi had positioned herself in front of Li Shangyin, her sword coalescing into a vibrant seal to block the serpent's assault. Dao Yuan immortal technique? You are a disciple of that Daoi immortal. Xiao Bai was somewhat taken aback, but soon burst into laughter, not expecting to encounter a disciple of Daoisian here. The humiliation of his previous defeat would be avenged through you. With a cold shout, Xiao Bai commanded the massive serpent to unleash its fury, causing it to shatter the magical seal that Luo Shi had conjured. Both he and Li Shangyin were sent flying, and as they soared through the air, they coughed up blood. Simultaneously, the 7 great serpents that had been previously restrained regained their mobility, charging towards the 2 with lethal intent. Just at that critical moment, a voice rang out, sword slashes through the stars. A beam of sword light cut through the void, and before the 8 serpents could react, they were cleaved in half, exploding into a shower of scales and blood. What? Xiao Bai's expression changed drastically. Just as he regained his composure, a figure whizzed past him. His pupils contracted as he stared in shock at the blood hole in his chest. His eyes filled with horror and disbelief. You? Who are you? Before he could utter those 3 words, a horrific scream erupted, and he was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, both Li Shangyin and Luo Shi were equally astonished. Before them stood a strikingly handsome young man in white, wielding a long sword. Are you two all right? After sheathing his sword, the young man smiled and inquired. We are fine. Li Shangyin and Luo Shi quickly regained their senses and expressed their gratitude. Thank you for saving us, Senior. The young man was taken aback, then chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You are both too courteous. It was merely a trivial matter. Had that great demon not been careless, I would not have succeeded so easily. Li Shangyin and Luo Shi exchanged glances, both profoundly shaken. Regardless of whether Xiao Bai had been careless, the ability to slay a being of the great Ascension realm indicated that this young man was at least a formidable figure of the same caliber. By the way, have either of you heard of a predecessor named Lu Fan? Before they could fully regain their composure, the young man suddenly posed another question. Chapter 48. The 10,000-foot stone tablet. Death to intruders outside the realm of the Xian'in sect. Amidst the mountains, streams of light continuously descended, transforming into various figures. Is this the Xian'in sect? Exclaimed one. After several centuries, the trees have indeed flourished. Why do I sense an eerie aura pervading the air? Upon landing, the newcomers gazed at the mist-shrouded mountains ahead, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and curiosity. Most among them were cultivators in the transformation realm, with a few in the integration realm, and even several powerful beings in the Great Ascension realm. Let us proceed directly inside to take a look. At that moment, a mid-stage integration realm elder clad in blue stepped forward. The crowd was taken aback. Entering without invitation seemed rather impolite. However, the elder was unfazed, stating, "Speaking of which, I have met Li Shangyin's master once. Now that this Li Shangyin can purify demonic energy, it seems he has entirely disregarded us." Such disrespect towards his teacher warrants a discussion with his master. Hearing the elder's words, the crowd collectively gasped. It sounded as though he intended to confront Li Shangyin's master. "Let us accompany you." Several others stepped forward. Each of these individuals was also in the integration realm, with two even possessing the aura of the Great Ascension. Upon noticing the two venerable figures radiating a formidable presence, the crowd was astonished, as was the blue-robed elder, who wore a face of reverence. "We are not cultivators from the eastern states, but we have heard that the sect master of the Xian'in sect can purify demonic energy. We wish to witness it." The two elders exchanged glances before responding nonchalantly. "It is our honor for the two seniors to accompany us. Come, let me lead the way," the blue-robed elder said respectfully. The two nodded slightly, with two Great Ascension figures leading the way. Those who had hesitated were suddenly filled with interest and joined the group. In the blink of an eye, 80% of them moved towards the towering mountains, while the remaining 20% chose to stay behind. Among them, a striking young man clad in a resplendent black robe stood aside, quietly observing the scene. Apart from another young man beside him, he was isolated from the others, for the aura he exuded was akin to that of the two Great Ascension beings, perhaps even stronger. Merely standing there evoked a sense of suffocation. "Why, Lord? Shall we not enter?" The young man beside him could not help but ask respectfully. "Knowing that there is a tribulation stage being within the Xian'in sect, do you believe I am a fool to enter recklessly?" The one referred to as my lord shot him a glance and replied coldly. The latter's countenance changed, and he quickly said, "I dare not. Moreover, the aura emanating from the mountains fills me with trepidation. It is certainly not simple. We should simply observe," the black-robed young man added, his gaze fixed intently ahead, sneering, "What a group of fools unaware of their own demise." The remaining observers were equally transfixed by the throngs of individuals marching forward, seemingly intent on seizing the Xian'in sect, their eyes brimming with anxiety and anticipation. Finally, when they were merely 30,000 miles from the palatial structures, they did not halt but flew onward without losing speed. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Those who had entered felt the world around them fade, the very fabric of reality shattering as an overwhelming murderous intent enveloped them. Not good? No. A cacophony of piercing screams resonated as they had no time to react, all exploding into a mist of blood, including the two Great Ascension experts who met the same fate. What? This? Those standing outside the realm, witnessing this scene, were left in stunned silence, their faces pale with horror. The black-robed young man's eyes glinted with fear, while the young man beside him turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror. Although they could not sense the murderous intent, they beheld the scene of people being obliterated into blood mist, vanishing from existence, a terrifying killing formation. The black-robed young man stared intently ahead, his voice trembling as he uttered, "What just happened?" Some arriving cultivators happened to glimpse the space shrouded in blood mist. Their expressions filled with bewilderment. "They're dead. All of them dead." Those who had been observing murmured, their eyes now filled with boundless dread. "We must flee. This is not a place for us." In a panic, someone quickly reacted and took off towards the horizon, prompting the crowd to follow suit as though they were fleeing for their lives. Those arriving later were still puzzled. "Why, Lord? We?" The young man glanced at the black-robed figure, who frowned deeply before taking a deep breath and replying calmly, "Let us depart." Until we break through to the tribulation stage, it is best not to indulge our curiosity. Yes, the young man bowed respectfully. Just as they were about to leave, three figures swiftly approached from the horizon. Why are so many people gathering outside the Shen sect? Luo she could not help but ask Li Shangyin beside her. Li Shangyin wore a puzzled expression, quickly noticing the space still awash with blood mist. Not good. Someone has stepped into the formation. His face changed, and he immediately halted. Ancestor, this is a friend of my disciple. Li Shangyin bowed respectfully towards the formation ahead and explained. No matter. All may enter. A faint voice resonated from deep within the mountains. Li Shangyin was overjoyed and promptly replied, "Thank you, Ancestor." At that moment, a thunderous rumble shook the heavens, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal stone tablet descended from the sky, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura that ignited the surrounding void. What is this? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the stone tablet, all present turned pale, their hearts trembling. Li Shangyin and his companions were equally astounded. Finally, with a deafening crash, the stone tablet struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, leveling the surrounding area for 100 miles. Gazing at the four characters inscribed upon the tablet, all present were rendered speechless, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Death to intruders. The four characters appeared as a decree of death, and merely glancing at them instilled a profound sense of impending doom and a thick atmosphere of mortality. The black-robed young man's spirit was shaken, and an unprecedented fear flickered in his eyes. A great terror. The one who inscribed this stone tablet was undoubtedly a being of unimaginable power, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Let us go. The young man did not hesitate further, turning to leave as the two vanished from sight. As they beheld the monumental stone tablet that suppressed the heavens and the earth, Li Shangyin and his companions felt an indescribable shock. This was undoubtedly the work of their ancestor. After a considerable time, the three finally regained their composure, exchanged glances, and flew into the formation, disappearing from view. Chapter 49. The Celestial Star-Slaying Technique. Lu Fan's frustration. They, just like that, entered, observing Li Shangyin and his companions who entered the formation unscathed. The crowd outside the Shen sect exchanged bewildered glances, astonished. Wait, he seems to be the sect master of the Shen sect. Soon, someone recognized Li Shangyin's identity, and the crowd began to comprehend. They then gazed at the towering stone tablet that loomed in the heavens, all unable to suppress their gasps of awe, their hearts filled with trepidation. Such an undertaking was beyond human capabilities. The Shen sect was destined to become renowned across the continent. Those who wished to live should depart. A voice echoed, prompting them to depart. That very moment, Li Shangyin and the others had already arrived at the grand hall of the Shen sect. At the forefront of the hall, upon a magnificent throne, sat a striking young man clad in white. Disciples pay their respects to the ancestor. Li Shangyin was the first to bow to Lu Fan, while Luo Shi and the youth beside him also inclined their heads in reverence. "Rise," Lu Fan said indifferently, and they stood up. "Go, think we meet again so soon, young Master Su. What brings you to seek me?" Lu Fan inquired, directing his gaze towards the handsome young man beside Li Shangyin. It turned out that the young man was none other than Su Xingchen, the prodigy from the Su family whom he had encountered a few days prior in the Bermuda Sea. Now, Su Xingchen had reached the early stage of the Great Ascension realm. Such a terrifying rate of advancement left even Lu Fan in quiet admiration. Truly a peerless talent. Upon entering the Shen sect, Li Shangyin had already conveyed the circumstances to Lu Fan through sound transmission. He chose not to reveal Lu Fan's identity as the ancestor of their sect to Su Xingchen, leaving that decision in Lu Fan's hands. At this moment, Su Xingchen was also somewhat astonished, realizing that Lu Fan was indeed the ancestor of the Shen sect. No wonder he was so formidable, Brother Su. Observing Su Xingchen lost in thought, Li Shangyin could not help but interject, which jolted Su Xingchen back to reality. After calming himself, Su Xingchen wasted no time in stating, "The debt of gratitude I owe for saving my life is one I shall never forget. As I promised, from this moment forth, my life belongs to you. Therefore, I have come to follow you. I hope you will grant me this favor." With that, Su Xingchen knelt down, his tone sincere yet anxious. "To follow me?" Lu Fan was slightly taken aback. Previously, Su Xingchen had expressed his willingness to brave fire and water for him, But now he had truly come, even seeking out his whereabouts. Had it not been for his encounter with Li Shangyin, Su Xingqian might have continued probing indefinitely. This man is indeed persistent. Lu Fan shook his head in resignation before saying, "Young Master Su, I have already mentioned that saving you was merely a trivial matter. Moreover, with your talent, transcending the tribulation is merely a matter of time. You possess great potential to ascend to immortality in the future. There is no need to waste your time on me. Especially since I do not require anyone to follow me." Su Xingqian trembled all over, while Li Shangyin and Luo, she exchanged incredulous glances, neither daring to speak. Predecessor Su Xingqian's complexion paled as he opened his mouth to say more, but was interrupted by Lu Fan's gesture to halt. "There is no need to say more. You have already saved Li Shangyin and the others, which suffices as repayment for my life-saving grace. You may return." Although Su Xingqian's body trembled, he knew he could say no more since Lu Fan had already spoken. He could only respectfully acquiesce. "Ancestor." At that moment, Li Shangyin stepped forward, bowing deeply to Lu Fan. "Brother Su has only just returned with the disciples. Why not allow him to arrange for accommodations and stay for a few days before departing? Everything is at your discretion. I wish to rest now." Lu Fan replied, rising and vanishing from the grand hall. "Thank you, Ancestor." Li Shangyin bowed again, then turned to Su Xingqian, who appeared despondent, and smiled. "Brother Su, do you truly wish to stay?" Su Xingqian was taken aback and quickly replied, "Of course, but alas, the predecessor," he sighed, lamenting his lack of fortune. The following morning, by the cliff's edge, Lu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the sea of clouds before him, feeling immensely content. A great deal had transpired the previous day. The news of Li Shangyin's ability to purify demonic energy had caused a stir across the continent, leading to his unavoidable return to the sect. Meanwhile, Qinzhan, Xiaotian, Chun Xian, and others were still outside vanquishing demons. Sensing that they were out of danger, Lu Fan let out a small sigh of relief and promptly declared, "System, sign in, ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Breaking Sky Star technique." The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Breaking Sky Star technique? Lu Fan was taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar. His eyes widened in realization. Could it be related to Su Xingqian? He exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Su Xingqian is a star body cultivator, practicing the Breaking Sky Star technique, which would greatly enhance both his cultivation speed and strength. The system elucidated. "Impossible. I have already rejected him. How could I possibly receive a reward from him?" Lu Fan expressed his disbelief. "Host, Su Xingqian is now considered a member of the Shanin sect. Thus, it is not surprising for you to receive a reward from him." The system explained that a member of the Shanin sect. Lu Fan was taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon him, and his expression immediately darkened. "Li Shangyin." The three words reverberated, causing the sky to tremble as if it were about to collapse, shaking the entire sect. "What is happening?" Chu He, Luo Shi, and Su Xingqian were all astonished, while Li Shangyin, still in his cultivation, turned pale with fear, his hair standing on end as he felt a formidable gaze fixed upon him. Soon, he realized the owner of that voice was none other than the ancestor. What has befallen the ancestor? In a panic, Li Shangyin dared not hesitate. He swiftly appeared atop Ancestor Peak, gazing upon the figure exuding an icy aura. Li Shangyin trembled in both body and spirit. What is the matter? Why is the ancestor so furious? Fear gripped his heart, yet he respectfully bowed and cautiously inquired, "Ancestor, have you summoned your disciple for something?" Lu Fan slowly turned to face Li Shangyin, his countenance devoid of warmth as he said, "Speak. Did you take Su Xingqian as your disciple?" The detached tone sent a shiver down Li Shangyin's spine, prompting him to kneel and plead, "Ancestor, please quell your anger. I saw his extraordinary talent and took the liberty of allowing him to join the Shanin sect. Besides, did you not say?" "What did I say?" Lu Fan interjected with furrowed brows, "That everything is at the discretion of the disciples. Hence, I thought, for matters such as accepting disciples, there was no need to disturb the ancestor." Li Shangyin stammered, fear evident in his voice. "You?" Lu Fan's indignation was palpable. "I in the future. Matters regarding accepting disciples and elders must be discussed with me first. Otherwise, I obey. I shall never dare again." Li Shangyin hastily prostrated himself. "Be gone. Yes, I take my leave." Watching Li Shangyin depart as if granted a reprieve, Lu Fan felt both exasperated and amused. Yet, to be fair, he had not informed Li Shangyin ahead of time, so Li Shangyin's actions could be understood. A single day is nothing. I can afford to wait. Liu Fan snorted softly, considering it an accumulation of reward points. Chapter 50. The Heavenly Tao reveres the strong. That person is my disciple in the southern region. Within a dim underground palace, mysterious runes flowed throughout the surroundings, exuding an ancient and terrifying aura. These runes interwove and resonated, forming an impregnable confinement array. I in the center of this array. A young man clad in black sat cross-legged. His eyes filled with fury. Damn it! I didn't expect to be a step too late. The demon lord has been successfully awakened. I wonder what the situation is like outside now. The young man scowled. Surveying the surrounding confinement array, he appeared helpless. He had attempted various methods, but found himself unable to break through the formidable barrier. There's no other choice. I must summon reinforcements, the young man declared. Slowly rising, he gestured with his finger, and a drop of golden blood appeared, emanating a radiant glow. The young man quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and suddenly, a mysterious seal manifested before him, radiating a vast and enigmatic aura that seemed to reach deep into the heavens. Heavenly Tao, lend me your assistance, the young man urgently called out to the seal, but the only response was silence. Surely, there is no need for this. We have met so many times. We are friends of a sort. You cannot harm me, and that is not my fault. If you help me escape, I shall owe you a favor. What do you say? He added quickly. A favor. A faint voice resonated. Immediately, a hazy figure materialized before the young man, exuding an aura of profound mystery, rendering it impossible to discern its appearance. Upon its arrival, time seemed to stand still. Yes, a favor. The young man replied eagerly. I have no interest in your favor, but if it pertains to the Shinin sect, I might consider it. Unfortunately, you do not represent the Shinin sect. The figure remarked coolly. Nonsense. I am the ancestor of the Shinin sect, the 5th-generation sect master. How could I not represent the Shinin sect? The young man retorted immediately. Then what of the other terrifying existence concealed within the Shinin sect? What is your relationship with that entity? The figure inquired, curiosity evident in its tone. Another terrifying existence. The young man was taken aback, for in his memory, aside from himself, there seemed to be no other formidable entities within the Shinin sect. He felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from voicing it. Sensing the figure's intrigue, he cleared his throat and finally said, If I am not mistaken, that person you speak of must be my disciple. Disciple? Is your disciple even stronger than you? The figure regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing this, the young man was once again taken aback, though he expertly concealed his surprise, replying, Speaking of which, my apprentice is even more modest and cautious than I am, so it is hardly surprising that he surpasses me. Is that truly the case? The figure's tone carried a hint of skepticism and astonishment. Given the bond between us, would I dare to deceive you? The young man shot a glance at the figure, who merely responded nonchalantly, We have only met twice, and this is the second. My favor is equivalent to that of the divine concealment sect. If I were to speak, my apprentice would undoubtedly hold me in high regard, so tell me, will you assist or not? The young man immediately replied. The figure paused for a moment, then with a wave of his hand, the array ahead suddenly emitted a surge of energy, before returning to calmness. Is that all? The young man gazed at the figure in bewilderment, as the array showed no signs of being breached. I never imagined those two demons could possess such power. A voice of astonishment emanated from the figure. Surely, you can't possibly be unable to break through? The young man exclaimed in shock. It was important to note that this figure was an incarnation of the Heavenly Tao, an entity considered among the pinnacle of existence on this continent. It can be breached, but doing so would surely alert those two demons. And thereafter, you may find yourself facing a fate of relentless pursuit, the figure stated earnestly. No matter. I am quite confident in my concealment techniques from the divine concealment sect. Even if I must constantly flee, it is still preferable to being trapped in this sunless crypt, the young man declared. Very well, as you wish, the figure responded, and in an instant, a surge of Tao energy enveloped him, as he gathered vast amounts of energy in his hand. Striking forth with a powerful blow, boom, the entire array trembled, and then a crack appeared, leading to the outside world. Hurry, the figure commanded, The young man had long been prepared. He dared not delay any further. Transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the fissure, when he reappeared, he found himself standing on a vast sandy beach. "At last, I have emerged," the young man exclaimed, exhilarated by the endless desert surrounding him. "Do not forget your words. The divine concealment sect still owes me a favor." Just as the young man reveled in his freedom, a faint voice reached his ears, and soon the space regained its tranquility. Who could that person be? The young man furrowed his brow, recalling the terrifying entity mentioned by the heavenly Tao incarnation. It couldn't be his disciple, as he knew that his disciple had already perished. Could it be Li Shangyin? The young man suddenly thought, but immediately dismissed the notion. Although Li Shangyin possessed great talent, he was still far from being able to compel the heavenly Tao to intervene. Never mind, since there are powerful guardians in the sect, I need not rush back. I shall first bide my time and enhance my strength before returning. The young man smiled, having made up his mind. With a single step, he vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, atop an unnamed peak in the central continent, a young man and woman continued their leisurely game of chess, when suddenly, their expressions changed dramatically as they exchanged glances. Li Changxing has escaped. Both were filled with shock and disbelief as they stood up and vanished from their location. A quarter of an hour later, they reappeared within a dim palace. He truly managed to escape. How is this possible? The young man in white, handsome in appearance, exclaimed in astonishment. How could he possibly break through the array we set? The stunning young woman in black furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes reflecting her surprise. Even at the peak of tribulation, it should be impossible for him to breach the prison heaven array we established. With Li Changxing's strength, he should not have been able to achieve such a feat. The handsome young man stated with a furrowed brow, his tone heavy with concern. Surely, a peerless powerhouse must have aided him. Yet, all the powerful beings in the central continent have been under our watch. None have moved. Who could that person be? The young woman also appeared puzzled. Could it be? The young man's expression shifted, as if he had come to a realization. Under the young woman's curious gaze, he looked up, a hint of trepidation in his eyes. The woman shivered, having grasped the young man's implication, her expression turning grave, before she shook her head and said, "The heavenly Tao favors the strong. Only those who pose a threat to him can compel his intervention. Given Li Changxing's current situation, he is not yet capable of this." Chapter 51. The Five Generals of the Demon Domain. The three lords of the demon clan within the dim palace, the four sovereigns of the central continent, remained in slumber. Who could achieve such a feat? The young man frowned, feeling a sense of surprise and confusion. Despite being the lord of the demon domain, this person, since he does not reveal himself, must have certain constraints. The woman furrowed her brow, vaguely recalling something, and immediately stated, "Regardless, we must locate Li Shangyin first. We cannot allow him to grow. Do you think he might have returned to the divine concealment sect?" The young man inquired. If he is not foolish, he would certainly not return to his own sect. However, it is time to send a warning to the divine concealment sect, the woman replied with a cold laugh. The young man paused, immediately grasping the woman's intent. Noon. Atop the ancestral peak of the divine concealment sect. I pay my respects to the ancestor. I wonder why the ancestor summoned me. Su Xingchen bowed deeply to the figure before him, who had his back turned. His tone was laced with tension. As he had already surmised, the cause of Lu Fan's earlier angered it was undoubtedly not about Li Shangyin. It was highly likely due to him. How quickly you adapt to addressing me as young Master Su, Lu Fan chuckled. Finally turning to face him, Su Xingchen was taken aback, thinking, is the elder going to expel me from the divine concealment sect? He mused inwardly, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Noticing Su Xingchen's anxious demeanor, Lu Fan refrained from unnecessary words, simply flipping his hand, causing a sphere of light to appear, radiating an enigmatic aura. Relax your mind. There is no need for anxiety, Lu Fan stated. Understood, Su Xingchen replied respectfully. Although puzzled, he hesitated not a moment and promptly closed his eyes. Seeing Su Xingchen's unwavering trust, Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. With a flick of his finger, the light sphere transformed into a streak of radiance. Swiftly entering Su Xingchen's brow, the latter shuddered, immediately opening his eyes. Boom. His aura erupted uncontrollably, and his eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. A quarter of an hour later, Su Xingqian's aura finally subsided, his face now a picture of astonishment. The breaking heaven star technique? Su Xingqian could only utter in a trembling voice, as a profound and intricate technique now resided in his consciousness. Now that you have become a disciple of the divine concealment sect, I bestow upon you a welcoming gift. Cultivate diligently. Do not become complacent, Lu Fan said with a smile. Su Xingqian was overwhelmed with shock, but more so with gratitude. It turned out that Lu Fan had not summoned him to expel him from the sect, but to impart a profound technique. Just a glance at the technique sent tremors through his soul, causing his blood to boil as if all his latent potential had been awakened. This breaking heaven star technique was, indeed, a supreme cultivation method tailored for him. Thank you, ancestor, for your generous gift. I shall cultivate earnestly and live up to your expectations. Su Xingqian promptly knelt in reverence, his voice filled with excitement and sincerity. That is sufficient. Rise, Lu Fan said with a smile. Raising his hand to gently lift Su Xingqian, at that moment, the respect in Su Xingqian's gaze towards Lu Fan stemmed from the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already let go of his anger. Events had transpired, and there was no need to dwell on them further. Moreover, having such a remarkably gifted disciple was, for him, a source of joy. You may return, Lu Fan finally gestured. Disciple takes his leave. Su Xingqian bowed once more before departing the ancestral peak. Lu Fan turned to gaze at the sea of clouds ahead, preparing to sit cross-legged. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly reopened them, looking towards the horizon, sensing two familiar auras erupting forth. Have they broken through? Lu Fan simply smiled and chose not to dwell on it, closing his eyes once more, at the same time. At the back mountains of Daotian sect and Sword sect, two formidable auras soared into the sky. Under the astonished and excited gazes of the sect's elders and disciples, Dao Yixian and Pei Shisan had successfully broken through. Dao Yixian had finally advanced to the early stage of the Great Ascension realm, while Pei Shisan had progressed from the mid to the late stage of the Great Ascension realm. After their breakthroughs, they learned from their elders about the events that had transpired over the past 2 days, equally astonished. Without hesitation, they immediately led a portion of the elders and disciples down the mountain to slay demons and eradicate evil. Among the demons wreaking havoc in the eastern continent, aside from the 3 demons that had taken over Lufeng City, the rest were not particularly powerful. Thus, after vanquishing the 3 demons, the subsequent extermination efforts proceeded swiftly. With the addition of Dao Yixian and Pei Shisan, within a day, the majority of the demons in the eastern continent had been nearly eradicated. That very night, deep within a mist-laden canyon in the eastern continent, on a flat expanse of land, dozens of figures sat cross-legged, each exuding a suffocating aura of demonic energy. These were all demons at the integration and Great Ascension realms. Yet at this moment, these formidable demons and demon kings appeared pallid, their energies unstable, and their eyes filled with shock and fury. Cursed be it. Currently, there are fewer than 100 demons remaining in the entirety of Eastern State. How can we possibly wage war under such dire circumstances? I never anticipated that Eastern State harbored such a multitude of formidable experts. Even the 3 demons of Lufeng City fell to a mysterious powerhouse while in their combined form. It is said that this individual hails from the Shanin sect, a being of transcendent strength that we can hardly hope to contend with, not to mention the fact that we are without reinforcements. If the situation persists, we can only await our doom. Outside the canyon, over 1,000 human warriors have already gathered. The demons murmured among themselves, each gritting their teeth, their voices laden with rage and urgency. Silence! A commanding voice rang out, its formidable presence sweeping across the gathering. The demons were taken aback, and upon seeing the speaker, they immediately fell silent. A middle-aged man clad in blood-red garments stepped forth, exuding an aura of terrifying bloodlust. A late-stage great ascendant and the most powerful among all present demons. I am the Blood Demon King. The Demon Sovereign has just communicated with me. Our 2 factions will soon dispatch strong reinforcements. We merely need to defend this teleportation array and wait. The Blood Demon King surveyed the assembly of demons, his voice grave. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the demons shifted dramatically, their eyes brimming with excitement. If it were indeed a message from the Demon Sovereign, they would not be deceived. The entire area fell into an immediate hush. At that moment, a resonant hum emerged from a raised platform ahead. and the demons collectively inhaled sharply. The Blood Demon King widened his eyes, tension etching his features as he gazed at the platform. The once tranquil space began to distort. A wave of even more terrifying energy than that of the Blood Demon King surged forth. Before the astonished eyes of the demons, 8 figures of varying heights emerged from the warped space. Standing side by side, the presence they emanated threatened to rupture the very fabric of reality, causing the ground to tremble. Transcendence Realm. It is undoubtedly the Transcendence Realm. Feeling the overwhelming force akin to the collapse of the heavens, the demons were filled with dread. The 5 generals of the demon domain, and the 3 lords of the demon clan. The Blood Demon King immediately recognized the identities of the newcomers, exclaiming in astonishment, "It is well known that the demon domain comprises 8 major generals, 3 of whom have reached the Transcendence Realm." Among the 5 generals present, the Blood Demon King was aware that at least 2 were in the early stages of transcendence. "We pay our respects to the esteemed lords." The Blood Demon King was the first to bow deeply to the 3 figures, his voice trembling with excitement. "We pay our respects, esteemed lords." The other demons followed suit, their tones filled with reverence. "Rise." One of the elderly figures among the 8 demons, clad in black with white hair, spoke in a calm tone. His crimson eyes gleamed with a boundless thirst for blood, and even as he stood, the space surrounding him twisted ominously, exuding an aura of terror. This black-clad elder was the most powerful among the 8 demons. The Slaughter Demon Lord. "Thank you, my lord." The Blood Demon King and the others dared to rise, exhaling a breath of relief, yet their gazes towards the Slaughter Demon Lord were rife with trepidation. "We have but a day's time, and we come with a singular purpose," the Slaughter Demon Lord continued, his frigid tone causing every demon to hold their breath, ultimately uttering the words, "Eradicate the Shanine sect." As those 4 words escaped his lips, thunder rumbled throughout the starry sky, sending a shiver down the spines of the demons. "Eradicate the Shanine sect? Therefore, let the slaughter commence. We shall set forth immediately to the Shanine sect." The corners of the Slaughter Demon Lord's mouth curled upward, a bloodthirsty glint flickering in his eyes. "Eradicate the Shanine sect. Slay the human race." The assembly of demons erupted in fervor, their voices raised in unison, each pair of eyes gleaming with a savage hunger. Thus, within a mere quarter of an hour, the tranquil night was stained crimson under the moonlight, as the host of demons vanished into the canyon. The thousands of human cultivators outside met their end, sacrificing themselves without a single survivor. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke anew. Atop the ancestral peak of the Shanine sect, the system's voice echoed, "Sign in, ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 extreme Dao transformation pill." The mere mention of the extreme Dao transformation pill sent a tremor through Lu Fan's body. His eyes shimmering with barely contained excitement, it had finally arrived. Lu Fan had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity. Now at the Golden Core stage, this extreme Dao transformation pill would undoubtedly propel him beyond the nascent soul stage, directly to the transformation stage. 5,000 years. This would multiply Lu Fan's lifespan severalfold. In a moment of exhilaration, a golden pill radiating an ancient and mysterious aura appeared before him, encompassing a profound Dao rhythm. The instant the pill manifested, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, thunder crackled, and the entire Shanine sect trembled violently. "What is happening?" Li Shangyin and the others were still reeling from the shock when Lu Fan's cold snort brought everything back to calm. Atop the ancestral peak, Lu Fan gazed at the so-called extreme Dao transformation pill without a hint of hesitation. With a deep breath, he inhaled it whole, immediately settling into a meditative posture. As the pill entered his body, it transformed into a stream of pure energy that coursed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging upon the golden core within his dantian. Boom. As the 2 energies fused, Lu Fan's body trembled slightly, witnessing his golden core, far more potent than the sun, begin to quake violently. Boundless energy expanded and contracted, the golden core undergoing visible transformations. With these changes, Lu Fan felt his very soul evolving. Finally, the golden core dissipated, morphing into a radiant little golden figure. This little golden figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Fan, coiled within his dantian, enveloped in an overwhelming Dao essence. While his power remained unchanged, Lu Fan sensed a qualitative transformation in his soul, enabling him to channel his strength with newfound perfection, leaving him in a state of unparalleled ethereality and bliss. As he opened his eyes, the little golden figure within his dantian mirrored his actions, both pairs of eyes reflecting the same vision. "Is this my primordial spirit?" Lu Fan remarked with a gentle smile, fully aware that he had genuinely broken through to the transformation stage. Regaining his composure, he rose slowly, unable to restrain his curiosity. "System, how much lifespan have I gained now?" "Extreme Dao Transformation Realm, lifespan 6,000 years. The system replied. 6,000 years of lifespan. Lu Fan chuckled. Indeed, the maximum lifespan for Transformation Realm cultivators on this continent was 5,000 years. Yet he had acquired an additional 1,000. With 6,000 years ahead of him, he would no longer feel the weight of anxiety in the days to come. However, it would still be prudent to pursue immortality swiftly. Lu Fan smiled as he expressed this thought. "Host, you are truly steady," the system merely commented, falling silent thereafter. Lu Fan chuckled softly, not uttering another word. For him, only immortality and eternity held true significance. After all, he was invincible, aside from the unusual phenomena that accompanied the appearance of the extreme Dao transformation pill. Lu Fan's breakthrough had unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Every pill he consumed was effortlessly assimilated under the vast and invincible power of his laws. Just as Lu Fan reveled in the comfort brought by his soul's metamorphosis, a sudden realization struck him. His brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze shifted towards the horizon. Several 100,000 miles away, a host of demons, shrouded in ominous malice, were rapidly advancing towards them, their intentions unknown. Lu Fan chuckled, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Since these demons sought their own demise, he would not intervene. Moments later, a figure materialized behind him, none other than Li Shangyin, who had sensed the commotion as well. "Ancestor, did you sense it too?" Li Shangyin inquired immediately, his tone laced with tension, the sensation causing his heart to race. "You appear quite fearful," Lu Fan remarked, observing him. Li Shangyin paused, not concealing his apprehension as he nodded in affirmation. "Moments ago, my disciple received word that the thousands of human cultivators who had surrounded the demons outside the canyon have all perished in self-sacrifice, with not a single survivor. The demons have likely dispatched peerless reinforcements. Indeed, there are 5 Transcendence Realm demons, one of whom has reached the mid-stage of Transcendence," Lu Fan replied with a calm smile, as if discussing a trivial matter. "What? 5 Transcendence Realm beings?" Li Shangyin's eyes widened in terror. Before he could fully process the information, Lu Fan nodded and added, "Correct. They are currently en route to the Shanin sect and will arrive within moments. Given their aura, they intend to obliterate our sect entirely." This? Li Shangyin was left in shock, realizing that these demons were indeed targeting the Shanin sect. After a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure. Inhaling deeply before bowing to Lu Fan, "Ancestor, I wish to drive away the cultivators beyond the sect's borders. May I proceed?" Knowing that the demons were coming for them, he could not bear to watch the human cultivators suffer. "Do as you wish, but you have already spent a quarter of an hour in daze, leaving you only a quarter of an hour to act," Lu Fan merely reminded him. "Thank you, Ancestor," Li Shangyin exclaimed with joy, without a hint of hesitation, vanishing from the ancestral peak in a flash. Atop the main peak of the Shanin sect, Lu Fan watched as Li Shangyin departed, feeling no concern but rather an urge to inquire. "System, how much lifespan do I currently possess?" The transformation into a divine being encompasses both the elixir of life and the essence of energy longevity, yet any excess is not factored into the equation. According to the limits of this realm, the energy cultivator boasts an additional 100 years, while the elixir practitioner enjoys an extra 500. Furthermore, the consumption of medicinal pills grants an additional 5 years. Combined with the host's remaining 70 years of life, thus, the host currently possesses an astounding 6,675 years of lifespan. The system responded. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Fan felt a sudden weight upon his mind and hastily waved his hand, saying, "All right, I understand. Would the host like the information to be precise to the month, day, hour, minute, and second?" "The system is capable of calculating all of that," the system inquired further. "No," Lu Fan exclaimed, utterly speechless. His mathematical abilities had never been strong, and hearing such an array of numbers nearly overwhelmed him. While he cared deeply about his longevity, the thought of fixating on a relentless stream of fluctuating figures daily was enough to drive him mad. It was almost comical to think that he, who had never faced a worthy opponent, would ultimately succumb to himself. The saying that one's true adversary is oneself certainly held profound truth. It would be far better to pursue immortality swiftly, thereby alleviating all worries. Lu Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh of contemplation, turning his gaze toward the mountains beyond. At that moment, Li Shangyin had nearly dispersed all the cultivators outside the divine hidden sect. Yet a few remained unconvinced by his words, driven by curiosity to witness the so-called demons. In response to their resolve, Li Shangyin merely smiled dismissively, having conveyed all that needed to be said. If they were unafraid of death, then they were free to do as they wished. A cold chuckle escaped Li Shangyin's lips. Just as his words fell, a rumble echoed from the horizon, causing the earth to tremble. They have come. Li Shangyin's expression shifted as he looked toward the sky, where a mass of dark clouds obscured half the heavens, swirling ominously toward them, emanating a terrifying aura. Could it truly be demons? Run! As the malevolent, destructive energy radiated from the clouds, those lingering cultivators finally snapped back to reality, scattering in a frantic escape. In the blink of an eye, the ominous clouds descended upon the plain. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shangyin's figure flickered, and he directly entered the array atop a mountain peak. Though the demons were fearsome, he held unwavering confidence in the formation laid out by his ancestors. At that very moment, a voice laced with disdain echoed, "Ants? Ah!" The latecomers could only emit a scream before their bodies exploded into a gruesome display. Witnessing this scene, Li Shangyin's expression darkened with fury. Then, a chilling voice resonated, "In this place today, none shall remain. Not a blade of grass shall grow." As the voice faded, the dark clouds dissipated, revealing figures brimming with demonic energy hovering in the air. Each standing with an air of authority. Leading them were 5 figures, with a black-robed elder at the center narrowing his gaze, fixating on a towering stone monument. His brow furrowed slightly at the words inscribed, "Those who cross the boundary shall perish." The 4 characters radiated an overwhelming aura of slaughter, sending a chill through even the elder's heart. The 4 demons beside him exchanged astonished glances, while the numerous demons behind them trembled in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the imposing monument, feeling a palpable sense of impending death. The individual capable of such a feat was undoubtedly a being of transcendent power. It seemed the rumors were true. There indeed existed a transcendent master within the divine hidden sect. At that moment, the leading slaughter demon lord let out a cold laugh. Although the 4 characters instilled a modicum of fear in him, it was not sufficient to intimidate him. "Master, there is someone on the mountain peak ahead." The blood demon king stepped forward, addressing the slaughter demon lord. The slaughter demon lord furrowed his brow and immediately spotted Li Shangyin atop the distant peak. "A cultivator at the integration stage," he scoffed, his eyes flashing with crimson energy as he directed it toward Li Shangyin. An insignificant integration stage, and held no threat in his eyes. However, just as he believed he would effortlessly annihilate Li Shangyin, the concentrated energy dissipated strangely before it could reach him. The slaughter demon lord's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. The demons surrounding him mirrored his astonishment, though it was merely a gaze. Even an early-stage transcendent would hesitate to confront it. How had this young man achieved such mastery? Could he be the rumored transcendent master of the divine hidden sect? One of the demon lords could not contain his words. They were largely unfamiliar with the human cultivators and had no knowledge of Li Shangyin's identity. Observing their reactions, Li Shangyin's lips curled into a faint smile as he secretly exhaled in relief. The formation laid down by the ancestors was indeed formidable. "I am the sect leader of the divine hidden sect. You demons, come forth and face your demise." Once he confirmed that these demons posed no threat, Li Shangyin stood tall and proclaimed, his voice brimming with provocation, "You seek death." A furious roar erupted as the blood demon king stepped forward, his eyes glowing with rage as he glared at Li Shangyin. Exuding an aura of murderous intent, "Blood demon king, it is your turn." The slaughter demon lord merely stated, "I shall obey." The blood demon king responded respectfully, his figure flashing as he lunged toward Li Shangyin. Witnessing this, Li Shangyin's lips curled into a smirk as he slowly raised his right hand. Just as the Blood Demon King crossed the threshold of the monument, Li Shangyin grasped the air. Boom! An overwhelming surge of killing intent descended. What? The Blood Demon King was struck with terror, unable to react in time before being obliterated by the wave of murderous energy. What? The demons behind the Slaughter Demon Lord recoiled in shock as they witnessed the Blood Demon King turn to mist in an instant. The 5 demons, including the Slaughter Demon Lord, paled at the sight. Ant? Li Shangyin sneered, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he regarded the shocked demons from afar, derisively asking, "Are you all so afraid of death? Sending mere ants to probe? If you fear for your lives, you should surrender quickly. I may consider sparing you." As the demons remained unmoved, Li Shangyin taunted them outright. Despicable! Damn it! Kill! Upon hearing Li Shangyin's words, the Slaughter Demon Lord and the other demons were indeed engulfed by fury, their murderous intent surging as they charged at Li Shangyin. Observing this, a sly, triumphant smile graced Li Shangyin's face as he coldly declared, "Let them all perish." As his words echoed, the swarm of demons crossed the monument, entering the 5 elements annihilation formation. The moment they stepped into the killing array, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent enveloped them. Those at the integration and transcendence stages were unable to react in time, instantly reduced to nothingness. Meanwhile, the 5 transcendent masters, including the Slaughter Demon Lord, paled in terror as the atmosphere shattered under the onslaught of killing intent. All life was destined to be obliterated. In the midst of fear and despair, they attempted to unleash their internal energy and resistance, yet, no. All that remained in the world was a scream filled with terror and unwillingness. Everything transpired with astonishing speed, all within the span of 2 or 3 breaths. Watching the once mighty horde of demons reduced to ashes in an instant, Li Shangyin couldn't suppress a gulp, his spirit shaken. In that moment, he truly witnessed the terror of this killing formation. Chapter 54. The Immortals Remains, the Astonished Demon Emperor and Demon Sovereign. On the mountain peak, Li Shangyin took a deep breath, finally calming himself as he prepared to return to the sect. Suddenly, he halted, sensing something as he gazed toward the horizon. With a hum, the space trembled, and 5 figures emerged from the void. Who are they? Upon their arrival, the 5 individuals immediately laid eyes on the towering stone monument standing between heaven and earth, their eyes widening in shock. What a terrifying killing intent! Zhao Tiandao exclaimed, fear etched upon his features, while Pei Shisan and Dao Yixian shared similar astonishment. When they had previously arrived, this monument had not existed. Those who cross the boundary shall perish. The mere 4 characters sent chills down their spines. Why were we unaware that the divine hidden sect possessed such a monument? This stone tablet is certainly beyond the capabilities of the transcendence stage. Gaoju stammered, equally shaken. Greetings to the 5 esteemed sect leaders. A voice rang out as Li Shangyin approached the 5, cupping his hands in respect. Li sect leader, you are too kind. Zhao Tiandao raised his hand with a smile. Now that they knew the divine hidden sect housed a transcendent being, they dared not hold their former arrogance. What brings you 5 here? Li Shangyin inquired directly, curiosity evident in his gaze. We heard the demons were heading toward the divine hidden sect. So we came to offer our assistance, only to discover the news was false, Gaoju replied, his brow furrowed, while Zhao Tiandao and the others expressed their disbelief. They indeed came to, however, Li Shangyin smiled as he paused, meeting the puzzled gazes of the 5 before ultimately revealing, they have all been dealt with. Dealt with? The 5 exchanged bewildered glances before their eyes widened in disbelief. Li sect leader, are you implying that they are all dead? Indeed, Li Yingsheng nodded with a smile. The 5 of them gasped in astonishment, and Zhao Tiandao could not help but exclaim, last night, all the elders from our 5 major sects perished outside the canyon. Among them were those at the late stage of the Great Ascension Realm and the Grand Elder who had reached perfection in the Great Ascension Realm. The only ones capable of slaying them must be beings of the Tribulation Crossing Realm. Could it be? As he trailed off, Zhao Tiandao had already begun to surmise the truth. The 5 of them could not help but gaze at the towering stone tablet, their eyes filled with profound reverence. It appeared that the mysterious powerhouse from the hidden god sect was not merely an ordinary being of the Tribulation Crossing Realm. Pei Shisan and Dao Yixian exchanged glances, having already vaguely deduced the identity of that enigmatic figure. Aside from Lu Fan, they truly could not think of anyone else who could achieve such a feat. Hua Jingxiang's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Could it truly be him? The image of a young man in white suddenly flashed through her mind. That individual was not Li Changsheng, but rather a stranger she had never encountered before. The five of them exchanged knowing nods, seemingly having reached a consensus. Ultimately, Zhao Tiandao addressed Li Shangyin, Sect Master Li. In 3 days, the Immortal's Relic will be opened. You should bring your disciples to participate. The mention of the Immortal's Relic surprised Li Shangyin, who inquired, isn't it the case that only the 5 major sects are allowed entry? If your hidden god sect lacks the qualifications, then we of the so-called 5 major sects are even less deserving. Dao Tiandao chuckled. Indeed, soon our eastern state will boast 6 major sections once we enter the Immortal's Relic. Let us see if those sects from other regions will dare to look down upon us again. Gao Ju also chuckled. At this moment, Li Shangyin understood the intentions of the others, and his heart surged with excitement. It seemed that the hidden god sect was truly on the verge of reclaiming its former glory. Without further hesitation, he replied, in that case, I shall graciously accept your invitation and will certainly lead my disciples to participate. That is splendid. That is splendid. The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Soon, the 5 of them departed. With the last wave of demons eliminated, there were almost no traces of demons left in Eastern State. Even if a few remained, they posed no threat. Before long, Li Shangyin returned to the hidden god sect. On the ancestral peak, he stood respectfully behind Lu Fan, reporting the earlier events. Oh, the Immortal's Relic. Lu Fan turned around, revealing a hint of interest in his eyes. Indeed, this Immortal's Relic was left behind by an ascended immortal tens of thousands of years ago and serves as a training ground for the top sects of the continent. Every 100 years, the leading sects from the 5 states send elders and disciples below the integration realm to seek opportunities within. It is rumored that it contains not only the Immortal's teachings and spiritual artifacts, but also various elixirs and medicines. Li Shangyin explained with reverence. Are there elixirs for immortality? Lu Fan could not help but inquire. Elixirs? Li Shangyin was taken aback and nodded slightly, confirming that there were indeed legends of such elixirs. If that is the case, I shall also take a look, Lu Fan replied with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. If there truly were elixirs for immortality, he might very well achieve eternal life in one fell swoop. Master Ancestor, are you truly going in? Li Shangyin asked in astonishment. Why not? Lu Fan regarded him, causing Li Shangyin to startle and hurriedly explain. Disciple does not dare to suggest otherwise, but there are restrictions imposed by the laws within. Only those below the integration realm may enter, and you. The mere laws of an immortal do not concern me, Lu Fan scoffed. He had never feared anyone when it came to the laws of power. Li Shangyin wanted to say more, but Lu Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand, stating, It is settled, and I shall make my own decisions. Understood. Li Shangyin bowed respectfully. Since Lu Fan had made up his mind, he naturally did not dare to argue further and quickly exited the ancestral peak in the central state. Atop an unnamed mountain peaked. The demon-slaughtering monarch and his cohort of demons were annihilated by Lu Fan's 5 elements calamity array. The black-clad woman finally revealed a look of astonishment. All dead? How is that possible? The young man beside her also wore an expression of disbelief. Among the fallen were 5 demon generals from her domain, 2 of whom were masters of the tribulation crossing realm, all perishing simultaneously. It seems we have vastly underestimated this hidden god sect. The white-clad youth frowned, his tone laced with intense killing intent. To slay 5 masters of the tribulation crossing realm at once, including one at the mid-stage, is something even a late-stage master would not accomplish easily. There must be a terrifying presence hidden within the hidden god sect that we are unaware of, perhaps. As he spoke, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The woman across from him appeared to have thought of something as well. That mysterious powerhouse who saved Li Changsheng is indeed within the hidden god sect. They both exclaimed simultaneously, shock evident in their gazes. If that is the case, then I shall pay a personal visit. The black-clad woman snorted coldly, rising slowly as a vast and terrifying aura emanated from her. Facing this overwhelming presence, the young man appeared wary and quickly said, Demon Sovereign, do not act impulsively. The Immortal's Relic is about to open, and the 4 holy lords will soon awaken. Our opportunity is at hand. I implore you to think twice. Upon hearing the young man's words, the woman's aura finally calmed, yet the killing intent in her eyes did not wane in the slightest. The hidden god sect must be eradicated. Chapter 55. The Art of Longevity, Reunion with an old friend. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, in the morning, at the hidden god sect's ancestral peak, Lu Fan gazed at the 3 weapons and techniques floating before him. His expression one of exasperation. These 3 items were the rewards he had received over the past 3 days of signing in, but alas, they were of no use to him. Ultimately, Lu Fan's gaze settled on one of the luminous orbs, the Art of Longevity. Upon first acquiring this tome, Lu Fan had been elated, believing he would finally achieve immortality and no longer fret over lifespan. However, he was disappointed to find that only individuals with specific physiques could cultivate this art of longevity, which brought to mind a certain person. Damn it, I actually forgot about that. Lu Fan muttered helplessly. After stowing away the 3 rewards before him, Lu Fan turned his gaze towards the sect, where Qin Zhan, Xiao Tian, and Chen Xian had all safely returned. Upon learning that they had gained a new junior brother, the renowned genius Su Xingqian, the others were taken aback, but their excitement grew even greater when they discovered that their hidden god sect was qualified to participate in the treasure hunt and training within the Immortals Relic alongside the 5 major sections. Master Ancestor, we await your presence. Just then, Li Shangyin's voice reached his ears. Lu Fan smiled and took a step forward, appearing before the grand hall of the hidden god sect, on the spacious plaza. Greetings, Master Ancestor. Upon Lu Fan's arrival, Li Shangyin led the others in a deep bow, their voices filled with utmost reverence. Rise? Lu Fan chuckled, and the crowd stood up. Master Ancestor, due to regulations, each sect has only 5 slots for entry into the Immortals Relic, and all participants must be below the integration realm. Thus, accompanying you will be Chan Xian, Fang Yan, and the 2 others, Imo Da and Imo Xiao, Li Shangyin explained. Soon, the 4 emerged, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Lu Fan nodded slightly. While the Immortals Relic indeed harbored opportunities, these opportunities paled in comparison to the weapons and techniques Lu Fan had bestowed upon them. Furthermore, the hidden god sect was now rich in spiritual energy, making it a far superior place for cultivation than any treasure ground. Li Shangyin had invited Chen Xian and the others to accompany Lu Fan merely to allow them to witness the talents of the major sects across the continent. As for Su Xingqian, Mu Yi, and Ying Er, they were still diligently cultivating. To avoid disturbing their seclusion, Lu Fan had instructed Li Shangyin not to interrupt them. In that case, let us depart, Lu Fan said directly to the group. Master Ancestor, the journey to the Xin Yuan sect is quite long. This is a flowing light airship that I have specially prepared for you, which can be used for transportation and sightseeing, Li Shangyin said, waving his hand. Instantly, a magnificent airship materialized before everyone. With a slight infusion of spiritual energy, the airship could be activated, and at its speed, they would reach the Xin Yuan sect by the following morning. Li Shangyin explained with a smile. Observing the airship capable of accommodating over 100 people, Lu Fan's eyes glimmered with surprise. Given the current resources of the hidden god sect, purchasing such an airship was more than feasible. However, Lu Fan had never experienced traveling in an airship before, which filled him with a sense of anticipation. Let us go, Lu Fan finally said with a smile, and in a flash, the group found themselves at the bow of the airship. We bid farewell to our master ancestor. Li Shangyin, Qin Zhan, and the others once again bowed deeply, and soon, the airship transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Sect Master, do you think the Master Ancestor can truly enter the Immortals Relic? Qin Zhan could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked. Xiao Tian beside him also looked over with intrigue. The Immortals Relic has restrictions imposed by laws, allowing only cultivators below the integration realm to enter. To them, Lu Fan must have already reached the Tribulation Crossing realm, making it seemingly impossible for him to step into the Immortals Relic. Li Shangyin furrowed his brow but ultimately smiled, saying, Our Master Ancestor cannot be judged by common logic. I have faith in him. Upon hearing Li Shangyin's words, both Qin Zhan and Xiao Tian were taken aback, a sense of solemnity and reverence welling up within them. Indeed, how could their ancestors possibly be measured by common sense? In the afternoon, amidst the lofty heights, a flying vessel traversed the clouds, leaving behind a long, white trail against the azure sky. At the bow of the ship, Lu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, relishing this experience far more than that of traveling by airplane. Gazing at the rainbows arching across the horizon and the picturesque scenery beneath, A smile involuntarily graced Lu Fan's lips with his prowess. Reaching the Xian Yuan sect was merely a thought away. The quest for the five elements spiritual qi had been equally effortless. His motivation for soaring through the skies was simply to behold this continent. Since Lu Fan's awakening, he had never taken the time to truly explore this world. Just as the flying vessel glided over a vast forest, a thunderous roar erupted from below. Lu Fan furrowed his brow slightly as Chen Xian and the other three emerged from the cabin. Sensing a battle unfolding, the fluctuations of this combat undoubtedly indicated a golden core stage. The group stared in astonishment at the chaotic jungle below. "It's him." Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. "This person truly is." As he spoke, the flying vessel came to a halt. The ancestors recognized this individual. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Chen Xian and the others exchanged glances. Their expressions filled with surprise. At that moment, a chilling scoff resonated from below. "What does it matter if you meddle, even if you are of the Pei family? If we kill you, no one will ever know." Below, a blood-soaked young man in white stood protectively in front of a tattered woman, while two burly men wielding large sabers glared menacingly at them. Both of these men had attained the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. "Pei Ba Shi, hurry and escape." "Don't worry about me," the woman cried, tears streaming down her face. "Escape?" The two burly men shared a sinister laugh. One of them, with a glint of malice in his eyes, declared, "If we let him escape, we'll be the ones to perish next time. Big brother, let us make our move quickly. If the Pei family finds out, we're done for." Another man urged anxiously. "Kid, if you're to blame, then blame your meddlesome nature." They exchanged glances, a ruthless glimmer flashing in their eyes as their sabers swung into motion. Boom! The dazzling blade light erupted, and the bloodied young man, devoid of any trace of fear, merely chuckled self-deprecatingly. He knew he had no strength left to retaliate. This blade light was beyond his capacity to withstand in a daze. He recalled the words of a mysterious powerhouse he had once encountered: "Do not be overly compassionate. Striving to be a hero will not grant you longevity." Was it truly wrong to draw one's sword in the face of injustice? The young man let out a self-mocking smile as he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 56. Still choosing to intervene. Arriving at the Xian Yuan sect in the forest, just as the blade light was about to engulf the young man and the woman, at this critical juncture. Clang! The sound of a sword ringing out accompanied by a thunderous explosion shattered the blade light in an instant. "What?" The two burly men were struck with terror, their formidable energy sending them flying. The young man reopened his eyes, astonished to find a young man in white wielding a sword standing before them. Could he be from the Pei family? Run! The two burly men, now filled with panic, turned to flee. Would they escape? Chen Xian snorted coldly, swinging his sword. Two streams of sword energy pierced through the chests of the fleeing men. Bang! They had no time to react before their bodies exploded into two clouds of blood in midair. Though they too were of the Golden Core pinnacle with the sword gifted by Lu Fan, Chen Xian's combat prowess now approached that of the nascent soul stage, making it a trivial matter to eliminate two opponents of equal rank. After stowing away his sword, Chen Xian turned to face the two young men. "You? Who are you?" "Chen Xian," he replied candidly. "Chen Xian?" The young man was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. He had never heard of this name. "Let us go, the ancestor is waiting for you," Chen Xian merely stated, waving his hand. When the three reappeared, they found themselves standing at the bow of the flying vessel. "What is this?" The young man gazed around in bewilderment, still processing the sudden shift when a soft voice reached his ears. "We meet again, Pei Ba Shi." Pei Ba Shi abruptly turned, finally spotting Lu Fan. His expression shifted dramatically. He no longer cared whether Lu Fan's pronunciation was accurate, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's you, impudent!" Chen Xian scoffed, stepping forward, only to be halted by Lu Fan's gesture. "I previously mentioned not to be overly compassionate. Has that not been proven true?" Lu Fan remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Pei Ba Shi's astonished countenance. Pei Ba Shi furrowed his brow, his heart filled with shock. Seeing Lu Fan's nonchalant demeanor and Chen Xian's respectful attitude, he realized that it was this very person who had saved them. Ultimately, Pei Ba Shi took a breath and earnestly addressed Lu Fan. "I do not understand what it means to be overly compassionate, nor do I believe there is anything wrong with my actions. If given another chance, I would still choose to intervene. Oh? Lu Fan replied, somewhat surprised, and chuckled. You certainly possess character. In Lu Fan's view, compassion in this ruthless cultivation world was akin to courting death. However, he could not deny that Pei Ba Shi was indeed doing the right thing. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Fan had allowed Chen Xian to intervene and rescue him. If everyone were to contribute a little love, the world would transform into a beautiful realm. Lu Fan recognized the impossibility of such an ideal. Ahead, there lies a city. You may disembark there, Lu Fan finally declared. Soon, the flying vessel arrived above the city. Gazing at the mysterious and formidable young man before him, Pei Ba Shi bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I shall never forget this kindness. His tone brimmed with gratitude as he turned to the anxious young woman behind him, saying, Let us go. I will escort you down in no time. The two disembarked from the flying vessel. What a lack of manners, indeed. It feels as though we owe him something. Observing the two entering the city, Imoda and the others could not help but murmur among themselves. Enough chatter, Chen Xian interjected sternly, and the group fell silent. I hope you do not come to regret your principles, Lu Fan remarked with a smile. Watching Pei Ba Shi's retreating figure, upon landing, Pei Ba Shi looked up, only to find that the flying vessel had long since vanished without a trace. Who exactly are you? He muttered to himself. The following morning, at the Xian Yuan sect, the vast plaza was abuzz with incessant chatter. Have you heard? Aside from our 5 major sects, there is another sect that has entered the Immortal's relic. I know, it seems to be called the Hidden God sect. Who would have thought that our eastern state harbored such a hidden sect, which we had never heard of before? Hidden God sect? That name sounds somewhat familiar. The plaza was already filled with disciples from the 5 major sects, each displaying expressions of shock and confusion. Now that all 5 major sects had gathered, only the so-called Hidden God sect was yet to arrive. Above the crowd, 5 figures stood shoulder to shoulder before the great hall. Listening to the discussions around them, the 5 exchanged glances. Why have they not arrived yet? The Immortal's relic is set to open in less than 3/4 of an hour. Gaoju remarked, his brow furrowed in impatience. The other 4 shared his sentiment, Zhao Tiandao suggesting, there is still some time. Let us wait a bit longer. After another 1/4 of an hour passed, the previously calm expressions of the 5 finally revealed traces of urgency. By now, we should have already entered the relic's entrance. Why has it not begun? Can't you see? We are still waiting for one sect. What kind of sect is this Hidden God sect that makes us wait so long? Indeed, if we miss the time, it will not only be a loss for our 5 major sects. More importantly, it will disgrace our entire eastern state. The disciples below began to voice their grievances, their eyes reflecting anger. Silence. Pei 13 snorted coldly, a fierce aura sweeping across the area, causing everyone to shudder in fear and the crowd to quiet down. If they do not arrive in another 1/4 of an hour, we shall proceed to open the teleportation gate, Zhao Tiandao added, his expression serious. The others nodded in agreement, having no objections. As half a 1/4 of an hour slipped by, the 5 let out a collective sigh. They had already informed Li Zhengzhu of the time, and since they had not arrived, it seemed they would not be coming after all, Zhao Tiandao lamented. In that case, let us commence, Gaoju concurred. But just then, whoosh, a sound of something cutting through the air startled everyone, and they all looked up to see a magnificent flying vessel appearing above the plaza. They're here. Dao Yixian and Pei 13 beamed at the sight of the flying vessel, while Zhao Tiandao waved his hand, dismissing the protective mountain formation. As the vessel vanished, 5 figures slowly descended before the crowd. Its him. How did he arrive? Upon seeing the young man in white leading the group, Dao Yixian, Pei 13, and Hua Jingxiang's expressions shifted dramatically. A perfect stage of transformation. Zhao Tiandao and Gaoju were somewhat taken aback. They were unaware of Lu Fan's true identity and were astonished merely at the presence of a disciple at the transformation stage within the Shenin sect. To them, Lu Fan was merely a disciple of the Shenin sect. Nothing extraordinary, really. As Lu Fan and his companions descended onto the square, the disciples from the 5 major sects cast curious glances their way. However, upon perceiving the realms of the newcomers, bewilderment spread across their faces. Chapter 57. The opening of the Immortal's ruins, directly claiming treasures at the Xinyuan sect square, as they noticed the strange gazes directed at them. Chen Xian and his group furrowed their brows, while Lu Fan maintained an air of calm. Dao Yixian and Pei Shisan exchanged glances, quickly appearing before Lu Fan to bow in reverence. "Gentlemen, the time has come. Let us commence without delay." Before they could utter a word, Lu Fan interjected. "What?" Both were momentarily taken aback, swiftly grasping Lu Fan's intent. "What are they doing?" Gao Ju remarked, equally astonished at their demeanor. Zhao Tiandao frowned slightly, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Evidently, Pei Shisan and Dao Yixian recognized the young leader. At that moment, Pei Shisan and Dao Yixian approached Zhao Tiandao and the others without inquiry. For the time to open the Immortals' ruins had arrived, and there was no time to squander. The five of them swiftly formed hand seals, and with a hum, the space began to ripple. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, a spatial vortex materialized at the center of the square, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. As is customary, the trial period will last for 7 days. After this duration, we shall reopen the passage. The Immortals' ruins are a place of both fortune and peril, filled with opportunities yet fraught with dangers. Similarly, be prepared to face the challenges posed by talented disciples from various sections. I hope each of you returns safely. Now, proceed in order, Zhao Tiandao instructed the gathered crowd. Soon, disciples from the Xinyuan sect, Jin sect, and others began to step into the spatial vortex one after another. With Lu Fan's group being the last to enter. As they watched Lu Fan effortlessly stride into the vortex, Pei Shisan, Dao Yixian, and Hua Jingxiang were left wide-eyed in astonishment. They had witnessed Lu Fan's power, which undoubtedly surpassed the tribulation stage. Yet, the rules of the Immortals' ruins restricted entry to cultivators below the integration stage, and Lu Fan appeared unaffected as he entered. How could this be possible? The three were filled with disbelief, yet they kept their thoughts to themselves. In less than a quarter of an hour, the spatial vortex swiftly closed. Observing the now empty square, Zhao Tiandao and his companions exhaled deeply. After a moment, Zhao Tiandao turned to Dao Yixian, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Dao sect leader, do you know that disciple from the Shinin sect?" "Disciple?" Dao Yixian was taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "I suppose so. From your expressions, one might think a remarkable figure had arrived. While that disciple is at the peak of the transformation stage, he is nothing particularly special. All disciples participating in the trial from the 5 major sects are at least at the late transformation stage." Gao Ju added. Pei Shisan and Zhao Tiandao exchanged glances, yet neither spoke. At that moment, Zhao Tiandao suddenly jolted, as if recalling something. "Don't you find that young man somewhat familiar?" Furrowing his brow, Zhao Tiandao spoke with a heavy tone. Previously, amidst the chaos wrought by demons, they had overlooked an image that had once flashed before their eyes. "It's him," Gao Ju exclaimed, eyes wide in shock, finally recalling Lu Fan's visage. Pei Shisan, Dao Yixian, and Hua Jingxiang appeared considerably calmer now. "This individual is actually from the Shinin sect." Zhao Tiandao's voice was grave as he looked at Dao Yixian and the others. "So you all were already aware of his identity?" Dao Yixian remained silent, while Pei Shisan responded, "Apologies, sect leader Zhao. We had no intention of concealing the truth, but that elder wished to keep his identity hidden, and thus we felt it inappropriate to disclose." "Elder?" Zhao Tiandao's expression was one of shock. The fact that someone of Pei Shisan's caliber, a late-stage celestial, would refer to him in such a manner indicated the young man's terrifying prowess. But wait. If this individual truly possesses the strength to slay someone at the mid-celestial stage, then he must be at least at the peak of the celestial stage himself. How then could he enter the Immortals' ruins? Gao Ju suddenly recalled something with astonishment. Could it be that the one in the Shinin sect is? Zhao Tiandao murmured, his voice trembling. At that same moment, in the central continent, atop an unnamed peak. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed from afar as dragon and phoenix apparitions swirled in the skies above the central continent, exuding an ancient and magnificent aura. Subsequently, 4 radiant beams of light shot up into the heavens. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint crimson runes flickering around the light pillars. Their awakening. Observing this scene, a silver-haired woman in black and a young man in white exchanged chilling smiles. After waiting for so long, the moment has finally arrived. Casting a glance at one another, the two vanished from their positions. Upon entering the spatial vortex, Lu Fan and his companions felt the surrounding void shift, a terrifying force attempting to separate them. Is this what they call the power of the Immortals' rules? Observing the encroaching energy, Lu Fan scoffed disdainfully, snorting, "Humph! With that, The overwhelming force enveloping them suddenly dissipated. With a mere thought, an intangible energy enveloped him and Chan Xian, swiftly stabilizing their forms as they found themselves standing on an expansive plain. Could this be the Immortals' ruins? The honest-faced Emo Xiren could not help but exclaim, while Chan Xian and the others curiously surveyed their surroundings. The vast plain stretched infinitely, imbued with an ancient aura that inspired reverence. Let us search directly, Lu Fan smiled, promptly closing his eyes. His vast consciousness radiated from him, expanding outward in all directions. Wherever his awareness reached, treasures, ferocious beasts, fellow disciples participating in the trial, and various formations and mechanisms within the ruins were laid bare. What is our ancestor doing? Seeing Lu Fan close his eyes, Fong Yin and the others wore puzzled expressions. While Chan Xian quickly gestured for them to remain silent, a quarter of an hour later, Lu Fan opened his eyes, excitement flickering within them. I found it. His consciousness had thoroughly scoured the entirety of the Immortals' ruins. At last, he had located a heavily fortified cave dwelling that exuded an extraordinary aura. Indeed, it was the most remarkable feature within the entire ruins. Ancestor, what is it? Chan Xian inquired quietly. Let us go directly to claim the treasures, Lu Fan declared, waving his hand. Before the others could react, an invisible energy enveloped them, and their figures vanished from their original location. The next moment, they reappeared in an ancient courtyard. Before them stood a dilapidated and crumbling palace. Boom! A series of thunderous sounds reverberated, shaking the ground, as several figures nearby continued their assault on the palace's outer formations. More intruders! Upon noticing Lu Fan and his group, the figures immediately ceased their actions. Eyeing them warily with cold expressions, Chapter 58. The Immortals' divine soul before the palace. On the courtyard, one of the intruders remarked, 1 at the transformation stage and 4 at the golden core stage. Realizing the auras emanating from Lu Fan's group, the figures were momentarily taken aback, before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I thought some formidable sect had arrived. Have the other sects fallen so low that they send out golden core disciples? Hey, which state and sect do you hail from? As laughter erupted, a late-stage nascent soul youth stepped forward, addressing Lu Fan and his companions with an air of arrogance. He was the weakest among those present. East State, Shenin Sect, Chan Xian replied with a furrowed brow. Shenin Sect? The youth was taken aback, and the others displayed similar confusion. I've heard that name before. Isn't that the sect whose leader can purify demonic energy? One among them suddenly recalled, exclaiming, wait a moment. The others were also surprised but quickly resumed their laughter. They say the Shenin Sect is a hidden sect in the East State. Looking at them now, they appear no different. The youth who had stepped forward sneered derisively, casting a disdainful look at Chan Xian and the others. Upon hearing the mockery in his tone, Chan Xian and his companions wore grim expressions. Is that so? A cold voice interjected. The youth's smile froze instantly, followed by a blood-curdling scream as he exploded into a mist of blood. Junior brother. The remaining youths were aghast at the sight, while Chan Xian and the others were equally stunned. Next time we encounter such individuals, we shall eliminate them. Wit at the forefront. The young man at the pinnacle of the transformation stage swung his sword, unleashing a dazzling beam of sword light that swiftly sliced towards Lu Fan. In response to this formidable attack, Lu Fan merely raised the corner of his mouth in a faint smile. Before the sword light could reach him within a span of 10 paces, it disintegrated into nothingness. How could this be? The young man was taken aback, while the other 3 disciples wasted no time unleashing their full power in a combined assault. In an instant, a flurry of blades and swords surged towards Lu Fan. I shall no longer play this charade. Lu Fan scoffed coldly, stepping forward with a single stride. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from beneath his feet, sweeping away the incoming barrage of weapons as if they were mere wisps of breeze. Before the 4 youths could comprehend the situation, they were caught in the wake of this energy, their pupils constricting as if they had been frozen in place. With a gentle gust of wind, their bodies crumbled to ashes, dissipating into the void. Just like that, they perished. Such terrifying power. This individual is undoubtedly no ordinary master of the transformation stage. It is utterly unwise to engage him. Not far away, a group of 5 observers, who had been watching from a distance, stood stupefied, their expressions betraying immense trepidation and fear as they gazed at Lu Fan. Chen Xian and the others were similarly stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with excitement and pride. The ancestor's intervention is indeed extraordinary. Why do you linger? Do you wish for this seat to chase you away? Lu Fan remarked indifferently, observing the still shocked five to this. They shivered in unison, quickly responding, "My lord, please spare our ire. We shall take our leave at once." With that, they did not dare to linger even for a moment. Vanishing like streaks of light into the horizon. "Let us depart." Lu Fan turned his gaze towards Chen Xian and the others, gesturing with his hand. Instantly, the formation that enveloped the ancient hall shattered like glass. Witnessing the effortless dismantling of the immortal's formation by the ancestor, Chen Xian and the others gasped in astonishment. Lu Fan took a step forward, entering the grand hall as he beheld the mysterious runes materializing on the stone wall ahead. His brow arched. The power emanating from these runes had reached the peak of the tribulation transcendence realm, yet only those below the integration stage could enter this immortal relic. Thus, disciples venturing into this immortal site would find it utterly impossible to breach the rune formation inscribed upon the wall. However, with Lu Fan's presence, nothing posed a challenge. At this moment, Chen Xian and the others also entered the grand hall. Upon seeing the runes on the stone wall, their hearts trembled as if crushed by a mountain, leaving them breathless. Such a terrifying aura, ancestor. Could this stone wall be the opportunity left behind by the immortal? Chen Xian exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it possesses a hint of Tao rhythm. For an ordinary cultivator, it may indeed represent a fortuitous encounter, but for you, it is nothing more than an ordinary stone wall. Lu Fan replied with a smile. Slowly raising his right hand, he pointed, and with a thunderous roar, the runes disintegrated in an instant, the entire stone wall shattering explosively. A terrifying aura surged forth like tumultuous waves, accompanied by an ancient voice echoing through the air. "Who disturbs my tranquil slumber?" The moment the voice resonated, the entire space seemed to freeze, as if time itself had come to a halt. "This? We cannot move." Chen Xian and the others widened their eyes in horror, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of danger. Ridiculous! A cold laugh pierced the silence, and the fear that had enveloped Chen Xian and the others dissipated, allowing them to exhale in relief. It was then that they beheld the shattered stone wall revealing a dark chamber, where a coffin bound by 4 iron chains floated in midair, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Could that voice have originated from this coffin? Chen Xian and the others exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. A primordial spirit so covetous of its earthly treasures that it would carry them into the grave. What a waste! Lu Fan remarked with a faint smile, his eyes glinting with intensity. With a series of resounding cracks, the 4 iron chains that bound the coffin snapped, and as the coffin fell to the ground, the entire palace trembled violently, and immense force erupted from the coffin's center. "Nonsense," Lu Fan snorted coldly. And the coffin exploded, a streak of light, capable of shattering the void, shot towards Lu Fan. He made no move, revealing a trace of disdain as the light halted just a mere 10 paces away, transforming into a gaunt middle-aged man. The man bore a thin mustache, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, dressed in a loose white robe that billowed without wind. However, at that moment, he was not a corporeal being, but rather an ethereal projection of his primordial spirit, radiating an aura that reached the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendence realm. How could this be? Who are you? The man gazed at the smiling youth before him, his expression one of incredulity. "You would not comprehend even if I told you, so why should I bother?" Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. "With your strength, it is impossible for you to have entered this relic." The man's gaze fixed intently on Lu Fan, astonishment etched across his features. At that moment, he found himself enveloped by an overwhelming force, rendered utterly immobile. Undoubtedly, this young man's cultivation far surpassed his own. Chapter 59. The First General, the 7-orifice immortal pill within the palace. "You ought to be more concerned about your predicament, rather than pursuing futile inquiries," Lu Fan stated calmly, observing the immobilized immortal spirit before him. The man was startled, quickly realizing his position, a deep sense of trepidation filling his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "In light of my inadequacies, I have no retorts. All the treasures within this palace are yours to claim." "My friend at IT should have been this way," Lu Fan smiled. With a mere thought, the binding force enveloping the man dissipated. He exhaled in relief, stepping aside with newfound compliance, unwilling to act rashly again. Though a flicker of resentment lingered in his heart, it was overshadowed by his fear of Lu Fan's power. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable being on this continent. Did this mean the trials of ascension in the future would become even more arduous? The man pondered, feeling both astonished and perplexed. With Lu Fan's strength, he should have already ascended long ago. But are there immortal pills? Just as the man remained lost in thought, Lu Fan's calm voice reached his ears again. The man paused, quickly gesturing towards the center of the chamber, where a dazzling array of treasures lay. He reached out, and a wooden box, no larger than his palm, flew into his grasp. These are the top-tier pills I have collected, suitable only for cultivators below the immortal realm. Consuming them will not grant one ascension. They merely serve to break through a few realms or prolong life. They should be of no use to you. The man explained, presenting the box to Lu Fan. Despite the runes encasing the box, Lu Fan could still detect the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs emanating from within. So this is what they call an immortal pill. Excitement flickered in Lu Fan's eyes as he unhesitatingly accepted the wooden box, all the while reminding his companions behind him to thoroughly search for the remaining treasures. Yes, ancestor, Qin Xian and the others exclaimed with fervor, promptly retrieving their prepared storage rings. Witnessing this scene, the man's lips twitched slightly, a bitter smile forming. What more could he do? Unable to best this individual, he must simply concede. After all, these treasures paled in comparison to his own life. Do tell, since you have ascended, why did you leave a fragment of your primordial spirit in the lower realm? Lu Fan inquired, not immediately consuming the pills within the box, but instead directing his gaze towards the ethereal projection before him. The man paused, a bitter smile emerging on his face as he candidly shared, "To be frank, my friend, my name is Ho Jude. I successfully ascended to the immortal realm 30,000 years ago. Yet within a day, my true form met its demise." Ho Ju spoke truthfully, a self-deprecating smile escaping him. Ho Ju? Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly, the name striking a familiar chord, before he could recall its significance. Qin Xian and the others gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Ho Ju, could it be that you are the first general of the true martial emperor, General Ho Ju?" Upon hearing their voices, Lu Fan finally recalled where he had encountered the name, within a tome detailing the ancient powerhouses of the true martial continent. "First general?" Ho Ju chuckled, shaking his head. "It's been ages since I last heard that title." The moniker felt so distant to him that he was nearly on the verge of forgetting who he was. Yet, it was precisely because he had the fortune to follow the true martial emperor and serve as one of his generals that the emperor had entrusted him with the council to leave a contingency plan before his ascension. Hence, he left a fragment of his primordial spirit. Otherwise, he would have long since perished. Ho Ju sighed again, a profound reverence shining in his eyes as he mentioned the true martial emperor. "It seems the immortal realm is even harsher than the mortal realm." Lu Fan remarked with a gentle smile. "Indeed, it is more brutal. Yet what matters most is my own lack of strength and fortune," Ho Ju replied with a wry smile. "Speaking of the true martial emperor, I cannot help but wonder if he too left a fragment of his primordial spirit in the lower realm?" Lu Fan inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. "Naturally. The emperor's primordial spirit embodies the fortune of the continent and has always been guarded by the four sacred beasts." As Ho Ju spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and he abruptly fell silent, regarding Lu Fan with a cautious expression. "Why do you gaze at me in such a manner?" Lu Fan asked, taken aback. "I have said all that is necessary. If you seek to act against me, then do so." Ho Ju merely uttered a sentence. "Lu Fan, that this is utterly perplexing," Lu Fan remarked with a strange expression, and subsequently refrained from further inquiries. At that moment, the formation here unexpectedly shattered. A startled exclamation echoed from outside the hall, followed by the appearance of a dozen figures within the grand chamber. Indeed, there were people. Upon sighting Lu Fan and his companions in the secret chamber, the expressions of the newcomers shifted dramatically. Suddenly, could it be that what he holds in his hand is the legendary Seven Orifices immortal pill? A voice of astonishment rang out. "What?" The crowd gasped, their eyes fixated on the wooden box in Lu Fan's grasp. Upon closer inspection, their eyes widened. Indeed, according to the records of the sacred land, that box contained the Seven Orifices immortal pill. Good heavens, it truly exists. The fabled 7 orifices immortal pill, forged by the true martial emperor, which grants one the ability to ascend to immortality with a single dose, has come into our midst. The crowd was astounded, filled with fervor, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they gazed at the box in Lu Fan's hands, akin to starving wolves beholding a feast, their eyes ablaze with insatiable desire. So, this box contains the 7 orifices immortal pill. Lu Fan smiled and remarked, I never expected the 7 orifices immortal pill to be crafted by the true martial emperor. Hoju said nothing, observing the astonished and excited crowd, his brow furrowing as he inquired, few are aware of the 7 orifices immortal pill. Are you disciples of the 4 great sacred lands? Indeed, we are disciples of the 4 great sacred lands. Surrender the 7 orifices immortal pill if you know what's good for you. A young man at the peak of the transformation stage extended his hand directly. The others beside him bore equally frigid expressions, their eyes glinting with eagerness, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Their focus was solely on the 7 orifices immortal pill in Lu Fan's hand, completely disregarding the identities and strength of Lu Fan and his companions. The 4 great sacred lands have truly fallen from grace. Hoju shook his head with a sigh, his tone tinged with disappointment. What if I refuse to hand it over? A voice rang out, causing Hoju to startle and step aside obediently. Lu Fan stepped forward, casting a playful smile at the crowd before him. Refusal means death, the young man declared, his expression dark as he regarded Lu Fan with a fierce glint of malice in his eyes. Senior brother, why waste words with him? Let us just kill him. Another individual beside him shouted, and the rest exchanged glances, sneering in agreement. As agreed. The one with the ability claims the 7 orifices immortal pill. No more words, let us attack together. The crowd, no longer wasting time, surged forward to assault Lu Fan and his companions. Chapter 60. Secrets of the Continent. Anomaly arises witnessing this scene. Lu Fan merely shook his head and chuckled disdainfully. If that is the case, I shall grant your wish. A voice, devoid of emotion, escaped Lu Fan's lips, and the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. The assailants, mid-approach, found themselves suspended in midair, utterly immobilized. How is this possible? I can't move. The group was instantly engulfed in horror, a palpable sense of peril enveloping their entire beings. What kind of power is this? Could it be him? The realization dawned on them, and they were left dumbfounded, gazing at the white-clad youth holding the wooden box. Who are you? We are from the 4 great sacred lands. The first young man stammered, but before he could finish, Lu Fan cast a glance, and the youth emitted a blood-curdling scream as his very being erupted into a violent explosion, leaving nothing but ashes in his wake. What just happened? The onlookers were stricken with terror, unable to utter a word, their bodies trembling as they too disintegrated into nothingness, leaving behind only a scattering of storage rings. Observing this, Hoju shook his head with a sigh, choosing not to speak further. Although he had connections with the 4 sacred lords, that bond had long been severed when he ascended. With a wave of his hand, the suspended storage rings flew towards Chen Xian and the others, who stood there, astounded, their eyes reflecting nothing but admiration. Taoist friend, your actions may draw the attention of the 4 sacred lords. Hoju couldn't help but remark. That is of no concern to you, Lu Fan replied dismissively. Hoju paused, displaying a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, it was not his place to worry, especially considering Lu Fan's strength, which might not even provoke the 4 sacred lords. Ancestors, gather them all. At this moment, Chen Xian and the others, clutching the storage rings, approached Lu Fan, their faces brimming with excitement. Observing the rings in their hands, Hoju felt a pang of regret. Though not numerous, each was a cherished treasure accumulated over time. Let us gather them and depart. It's time for us to leave, Lu Fan declared with a smile, to which the 4 nodded eagerly in agreement. Just as they turned to leave, Hoju hastily interjected, Taoist friend, please wait. What, do you intend to obstruct us? Lu Fan furrowed his brow, eyeing him. How could I dare? Hoju quickly waved his hands, pausing momentarily before continuing. When you speak of leaving, do you mean exiting the ruins? What else? How can one leave without stepping out? Might you take me with you? Hoju finally asked, his eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and anticipation. You cannot exit your own ruins. Lu Fan looked at him in confusion. while Chen Xian and the others mirrored his astonishment. To be honest with you, aside from the laws I left behind before ascending, the ruins also harbor a trace of the true martial emperor's laws. It is this trace that has kept my primordial spirit trapped here. Hoju explained, Dado? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, recalling the potent laws he sensed upon his arrival, far surpassing Hoju's, governing the very operation of the ruins and sealing off any cultivators above the integration stage. His earlier suspicion that Hoju was the true master of these ruins now seemed unfounded. It was indeed the trace of the true martial emperor's laws that allowed the ruins to periodically open. However, if I were to leave, the entire ruins would collapse. The opportunities within have already been nearly exhausted, and I see no reason to remain here. Moreover, I have long wished to step outside and witness how the world has changed. Hoju stated earnestly, since you claim that the true martial emperor's trace of the primordial spirit still lingers in this mortal realm, do you not fear detection upon your exit? Lu Fan inquired with keen interest. Hoju frowned, seemingly grappling with a decision. If you are unwilling to share, then I shall take my leave. Lu Fan coldly sneered, turning to Chen Xian and the others. Wait! Hoju exclaimed urgently, under Lu Fan's watchful gaze. He finally sighed and stated, to be candid, the true martial emperor has left a trace of his primordial spirit on the continent, but it possesses no consciousness. It merely embodies the fortune of the true martial continent. It is precisely for this reason that it is jointly guarded by the 4 sacred lords. Each time the immortal ruins open, the true martial emperor's primordial spirit is affected, awakening the 4 sacred lords. The true martial emperor's primordial spirit is actually the fortune of the continent. Lu Fan was taken aback. Few know of this secret of the continent. Now that I have divulged everything, would you be able to take me out of the ruins? Hoju sighed. Were it not for the fact that his connection with the true martial emperor had long been severed, he would not have spoken so freely. The current true martial emperor, residing in the celestial realm, may have forgotten that he ever existed. You are quite honest, but how can I ascertain the truth of your words? Moreover, I have not agreed to take you with me. Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. This? Hoju's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, I swear by my Tao heart, if I utter a single falsehood, may my primordial spirit dissipate and never be reborn. The others, including Chen Xian, were astonished. Although Hoju was merely a trace of a primordial spirit, the might of that spirit surpassed all the experts they had encountered, except for Lu Fan, of course. This man, capable of swearing by his primordial spirit and Tao heart, could not possibly lie. Unless he wished for death, Lu Fan smirked, then said, seeing your sincerity, very well, gather all the opportunities within the ruins. After all, if you leave, the ruins will collapse, and any remaining opportunities would be wasted. All right. Hoju relented. With a single hand gesture, he initiated a command, and the entire ruins began to tremble. What is happening? Is the ruins collapsing? The disciples from various states, still training within the ruins, were taken aback by the sudden upheaval, their faces contorting in confusion as they witnessed opportunities vanish before their eyes. Meanwhile, within the palace, as streams of light carrying spiritual stones, weapons, and cultivation manuals surged towards them, Chen Xian and the others widened their eyes, unable to suppress their salivation. Our ancestor is truly remarkable, as they beheld the myriad opportunities engulfed in a radiant orb. Hoju turned to Lu Fan and proclaimed, everything is here. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan collected all of it into his Qinkuan ring. Once he returned, he would entrust it to Li Shangyin for proper management. In that case, let us depart. Having completed these tasks, Lu Fan finally smiled. Hoju nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. At that moment, a deafening rumble erupted. The relic began to tremble violently, even the void seemed to fracture like glass. As if it were on the verge of shattering, a palpable aura of destruction instantly permeated the entire relic. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. This was not their doing. This is not good. Someone is refining the emperor's primordial spirit and usurping the fortunes of the continent. Hoju exclaimed in horror. Chapter 61. Follow your heart. The 80 swords of celestial slaying. At the moment the disturbance arose, not only did the immortal relic shake, but the entire continent outside trembled as well. In front of the grand hall of the Xian Yuan sect, what is happening? Zhao Tiandao, Pei Shi San, and others suddenly opened their eyes, rising abruptly to gaze at the distorted space ahead, their expressions filled with shock. Could it be that something has gone awry with the immortal relic? Gaoju spoke in a grave tone. No, the tremors originate from Zhongzhou. Zhao Tiandao frowned, speaking with intensity. In the next moment, a thunderous boom resounded, and Zhao Tiandao and the others staggered, astonished as they observed the space on the platform. Before their widened eyes, the space erupted and shattered, figures hurtling out of the void and landing on the square. This? Staring at the individuals who had just entered but suddenly emerged, Zhao Tiandao and the others were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend, while disciples from the 5 major sects exchanged fearful glances, their faces pale with terror. We have emerged? That terrifying aura moments ago made me feel as if I were on the brink of demise within. Reflecting on that overwhelming sense of destruction that had filled the relic, everyone felt a wave of dread wash over them. Unlike the others, Lu Fan and his companions slowly descended to the ground. Is this Dongzhou? Hoju asked uncertainly. Indeed, Lu Fan replied coolly. Fellow Taoist, the situation is urgent. I must hasten to Zhongzhou. Until we meet again. Hoju did not dare to delay. Immediately cupping his hands in respect to Lu Fa and Lu Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In a flash, Hoju vanished from sight. At that moment, Zhao Tiandao and the others arrived behind Lu Fan. Dao Xian could not help but ask, Senior, what exactly has transpired? Someone is usurping the fortunes of the continent in Zhongzhou. And the immortal relic has already collapsed, Lu Fan stated succinctly. Usurping the continent's fortunes? The group gasped in astonishment, and before they could inquire further, Lu Fan waved his hand, and the flowing light flying ship materialized above. Return to the sect, Lu Fan instructed Chen Xian and the others. The 5 figures flickered and appeared at the bow of the flying vessel. In the next second, with a swish, the flowing light flying ship vanished into the sky, leaving Zhao Tiandao and the others in stunned disbelief. They just left like that? Gaoju murmured, gazing at the spot where the ship had just been. What can we do? Are we to keep him here? Hua Jingxiang retorted with a cold laugh. Zhao Tiandao furrowed his brow, while Pei Shisan and Dao Xian exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of helplessness. Although they yearned to understand what had transpired within the immortal relic and wished to discern the meaning behind Lu Fan's mention of the continent's fortunes, the prerequisite was that they needed the strength to do so, or that Lu Fan would willingly disclose it. Did you all happen to notice that shadow that appeared alongside that senior? As well as what he said. At this moment, Pei Shisan spoke with a furrowed brow. The others were taken aback, quickly realizing that shadow, though it lingered briefly, emanated an aura that instilled fear in me. Zhao Tiandao remarked, his brow knitted. Zhao Sect Master, are you implying that shadow is in existence at the tribulation crossing stage? Gaoju's eyes widened in astonishment. Regardless, we cannot afford to hesitate any longer. We must journey to Zhongzhou to ascertain what truly transpired. If, as that senior stated, someone is usurping the continent's fortunes, it would spell disaster for our entire realm, Dao Xian declared resolutely. The group exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Let us go. Soon, the 5 figures also vanished from the spot, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. In the high skies, the flowing light flying ship sped onward, and at the bow, Lu Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing ahead with a calm demeanor. Behind him, Chen Xian and the others exchanged glances, as if wanting to say something yet hesitating to speak. If you wish to speak, then do so, Lu Fan said nonchalantly. The 4 of them shuddered, and ultimately, Chen Xian stepped forward, unable to restrain himself. Ancestor, if it is indeed as that host senior mentioned, that someone is usurping the continent's fortunes, it would be catastrophic for our realm. At this point, Chen Xian paused, finally gritting his teeth. Are we truly to turn a blind eye to this? As he uttered the final sentence, Chen Xian's body trembled slightly, his voice laden with tension. Lu Fan smiled and turned to face them. The 4 quickly lowered their heads, avoiding his gaze, observing their anxious demeanor. Lu Fan chuckled softly. It is not about us. Rather, to me, these matters are inconsequential. However, should you choose to intervene, I shall not stand in your way. All is contingent upon your own decisions. I recognize my mistake. Chen Xian quickly responded, and the others also appeared alarmed. Mistake? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. You still do not comprehend my intent. Each individual possesses their own path and choices, and one need not alter their course due to the will of others. Your desire to fight for the continent is commendable. What is there to blame? In this regard, you are not as astute as that Pei Boss Hilu fan remarked to the group with a hint of exasperation. The four were taken aback, finally grasping Lu Fan's meaning. It turned out he was not reproaching them but rather urging them to follow their own hearts and their choices. Thank you for your guidance. Ancestor, we understand. The four immediately bowed deeply to Lu Fan, their tones filled with reverence and gratitude. So now, do you clearly know which path to take? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. The group exchanged glances, determination gleaming in their eyes. Finally, Chun Xian declared, Ancestor, I shall not return to the sect. We bid you farewell. With that, led by Chen Xian, Mo Da, and the others each bowed in unison to Lu Fan. Seeing their behavior, Lu Fan displayed a satisfied smile. Let us depart, Lu Fan said with a grin, and the five finally rose. Just as they turned to leave, an invisible energy quietly descended upon them. This is all I can do for you. Watching the four disappear into the horizon, Lu Fan simply remarked, he certainly could not bear to watch them march to their doom. This was a touch of selfishness on Lu Fan's part as their ancestor. The faint energy was, in fact, his final means of ensuring their survival. Signing in outside the Shaonin sect, I wonder what rewards I might receive. As Lu Fan withdrew his thoughts, a sudden idea struck him. After all, he had yet to sign in today. System, sign in. Having made a decision, Lu Fan promptly stated, Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the upgraded version of the Celestial Slaying 14 swords, 80 swords of Celestial Slaying. The system's voice echoed, and a radiant orb exuding a fierce aura materialized before Lu Fan. 80 swords of Celestial Slaying. This is not merely an upgrade. It represents an enhancement of 5 or 6 times. Wait a moment, the 80 swords of Celestial Slaying. Could it be Lu Fan seemed to grasp something, momentarily taken aback, with his strength? He had no need for any sword techniques or spells. Moreover, given the system's tendencies, this sword technique was clearly prepared for someone else. Chapter 62. Accepting the task, ungratefulness system, you are being rather unfair. Although I didn't sign in at the Shaonin sect, there's no need to reward me with inconsequential items. Right? Tell me, are these meant for that Pei Ba sure? At the bow, Lu Fan directly questioned. Host, you have misunderstood. The system adheres to a principle of randomness, and you are permitted to learn it, of course. If you choose to pass it on to others, that too will accumulate reward points. The system replied somewhat defensively, I don't believe you. Lu Fan expressed his disbelief, ultimately accepting the orb. Though I may be resigned, I cannot refuse the reward. He had a strong sense that the upcoming rewards from signing in would likely not enhance his realm or lifespan. The only way to steadily increase longevity was through completing tasks. Yet the lifespan gained from tasks was minimal, rarely exceeding 10 years. System, when accepting a task, does it have to be completed on the same day? Lu Fan could not help but ask, curiosity rising within him. 3 days. All tasks must be completed within 3 days, the system replied. Are you looking to undertake a task? The first task you receive should offer a substantial reward, right? Lu Fan countered. Indeed, completing the first task will grant the host 10 years of lifespan as a reward. Thereafter, it will be randomized. Naturally, the reward cap will also increase in accordance with the host's realm advancement, the system clarified. That is acceptable. Lu Fan finally smiled in satisfaction. If the highest reward for future tasks were consistently limited to 10 years, that would be far too paltry. Would the host like to undertake a task? The system inquired once more. Yes, ding, task issued. Add 3 disciples to the Shaonin sect. Completion will yield a 10-year lifespan reward. Lu Fan's lips twitched slightly, pausing for a moment. Would the host like to accept? The system asked. What would happen if one chose not to accept? The host would remain unaffected. It would merely result in the task being discarded. The rewards forfeited, and the opportunities of the day wasted. The system stated, very well, I shall accept. Ultimately, Lu Fan embraced the task. Ding. Task issued successfully with a deadline of 3 days. Wishing the host success, the system proclaimed before falling silent. Who does one look down upon? Does one need to offer congratulations for such a trivial matter as accepting a disciple? Lu Fan wore a look of exasperation. He did not dwell on it further. Having accepted the task, he resolved to complete it swiftly, for a decade's worth of lifespan is still a numerical value. Little by little, it would accumulate towards longevity. Lu Fan quickly regained his focus. And at that moment, A subtle vibration emanated from the void. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze toward the source of the disturbance. "I is it beginning," he murmured. The disturbance originated from the central continent, and despite the vast distance of tens of millions of miles, Lu Fan could sense the formidable power it harbored, certainly at the crossing tribulation stage. The repercussions of such an event would not merely affect a few cities. The entire central continent, even the whole land, would be impacted. This battle would be far more brutal than that of Flowing Wind City. However, such matters were of no consequence to Lu Fan. He had no desire to intervene, nor any obligation to do so. For now, it was best to focus on completing the task. Lu Fan murmured to himself as the flying ship drew close to a city, Cloud City. Upon gazing at Cloud City, situated 100 miles ahead, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, for this was the very city where Pei Bashi and his companions had once taken residence. After some contemplation, Lu Fan decided to retract his flying ship. Landing outside the city, he pondered, "I wonder if that fellow is still within the city." With a smile, Lu Fan thought, and with a mere thought, his consciousness enveloped the entire city. The city was not large, merely spanning 100 miles in circumference. Soon, he located a familiar figure, though Lu Fan was slightly surprised to discover, oh, captured, indeed. A look of amusement crossed his face as he vanished from his location. Reappearing above a mansion, inside a hidden chamber of the mansion, a confinement array encircled the room. It's the center of the array. A young man was bound to a cross, bloodied and battered. In front of him stood a burly middle-aged man and a stunningly beautiful woman. The man, with a wicked grin, placed an arm around the woman's slender waist, gazing at the young man on the cross, and remarked, "They say the Pei family has produced a meddlesome individual. It seems to be true. My lord, had it not been for me, he would not have taken the bait. You must reward me later." The woman responded with a flirtatious tone. "Naturally, I shall reward you abundantly," the man replied, his gaze unduly roaming over the woman. "Ungrateful wretch," the young man, though bloodied and disheveled, spat out with clenched teeth. His piercing gaze, akin to two sharp swords, made the woman shudder, causing her to retreat behind the man. The young man was Pei Bashi, and the woman was the one he had rescued previously. He could not have imagined that the woman he had fought so hard to save had come solely to ensnare him. How utterly absurd. You are simply too foolish, claiming you would still intervene if given another chance. How naive. The woman taunted, though her fear was palpable. Pei Bashi, upon hearing her words, merely scoffed. "The faith I held was misplaced. I may indeed be foolish, but that does not mean everyone is as malicious as you. My lord, look how fierce he is. You should just kill him and feed him to the dogs." The woman quickly urged the burly man, "My dear beauty, do not rush. Now that it has come to this, he must die, or we shall be the ones to perish." The man chuckled, then turned his attention to Pei Bashi. "I have heard that not long ago, your Pei family's ancestor bestowed upon you the ultimate technique, the 13 swords of slaying immortals. If you hand it over, I might consider granting you a swift death. What do you say? Do you truly believe that is possible?" Pei Bashi mocked, regarding the man as if he were a simpleton. Just days prior, the ancestor had indeed passed on a technique to him. But it was not the renowned 13 swords. It was the 14 swords of slaying immortals. Few knew of this fact, and it was surprising that the man before him was aware of it. The man, seemingly unfazed by Pei Bashi's retort, merely smirked. "I fear you are unaware of the methods employed by those at the divine transformation stage. Recently, I have been practicing a soul-searching technique, and you shall be my test subject." With a wicked grin, he slowly raised his right hand, a strange energy coalescing within it, before reaching for Pei Bashi's forehead. Chapter 63. Such great authority? In the hidden chamber, soul-searching technique? A secret art unique to the demon race. How can you possess it? Could it be that you are of the demon race? Pei Bashi exclaimed in alarm. Demon race? The burly man remained silent, while the woman behind him widened her eyes in shock, her body trembling visibly. The man's lips curled into a smirk as he glanced at the woman, an invisible energy binding her in place. "Why, lord, what are you doing?" she exclaimed in horror. "Oh, not fret. Once I extract the Pei family's 13 swords of slaying immortals heart technique, we shall enjoy a delightful time together. He he he." The man revealed a sinister smile, causing the woman's complexion to drain of color, as if she could foresee her grim fate. Now, let us attend to business. The man grinned wickedly, slowly approaching Pei Bashi. As the strange energy in his hand drew closer, a flicker of determination flashed in Pei Bashi's eyes. Even if I die, I shall never allow the Pei family's ultimate technique to fall into your vile hands. With that declaration, his internal energy surged violently. The man scoffed, and with a finger pointed, "Pooh!" A surge of energy penetrated Pei Bashi's body, causing him to tremble violently as his rampaging energy was swiftly quelled. Futile resistance. The man sneered disdainfully. Is this where I meet my end? Is this the price for standing up for others? Pei Bashi chuckled coldly, a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the hidden chamber. "Deputy City Lord, the City Lord seeks your presence. Help, help me," the woman cried out desperately. Upon hearing her plea, the man furrowed his brow, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, and the bound woman instantly exploded into a mist of blood. "Deputy City Lord, what has transpired?" The moment the commotion was heard, individuals burst into the chamber. The confinement array only enveloped a radius of 3 zhang around Pei Bashi, leaving the rest of the chamber unprotected, allowing the intruders to enter effortlessly. What is this? Upon witnessing the scene before him, the subordinate was momentarily stunned, and before he could react, a sigh escaped his lips as he too was obliterated, in the blink of an eye. The man had slaughtered 2 people, still not satiated with his amusement. What a pity, he lamented, shaking his head at the blood mist left by the woman. Tilting his head back, Pei Bashi paused for a moment. Yet he exhibited no hesitation as he spoke. "This matter is solely due to my misfortune in encountering unworthy individuals. However, I firmly believe that I have committed no wrongdoing. Should I once again witness others in peril, I will not hesitate to intervene." Upon hearing Pei Bashi's resolute tone, Lu Fan was somewhat taken aback, though he felt more satisfaction than surprise. "You have indeed surprised me," Lu Fan remarked with a smile. "Rise. Thank you, esteemed senior," Pei Bashi replied respectfully once more. "Let us be on our way," Lu Fan said with a grin. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. A terrifying pressure descended upon the two of them. Pei Bashi's countenance shifted, while Lu Fan merely snorted, causing the oppressive force to dissipate instantaneously. When the two reappeared, they found themselves standing in a garden within a mansion. "Who are you? Where is the Deputy City Lord?" A booming voice demanded. A middle-aged man, clad in splendid brocade robes and exuding an imposing aura, hovered above them, his cold gaze fixed upon them. The man's presence clearly surpassed the transformation realm, indicating he was a mid-stage integration realm expert. "It is the City Lord." At that moment, figures began to emerge from various corners of the mansion, promptly kneeling before the man in the air, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the City Lord." "City Lord, it is dire. The Deputy City Lord's command token has shattered, surely at the hands of these two." Another voice cried out. "What?" The man above's expression shifted in alarm. The crowd swiftly surrounded Lu Fan and Pei Bashi. "Your Deputy City Lord is not a human at all, but a shape-shifting demon," Pei Bashi quickly asserted. "Nonsense. The Deputy City Lord has served Yun City diligently for decades. How could he be a demon?" "You two are clearly attempting to absolve yourselves," the City Lord retorted angrily. "City Lord, please allow us to capture these two for questioning." The gathered cultivators shouted in outrage. "Is this how you handle matters in Yun City? Seizing individuals without due process?" Pei Bashi countered, his rage evident. "Impudence." The City Lord's expression darkened as a wave of terrifying pressure bore down on Pei Bashi. In that instant, Pei Bashi felt as if the heavens were collapsing around him, his face paling as he found himself unable to withstand the force. Yet, before the pressure could fully descend upon him, a cold, mocking voice echoed, "What a display of might!" As the voice rang out, the oppressive force aimed at Pei Bashi suddenly vanished. The City Lord was taken aback, still processing the unexpected turn, when an energy far surpassing his own enveloped him in an instant. The man was instantly filled with dread. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated as a powerful surge of energy erupted, leveling the entire mansion to the ground. As the dust settled, the once mighty brocade-clad man and the others were now kneeling before Lu Fan, trembling in fear and astonishment. Chapter 64. Following, I have no desire to take lives, but should you persist in your entanglements, your fate shall be akin to that mountain, Lu Fan declared coldly. gazing down at the kneeling brocade-clad man and the others. In an instant, with a resounding crash, the highest peak of Yun City, 1,000 miles away, erupted violently. The ground quaked, and clouds of dust shrouded the heavens in darkness. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in shock, their faces pale, eyes wide with terror, paralyzed into silence, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The brocade-clad man was struck with immense fear. Even an existence at the Great Ascendant's realm could not achieve such a feat. Who exactly is this mysterious and terrifying young man before me? Beside him, Pei Bashi was equally astonished. Senior, please temper your wrath. We recognize our mistakes, the brocade-clad man stammered, his voice quaking. Senior, please, do not be angry. The others echoed in fear. I might consider tempering my wrath, but you must surrender all the treasures upon your persons, Lu Fan coldly demanded. The crowd was taken aback, yet without uttering another word. They hastily relinquished their storage rings. The brocade-clad man likewise presented his with both hands in reverence. With a mere wave of his hand, Lu Fan collected them all, while streams of light emerged from the rubble. Flowing into his Qinkuan ring, these were spirit stones and treasures buried beneath the ruins, and Lu Fan had no intention of letting them slip away. In just a few breaths, he had thoroughly scavenged the mansion of its valuables. At that moment, a flying vessel materialized above the ruins, and Lu Fan swiftly positioned himself at the bow. Senior, wait for me, Pei Bashi called out, hastily following suit. Only when the flying vessel vanished did the oppressive force weighing upon the crowd dissipate, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet the terror and apprehension in their eyes remained unabated. How terrifying! Who on earth is that man? Why did he eliminate the Deputy City Lord? Could it truly be, as they claimed, that the Deputy City Lord is a great demon? Had he wished to kill us, a mere thought would have turned us to ash. Such an existence has no need to deceive us. The crowd murmured, their astonishment palpable as they glanced at the brocade-clad man, who wore a furrowed brow and an expression of fear. This matter is hereby concluded. It must not be disclosed. Anyone who dares to speak of it shall be severely punished. The man finally proclaimed. The crowd gasped and promptly bowed in reverence, acknowledging his decree. As they watched the direction in which the flying vessel had disappeared, the man remained shaken. One must pay the price for their foolishness. That Lu Fan did not kill them but merely confiscated their treasures is already a sign of mercy. At that moment, streams of light descended upon the ruins, transforming into figures, the city lord's guards. Drawn by the commotion, arrest everyone associated with the Deputy City Lord, including these two, and bring them back for interrogation, the brocade-clad man commanded. Yes, the guards replied. City Lord, you? The crowd, who had previously harbored a glimmer of hope, turned pale once more. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, Pei Bashi could not help but inquire, Senior, where are we headed? You came all this way just to ask that? Lu Fan replied, a playful glimmer in his eye. Pei Bashi hesitated, biting his lip before finally kneeling on one knee, stating earnestly, I wish to follow at your side, esteemed senior. I hope you will grant me this honor. His tone was imbued with sincerity and earnestness. Oh, what has prompted this desire? Lu Fan inquired with a smile. You have saved me twice, and that is one reason. Secondly, your words resonate deeply within me. Lastly, it is instinct, Pei Bashi confessed. Instinct? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, finding it somewhat amusing. Yes, instinct. Perhaps you may find it absurd or laughable, but I have always held firm belief in my instincts, Pei Bashi asserted earnestly. Observing Pei Bashi's sincere expression, Lu Fan discerned that he was not speaking falsely. In that case, you shall accompany me back to the Divine Concealment Sect, Lu Fan declared with a smile. Does that mean you accept? Pei Bashi exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Lu Fan with uncertainty. Otherwise, why would I invite you to accompany me back? Lu Fan replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Thank you, esteemed senior. Pei Bashi expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. He soon realized, Divine Concealment Sect? Senior, are you a member of the Divine Concealment Sect? He exclaimed, astonished. Lu Fan. Why do you have so many questions? I will not repeat myself. If you continue to pry, then. Before Lu Fan could finish, Pei Bashi quickly interjected. I understand my mistake. I shall not question again. Very well, Lu Fan finally nodded in satisfaction, His sights now set on returning to the Divine Concealment sect. As for the remaining 2 disciples, he had resolved to send Li Shangyin and the others to handle it. After all, with the current reputation of the Divine Concealment sect, recruiting 2 disciples should not pose much difficulty. If he were to handle everything personally, then he would be diminishing his own stature as the founding ancestor. Regaining his focus, Lu Fan smiled and flipped his hand, causing a luminous orb to materialize in his palm, radiating a domineering and fierce energy. "Why, Lord, what is this?" Pei Baxi gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in shock. The moment the orb appeared, the true essence within him surged uncontrollably, even causing the sword intent of the Zhanxian Shijian, passed down by his ancestral family, to tremble as if sensing a profound threat. "From now on, you 2 shall refer to me as the founding ancestor," Lu Fan grinned. Pei Baxi was momentarily stunned, and without further questions, he respectfully replied, "Yes, founding ancestor. This is the Zhanxian Baxi sword, an upgraded version of the Zhanxian Shijian. Its power is far beyond that of the latter. Take your time to comprehend it. Slaying immortals and vanquishing gods shall be well within your grasp," Lu Fan explained with a smile. Yet at that moment, Pei Baxi's eyes were wide in disbelief, utterly dazed. He was baffled as to how Lu Fan knew the name of the Zhanxian Shijian, but merely the name of the Zhanxian Baxi sword surpassed that of the Zhanxian Shijian by leaps and bounds. And furthermore, the name resonated with his ancestor's Zhanxian Shisan sword, as if it had been tailor-made for him. "Open your mind. I will inject this into your sea of consciousness, and you will be able to cultivate directly," Lu Fan reiterated, gazing at the still-dazed Pei Baxi. Startled, the latter momentarily regained composure, gazing at the luminous orb held by Lu Fan. Pei Baxi inhaled deeply and ultimately closed his eyes. Lu Fan smiled, flicked his fingers, and the orb transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly entering Pei Baxi's brow. At the instant the light permeated his being, Pei Baxi's entire body quivered, and with a resounding boom, a vast and fierce sword aura erupted from within him, soaring into the heavens. Chapter 65. Farewell to the Lich King. Rumors of madness at the bow of the flying ship. The piercing sword energy shot up into the clouds. Pei Baxi immediately settled into a meditative position, and observing this scene, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. He could sense Pei Baxi's aura rapidly ascending. A quarter of an hour later, Pei Baxi opened his eyes once more and, with a soft exclamation, a terrifying aura surged forth from him. "Am I breaking through?" As he sensed the transformation within himself, the Yuaning nestled in his dantian. Pei Baxi was momentarily taken aback. In just 15 minutes, he had directly ascended from the perfected golden core to the Yuaning stage. "Not bad," Lu Fan remarked with a smile, observing Pei Baxi's astonished and incredulous expression. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Pei Baxi finally regained his senses, forcibly suppressing the excitement within him. He immediately knelt before Lu Fan, expressing his gratitude. "Disciple thanks the ancestor for bestowing grace." His tone was filled with deep appreciation. What astonished him even more was that the sword technique residing in his sea of consciousness was continuously circulating his true essence. The originally gifted 14 swords of immortal slaying had already been devoured and assimilated. At this moment, streaks of sword intent emanated from him. He was still undergoing a transformation. Such a terrifying sword technique exists in this world. He had thought that the 14 swords of immortal slaying bestowed by Pei Shisan was already fearsome enough. But compared to this 80 swords of immortal slaying, it was simply worlds apart. Pei Baxi was profoundly shaken. "Rise," Lu Fan said with a smile, lifting his hand, and an intangible force helped Pei Baxi to his feet. At that moment, Pei Baxi struggled to calm his emotions, his gaze toward Lu Fan filled with reverence. He'll casually impart a sword technique that utterly overturned his expectations. What level must Lu Fan have reached? Surely, he must be a transcendent being, Pei Baxi mused in silence. "This speed is still a bit slow," Lu Fan muttered as he observed the pace of the flying ship. His mission had only 3 days, and nearly a day had already passed. The current speed of the flying ship, they would not arrive at the Shenin sect until at least the following day. Even if he sent Li Shangyin and the others to recruit disciples, time would be tight. He realized that he might not be able to complete this task. With this thought, Lu Fan focused his mind, and an invisible energy spread from his feet. Pei Baxi, still unprepared, was astonished as the speed of the flying ship surged a billionfold. nearly throwing him off balance. Thus, the ship traversed the void, arriving in the blink of an eye before a towering mountain. What is that? Bashi, having steadied himself, widened his eyes, immediately awestruck by the colossal stone tablet before him. Death to intruders. The four large characters made him tremble involuntarily. What sort of existence could craft such a monumental edict? Observing the astonished Bashi, Lu Fan wore a smug smile, but the next moment, a familiar voice rang out. The heartbroken have always been left with lingering regrets, and this regret is boundless. Let me in. I wish to join the Shanin sect, to learn from a master. A young man was shouting ahead. Without needing to look, Lu Fan recognized it was the Lich King, Mo Hin. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you dare take another step forward, you will surely die. A middle-aged man clad in white, Qin Zhan, spoke gravely from 10 paces away. Were it not for hearing Mo Hin mention knowing their ancestor, he would have had no interest in warning him. Fuming, Mo Hin did not dare to advance any further, for he too sensed the palpable aura of death emanating from the towering stone tablet. Seeing the man's demeanor, it was evident he was not jesting. I truly know Brother Lu. We are sworn brothers. Are you not afraid of his wrath for denying me entry? Mo Hin protested, filled with reluctance. Were it not for the claim that you know the ancestor, I would not care about your fate. Furthermore, I have already told you, the ancestor is not present at the sect, and the Shanin sect is not accepting disciples. If you wish to die, so be it. Qin Zhan coldly retorted, preparing to turn away when suddenly, look, the flying ship. The spectators lingering outside gasped as they saw the luminous flying ship emerging from the void. Is it heading towards the Shanin sect? Unless they are fearless. Qin Zhan, who had just turned, halted in his tracks upon spotting Lu Fan aboard the ship. Ancestor. Qin Zhan exclaimed in astonishment, flying out of the formation to bow before Lu Fan. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor. Rise, Lu Fan replied. Brother Lu, it truly is you. You have returned. A voice of astonishment rang out, and Lu Fan's expression darkened as he saw Mo Hin, equally surprised, gazing at him with excitement and joy. We meet again, Lu Fan said with a smile. Brother Lu, I wish to join the Shanin sect. I want to follow you for eternity, Mo Hin declared earnestly. Lu Fan was left speechless. While he acknowledged his acquaintance with Mo Hin, he found it somewhat peculiar for the world to know he had a Lich King as a follower. I do not require a Lich King by my side, Lu Fan stated bluntly. The moment those words escaped, not only was Mo Hin taken aback, but Bashi and Qin Zhan exchanged puzzled glances as well. Lich King? Why have we never heard of this? Brother Lu, I have changed. I have completely forgotten her and will never bring you shame, Mo Hin hastily assured. Are you certain? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a playful glint in his eyes. Mo Hin, feeling a chill at Lu Fan's gaze, nodded vigorously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come from Nanzhou to find you. Nanzhou? Upon hearing this, Bashi and Qin Zhan finally understood. So, he was a cultivator from Nanzhou. No wonder they had never heard of the Lich King. Seeing Mo Hin's earnest and expectant expression, Lu Fan felt somewhat helpless, ultimately stating, if you wish to follow me, it is not impossible, but you must agree to one condition. One condition? 10 conditions? 100 conditions are fine. Mo Hin exclaimed excitedly, if I ever hear anyone call you Lich King again, you shall strike them down for me. If it comes to it, you may even kill them. As long as you agree, I will permit you to join the Shanin sect, Lu Fan declared. Mo Hin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, yes. I hope you will keep your word. Lu Fan merely uttered a brief affirmation, then turned to Qin Zhan. Where is Li Shangyin? Reporting to the ancestor, urgent news has arrived from Zhengzhou. The sect master and Su Xingqian have already rushed to Zhengzhou for support. It is said that they are in a state of frenzy. Qin Zhan replied earnestly, a hint of gravity in his tone. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. The battle for fortune would involve even transcendent beings, destined to be an extraordinarily fierce and tragic war. Chapter 66. The Emotional Swordsman, Heroes of the Turbulent Era. Upon returning to the Shanin sect, Lu Fan summoned Mo Hin to the ancestral peak. Why have you called for me, ancestor? Mo Hin inquired cheerfully as he approached Lu Fan. Lu Fan shot him a glance. You were calling me Brother Lu earlier, and now you address me so naturally. Of course, previously I had not joined the Shanin sect. Now it is different, the hierarchy is established. Mo Hin replied with a smile. Enough with the pleasantries, Lu Fan waved his hand, not dwelling on the matter. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword emanating a mysterious aura appeared in his grasp, releasing a series of melodious sword cries. "What a fine sword!" Imohen exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. "This sword is named the Emotional Swordsman Sword," Lu Fan explained. He had received it as a prize for signing in a few days prior. Its quality matched that of Chun Xian's sword. "The Emotional Swordsman Sword?" Imohen paused. "Does it sound somewhat familiar?" Lu Fan regarded him with a teasing expression. "I believe this name suits you rather well." "Ancestor, please do not jest," Imohen replied awkwardly, finally grasping Lu Fan's meaning. The Emotional Swordsman Sword certainly resonated with his moniker of Lit King. "Setting aside the jokes, now that you have joined the Shanin sect, consider this sword a gift from me to welcome you." Lu Fan smiled, raising his hand to place the sword before Imohen. "For me?" Upon hearing this, Imohen's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the exquisite sword. "Indeed, it is a gift for you," Lu Fan confirmed with a nod, further explaining, "This sword also contains the Emotional Swordsman Sword technique. If you diligently comprehend and cultivate it, you will surely elevate your strength. It even contains a sword technique?" Imohen was once again left speechless. "What sword is this? It is clearly a celestial sword. Such a divine blade is surely absent even among the most esteemed sects. Is it not?" Although taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Gazing at the long sword before him and observing Lu Fan's serious demeanor, he ultimately took a deep breath, grasped the sword, and knelt before Lu Fan, exclaiming, "Thank you, Ancestor, for your gracious gift. I shall devote myself to my training and will not disappoint your expectations." "That is well," Lu Fan replied. "You may rise." "Yes." Imohen respectfully bowed and, filled with excitement, departed from the ancestral peak with the sword in hand. Once Imohen left, Lu Fan flicked his hand, and with a hum, a rune-enveloped wooden box materialized in his grasp. Inside the box lay the so-called seven-aperture celestial pill, which he had obtained from the immortal ruins. At that time, disciples from the four great sacred lands had desperately sought to seize it from him. "I shall see what this so-called celestial pill truly looks like," Lu Fan mused with a smile. Curiosity glimmering in his eyes, he exerted a slight force with his palm, causing the runes entwined around the wooden box to shatter instantly. With a resounding bang, the box opened automatically, and a rich medicinal fragrance immediately wafted into the air. Inhaling the aroma, Lu Fan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Peering inside, he beheld two pills, each adorned with 7 small orifices, exuding a mysterious glow, lying quietly within the box. "System, if I consume these 2 pills, how much lifespan will I gain?" Lu Fan could not help but inquired. "A maximum of 10 years, the system replied. "Only 10 years? Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, ordinary cultivators may gain a millennium of lifespan. But you are different from them. Gaining 10 years is already quite remarkable," the system stated calmly. "10 years is better than none," Lu Fan conceded. With that, he opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing both pills whole. Initially, he had considered leaving one for Chu He to study, but upon recalling that Chu He had the pill scriptures, he dismissed that thought. Let the descendants have their own fortunes, he decided, focusing solely on extending his own lifespan. The moment the celestial pills entered his mouth, they transformed into a gentle warmth that spread throughout his limbs and bones. Nurtured by this energy, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of ease. And in less than a quarter of an hour, he had absorbed all the energy from the pills. Exhaling deeply, he felt an immense lightness within him, though it was not as shocking as the sensation he experienced during his breakthrough to the transformation stage. While it was only an increase of 10 years, the feeling was undeniably pleasant. Lu Fan murmured with a smile. "Now, once Qin Zhan recruits another disciple, my task will be complete." Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, the next morning had arrived. Before Lu Fan could sign in, Qin Zhan appeared at the ancestral peak. "Elder Qin, have you recruited a disciple so early?" Lu Fan inquired with a smile. "Elder Xiao has already begun the process of recruiting disciples. We will have a new disciple for the sect within 2 days," Qin Zhan replied earnestly. "That is good to hear." Lu Fan nodded slightly and asked, "Then what brings you here, Elder Qin?" "Ancestor, I have come to report on the intelligence regarding the Central State War," Qin Zhan stated, revealing a jade slip in his hand. As the characters began to materialize, Lu Fan's brow furrowed slightly, and a glimmer of shock appeared in his eyes. It was tragically severe. The masters of the three major sects of the eastern state, the Xian Yuan sect, the Gun sect, and the Flower sect, had all perished in a single night. Indeed, the elite forces of the demon race were fully mobilized, and the three masters perished alongside a calamity-stricken demon cultivator. Qin Zhan added, his tone heavy with sorrow. Liu Fan's expression darkened as he continued reading. He came across a name, Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng had single-handedly battled 3 calamity-level demons without faltering, even slaying one. Hoju had also faced off against 2 calamity-level demons without yielding. The 4 great sacred lords, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, had been restrained by the demon sovereign and the demon emperor through formations, though both the demon sovereign and the demon emperor were unable to separate themselves. The war was brutal. The entirety of the central state lay in ruin, with rivers of blood flowing everywhere, even the night sky stained crimson. Aside from these top-tier calamity-level powerhouses, many young heroes emerged, including the 4 unparalleled prodigies of the central state, as well as Su Xingqian, Li Shangyin, and others, all of whom could fight beyond their ranks, often facing multiple opponents. Soon, Liu Fan finished reading all the information. His expression complex. The continent's fortunes had not been seized and remained firmly protected by the 4 great sacred lords, but this was merely the beginning. What would follow was anyone's guess. Qin Zhan put away the jade slip, hesitating to speak as if grappling with his thoughts. You wish to go to the central state? Liu Fan discerned his intentions at once. Startled, Qin Zhan did not conceal his desire. Indeed, Liu Fan sighed internally but ultimately smiled lightly, saying, if you wish to go, then go. Chapter 67. 9 Songs Battle Technique. Comprehending the monument. Qin Zhan departed, entrusting all matters to Chu He and Xiao Tian before leaving the Shan-Yin sect for the central state. Gazing at the sea of clouds before him, Liu Fan felt a swirl of emotions. Fortune? He scoffed coldly, his eyes revealing disdain. Wherever I am is fortune. What do I care for the continent's fortunes? Even if the heavens collapse and the universe is overturned, as long as it does not affect me, that is enough. Of course, this was merely his personal opinion. He would respect the choices of Li Shangyin, Qin Zhan, and others. System, sign in, Liu Fan commanded. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 9 Songs Battle Technique. The system's voice echoed in his consciousness, and a luminous orb appeared before him, exuding a terrifying battle intent. The 9 Songs Battle Technique? Could it be related to the last disciple? A hint of curiosity flickered in Liu Fan's eyes. That moment, a terrifying battle intent surged into the sky, and Liu Fan's eyes widened in surprise. From that battle intent, he could sense the person's aura steadily rising. After a moment's pause, he stepped forward and, in the next second, found himself atop the stone monument, unnoticed by anyone. Foundation Establishment Stage. Foundation Establishment Perfection. Initial Golden Core Stage. Golden Core Perfection? Gasps of astonishment erupted around him. All eyes turned to the young man in plain clothing seated before the stone monument, each face filled with disbelief and shock. Finally, a tremendous force erupted, causing the ground to tremble violently as the youth's aura broke through once more. His initial nascent soul stage. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had broken through 3 major realms. How was this even possible? To think one could break through merely by gazing at a stone monument was utterly unheard of. Moreover, the battle intent was chilling. Could a mere youth truly achieve such feats? The crowd collectively gasped, exchanging astonished glances, their eyes betraying their shock. At that moment, the youth opened his eyes, the battle intent swirling within them like flames, gradually subsiding. What is this? Realizing his transformation, the youth momentarily fell into a daze. He appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, his hair slightly disheveled, and his gaze as deep as an ocean. Young one, congratulations on your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Would you care to take me as your master? A hearty laugh rang out as an elderly man in a blue robe approached with a smile. Upon the elder's appearance, the crowd felt a tremendous pressure, sensing that his aura was undoubtedly at the transformation stage, perhaps even beyond. Fearful glances were exchanged among the crowd as they instinctively took a few steps back. A prodigious youth like him was undoubtedly a coveted prize in the eyes of these powerful figures. Who dared not make a move? The offer to apprentice? The youth was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook his head, saying, "I apologize, but I only wish to join the Shanin sect." Hearing the youth's resolute tone, the elder furrowed his brow and replied with a smile, "Most who come here wish to join the Shanin sect, but the sect master has already declared that no more disciples will be accepted. Why must you be so stubborn?" After a pause, he continued, "If you take me as your master, I will impart all my knowledge to you. With your talent, reaching the calamity stage and ascending to the immortal realm in the future would not be impossible. Your kindness is appreciated, esteemed elder. My breakthrough was solely due to this stone monument, and my mind is made up. I will not join any sect other than the Shanin sect," the youth replied. Cupping his hands in respect, standing atop the monument, Lu Fan could not help but wear a satisfied smile. "Ha ha, splendid," a voice suddenly echoed. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a middle-aged man stepped forth from the void. This man was none other than Xiao Tian, who had been observing for quite some time. When Lu Fan appeared, he had already detected Xiao Tian's concealed presence, yet the latter remained unaware of him. Xiao Tian's decision to remain hidden was likely to await this very moment. "It is a member of the Shanin sect," the crowd gasped, recognizing that only those from the Shanin sect could emerge unaffected from the stone monument's formations. The blue-robed elder frowned slightly but dared not speak against it. "You say you wish to join the Shanin sect?" As soon as Xiao Tian made his appearance, a pair of eyes was immediately drawn to the young man in plain robes. The youth forcibly suppressed the excitement surging within him and respectfully replied, "Yes. Excellent, let us proceed." Xiao Tian remarked with a smile, wasting no words. With a mere wave of his hand, the two vanished from their original spot. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, and only after the pair had disappeared did they regain their composure. Did they just leave like that? I thought the Shanin sect was not accepting disciples. Who knows, perhaps circumstances have changed. Does this mean we also have a chance? That depends on whether you possess the requisite strength. While they comprehended the steel and achieved enlightenment, breaking through 3 major realms in a mere quarter of an hour. Can you achieve the same? Lu Fan had already arrived at the ancestral peak ahead of Xiao Tian and the youth. Moments later, Xiao Tian brought the young man to stand behind Lu Fan. "Ancestral master, I have brought him." Xiao Tian respectfully bowed to Lu Fan. The young man hastily followed suit, his heart brimming with curiosity. "Ancestral master, please rise." Lu Fan turned with a smile. "Thank you, ancestral master." The pair then stood up, after which Xiao Tian addressed the youth. "The steel that enabled your enlightenment and breakthrough was crafted by none other than our ancestral master." "What?" The young man's eyes widened in shock. The steel, imbued with boundless murderous intent, was indeed the creation of the young man before him? To comprehend the steel and grasp the essence of battle, you possess remarkable insight. Indeed, your aptitude surpasses even that of Su Xingchen. Observing the youth, Lu Fan nodded with a smile and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Zhan Jioga, a disciple seeking to pay my respects to the ancestral master, and I humbly request to be accepted as your pupil." Zhan Jioga knelt once more, trembling with excitement. Accepting a disciple? Lu Fan paused in surprise, while Xiao Tian was equally taken aback, finding amusement in his heart. Despite Zhan Jioga's extraordinary talent, it seemed implausible that the ancestral master would take him as a disciple. In the entire mortal realm, it was likely that no one possessed such qualifications. As anticipated, "I do not accept disciples," Lu Fan stated, raising his hand to assist Zhan Jioga to his feet. Zhan Jioga was somewhat astonished, a flicker of disappointment emerging within him. "While I do not accept disciples, I regard all members of the Shanin sect as my disciples, treating them with equal respect." Lu Fan smiled at Zhan Jioga once more. "Understood, I shall remember this," Zhan Jioga promptly replied, accepting the reality. Being able to join the Shanin sect was already a great fortune. He dared not hope for the ancestral master to take him as a pupil. "Clear your mind. I shall impart to you the secret arts as a token of our first meeting." Lu Fan chuckled. As Zhan Jioga closed his eyes, Lu Fan pointed with his finger, and in an instant, the Jioga battle technique transformed into a stream of light, directly entering Zhan Jioga's brow. Chapter 68. The Aura of the Tao, Human Sentiment. Zhan Jioga's talent was indeed astonishing, leaving Lu Fan somewhat astounded. After receiving the Jioga battle technique, he unexpectedly broke through directly from the early stage of the nascent soul to the late stage, almost matching Xiao Tian's level. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian was equally shocked. Soon after, the two departed from the ancestral peak. With Zhang Zhouge's addition, Lu Fan's first task was considered complete. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. 10 years of lifespan is being infused. The voice of the system echoed, and Lu Fan felt a lightness of body and soul, a sensation more pleasurable than consuming 2-7-aperture immortal pills. Over the years, the increase of 10 years in lifespan brought Lu Fan joy. But he did not dwell on it, for it was merely a trifling amount, unworthy of further consideration. He knew that he now possessed over 6,000, nearly 7,000 years of lifespan. Upon completing this task, the subsequent sign-in should allow me to break through my realm and significantly enhance my lifespan, right? Lu Fan murmured to himself. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. The contest for the fortune of Zhongzhou was gradually drawing to a close. Within these 5 days, the rewards Lu Fan received from sign-ins were either cultivation techniques, weapons, or a strand of Dao fortune. Naturally, he dismissed the techniques and weapons, but the strand of Dao fortune took him by surprise. After an explanation from the system, Lu Fan discovered that this strand of Dao fortune was incomparable to that of the true martial emperor. If nurtured within a sect, it could eventually rival a small immortal realm. If those demons and monsters knew that the fortune they were fighting tooth and nail for was less than a mere hair of my strand of Dao fortune, how would they feel? Lu Fan chuckled. Without hesitation, he grasped the fortune tightly. The floating mass of Dao fortune in his hand instantly transformed into 5 streams of light, each entering the 5 elemental spirit source arrays. Boom! Under the infusion of the Dao fortune, the entire 5-element catastrophe destruction array trembled violently, and a vast, rich aura of the Dao began to spread, swiftly enveloping the entire continent in an instant. The world fell into silence. Even those engaged in fierce battles far away in Zhongzhou felt a jolt of their spirits. At this moment, in the center of Zhongzhou, within a distorted space, the ground had taken on an amber-like hue. And within this space, 6 towering figures exuding formidable auras stood tall. What is this presence? The demon sovereign, the monster emperor, and the 4 great saints felt their spirits tremble, unable to comprehend what was happening. Boom! In the center of the formation, an ancient, imposing coffin began to tremble violently. Under the astonished gazes of the 6, the ancient coffin shattered inch by inch, and the fortune contained within it seemed to vanish into thin air. What has happened? How could the fortune dissipate? Staring at the ashes of the ancient coffin and the vanishing fortune, the group stood frozen in place. No, there is a more vast fortune in the world that is devouring the continent's fortune. A majestic man clad in a blue dragon robe seemed to sense something, exclaiming in horror. What? Upon hearing the Azure Dragon Saint's words, the others widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? The demon sovereign and the monster emperor exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of shock. The continent's fortune, which they had endeavored to seize with the strength of their entire clans, had ultimately been consumed by another, even more mysterious and powerful fortune. How could this be possible? It was not just them. Even the Azure Dragon and the other 4 shared their incredulity. Across the entire continent, apart from the ascended true martial emperor, there seemed to be no one who had lived longer than them, yet in the face of this sudden mysterious fortune, they were equally oblivious. Damn it! The silver-haired demon sovereign shouted angrily, and a tidal wave of demonic energy surged forth. Engulfing the surroundings, the Azure Dragon and the others had no time to ponder. Each was filled with murderous intent, and they clashed once more. The Shenin sect, atop the ancestral peak, Lu Fan was blissfully unaware of the shock the Dao fortune had instilled in the others. Nor did he care, as the Dao fortune poured in. The entire Shenin sect was enveloped in a rich aura of the Dao. What is this? The still meditating Xiao Tian and Mo Hin opened their eyes. Sensing the transformation of spiritual energy, before they could react, they were all jolted, their auras surging explosively. Boom! Waves of might surged from different corners of the Shenin sect, each breaking through. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan smiled. However, a sense of melancholy welled up within him. The Dao fortune was so formidable, yet it had no effect on him. When would he be able to break through? Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked upwards, his figure vanishing from the spot. High above the Shenin sect, millions of miles in the air, "Come forth," Lu Fan said softly as he gazed into the void ahead. As his words fell, indeed, a figure emerged from the void, surrounded by a terrifying aura of the Tao, rendering the figure itself somewhat blurred. Upon its appearance, the entire space seemed to solidify. I have met a fellow Taoist. The figure directly cupped his hands in greeting towards Lu Fan, his tone laced with trepidation. Though not even dare reveal your true form, how can you speak of having met? Lu Fan sneered. Although he had never encountered this individual before, he recognized that the aura emanating from him was identical to the heavenly might he had dispersed before. It was also the strongest presence he had encountered since arriving in this world. Of course, the term strongest was relative. In Lu Fan's eyes, they were all the same. The figure hesitated for a moment. Then the aura of the Tao around him receded, revealing a young man clad in blue, with refined features akin to a scholar, standing before Lu Fan. Is this your true form? Lu Fan regarded the young man with curiosity. The Tao has no form. I do not possess a fixed appearance. Moreover, this is merely an incarnation I have left in the mortal realm, the young man replied. Although Lu Fan had suspected this, he still could not help but remark, so, you are the embodiment of the heavenly Tao in this mortal realm. The young man nodded. Previously, I could sense your probing, yet you dared not approach easily. There were even a time or two when you fled in panic. Now that you have suddenly appeared, it must be due to my strand of Tao fortune, correct? Lu Fan continued. Nothing can be concealed from a fellow Taoist. The young man chuckled. What, do you wish to seize it? Lu Fan regarded him with playful interest. The young man could not help but shiver, an unprecedented fear enveloping his entire being, and he hurriedly replied. You misunderstand, fellow Taoist. I merely wish to spend some time cultivating within your esteemed sect, as a way to— He paused for a moment, ultimately stating, as a way to repay the favor I owe you. A favor? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. When did I owe you a favor? A chill swept over the young man in an instant, causing his complexion to change dramatically. The very essence of his Tao trembled, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, as if he would dissipate entirely in the next moment. Fellow Taoist, please listen to my words, he hurriedly exclaimed, immediately launching into an explanation. After a quarter of an hour, the young man finally turned his gaze to Lu Fan, his expression tinged with anxiety. At this moment, Lu Fan wore a face marked by exasperation. It dawned on him that this so-called favor was actually a debt owed by Li Chongsheng, who even boasted of being able to represent the hidden god sect. Nephew? Did he truly say that? Lu Fan chuckled, observing the young man before him. The youth, upon witnessing Lu Fan's smile, involuntarily shuddered and nodded eagerly. Chapter 69. The mad demon Li Chongsheng in the high heavens. The entire space appeared eerily tranquil. As he regarded the now silent Lu Fan, the young man felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, I can permit you to cultivate for a time, Lu Fan said with a faint smile. The young man, elated, immediately displayed his excitement. However, before he could fully savor his joy, Lu Fan's lips curved upward as he added, You must bring Li Chongsheng to me so that my nephew may reminisce with him. The emphasis on the term nephew was unmistakable. Understood. I shall attend to this at once. Without hesitation, the young man acquiesced. Secretly thinking, Li Chongsheng, you are in for quite the ordeal. After bowing respectfully to Lu Fan, he swiftly vanished from sight. Nephew? Lu Fan scoffed, a hint of amusement lacing his tone as he too dissipated like a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, far away in Zhongzhou, engaged in battle with 3 tribulation demons, Li Chongsheng shivered uncontrollably, feeling a sudden chill of foreboding. What is happening? The abrupt shift left him astounded. Curse it, why is he unscathed? If this continues, we will eventually be worn down. The 3 demons, witnessing Li Chongsheng's swiftly healing wounds and burgeoning ferocity, wore expressions of sheer terror. We must make swift work of him and eliminate him. Kill! The 3 demons roared in unison, offering Li Chongsheng no respite as they charged once more. Regaining his composure, Li Chongsheng regarded the approaching demons with a frigid demeanor, his aura steadily escalating. The loss of Hua Jingxiang had struck him deeply, rekindling a long-dormant thirst for vengeance. Then let them all perish, he declared, a chilling and resolute voice escaping his lips. Devour essence. As the words fell, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, and his true essence ignited in flames. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from his core, annihilating the surrounding space. This power, this is dire. The faces of the three demons paled as they sensed the impending doom. In a panic, they unleashed their own energies to counteract him, but it was too late. Within the obliterated space, anguished cries echoed, and when the void healed, the three demons had vanished without a trace. Li Chongqing, however, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his countenance as pale as a sheet. Yet the crimson glint in his eyes remained undiminished, his murderous intent intensifying, with his gaze fixated on a particular direction. He grit his teeth and uttered, "They all must die." Like a madman, he charged into the depths of Zhongzhou, where the fabric of reality twisted and warped in his wake. At that moment, within the distorted space, energies capable of obliterating worlds surged as the battle between the Demon Lord and the four Holy Lords reached a fever pitch. With a resounding boom, all combatants staggered back several paces, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. If this continues, none of us will emerge unscathed. The white-robed Demon Lord gritted out, "Damn it." The silver-haired woman's expression darkened, her eyes filled with resentment. After so long in planning, she had awaited this moment, only to find it slipping through her fingers. The sudden disappearance of the continent's fortune, in her eyes, was undoubtedly a contingency left by the true martial emperor. "Monsters, today I shall cleave you." Across from her, the four holy lords burned with rage. "That depends on whether you possess the strength to do so." The woman huffed coldly, preparing to strike once more. But at that moment, the ground trembled ominously. What a disaster! A powerful human has arrived. The white-robed Demon Lord's expression shifted. "What is this aura?" The silver-haired woman furrowed her brow as a figure imbued with overwhelming intent materialized before them, Li Chongqing. Upon recognizing him, both the Demon Lord and the Demon Emperor were left speechless. Impossible. Even at the cost of his life, he could not have become this powerful. The white-robed Demon Lord exclaimed in disbelief, as Li Chongqing's aura had reached their level, transcending the perfected tribulation realm. Who is he? The four holy lords of the Azure Dragon, unfamiliar with Li Chongqing, shared expressions of astonishment and confusion, realizing that he had succumbed to madness and was now exceedingly perilous. "No, his aura is still rising," the silver-haired woman gasped. "Kill." A voice laden with murderous intent emanated from Li Chongqing as he charged toward the silver-haired woman and the white-robed Demon Lord. "This is bad." The Demon Emperor and Demon Lord were alarmed, sensing the encroaching wave of annihilation. A thunderous explosion shook the entire continent as the four holy lords found themselves staggering back several paces, wide-eyed at the sight of the vanishing void ahead. With a muted thud, two figures were flung from the void, blood spewing from their mouths as they flew. "What?" The four holy lords stared in horror at the severely injured Demon Lord and Demon Emperor. Before they could process the situation, a fresh wave of murderous intent surged forth. Before their astonished eyes, Li Chongqing emerged from the void, his long hair cascading, his eyes ablaze with crimson flames, and an aura of destruction enveloping him. With a thunderous roar, dark clouds gathered ominously above, heralding the gathering of cataclysmic lightning as the Ascension Thunder Tribulation. The four holy lords were taken aback, while fear finally crept into the eyes of the Demon Lord and Demon Emperor. Cursed be it, how could he unleash such terrifying power? The Demon Lord clutched his chest, disbelief etched across his features. "Madman!" The Demon Emperor ground her teeth in fury. "Die!" Li Chongqing coldly uttered, disregarding the ominous lightning above as he pressed onward toward the Demon Emperor and Demon Lord. "Flee!" At that moment, the Demon Lord and the Demon Emperor made no effort to linger, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Die!" Li Chongqing, consumed by murderous intent, pursued them relentlessly. As he departed, the space gradually returned to tranquility, the thunderclouds dissipating as if they had followed him away. "This man has completely lost his senses," the Azure Dragon Holy Lord sighed as he watched Li Chongqing's retreating form. "Fortunately, he is only targeting demons. Indeed, with his current strength, there is likely none on the continent, save for the heavenly Tao, who could stand in his way." Who on earth is Li Chongqing? It seems that the Demon Lord and Demon Emperor recognized him just now. The remaining three Holy Lords marveled, their gazes shifting to the Azure Dragon Holy Lord, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. The azure dragon Holy Lord shook his head and declared, "Let us not dwell on him. While the demon emperor and demon lord are occupied, let us wipe out the demons and put an end to this war." Chapter 70. The decree to slay demons and exterminate monsters. The sword to slay immortals. With the demon lord and demon emperor preoccupied, the four holy lords finally had the opportunity to join the fray, and within just 20 minutes, they concluded the battle for fortune, decimating the demons of Zhongzhou. Subsequently, the four holy lords collectively issued a decree to slay demons and exterminate monsters, calling upon all human cultivators to eradicate the demon race and flatten their territories. Thus began a sweeping tide of demon extermination across the land. At the same time, in the hidden god sect, atop the ancestral peak, madness has ensued. Lu Fan raised an eyebrow at the news brought by Xiao Tian. Fully grasping the situation, "Ancestor, what shall we do next? Should we send disciples to search for the ancestor?" Xiao Tian could not help but inquire, a hint of urgency and concern in his eyes. After all, this was Li Chongqing, their sect's founder, now lost to madness, and the future remained uncertain. Moreover, they had learned that Li Chongqing was currently pursuing the demon lord and demon emperor at the cost of his own life. If this continued unchecked, his life force would soon be extinguished. "No need." Lu Fan replied coolly. "No need." Xiao Tian was taken aback, confusion flickering in his gaze. "He is fine, and he will soon return to the sect." "Your efforts would be in vain and merely waste time. Better to cultivate diligently and enhance your own strength," Lu Fan advised. "With the heavenly Tao in action, Li Chongqing will certainly face no mishap." Xiao Tian, taken aback, ceased his inquiries, responding respectfully. Having heard Lu Fan's words, he naturally believed without a doubt. By the way, have Li Changyin and the others returned yet? Lu Fan could not help but ask. "The ancestral beings and the sovereigns are currently advancing towards the demon realm alongside the human army," Xiao Tian stated earnestly. "Understood. You may depart for now." "Yes." The disciple takes his leave. Xiao Tian bowed respectfully before swiftly departing from the ancestral peak. "Is it the wounds of love that afflict him?" Lu Fan chuckled, vaguely sensing the underlying truth. He had heard tales of the saga between Li Chongqing and Hua Jingxiang, yet he had not anticipated that Li Chongqing possessed such deep affections. Unable to escape even the whispers surrounding the king of survival. Recollecting his thoughts, Lu Fan chose to set aside any further musings regarding Li Chongqing, redirecting his focus towards the decree of slaying immortals and vanquishing demons. With Li Chongqing's intervention, the tides of battle had shifted instantaneously. The demons would soon find themselves in a precarious predicament. Coupled with the current fervor among the human cultivators, it was likely that the demon realm would soon be trampled, leaving no sanctuary for demons across the continent. His reluctance to intervene stemmed not only from a desire to remain uninvolved, but also from the realization that in such tumultuous circumstances, no one could claim innocence. Every individual bore culpability. To the victor belongs the spoils, while the vanquished are branded as traitors. An immutable truth throughout the ages. The harsh realities of the cultivation world further accentuated the principle of the strong prevailing over the weak. There exists no right or wrong, only the disparity between strength and weakness. Although Lu Fan yearned for eternal life, he had to concede that, when faced with the choice of invincibility, he would invariably lean towards the latter. Surely, this decade of signing in will yield longevity? Lu Fan mused to himself with a chuckle. Even in the worst-case scenario, he still possessed over 6,000 years of lifespan. With daily sign-ins, he was resolute in his belief that he would attain immortality. This was a query the system could not address, as it adhered to principles of randomness. The system's voice chimed in. "I did not inquire." Lu Fan wore an expression of exasperation. The system had an unfortunate tendency to dampen his spirits at critical moments, proving itself rather lacking in tact. Meanwhile, at the border between Zhongzhou and Nanzhou, above an endless expanse of desert, a thunderous roar erupted as two figures were hurled backward amidst the shattering void. The demon emperor and the demon lord appeared pale, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. "Damn it, this individual is not bound by the laws of the heavens. Evasion is futile. I shall inevitably be worn down." The white-clad demon emperor exclaimed to the silver-haired woman beside him. "Flee!" A chilling voice resonated from the void, startling both figures, who fixated on the black-clad youth with flowing hair, who stood poised in the air. His expression darkening. "Quickly depart," the white-clad demon emperor urged, and the woman wasted no time. gritting her teeth before stepping into the void. Die. Witnessing this scene, Li Changsheng swung his sword, unleashing a devastating wave of sword energy aimed at the fleeing woman. The white-clad demon emperor flickered, appearing before the sword energy, resulting in another explosive sound as he was sent flying, spewing blood once more. He came to a halt after traveling 100 paces. A smile creeping onto his lips as he wiped the blood from his mouth, realizing that the demon lord had already made his escape. Li Changsheng, do you truly believe I fear you? The white-clad demon emperor declared coldly, as a sword-shaped red mark between his brows blazed with intensity. The heavens trembled as dark clouds gathered above them, laden with terrifying bolts of lightning. Upon sensing the white-clad demon emperor's surging aura, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow, yet his gaze remained unwavering. A peculiar energy wave emanated, and a red sword, exuding a destructive aura, hovered before the white-clad demon emperor. I, Bai Zhe, attained the pinnacle of ascension millennia ago. My continued existence relies on this immortal slaying sword suppression. You are the first to force me to summon it, and you shall be the first to perish beneath its blade. The white-clad demon emperor declared icily. Seizing the blood-red sword before him, die. Li Changsheng exhibited no fear, uttering a single word. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of sword light, piercing through the void towards Bai Zhe. Kill. Bai Zhe retorted with a cold snort, transforming into a crimson streak of light to engage him. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, the surrounding space collapsing into nothingness. The thunder that had gathered was dispersed by the explosive energy of their clash. The very essence of ascension required the baptism of heavenly thunder, and its dispersal signified the failure of their ascension. Yet neither had perished. In the distorted void, both figures were propelled backward, simultaneously coughing up blood. They crashed to the ground, sending up clouds of dust. At this moment, the crimson light in Li Changsheng's eyes had faded, and his vitality waned to its lowest ebb. Nonetheless, he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. The sound of shattering bones echoing throughout his body. His sword lay shattered, reduced to mere hilt. Damn it! A voice filled with frustration erupted from Bai Zhe, who leaned on his sword, managing to stand as well. His aura was weaker than Li Changsheng's, yet his sword remained intact, radiating a menacing energy, accompanied by the ominous ringing of the blade. I must admit, you are the strongest human cultivator I have ever encountered. But this is where it ends, Bai Zhe remarked, wiping the blood from his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Immortal slaying sword, go! The sword pierced through the void, poised before Li Changsheng's chest. Though his wounds were mending, he found himself unable to resist this strike, and he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 71. The mysterious man in white robes, finally encountering the king of survival. The immortal slaying sword was about to pierce Li Changsheng's heart. A gentle breeze rustled. The entire space suddenly froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The immortal slaying sword, mere inches from Li Changsheng's chest, abruptly halted, emitting a series of sword cries. What is this? Bai Zhe exclaimed in shock, and Li Changsheng opened his eyes. In their astonished gaze, a hazy figure, cloaked in an aura of Tao, materialized beside Li Changsheng. Heavens, the Tao of heaven! Upon sighting this figure, Bai Zhe gasped in horror. Urgently commanding, immortal slaying sword, return. The sword trembled violently but refused to return to Bai Zhe, as if ensnared by a powerful force. I did not foresee that you possessed an immortal sword, and that it has developed sentience. A detached voice echoed from the figure of the Tao, devoid of any emotion. Slowly, he raised his right hand and flicked the blade's tip, causing a terrifying surge of sword energy to erupt, which soon subsided into tranquility. You have erased the sword's consciousness, Bai Zhe stammered in terror, his eyes brimming with rage and disbelief. At that moment, he was severed from the immortal slaying sword, no longer under its command. Bai Zhe could hardly fathom that the Tao of heaven, which had refrained from intervening in worldly disputes, was now aiding Li Changsheng. Though filled with resentment, he could only accept the harsh reality. Flee! The mere thought of escape compelled him to act. He turned and vanished like a streak of light into the horizon. However, before departing, he cast a venomous glare at Li Changsheng, the hatred palpable in his eyes. He must not escape, Li Changsheng exclaimed, intending to pursue. Yet, upon moving, a searing pain enveloped his entire being, causing him to cough up blood once more. At that moment, he was resolute in spirit but utterly powerless. The Tao hesitated momentarily, resting a hand on Li Changxing's shoulder. The latter felt a tremor course through him as his previously sluggish injuries began to heal significantly, yet Bai Zhe had already fled far from sight. Why did you not eliminate him while you had the chance? Allowing him to escape will only lead to future troubles, Li Changxing stated, gazing earnestly at the blurred figure of the Tao. My task is solely to escort you away. The rest is beyond my concern, the Tao replied apathetically. Escort me? Li Changxing was taken aback, his brow furrowing. Where to? Naturally, to meet your master's nephew, the Tao responded. A hint of amusement threading through its tone. Master's nephew? Before Li Changxing could fully comprehend, an intangible force enveloped him, and their figures vanished from the scene. Simultaneously, deep within the vast demon realm, a colossal protective formation enveloped an area spanning thousands of miles. Outside the formation, the sounds of thunderous impacts echoed incessantly as the four great sovereigns, including the Azure Dragon, led human cultivators against it. The formation trembled violently, fissures beginning to manifest. At this rate, it would not withstand even a quarter of an hour. Yet at that moment, above a palace belonging to the demon sovereigns, a figure clad in white robes, whose features remained obscured, stood poised in the air, hands outstretched and enveloped in an aura of terrifying and eerie energy. Ah, the presence of humanity. Who are you? Below, a multitude of demon cultivators cried out in anguish, their voices filled with despair. Their vitality surged forth, transforming into streams of crimson energy that flowed into the figure in white, including those at the integration stage, the great ascension stage, and even 2 tribulation-level demons, all utterly powerless against this force. The energy emanating from the mysterious figure in white surpassed even that of their demon sovereign. Since you all are destined to perish, you might as well contribute your power to ensure my eternal existence. A chilling laughter echoed from the figure cloaked in white. He paid no heed to the wails and pleas of the myriad demons. In the end, with a mere flick of his hand, the entire horde trembled, instantly reduced to ashes, their life essence completely absorbed by him. At that moment, a resounding crack echoed as the vast and formidable protective array crumbled. A few seconds slower than anticipated, the space was left with nothing but a cold, mocking laughter, as the figure clad in white above the palace had long vanished without a trace. When the 4 great sovereigns of the Azure Dragon arrived with their retinue, their faces were marked by shock and bewilderment. At that moment, the expansive demon domain was devoid of any presence. Only a lingering trace of bloodlust permeated the air. How could this be? What on earth had transpired? In mid-air, the 4 sovereigns of the Azure Dragon gazed at the empty demon realm, their brows furrowed in concern. Where had all these demons disappeared to? Could they have left prematurely? That seemed implausible. This vast demon realm must have had at least 100,000 demons. Even if they departed, it could not have been so silently. Below, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a blend of astonishment and confusion. Only the 4 sovereigns wore grave expressions, silently acknowledging the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Just moments ago, while they were attacking the array, they had clearly sensed the presence of numerous demons. Yet, in the span of merely 2 or 3 breaths, they had vanished without a trace. This was decidedly unnatural. Moreover, they could still feel the treasure trove of the demon clan intact, making escape impossible. Were they all exterminated? The White Tiger sovereign murmured, disbelief evident in his eyes. Could it be that Li Changxing was responsible? The Vermilion Bird sovereign immediately replied, seemingly struck by a revelation. At this utterance, the 3 sovereigns shuddered in unison, all envisioning the long-haired figure akin to a harbinger of death. Only the Azure Dragon sovereign furrowed his brow, shaking his head, and spoke in a somber tone. Li Changxing is currently pursuing the Demon Emperor and the Demon Lord. Even should they be outmatched, it would not be possible for them to be so swiftly overwhelmed. We would certainly sense the residual energy of the ensuing battle. Yet just now, everything appeared eerily tranquil. Upon hearing the Azure Dragon sovereign's words, the other 3 were taken aback, finding his reasoning quite sensible. Regardless of the circumstances, this incident reeked of mystery. Without confirming the facts, they should not hastily draw conclusions. The Azure Dragon sovereign finally remarked. Meanwhile, above the sacred hidden sect, a hum reverberated as the incarnation of the Tao of Heaven and Li Changxing materialized. This place is staring at the long-familiar surroundings below. Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Dao friend, I have brought the person. The incarnation of the Tao of Heaven directly conveyed to Lu Fan, refraining from advancing further. Their position was outside the 5 elements catastrophe destruction protective array, and he dared not step inside, having sensed the deadly intent of the array earlier. Now, with the added potency of the Tao's fortune, the array's lethality was undoubtedly magnified beyond measure. Yet at this moment, Li Changsheng felt nothing but confusion. Tao friend? Who is it? Moreover, from the tone of the Tao's incarnation, he detected a hint of reverence. Before he could inquire further, a faint voice emanated from below. Come in. Yes, the incarnation nodded. Instantly, accompanied by Li Changsheng, the 2 figures flickered and, in the next moment, appeared atop the ancestral peak. The figure clad in white had long been standing before them, hands clasped behind his back. Facing away, as the 2 materialized, the figure slowly turned around. Chapter 72. Unprecedented Rebellion. 5 years this is, the ancestral peak. Upon surveying the surroundings, Li Changsheng was struck with astonishment. Even he lacked the privilege to reside here. Across the entire sacred hidden sect, only the founder of the sect held such a right. Who was this figure before him? Just as he was engulfed in shock and confusion, the figure turned to face him. Upon recognizing Lu Fan's true visage, Li Changsheng initially furrowed his brow, then, as if struck by lightning, his entire body trembled, his eyes widening in sheer horror and disbelief. Why you are? His voice quivered. Lu Fan's lips curled into a playful smile as he replied. Disciple? The term disciple sent a jolt through Li Changsheng's heart. The injuries he had nearly recovered from instantly flared back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood at that moment. He paid no mind to his wounds and, with a resounding bang, knelt on both knees. Under the puzzled gaze of the Tao of Heaven, he trembled as he stated, Unworthy disciple Li Changsheng pays respects to the ancestor. Having said this, he bowed thrice, the ground reverberating with muffled thuds, his attitude reaching an extreme of reverence. The statue of the founding ancestor, which they had venerated since childhood, how could he possibly misidentify it? Though there were slight differences between the statue and the living figure, the demeanor and appearance were unmistakable. The person before him was indeed the founding ancestor of the sacred hidden sect. After the 3 bows, Li Changsheng did not raise his head, maintaining his kneeling posture. His body trembling in this moment, he finally understood who the Tao of Heaven referred to as a Tao friend, and who he himself referred to as disciple. To presumptuously call the ancestor a disciple was truly an act of tremendous rebellion. Ancestor? The Tao of Heaven beside him furrowed his brow, inwardly astonished. He was aware of the founder of the sacred hidden sect, Li Changsheng. Yet he had no knowledge of such a fearsome ancestor within the sect. In truth, when Lu Fan descended upon this continent, he had yet to gain awareness. Do you recognize where you erred? Lu Fan finally spoke, gazing down at the kneeling Li Changsheng. Disciple has acted rebelliously. I humbly request the ancestor's punishment, Li Changsheng immediately asserted. Indeed, you have acted rebelliously. However, what else? Lu Fan replied with a faint smile. What else? Li Changsheng trembled, his mind racing, and soon he realized something, drenched in cold sweat. When he had presumptuously referred to Lu Fan as his disciple, he had also granted the Tao of Heaven a favor. Now that the Tao of Heaven had appeared, it was likely. Disciple recognizes his mistake. I do not dare to claim to represent the sacred hidden sect. I owe a debt of gratitude. I humbly request the ancestor to impose a heavy punishment. Li Changsheng quivered. Punishment, naturally, I will impose. But, what else? What else? Li Changsheng was taken aback. Was there more? What else could there be? As he racked his brain, he could not fathom what further misstep he had committed. Ancestor, I truly cannot think of any other wrongs. Please enlighten me. Li Changsheng spoke cautiously. Lu Fan snorted softly, forgoing further pleasantries, and stated, to sacrifice one's life for a woman, descending into madness. This I can overlook, however, as an elder of the sect, to neglect the sect and indulge yourself in leisure outside. Do you not recognize your fault? This? Li Changsheng's expression shifted, and he immediately replied, Disciple recognizes his mistake. I am willing to accept all penalties. In that case, you shall be responsible for cleaning the sect, managing the medicinal garden, guarding the mountain gate, and teaching the disciples. until I deem you forgiven, Lu Fan stated indifferently. This? Li Changxing was taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had expected Lu Fan to impose a period of reflection or to administer a beating. Yet he was instead assigned these trivial tasks. Though they seemed insignificant, he had never undertaken them before. What, do you find it insufficient? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. No, no. Disciple is willing. Li Changxing hastily waved his hands. That is well. Rise. Lu Fan smiled and Li Changxing sighed in relief, finally daring to stand. His gaze towards Lu Fan filled with reverence and incredulity. He never anticipated that the founding ancestor of the sacred hidden sect had actually returned. After resolving Li Changxing's matter, Lu Fan turned his attention to the incarnation of the Tao of Heaven, who now appeared with the countenance of a scholar. Under Lu Fan's gaze, he inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety. Since you have brought the person back, I shall naturally keep my word and allow you to cultivate within our sect for 1 month. Remember, just 1 month, Lu Fan declared. Thank you, Tao friend. The Tao of Heaven quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, his tone brimming with appreciation. This exceeded his expectations. Previously, he had thought Lu Fan would grant him at most half a month, yet now it was a full month. Pausing briefly, the Tao of Heaven flipped his hand, and a blood-red long sword radiating an aura of destruction materialized in his grasp. A celestial-grade sword. Gazing at the blood-red sword in the Tao of Heaven's hand, Lu Fan's eyes flickered with surprise. The quality of this sword was on par with the one he had gifted to Chen Xian and Mo Hin, belonging to the same tier. This sword is called the Slayer of Immortals. I just seized it from that demon emperor. Now that you are cultivating in your esteemed sect, let this sword serve as a token of my goodwill. The Tao of Heaven smiled, directly offering the Slayer of Immortals to Lu Fan. This sword is of no use to me? Lu Fan shook his head in refusal. Of no use? The Tao of Heaven and Li Changxing both wore astonished expressions. Observing their bewildered countenances, Lu Fan realized they had misunderstood him and clarified. What I mean is, no sword holds any utility for me. Though this sword was celestial grade, it paled in comparison to his own heaven-slaying sword. Moreover, whether the heaven-slaying sword was in his possession or not made little difference. Having reached his level of power, he no longer required external aids. Upon hearing Lu Fan's explanation, both were left utterly astonished. Even the Tao of Heaven felt a tinge of embarrassment, as one could hardly retract a gift once given. Since this sword is of no use to you, and you two are acquainted, then give it to him, Lu Fan suggested with a smile. The Tao of Heaven paused, glancing towards Li Changxing, who appeared utterly dumbfounded. Give it to me? Li Changxing found this hard to believe, having witnessed the sword's terrifying prowess. His own sword had been shattered by it. Indeed, Tian Dao, with utmost reverence, presented the slaying immortal sword before Li Changxing. Gazing at the formidable blade, he shifted his gaze to Lu Fan, and without further ado, accepted the sword, exclaiming, Thank you, Dao brother. After expressing his gratitude to Tian Dao, he bowed deeply to Lu Fan, saying, Thank you. Ancestor, do not forget your task, Lu Fan reminded with a smile. Disciple shall commence today. Li Changxing replied earnestly, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. That is well. You may take your leave now. And kindly escort him to find an abode, Lu Fan instructed directly, choosing not to elaborate further. Disciple takes my leave. Li Changxing bowed respectfully, subsequently departing the ancestral peak with Tian Dao. The days ahead should be considerably tranquil. Lu Fan smiled faintly as he gazed at the vast sea of clouds before him. Time flowed swiftly, and Li Shangyin, Chen Xian, Qin Zhan, and others had safely returned to the sect. Upon learning that Li Changxing had returned before them, everyone was astonished and filled with excitement. During this interval, the fervor of exterminating demons had swept across the continent, rendering the presence of demons nearly non-existent. Particularly, the demonic clan had vanished completely following the battle for fortune, as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Among the beastly tribes, only the primordial forest and the Bermuda Sea still bore witness to some creatures, yet they remained compliant, refraining from encroaching upon the human territories. Thus, 5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chapter 73. Changes in the sect. Lu Fan's breakthrough in these 5 years, the number of disciples in the Shen Yin sect had risen significantly. From an initial 9 to nearly 1,000, the reputation of the Shen Yin sect had resonated throughout the continent, now undeniably the foremost sect in the eastern state. During this period, Lu Fan had not signed for any elixirs that could extend life, but rather procured various techniques and weapons. These techniques and weapons were no longer tailored for any particular disciple. With the presence of the Taoist fortune, their cultivation levels had continuously escalated. All thanks to Lu Fan's contributions, which accumulated reward points for him. Consequently, Lu Fan swiftly abolished the initial decree prohibiting the recruitment of disciples. Of course, apart from signing in, he occasionally undertook tasks to pass the time. He had now accumulated a full 7,000 years of life essence. One morning, as Lu Fan opened his eyes, he beheld a pair of youthful figures carefully foraging for herbs on the ancestral peak, their demeanor cautious as if fearing to disturb him. Suddenly, the grand palace doors swung open, startling them, and they beheld a young man in white emerging from within. "Greetings, ancestor," they exclaimed, hastily bowing, their voices laced with reverence and trepidation. "There is no need for such formalities. Rise," Lu Fan replied with a smile, allowing them to stand. Looking at the two, Lu Fan felt as if he were in a dream. These two were none other than Inger and Chu Le. Over the course of 5 years, they had matured into graceful young women and handsome young men, their cultivation having reached the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Their titles had shifted from Big Brother to Ancestor. Time had imparted wisdom upon them, teaching them the importance of respect towards their elders. Lu Fan, of course, was indifferent to their titles. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "Why does it seem that the sect is unusually lively today? Have new disciples been recruited?" "It is the disciples from Dao Tian sect and Jin sect, along with the descendants of the Luo family from Zhengzhou, who have come to our Shan-Yin sect for discussions and contests. Would Ancestor like to witness it as well?" Inger replied promptly. Beside her, Chu Le gazed at Lu Fan with eager anticipation. After all, Lu Fan was now the most enigmatic ancestor of their Shan-Yin sect. Only this early cohort of disciples had the fortune to witness Lu Fan's true visage, and only they were deemed worthy to gather herbs atop the ancestral peak. The Luo family? Lu Fan pondered momentarily. 3 years prior, the Luo family had approached the Shan-Yin sect. Upon learning that Li Changsheng was present, along with a more mysterious ancestor, they promptly consented to the union of Li Shangyin and Luo Shi. The two became official partners that very day. "Not necessary. You may go," Lu Fan said with a smile. The two exchanged glances, a hint of disappointment evident in their eyes, yet they refrained from voicing it further. Understanding that their ancestor had always preferred tranquility, "Ancestor, we shall take our leave." They bowed one final time before swiftly descending the ancestral peak. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Fan smiled softly, his form flickering as he appeared beneath the ancient tree by the cliff's edge. In truth, it mattered not whether he attended or not. Standing here, his gaze pierced through the clouds, encompassing all that transpired within the sect. Occasionally, when the disciples engaged in contests, he would take a glance. "System, sign in," he said casually, his eyes already drawn to the throng gathered in the expansive plaza ahead. "Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the Great Ascension realm," the system's voice echoed. Initially indifferent, Lu Fan's body trembled. And excitement flickered in his eyes. "System, what did you just say? The Great Ascension realm?" "Indeed, the Great Ascension realm has been condensed. The power of the laws has redistributed throughout your body, and your soul has been elevated." As the system's words faded, a surge of energy emanated from within him, causing the entire space to tremble. Outside the treasure pavilion, Li Changsheng, who was sweeping, felt a shift in energy and turned abruptly towards the highest peak of the Shan-Yin sect, where an overwhelming aura of law enveloped it. Although he could not see Lu Fan atop the peak, he sensed that the energy he had just felt was undeniably emitted by Lu Fan. "Could it be that the ancestor has broken through?" Li Changsheng murmured, his heart racing with astonishment, though he quickly dismissed the notion. Given his ancestor's cultivation prowess, he should have already ascended. What realm could he possibly break through to now? At that moment, a voice of respect called out, "Master Ancestor." A refined man in green attire and a silver-haired figure appeared before Li Changsheng. The man in green was none other than Li Shangyin. "Dao Yixian." Upon seeing the silver-haired man beside Li Shangyin, Li Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. The man was his dear friend, Dao Yixian. "Longsheng, it has been quite some time," Dao Yixian remarked, observing the humble appearance of Li Changsheng, who was holding a broom, feeling a mix of emotions. He had visited the Shen sect several times before but had not encountered Li Changsheng, knowing that Li Changsheng intentionally avoided him, still mourning the loss of Hua Jingxiang. Indeed, it has been a while, Li Changsheng replied with a smile. Master Ancestor, I shall speak with him and request the lifting of your punishment, Li Shangyin interjected. Feeling a pang of sympathy upon seeing his master in such a state. Only the earliest disciples, like Chen Xian, knew of Li Changsheng's true identity. The later disciples merely regarded him as an ordinary janitor. While Li Changsheng occasionally emerged to enlighten the disciples, he always concealed his appearance with true essence, leaving no one aware of his true visage. Absolutely not. Upon hearing Li Shangyin's suggestion, Li Changsheng rebuked him with an edge of anger in his voice. This is a punishment bestowed upon me by the ancestor. How dare you interfere? Li Changsheng cast a somber glare at Li Shangyin, who appeared slightly startled, ultimately choosing to remain silent. He had no right to request the ancestor to reconsider. He simply could not bear to witness Li Changsheng's plight. Reflecting on it, these 5 years have been the most peaceful moments of my life, solidifying my resolve. Perhaps this is the ancestor's intention, Li Changsheng finally said, casting a reverential glance towards the highest peak. On the ancestral peak, Lu Fan exhaled, feeling an unprecedented lightness despite no apparent change in power. So this is the sensation of extended life. He mused, smiling as he inquired, System, how much life essence do I possess now? 15,000 years, which includes the 6,000 from your breakthrough to the transformation god realm, plus an additional 1,000 years. Thus totaling 16,000 years of life essence. The system clarified. 16,000 years. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy, releasing a breath of relief. Soon, he spotted Li Changsheng and the other two outside the treasure pavilion, declaring, from this day forth, the punishment is lifted, and your freedom is restored. Chapter 74. Holy Master Emperor Ming. Bai Zhe re-emerges as the discussions and contests unfolded with fervor. A ripple of disturbance resonated from the void outside the Shen sect. 5 figures emerged, taken aback by the imposing 10,000-foot stone monument before them. This stone tablet emanates a terrifying killing intent. Upon their arrival, the 5 were immediately struck by the sheer magnitude of the stone tablet. Simultaneously, at the summit of the sect, both Li Changsheng and Dao Yixian furrowed their brows, revealing a hint of astonishment. This aura is that of a tribulation realm expert. Li Shangyin's expression shifted as he involuntarily exclaimed. Now at the peak of the great ascension realm, only the presence of a tribulation realm being could invoke such fear within him. Friends from afar have arrived. Let us go and take a look. Li Changsheng suggested with a smile, and the 3 vanished from their location, reappearing before the stone tablet an instant later. 4 Holy Masters. The 3 were astonished as they beheld the 5 figures before them. The leader was a middle-aged man clad in a blue dragon robe, exuding an immense aura of authority. I hope you can forgive my uninvited presence. The Qinglong Saint Master looked at Li Changsheng with a smile, yet secretly felt astonished. The White Tiger Saint Master and the others nearby also discerned something, their eyes revealing disbelief as they sensed the aura emanating from Li Changsheng, which not only matched theirs, but even instilled a hint of pressure upon them. Perfected tribulation crossing. The 4 Saint Masters felt an overwhelming shock. They had not anticipated that Li Changsheng could achieve such a breakthrough from the early stages of tribulation crossing to its perfection in merely 5 years. You jest, esteemed masters. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Li Changsheng asked with a smile. The Qinglong Saint Master exchanged glances with the others, and then a middle-aged man dressed in a crane-patterned azure robe, with an ethereal demeanor, stepped forward. Holding a feather fan, he bowed respectfully to Li Changsheng and his companions, saying, Esteemed friends, we have come not only to invite your esteemed sect to the Demon Slayer Festival in 3 days, but also to request an audience with your sect's ancestor. His tone was neither overbearing nor subservient, exuding an irresistible charm. An audience with the ancestor? The expressions of Li Changsheng and the others shifted slightly as they regarded this extraordinary individual. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow and inquired, May I ask your name, esteemed friend? Di Ming, he replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions changed once more, and Li Shangyin could not help but exclaim, You are the revered sage master Di Ming. Such impropriety mustn't be tolerated. Li Changsheng interjected, prompting Li Shangyin to realize his faux pas and immediately fall silent, though he was deeply shaken. There was only one person in the entire continent worthy of being called the Sage Master. Di Ming. This individual had been the continent's foremost genius a millennium ago, and now he had also reached the perfection of tribulation crossing. However, his true prowess lay not merely in his extraordinary cultivation talent, but in his unparalleled wisdom, earning him the title of the most intelligent person in the continent's history. He was later appointed as a strategist by the four great Saint Masters, overseeing all matters of the four sacred lands, with a status rivaling that of the Saint Masters themselves. Yet, it was said that he was often elusive, rarely revealing his true form to others. To see him now, standing alongside the four great Saint Masters, was indeed unexpected. Not only Li Shangyin, but Li Changxing and Dao Yixian were equally astonished. By age and seniority, he was far above them, having gained renown long before they were even born. Such flattery, I, Di Ming, dare not presume to claim the title of Sage Master, Di Ming replied with a modest smile. Witnessing his humility, the three could not help but feel a degree of respect. Nevertheless, Li Changxing spoke up. We would be pleased to attend the Demon Slayer Festival, but regarding the second matter, we cannot acquiesce. I hope for your understanding. Di Ming raised an eyebrow. The second matter referred to the request to meet their ancestor. Are you saying that even with all five of us here, we cannot have an audience? The White Tiger Saint Master, a burly figure exuding fierce energy, stepped forward with a heavy tone, his face betraying displeasure. They were the most revered individuals in the entire continent, and others yearned for their presence. To think they would be denied an audience now was quite remarkable. Not just the White Tiger, but the Zhuke, Xuanwu, and even Qinglong exhibited slightly sullen expressions. Had they not learned of the mysterious and formidable ancestor hidden within the Shenin sect, and through Di Ming's judgment, that the disappearance of the continent's fortune was likely related to that individual, they would not have come in person. Upon hearing the White Tiger Saint Master's words, the expressions of Li Changxing and the others also darkened. It seemed these five wished to leverage their status to compel compliance. I am sorry, but we truly cannot accommodate this request. Esteemed masters, please take your leave, Li Changxing stated directly. What did you say? The White Tiger Saint Master's eyes ignited with fury, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Li Changxing let out a cold snort, releasing an aura that matched the White Tiger's in intensity. The clash of their energies sent a tremor through the heavens and earth, causing Li Shangyin and the others to stagger back several steps. Enough! A commanding voice rang out. The Qinglong Saint Master, frowning, stepped forward and shot a glance at the White Tiger, who immediately reined in his energy. Li Changxing scoffed and also withdrew his aura. What did it matter to him that they were four great Saint Masters? Even when he was in the early stages of tribulation crossing, he had pursued the demon sovereign in a hunt. Now, facing four Saint Masters who were weaker, he felt no fear. His extensive dialogue was merely out of respect. However, the four Saint Masters harbored their own apprehensions towards Li Changxing, for the image of him in a frenzied state lingered vividly in their minds. Li Dao, perhaps you might convey a message? Your esteemed ancestor may agree to meet us, the Qinglong Saint Master suggested, still clinging to hope. Unnecessary, Li Changxing waved his hand dismissively. If Lu Fan wished to meet, he would have sent a message long ago. The Qinglong Saint Master's brows furrowed, and the expressions of the White Tiger and the others darkened, yet they chose not to press further. Since that is the case, we shall not impose further. We look forward to your sect's attendance at the Demon Slayer Festival in 3 days, the Qinglong Saint Master concluded. Aware of the implications, they would not seek to humiliate themselves further. Turning to the others, he said, let us depart. Safe travels, Li Shangyin replied with a faint smile. As the group turned to leave, suddenly, rumble, in an instant, the wind surged and the sky darkened, a tremendous aura of murderous intent filling the air. What is this aura? The group's expressions shifted, and soon, to their widened eyes, they witnessed a white figure with flowing hair slowly approaching from the horizon. With each step, it traversed thousands of miles, causing the ground to tremble. In the blink of an eye, the figure stood 100 yards before them. The demon sovereign, by Zhe. The Qinglong Saint Master could not help but exclaim in astonishment. And the White Tiger and others wore expressions of shock. They had not expected the demon sovereign, who had vanished for 5 years, to reappear at this moment, and his aura now was far more terrifying than before. Excellent, all are present. Today, you shall all accompany the beings of my demon realm to the grave. A chilling voice emanated from Bai Zai. Chapter 75. The Annihilation of the Demon Sovereign, Profound and Unfathomable. He has truly gone mad. Gazing at the long-haired, murderous Bai Zai, the Qinglong Saint Master spoke in a low voice, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. Previously, they had only managed to reach a stalemate against him in a 2-on-1 confrontation. The current Bai Zai was a stark contrast to before, instilling a palpable sense of danger. Li Chongqing and the others wore solemn expressions as well. Such a terrifying aura had surpassed the tribulation-crossing realm. Why had no heavenly tribulation descended? Could it be? Dao Yixian began, his eyes flashing with realization, as if he had come to a profound understanding. He may have cultivated a certain technique, sealing his own meridians and consciousness, leaving only the purest intent to kill. Li Chongqing frowned, speaking gravely. He has likely spent these 5 years perfecting this technique. Just as the group was reeling from the shock, Bai Zai's cold voice rang out again, "Die." With a wave of his right hand, rumble. The heavens shook, and suddenly a fissure opened in the firmament. Following this, a colossal gray hand, exuding an aura of annihilation, descended from the void, leaving destruction in its wake. The hand was enveloped in terrifying lightning, seemingly capable of obliterating all. Its sheer size made evasion impossible. This is bad. The 4 Saint Masters of Qinglong turned pale, feeling the encroaching specter of death beneath that immense hand. Just as they and Li Chongqing were about to strike, a calm voice interjected, "Leave this to me, Saint Master." Huh? The Qinglong group was taken aback, and Li Chongqing and the others furrowed their brows, staring in disbelief at the figure in the azure robe. Was he truly going to confront Bai Zai alone? Li Shangyin could not contain his astonishment. They watched as Di Ming stepped forward, his expression tranquil. Meanwhile, the disciples within the sect were engaged in intense competitions, oblivious to the events unfolding outside due to the formation's confinement on the ancestral peak. Interesting. As he observed the figure in the azure robe, Lu Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. He had noticed Di Ming's presence the moment the Qinglong group arrived, but had chosen to remain indifferent. Even Bai Zai, who had appeared later, was merely an insignificant insect to him. The only source of intrigue for Lu Fan was the sage master Di Ming. As Di Ming emerged, interest flickered in Lu Fan's eyes, and he quietly observed the unfolding scene. At this moment, the enormous hand had descended to within 10 miles above Li Chongqing and the others. Di Ming finally raised his right hand, pointing towards the heavens, a disdainful smile playing at the corners of his lips. Then, with a swift motion of his fingers, a radiant white light erupted from his fingertips, striking the colossal hand. The entire space fell silent for a moment. And then, to the astonished gazes of the Qinglong and Li Shangyin, that terrifying hand exploded into a firework-like display. Boom! Everything transpired swiftly, as if in a fleeting dream yet vividly etched in the minds of all present. It was shattered just like that. The Qinglong and Li Shangyin were left in awe, their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at the figure in the azure robe. Even if Di Ming had attained the perfection of tribulation crossing, he was merely on the same level as the Qinglong. How could he so easily dismantle that terrifying hand? Had he concealed his true strength? Li Shangyin was taken aback, exclaiming in his heart, "What about the strategist?" The 4 holy lords, including Qinglong and Baihu, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. This was the first time they had witnessed Emperor Ming in action, and his display shattered their preconceived notions. At this moment, they realized how profoundly they had underestimated this strategist. Bai Zai, opposite them, also changed countenance, his eyes brimming with overwhelming murderous intent, yet filled with shock. Nevertheless, he bellowed and charged directly at Emperor Ming with blinding speed, reaching him in an instant. "Heavenly Dao order, bind." A cold voice escaped from Emperor Ming's lips. 4 chains of enigmatic light materialized from the void, swiftly ensnaring Bai Zai's limbs, suspended in midair by these chains. Bai Zai writhed and roared, but no matter how he struggled, he could not escape their grip. Even his violent true essence was firmly confined. "This is the heavenly Dao order. You cannot break free," Emperor Ming remarked with a faint smile. With a mere gesture, he sent forth a beam of light that pierced Bai Zai's brow. Bai Zai trembled violently, unable even to utter a sound, as his entire being ignited in flames. In the blink of an eye, The once mighty ruler of the demon realm was reduced to ashes before their very eyes. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Qinglong, Li Shangyin, and the others stood in stunned disbelief. As if caught in a dream, the demon emperor, a being beyond the tribulation realm, had perished so effortlessly. How formidable! Dao Xian merely uttered 2 words, his eyes filled with reverence. Beside him, Li Changxing's brow furrowed deeply. Astonished beyond measure, even in his current state of power, he could not have dispatched Bai Zhe with such ease. Emperor Ming's strength surpassed his imagination, a force beyond his capacity to contend with. If he were to describe Emperor Ming in one word, it would be unfathomable. Yet, he could not fathom that such a terrifying being was known to the world merely by the name of wisdom. Perhaps only an entity like the heavenly Tao could stand against him, Li Changxing mused inwardly. He had initially contemplated comparing Emperor Ming to Lu Fan, but the heavenly Tao's attitude towards Lu Fan dispelled that thought. No matter how strong Emperor Ming was, he could at most reach the level of the heavenly Tao, while their progenitor invoked genuine awe from the heavenly Tao. The demon emperor? Merely trivial. Emperor Ming let out a cold laugh, and the 4 chains dissipated into thin air. He then turned to face the now dumbfounded Qinglong and the others, who could not help but shudder, quickly regaining their composure, though their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Emperor, strategist, what cultivation level do you possess? The Baihu Holy Lord intended to address Emperor Ming by name, but quickly altered his address, his tone tinged with anxiety. The eyes of Qinglong and the others reflected a hint of curiosity. Apart from the heavenly Tao safeguarding the mortal realm, it seemed no one else on the continent could rival him. Perfected tribulation transcendence, Emperor Ming replied with a smile. The group was momentarily taken aback. Was one at this level truly so powerful? Yet they wisely refrained from pressing further. Let us depart. Finally, the 5 made no further delay and turned to leave. But before they vanished, Emperor Ming left them with a parting remark. Li Zongzhu, do not forget the demon-slaying festival in 3 days. Upon uttering this, the 5 figures faded from sight. Wah! When did I agree to that? Li Shangyin exclaimed, bewildered. Return to the sect, Li Changxing remarked with a furrowed brow. Realizing they could only seek their progenitor's counsel now. Chapter 76. Seeking the elders' aid, Li Changxing and Li Shangyin arrived at the ancestral peak, while Dao Xian went to observe the disciples' competition. We pay our respects to the progenitor. Upon their arrival, they bowed reverently to the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back. I am already aware of your purpose. I have seen it all. Lu Fan responded, turning to face them. They were momentarily startled. Indeed, nothing could escape the progenitor's notice. After a brief pause, Li Changsheng could not resist speaking up. Progenitor, though this Emperor Ming is renowned for his wisdom, his strength is unfathomable, and he acts with great tyranny. His final words before departing clearly bore an imposition of will. Should we participate in the demon-slaying festival? Li Shangyin also looked towards Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan smiled and said, this individual is indeed extraordinary, yet he poses no threat to me. As for the demon-slaying festival, you may attend if you wish or not. It is entirely up to your personal inclination. Li Changxing and Li Shangyin gasped in astonishment. Merely the phrase no threat sent a jolt through their minds, their eyes betraying excitement. Indeed, while Emperor Ming was terrifying, he was not on par with their progenitor. We understand. Both bowed respectfully, ready to take their leave, when suddenly, Lu Fan recalled something. Wait. What further instructions do you have, progenitor? Li Changxing inquired respectfully. Without hesitation, Lu Fan pointed, and a beam of light shot into Li Changxing's brow. He trembled, his eyes widening in shock. Progenitor. What is this? You were to receive punishment earlier, which I withheld. Now that the punishment has passed, this Longxing scripture shall serve as a greeting gift from me. Cultivate diligently, Lu Fan said with a smile. Thank you, progenitor. Li Changxing expressed his gratitude without pretense, filled with excitement. He had yet to peruse the scripture, yet he could sense its profound power, igniting a fervor within him. As if his very soul were ablaze, it was undeniably a supreme method suited for his cultivation. Beside him, Li Shangyin displayed a hint of envy, though he too possessed the divine script gifted by Lu Fan. Now, you may all leave, Lu Fan finally gestured. Yes. The disciples replied and quickly took their leave from the ancestral peak. After their departure, Lu Fan gazed towards the horizon, recalling Li Changxing's earlier assessment of Emperor Ming. Unfathomable? A dismissive smile graced Lu Fan's lips. What wisdom, what schemes! In the face of absolute power, they are but paper tigers. While Emperor Ming indeed surprised him slightly, it was merely a fleeting sentiment, insufficient to warrant concern. Chuckling softly, Lu Fan then observed the competition in the square, where the finals had commenced, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. The earliest batch of disciples had become the strongest within the sect, among whom the most gifted were undoubtedly Zhang Zhouge. Su Xingqian, Chu Lu, and Chen Xian, followed closely by Pei Bishiji, Mo Hin, and Ying Er. Soon, the debate competition came to a close. The embarrassment of the Jin sect, Dao Tian sect, and the Luo clan. All finalists were disciples of the Shanin sect. Before the Grand Hall, Dao Yixian, Pei Shisan, and Li Shangyin stood side by side, with Pei Shisan exclaiming, "I never imagined your sect's disciples would possess such strength at such a young age. It truly puts our own disciples to shame. You flatter us, sect master Pei. Your disciples also exhibit remarkable talent in swordsmanship. Zhouge and the others merely triumphed by a narrow margin," Li Shangyin replied humbly. Gazing at Zhang Zhouge and Su Xingqian on the stage with pride and admiration, Li Zhongzhu, "Perhaps we should host an annual debate competition together, allowing our disciples to spar and exchange ideas for mutual improvement. What do you think?" Dao Yixian suggested eagerly. "I wholeheartedly agree with Sect Master Dao's proposal." The elder leading the Luo clan added. "An opportunity we cannot miss," Li Shangyin remarked with a smile. "Excellent, then it is settled." Dao Yixian and the others shared a laugh. As night fell, under Li Shangyin's arrangements, the disciples of Dao Tian sect, Jin sect, and Luo clan found temporary lodging within the Shanin sect. Thrilled to reside in such a spiritually rich environment, all were eager to extend their stay in the depths of the night. Atop the ancestral peak, "Progenitor, we shall take our leave," Su Xingqian said respectfully. "For the upcoming demon-slaying festival, we may not return for quite some time. Do not miss us too much," Mo Hin added with a sly grin. "Do not speak disrespectfully to the progenitor." "It is a great fortune to share a drink with him," Pei Bishiji remarked, appearing considerably more reserved. At that moment, the three were slightly inebriated. Over the years, they had frequently sought Lu Fan for drinks and conversation. As prolonged solitude could become tedious, as such, Lu Fan occasionally gathered with them to pass the time. "Hurry along now," Lu Fan waved them off, and they quickly departed the ancestral peak. Once they were gone, Lu Fan turned towards a certain direction, his brow furrowing slightly, and vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared above a forest, outside the Shanin sect. "Come forth." As his words echoed, the space ahead shimmered, and a golden-furred monkey appeared before him. Upon seeing Lu Fan, the monkey's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy, and it knelt before him, pleading, "Esteemed elder, please save my master. I am willing to serve like a beast." Gazing at the golden-haired monkey, Lu Fan recalled it as the colossal ape he had encountered in the Yuanshe forest alongside Mo Hin. "Your master? That ancient tree spirit?" Lu Fan inquired, frowning. "Indeed." The enormous celestial ape nodded eagerly, his eyes glinting with excitement. "I apologize, but I am under no obligation to assist you," Lu Fan replied indifferently. Although the ancient tree spirit had gifted him a vial of wood essence, it was merely a gift and not a favor he felt compelled to repay. "As long as you promise to save my master, I am willing to do anything," the celestial ape exclaimed anxiously. "Do you truly believe you can be of assistance to me?" Lu Fan chuckled, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. The celestial ape was momentarily struck dumb. Indeed, given his level of cultivation, what could he possibly offer Lu Fan? Yet, Lu Fan was the only person he could think of who might save his master. "I shall spare your life. Now depart at once," Lu Fan finally stated. "Senior." The celestial ape wished to say more but was silenced by Lu Fan's cold voice. "Should you persist in your entreaties, I will not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot." With a disdainful snort, Lu Fan vanished before the celestial ape. Watching Lu Fan's departing figure, the celestial ape's face turned pale, his eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Indeed, he had overestimated the situation. At that moment, Lu Fan returned to the ancestral peak. Ding! Task triggered. Rescue the ancient tree spirit. Success will grant you the celestial ape and ancient tree spirit as guardians, along with 100 years of lifespan. The system's voice echoed in his mind as soon as he materialized. AN automatic task trigger. Lu Fan was taken aback. This was his first experience. It was already the early hours of the second day. System, is this 100 years of lifespan due to? Before Lu Fan could finish, the system interjected, indeed. It is because the host has broken through to the Great Ascension realm, causing the task reward limit to increase. This 100 years of lifespan is the maximum obtainable from the current task series. Realization dawned on Lu Fan, yet a peculiar expression crossed his face. Just a moment ago, he had refused the celestial ape. And now the system had triggered a task. System, are you jesting with me? Lu Fan couldn't help but ask. No. The system adheres to random principles. The system replied calmly, Lu Fan. Chapter 77. That individual is far from simple. The reluctant by Zay, the sudden task trigger from the system left Lu Fan speechless. This infuriating system. He was indifferent to having two formidable beasts as guardians, but 100 years of lifespan. Better than nothing, he thought, and ultimately accepted the system's task. Meanwhile, outside the domain of the hidden god sect, the celestial ape continued to pace restlessly, still harboring some dissatisfaction. Within the primordial forest, he was the sole great demon to escape. All others had been captured. Without the aid of a powerful ally, his master had no chance of survival. Among the formidable beings he knew, only Lu Fan offered a glimmer of hope. But how could he persuade that senior to take action? As the celestial ape pondered anxiously, a gentle breeze stirred behind him. Who has captured your master? A faint voice inquired, and a figure clad in white stood behind him. Huh? The celestial ape's pupils constricted as he turned abruptly. As senior. Upon seeing Lu Fan's sudden appearance, the celestial ape trembled, and without a second thought, knelt before him, hands raised. Senior, this is all the treasures I have accumulated with my master. I hope you will graciously accept them. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the ancient ring in the celestial ape's hands, recognizing its exceptional quality at first glance. With a smile, he accepted the ring without reservation. Seeing Lu Fan take the ring, the celestial ape finally sighed in relief. Please rise and speak. You have yet to answer my earlier question, Lu Fan instructed. Thank you, senior. The celestial ape replied respectfully, finally daring to stand, and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Simultaneously, in the central continent, within the Hall of the Sacred Masters. The Hall of the Sacred Masters was the residence bestowed upon Di Ming by the four great sovereigns, encompassing not just a single palace but a vast area spanning thousands of miles. At this moment, atop the highest peak within the hall, two figures sat facing each other on a hexagonal platform. Di brother, are you certain that the fate of the continent lies within the hidden god sect? The Azure Dragon Sovereign asked Di Ming, unable to conceal his disbelief. Di Ming nodded, his brow furrowed in seriousness. If I can enter the hidden god sect today, I will surely uncover the truth. However, there exists a terrifying protective formation guarding the sect. Even my consciousness cannot penetrate it, indicating that the founder of the hidden god sect is indeed formidable. Di Ming's tone carried a hint of gravity. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Sovereign's expression turned astonished. Even you cannot enter. Could it be that the founder, Li Shunshang, has not ascended? He could not possibly have set up such a terrifying formation. Di Ming smiled, his tone filled with certainty. 1,000 years ago, I encountered Li Shunshang. Given his talent, it would be impossible for him to reach that level. Then who could it be? The Azure Dragon Sovereign appeared shocked and confused. No need to fret. I believe we will soon have our answers. Di Ming smiled, a hint of nonchalance gracing his features, as if everything was well within his grasp. Di brother. The Azure Dragon Sovereign hesitated before asking. Is he not inferior to you? Di Ming's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In truth, even the protective formation outside the hidden god sect instilled in him a tinge of fear. Yet sometimes, the strength of a formation does not necessarily reflect an individual's power. It would be unwise to draw conclusions without having witnessed it firsthand. However, that individual is undeniably extraordinary, Di Ming finally remarked. A slight smile playing upon his lips, the enigma of the hidden god sect's founder stirring a profound sense of anticipation within him. Hearing Di Ming's high regard for that individual left the Azure Dragon Sovereign utterly astounded. Ironically, the four sovereigns prided themselves on being the oldest and most knowledgeable beings on the continent, only to realize how little they truly knew. Just like Di Ming and Li Changsheng. Even Bai Zhe and other younger figures surpassed them in strength, while the mysterious founder of the hidden god sect remained an enigma. With a sigh of contemplation, the Azure Dragon Sovereign refrained from further inquiries, exchanging a few casual words before departing the peak. Watching the Azure Dragon Sovereign leave, Di Ming gazed in a certain direction, and in the next instant, he vanished from the spot, reappearing in a dim chamber. As soon as Di Ming materialized, the dark chamber responded, ancient and formidable runes materializing, radiating an arcane glow. These runes intertwined and resonated, forming a terrifying confinement formation. If Li Changsheng were present, he would surely be astonished. The power emanating from this confinement formation was even more formidable than the celestial prison formation that had once bound him by the demon sovereign and the beast emperor. As the runes shimmered, the entire chamber seemed to expand exponentially. "Who exactly are you?" An icy voice rang out, accompanied by a palpable aura of malevolence that surged toward Di Ming. Di Ming merely smiled, the oppressive aura dissipating as if it were nothing. Before him stood a handsome young man clad in white, bound by chains of heavenly laws that restrained his limbs and neck. A vision of the beast emperor Bai Zhe, however, at this moment. Bai Zhe was not in his corporeal form, but rather a semi-ethereal spirit. Impressive, such a powerful spirit. "This is the first time I have encountered one of this caliber," Di Ming remarked, not bothering to respond to Bai Zhe's question. Lost in his own thoughts. "What are you talking about?" Bai Zhe's voice was low, his gaze fixed intently on Di Ming. Now fully aware, he was profoundly shocked. He had never anticipated the existence of such a powerful being among the human race. Even in his frenzied state, he was several times stronger than before, yet he could not withstand a single blow from this individual. Observing Bai Zhe's astonished and enraged expression, Di Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. "Do you not wish to know who slaughtered the beings of your demon domain?" Bai Zhe paused, staring at Di Ming's sinister smile, suddenly grasping a horrifying realization. "It was you? Not too dim-witted after all." Di Ming replied with a smile, revealing the truth. "I will kill you." Bai Zhe howled, his spirit power surging violently, the 5 chains of heavenly laws trembling as if they would shatter at any moment. However, witnessing this, Di Ming remained utterly unimpressed. Slowly, he raised his right hand, snorted disdainfully, and grasped into the void. Boom! The space quaked, and the confinement runes enveloping the chamber shattered. "May you meet a most untimely demise." Accompanied by a cry of unwillingness, Bai Zhe's entire spirit exploded into a dazzling array of starlight. "I shall not perish," Di Ming scoffed, tilting his head slightly as he inhaled the energy from Bai Zhe's spirit. A look of indulgence crossing his face. Within mere moments, he absorbed all of Bai Zhe's spirit energy, lamenting that the demon sovereign had managed to escape. Otherwise, if he had devoured them both, his grand scheme would have been half accomplished. A hint of dissatisfaction tinged Di Ming's tone. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly shifted. "This is not good. Someone has breached the demon prison." Chapter 78. A first encounter. Be my guest under the night sky. In a remote forest of the central continent, atop a mountain peak, the celestial ape paced anxiously back and forth, his gaze frequently darting towards the distant horizon, filled with urgency and concern. Just moments ago, he arrived here with Lu Fan, who instructed him to wait for them. The celestial giant ape was acutely aware of his own limitations. Following Lu Fan would only render him a burden. So he readily agreed. However, shortly after Lu Fan departed, he became increasingly anxious. "Heaven help us. May the elder be safe and rescue the boss." The celestial giant ape prayed to the starry sky. Meanwhile, deep within a prison shrouded by an array. In a dim chamber, a hum resonated as Lu Fan's figure materialized out of thin air. Upon his arrival, the once dull chamber radiated brilliance, expanding the space several-fold. Ancient and intricate runes appeared, revealing 10 formidable beasts bound by the chains of heavenly laws. All lined up before Lu Fan, each at least mid-stage in the Great Ascension. Lu Fan's sudden appearance immediately captured the attention of these 10 great beasts, their eyes blazing with fury and murderous intent. Some could not restrain themselves and roared, "We have been compliant. Why have you captured us? You humans are so tyrannical and unreasonable. Do you not fear retribution?" In response to their furious outbursts, Lu Fan merely snorted coldly, causing those who had spoken to spew blood, while the others were shaken to their cores. their faces displaying sheer horror. How powerful! Who is he? The great beasts finally recognized the terror of the newcomer. Fear evident in their eyes, "IDSU!" exclaimed a voice of astonishment. The frightened beasts were momentarily stunned and turned to look at an elderly figure in a green robe. The elder fixed his gaze on Lu Fan. Clearly recognizing him, Lu Fan took a step forward. The chains binding the elder shattered instantly. He was the target of Lu Fan's mission. The ancient tree spirit? This? The elder was taken aback as he witnessed the destruction of his binding chains, while the other great beasts stared wide-eyed in confusion. What does this person intend to do? We have met, my lord. Despite his shock, the elder respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, his tone imbued with reverence. Lu Fan nodded slightly and replied, "Come with me, come." The elder was astonished, as if he had misheard. Before he could react, another voice chimed in, "Elder, is it really you?" Lu Fan raised an eyebrow and turned toward the source of the voice, quickly spotting a middle-aged man in black robes at the edge. "Elder, it's me, Mo Long, the one who gave you the water spirit pearl back in Bermuda." Before he could finish, Lu Fan interrupted. "I recognize you." The man was indeed the transformed dragon who had once given Lu Fan the water spirit pearl, and Lu Fan was surprised he had also been captured here. "Elder, I have always followed your teachings and committed no evil. I cannot believe I was wrongfully captured by the 4 great holy lands," Mo Long exclaimed, his tone laced with indignation. Just then, a cold laugh echoed through the chamber. Lu Fan frowned, while the green-robed elder, Mo Long, and the other bound beasts all turned pale in an instant. "He has arrived," the elder exclaimed in terror, clearly frightened, as expected. A refined man in white robes emerged from the void, none other than Di Ming. Upon his arrival, Di Ming's gaze fell upon Lu Fan. His brow furrowing slightly, Lu Fan smiled in return, his expression one of keen interest as their eyes locked, freezing the entire space as if time itself had ceased. The green-robed elder and Mo Long, along with the other great beasts, turned ashen, overwhelmed by an intense sense of danger that made their very souls tremble. Finally, Di Ming broke the silence, asking, "May I inquire as to who you are?" Even after the death of the former Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect and the circulation of Lu Fan's image among the various sects, Di Ming had never laid eyes on him before. Lu Fan scoffed, retorting, "What do you think?" Di Ming's expression darkened as he regarded Lu Fan, who continued to mock him, stating, "I am taking these 2, oh no, these 2 beasts, with me." As soon as the words left his lips, the chains binding Mo Long shattered with a resounding crack. The remaining great beasts gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that this suddenly appearing enigmatic youth would dare to act so brazenly before Di Ming, openly mocking him. Who on earth is this person? They wondered in shock. It was not just them. Even Di Ming knew nothing of Lu Fan, but he was certain of one thing. "Please, do as you wish." Di Ming managed to force a smile. Lu Fan said nothing in response to Di Ming's demeanor, merely sneering coldly before addressing the dumbfounded Mo Long and the green-robed elder, saying, "Let us go." With that, the 3 figures vanished from the spot. Puff! As soon as Lu Fan and the others departed, a mouthful of blood erupted from Di Ming, his face turning ashen, his eyes filled only with shock. The one thing he had just confirmed was he was no match for Lu Fan. Although their eye contact lasted only moments, it had felt like a genuine contest. Faced with Lu Fan, he felt as if he were confronting an endless, vast universe that left him shaken and utterly lacking in any will to resist. He had never experienced such fear. This? Observing Di Ming's spitting blood, the remaining great beasts watched in wide-eyed horror. Di Ming wiped the blood from his lips, forcing down his shock and fear before addressing the beasts. "Are you pleased to see me injured?" he sneered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Soon, shrieks of despair and resentment echoed from deep within the prison. Lu Fan, however, cared little for the fate of those great beasts and had no intention of intervening. At that moment, he, the ancient tree spirit, and Mo Long had already arrived atop a mountain peak, boss. The moment the celestial giant ape saw Lu Fan and the green-robed elder, he rushed forward and embraced the elder, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Enough! How old are you to still be crying?" The elder chuckled, pushing him away. Soon, the 3 great beasts knelt before Lu Fan, speaking in unison, "We thank you, elder, for saving our lives." Their voices were filled with respect and gratitude. Di Ming and the 4 great holy lands will not spare you. You must leave quickly, Lu Fan instructed, turning to depart. However, just as he turned, the 3 beasts called out, "Elder," under Lu Fan's puzzled gaze. They exchanged glances, seemingly having reached a decision, and bowed, saying, "We implore you to allow us to follow you, esteemed elder." Their tone was sincere yet tense. "Follow me?" Lu Fan smirked, looking at the 3 beasts with amusement. As gatekeepers, the 3 beasts were momentarily taken aback before their faces lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder, for your kindness." Chapter 79. The true dragon essence, the chosen one? Lu Fan had merely made a jest. Yet he was surprised that the 3 beasts took him seriously. Observing their earnest and excited expressions, he ultimately said nothing further. Having 3 great beasts of the Great Ascension stage as gatekeepers sounded quite appealing. As for whether they would be pursued by the 4 great holy lands, Di Ming, or anyone else, Lu Fan was unconcerned. Once they entered his divine hidden sect, he would ensure their safety. Before long, the 3 beasts followed Lu Fan back to the divine hidden sect. Upon learning that Lu Fan had accepted 3 great beasts of the Great Ascension stage as gatekeeping disciples, Li Shangyin and Qin Zhan were utterly shocked but had no objections. After all, they were brought in by the founder, and they learned from the 3 beasts that they had been cultivating within their territory without causing any mischief, which relieved everyone. Meanwhile, in the central continent, at the sacred Master S Hall, on a mountain peak, Di Ming, seated on the 8 trigrams platform, suddenly opened his eyes, shock evident in his profound gaze. Divine hidden sect, Di Ming's brow furrowed as he coldly uttered those 3 words. Just moments ago, he had followed the aura of the 3 beasts and discovered that they had directly entered the territory of the divine hidden sect. His own sensing ability was instantly cut off. He dared not attempt to sense Lu Fan's aura, for this individual's cultivation far exceeded his imagination, instilling fear within him. Di Ming had not anticipated that there existed a being even more powerful than himself hidden within the continent. Previously, he had been puzzled by Lu Fan's identity, but now it was as clear as day. "So, you are the founder of the divine hidden sect." Di Ming glared at the horizon, gritting his teeth as he uttered the words. His tone ice-cold and filled with hatred. Everything that transpired within the beast prison was a disgrace to him. Were it not for his realization that he was no match for Lu Fan, he would never have submitted. However, regardless of the circumstances, the humiliation Lu Fan had inflicted upon him would be repaid tenfold. It seems the plan must be expedited. Ultimately, a sinister smile crept across Di Ming's face as he vanished from sight. 3 days later, on the 4th day, at dawn, before the grand hall of the divine hidden sect, a spacious plaza was already filled with disciples, each one looking ahead with eyes alight with excitement and reverence. At the forefront, with Li Shangyin and Qin Zhan leading the way, Chen Xian, Su Xingqian, Zhang Jioge, Inger, and other early disciples stepped aboard the flying ship to respectfully bid farewell to the sect leader and the elders. Farewell, senior brother and senior sister. As they watched their comrades ascend the vessel, all the disciples in the square bowed in unison, their voices infused with profound admiration. Standing at the ship's bow, Li Shangyin and the others gazed down at the throng of disciples, smiles adorning their faces. This day marked their invitation from the 4 great holy lands to embark on a journey to Zhongzhou for the demon-slaying festival. Point 1. Must not neglect their cultivation. Upon my return, I shall conduct a thorough inspection, Li Shangyin declared. We shall remember, and we will not disappoint the sect leader. The crowd replied once more. Li Shangyin nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the towering peak deep within the Shanin sect, where the ancestral summit loomed. Beside him, Qin Zhan, Chen Xian, Inger, Chu Lu, and Zhang Jioge also cast their eyes towards the ancestral peak, each reflecting reverence and reluctance. The crowd below followed their gaze, similarly filled with awe and fervor. Although these later disciples had never met Lu Fan, they had long heard tales of the sect's most enigmatic ancestor residing atop the ancestral peak. "Ancestor, we take our leave," Li Shangyin uttered, trembling with emotion, leading the others to bow deeply towards the ancestral peak. The crowd below promptly followed suit, bowing in reverence. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of Xiao Tian and Chu He, the flying ship traversed the sky, vanishing at the horizon. Atop the ancestral peak, as he watched Li Shangyin and the others depart, Lu Fan merely smiled, He had already been standing there when they bid him farewell, though the power of his laws concealed him from their sight. "May your journey yield fruitful rewards and bring you safely back," Lu Fan remarked softly. In truth, he believed that whether or not they participated in the demon-slaying festival was inconsequential. Ultimately, it depended on Li Shangyin and their choices. Lu Fan would not interfere. Perhaps a journey of practice and experience would prove worthwhile. With the operation of the array's great fortune, both Li Shangyin and Su Xingchen had attained the pinnacle of their cultivation, making them the most formidable in their party. With these two present, Lu Fan felt a measure of reassurance. "System, check in," he declared. Returning to his thoughts, he had yet to check in that day. Ding. Check-in successful. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a strand of true dragon essence." The system's voice chimed. A strand of essence, emanating a golden glow akin to fine hair, appeared before Lu Fan. Observing this essence, Lu Fan sensed the vast dragon energy contained within, accompanied by faint echoes of dragon roars. As if a true dragon were present. True dragon essence? Could it be? Lu Fan mused, momentarily surprised. Recalling the the rewards he had received in the past 2 days were also linked to the Tong Tian Great Ape and the Ancient Tree Spirit, and today's strand of true dragon essence was clearly associated with the dragon transformed Long. This was the first time in 5 years that he had received a prize designated for a disciple during check-in. "System, why do some of the rewards I received during check-in appear to be tailored for specific disciples, as if prepared expressly for them?" Lu Fan couldn't help but inquire. The system adheres to a principle of randomness. All products are of exceptional quality. If a reward suits a particular disciple, it merely indicates their extraordinary fortune, the system explained. Could it be that they are the so-called children of destiny? Lu Fan suddenly posited. "Yes and no," the system replied. "Are you playing a riddle with me?" Lu Fan retorted, exasperated. The system clarified. The rewards might indeed be suited for a specific disciple, highlighting their remarkable fortune. Conversely, some unrelated rewards could be freely distributed by the host, and those recipients could also be deemed children of destiny. Ultimately, it was the host's decision that mattered. However, it could not be denied that the former group's talents and fortunes were superior to the latter, qualifying them as true children of destiny. Lu Fan finally understood, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. "Where I stand is where destiny resides." Naturally, figures like Li Changxing and Su Xingchen, along with the current 3 demons, could indeed be considered children of destiny. Stowing away the true dragon essence, Lu Fan vanished from his location, reappearing at the foot of the mountain. Before the mountain gate, a spacious expanse lay before him, with lush greenery and forests stretching for miles to the edge of the array. A serene lake nestled within the right side forest led to the outside world, where a towering ancient tree stood at its center, and a large golden-furred ape was currently drinking nearby. Meanwhile, to the left of the path, a stream meandered past a humble wooden cabin, where a man in a black robe sat cross-legged on a stone. Deep in meditation, Chapter 80. Unapproachable, scoundrels. Due to the presence of the 3 demons, the mountain gate was devoid of any guarding disciples, save for a few entering and exiting the array. These disciples regarded the 3 demons with expressions of awe. "I can't believe our sect has enlisted 3 great demons as guardians. This must be a first in history." "Hush! Keep your voice down. I heard these are 3 demons at the Great Ascension stage." "Is that true? How is that possible?" "It's not impossible. I heard the sect leader himself confirm it." "Let us hurry along." The disciples entering and exiting the array whispered cautiously, their voices laced with fear. No one dared approach the 3 demons lightly. The 3 demons, Long and Tong Tian Great Ape included, paid little mind to the discussions around them, content simply to follow Lu Fan. They discovered that their cultivation speed within the sect was astonishing, far exceeding what they had previously dared to dream. Lu Fan observed all of this with a smile, stepping forward to stand in the center of the path guarded by the 3 demons. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure jolted the 3 demons awake, their eyes snapping open. "Senior!" Upon seeing Lu Fan, the 3 demons gasped in astonishment. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." They quickly corrected their address, realizing the decorum that must be observed now that they had joined the Shan-in sect. Even the ancient tree spirit transformed into human form, bowing deeply in respect to Lu Fan. No need for excessive formality. "I am here to see Long. You may continue with your cultivation." Lu Fan smiled at the 3 demons. "Yes, Chen Lao and Tong Tian Great Ape bowed respectfully before returning to their own realms. You seek me? Mo Long questioned, astonished, as Lu Fan approached him directly. Without any preamble, Lu Fan flipped his hand, revealing a strand of essence radiating an overwhelming aura in his palm. What is this? Upon seeing the golden essence in Lu Fan's hand, Mo Long's eyes widened, his blood surging and his body trembling with excitement. This is true dragon essence. If you can refine it, you will surely transform into a dragon, Lu Fan explained with a smile. True dragon essence? The mere mention of it sent Mo Long's spirit into a frenzy, his trembling intensifying as he believed every word Lu Fan spoke. Gazing at the strand of true dragon essence, he felt an irresistible call. His very being instinctively yearning to consume it. In recent days, he had seen Chen Lao and Tong Tian Great Ape receive rewards from Lu Fan, and though he had felt a twinge of envy, he had never imagined that Lu Fan had not abandoned him. True dragon essence was the ultimate aspiration of their dragon lineage. Sit cross-legged and open your mind. I shall assist you in entering your sea of consciousness. Lu Fan instructed Mo Long, who was now visibly shaken with excitement. Yes. Mo Long promptly composed himself, settling into a meditative posture. With a flick of Lu Fan's finger, the true dragon essence transformed into a stream of light and entered Mo Long's brow. Boom! The moment the true dragon essence entered his body, Mo Long shuddered, a sound akin to a dragon's roar escaping him as his aura began to swell. What a terrifying presence! Not far away, Chen Lao and Tong Tian Great Ape were similarly shaken by the surge of Mo Long's energy, which surpassed even his original form. Could it be? Chen Lao's eyes widened in realization. Boss, what is happening? Tong Tian Great Ape inquired, bewildered. Furrowing his brow, Chen Lao finally uttered, the aura of a true dragon. A true dragon? The shocked Great Ape stood frozen in disbelief. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Lao broke into a smile, saying, it seems the ancestor treats each of us with fairness. If we cultivate diligently, the rewards bestowed upon us by the ancestor will surely lead us to remarkable achievements. Finally regaining his composure, Tong Tian Great Ape nodded vigorously, his eyes igniting with a fierce determination. Watching Mo Long's aura continue to swell, Lu Fan smiled with satisfaction. As his energy surged, it drew the attention of the disciples entering and exiting the mountain gate. What a terrifying presence! Is that great demon breaking through? Who is that person daring to stand before him? The crowd gasped in astonishment, quickly recognizing Lu Fan beside Mo Long. Stay back. A voice called out urgently from behind Lu Fan, laced with concern. Turning around, Lu Fan saw a woman in white gazing at him. Initial stage of transformation. Lu Fan discerned the cultivation level of the young woman at a glance. She was merely 20 years old. With a fresh and delicate appearance, had it been in the past, such innate talent would have been deemed extraordinary. However, under the current circumstances, her abilities barely qualified as above average within the Shanin sect. Though her gifts were modest, her heart was evidently kind. Junior brother, do not approach. It is perilous. Return swiftly, the woman urged once more. Junior brother? Lu Fan was taken aback, but then approached her. Seeing him retreat, the woman finally exhaled in relief. However, Lu Fan's next question rendered her momentarily speechless. How did you know I was your junior brother? This. After a brief pause, the woman smiled and replied, because I have never seen you before. I have met the earliest group of seniors, and you appear unfamiliar, suggesting you must have just entered the sect. This interpretation was also plausible, Lu Fan mused, a wry smile forming within him. Yet before he could speak, a mocking voice echoed, Oh, is that not our esteemed sister Yu Yao? What is this, harboring a secret admiration for the senior brother, and now turning to pursue the junior brother? The woman, addressed as Yu Yao, furrowed her brows as three young men approached them, the leader being a handsome youth with a charmingly rogue demeanor. Although he too was 20 years old, he was already at the mid-stage of the harmonization realm, a level considered superior within the Shanin sect. Luo Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not, Yu Yao exclaimed, her face paling with anger. Not? Luo Yu chuckled, then turned his gaze toward Lu Fan, shaking his head in feigned astonishment. Your taste is rather lacking, I must say. Lu Fan's brows knitted together involuntarily. The man's tone was quite irksome. Junior brother, why not join the Luo family? I assure you a life of comfort and indulgence within the Shanin sect. free from any bullying. What do you say? Luo Yu proposed, though his tone bore an unmistakable condescension. Are you from the Luo family of Zhongzhou? Lu Fan inquired, his expression serious. Indeed, if you join my family, you will have as many senior sisters like her as you desire within this sect. Luo Yu replied with a sinister grin, his gaze momentarily lingering on Yu Yao, revealing a hint of wickedness. Splendid, truly splendid, Lu Fan responded with a smile. Initially believing Lu Fan was acquiescing, Luo Yu's face lit up with arrogance, but the next moment, Lu Fan's voice rang out again. I never imagined such a disgraceful character could exist within the Shan-in sect. Chapter 81. Offending the Ancestor. A sin beyond forgiveness. As the chilling words echoed, the entire Shan-in sect trembled. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, within a cave. What was that voice? Li Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes, astonished. Had someone truly provoked the ancestor's wrath? In his fury, he vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, in the grass, what did you say? Disgraceful. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Luo Yu's expression darkened, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Even Yu Yao beside Lu Fan gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. I see you are tired of living. Luo Yu growled, gritting his teeth, and shouted at the two companions beside him. Seize him! Yes, senior brother? The two responded immediately, advancing toward Lu Fan. This is bad. Yu Yao's complexion changed drastically as she attempted to intervene, but before she could act, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended. The two young men who had just taken a step were left aghast, including Luo Yu, who failed to react. With a loud crash, under the weight of that terrifying aura, the three of them sank to their knees. This pressure? Who is it? Luo Yu exclaimed in sheer terror. Feeling quite arrogant, are we? A cold voice penetrated Luo Yu's ears, sending shivers down his spine. The two young men before him wore expressions of dread. Under the terrified gazes of the trio, a man in black robes appeared beside Lu Fan. His icy gaze fixed on Luo Yu and his companions, a great demon. The sudden appearance of the black-clad youth sent shivers through the three, with Luo Yu trembling uncontrollably. Yet his family's pride compelled him to grit his teeth and declare, Do you know who I am? If you dare to make a move against me within the Shan-in sect, you will regret it. Upon hearing Luo Yu's words, the towering giant ape and elder Kan, who had been observing from a distance, shook their heads, as if regarding a fool. I thought he wouldn't take action. The giant ape chuckled. They had been prepared to intervene but were surprised that Imo Long acted first. In that case, let us watch quietly. The ancestor will make the decision, Elder Kan added. In the face of Luo Yu's threatening remarks, Imo Long merely snickered coldly, unconcerned. He turned to Lu Fan and bowed respectfully. Inquiring Ancestor, how shall we deal with this individual? Ancestor. The term startled Luo Yu and his companions, who felt as though they had misheard. The next moment, Lu Fan's voice rang out, Kill. A chilling tone devoid of any emotion accompanied his words. With such disgraceful characters in the sect, what use is there in keeping them alive? Yes, Imo Long affirmed respectfully. The piercing chill finally instilled fear in Luo Yu, who shouted, Elder, save me. Just as the words left his lips, a cold voice echoed, Stop. Instantly, a terrifying aura descended beside Luo Yu, manifesting as a white-haired elder clad in white robes. Late stage of the Great Ascension. Upon seeing the elder, Imo Long's brows furrowed. He was only at the mid-stage and thus a level below the elder. Since you have pledged allegiance to Shan-in, you should remain loyal and dutiful. Why act against a disciple? The elder spoke sternly, directing his gaze toward Imo Long. This great demon seeks to kill me. Uncle, save me. Spotting the elder's appearance, Luo Yu grasped at him like a lifeline, exclaiming, He is Elder Luo. Yu Yao beside Lu Fan gasped, You are a sect elder? Imo Long scrutinized the elder with a frown. Indeed, I am Luo Feng, the second ancestor of the Luo family, and also a guest elder appointed by the Shan-in sect. Luo Feng proclaimed, his tone laced with arrogance. Imo Long remained silent, directing his attention back to Lu Fan, who wore an expression of indifference. Though he typically refrained from meddling in sect affairs, he was astonished to discover that the influence of the aristocratic families had infiltrated the sect, forming cliques and behaving with impunity. An insidious blight indeed. At that moment, the atmosphere grew eerily silent, and Yu Yao felt a sense of suffocation. Only Luo Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he regarded Yu Yao and Lu Fan, thinking to himself about how he would deal with them later. Just then, Luo Feng interjected. "What did you say?" A disdainful chuckle erupted, and an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended. "This is tribulation?" Luo Feng's expression changed drastically, and he trembled as he collapsed to his knees. Mo Long was equally astonished. The sudden aura instilled fear within him as well. A gentle breeze swept through, and a young man clad in black stood before Lu Fan and the others. Who are you?" The elder stammered in terror at the sight of the black-clad youth. Having never encountered him in the Shan-in sect, the aura he emitted was far more formidable than that of his family's ancestor. To offend the ancestor is a sin that cannot be forgiven. "You shall die," the youth snorted coldly, and with a flick of his hand, Luo Feng could not resist. In his eyes, the world shattered. "No." A piercing and unwilling scream echoed. "Luo Feng and the unresponsive Luo, you were obliterated." Their very beings disintegrated under the palm strike of Li Changsheng, all witnessed by the wide-eyed Mo Long and Yu Yao. Are you Li Changsheng?" Mo Long suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in disbelief, "Li Changsheng." Upon hearing that name, Yu Yao trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. This scene was also witnessed by the disciples watching from a distance, all of them wide-eyed. Within the Shun-in sect, two mysterious figures existed. One was the elderly Changsheng, and the other was the even more enigmatic and terrifying ancestor. Go think that the black-clad youth who had suddenly appeared was none other than the sect's elder, Li Changsheng, a being who had perfected the tribulation stage. "Since you have joined our sect, refer to me as ancestor." Li Changsheng cast a glance at Mo Long, who shuddered and promptly replied, "Yes, ancestor. You little eel, when the ancestor commands you to act, you should do so decisively. Don't dawdle and make me intervene," Li Changsheng coldly admonished. "This?" Mo Long was taken aback, offering an awkward smile as he replied, "The ancestor gives wise counsel. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued. You handle these matters." "You know what to do?" Lu Fan waved his hand, addressing Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, taken aback, quickly affirmed, "Disciple understands." Lu Fan then turned to the astonished Yu Yao beside him, producing an ancient tome that materialized in his hand. "This manual is for you. Cultivate diligently, and you will surely catch up to Chen Xian," he said with a smile. Before Yu Yao could react, his figure had already vanished from sight. "Little girl, aren't you going to hurry and accept the ancestor's gift? This is a blessing you have earned from your past life." Li Changsheng couldn't help but remind Yu Yao, who stood in a daze. With a startled exclamation, Yu Yao suddenly regained her senses and hastily grasped the cultivation manual that floated before her. The memory of Li Changsheng's earlier address to Lu Fan surged back, causing her heart to tremble violently. The ancestor? The youth she had referred to as junior brother was, in fact, the most enigmatic and formidable ancestor of the Shan-in sect. Good heavens, I must not have heard incorrectly. The ancestor? That is indeed the most mysterious and fearsome ancestor of our Shan-in sect. Having witnessed both the ancestor and the true form of the patriarch in a single day, I would die without regrets. In the distance, the other disciples finally regained their composure, each trembling with excitement. From this day forth, all members of the Luo family shall be expelled from the Shan-in sect. And the sect shall undergo a thorough cleansing, Li Changsheng proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the entire sect. Chapter 82. Cleansing the sect, the ancestor. I have achieved longevity as soon as Li Changsheng issued his command. The sect was engulfed in shock, with Li Shangyin and Qin Zhan both having gone to the central continent for the demon-slaying festival. All matters of the sect were managed by Xiao Tian and Chu He. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Shan-in sect, the atmosphere was exceedingly grave. Xiao Tian and Chu He stood at the forefront, their expressions dark as they regarded several individuals, who were the elders and stewards newly recruited by the sect, including Luo Shi. Luo Shi's complexion appeared somewhat pale, her eyes reflecting guilt and a hint of panic. She had just received some information. Her fear stemmed not from the deaths of Luo Feng and Luo Yu, but rather from the realization that these two had provoked the one person they should never have angered, Lu Fan. Now, she dreaded that Lu Fan would hold her accountable, and if that were to happen, the entire Luo family would likely face annihilation in an instant. The others, too, wore expressions of terror, having become aware of the events that had transpired. They never anticipated that within mere moments, the sect's ancestor and patriarch would appear in succession, only to be offended by a disciple, leaving them in a state of dread. Even Xiao Tian and Chu He felt a chill in their hearts. The cold sweat had already soaked through their backs. You all heard what was said earlier. I trust there is no need for us to elaborate further. You know what must be done. Xiao Tian spoke, prompting everyone to shudder in unison and nod in agreement. Especially Elder Luo, who hoped that he could convey this warning to the younger members of his clan, as well as to their ancestor. I shall personally visit the Luo family to clarify this matter. Luo, she declared earnestly. Very well. Xiao Tian and Chu He nodded in acknowledgement. If not for Luo, she being the wife of Li Shangyin, this matter would not have been so easily resolved. Luo Shi's willingness to return to the Luo family demonstrated her sincerity and remorse. Subsequently, Chu He turned to the gathered crowd and stated, From now on, we shall devote ourselves to purging those disciples who have gained entry to the sect through their connections and formed cliques within it. The assessment of character and integrity will now be included in our evaluations. I hope all elders can take this as a warning, remain loyal to your duties, and ensure that today's events do not recur. Understood? The elders replied respectfully, and thus the entire sect began to take action to rectify the situation. Lu Fan and Li Changxing observed all of this, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the disciples' fervent response. Days passed swiftly, and before long, 5 days had elapsed on this particular morning, at the forbidden grounds of the Shan Yin sect's rear mountain. A thunderous sound echoed, a blinding column of light surged skyward, and an enigmatic aura instantly enveloped the area. What has transpired? The sudden tremor captured the attention of everyone in the sect, even Lu Fan, who had been meditating in his chamber, opened his eyes in astonishment. In a flash, he appeared at the edge of the cliff, his gaze fixed upon the rear mountain's forbidden grounds, where the radiant column of light ascended. Such a profound aura, could it be that Li Changxing is about to ascend? Lu Fan wondered in amazement. In the next moment, as all eyes were glued to the spectacle, a hum resonated through the air, and myriad rays of light cascaded from the heavens. The aura that circulated within the formation began to coalesce towards the column of light, and in an instant, the light dissipated, unleashing a magnificent wave of energy that enveloped everyone. They felt a jolt in their beings, as if their cultivation levels were on the brink of a breakthrough. What is happening? My level seems to be shifting, they exclaimed in astonishment, as the crowd settled into meditation. Streams of breakthrough energies burst forth, absorbing much of the formation's aura, and in return, benefiting many individuals. It appeared that Li Changxing had reaped considerable rewards. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, the moment the light vanished. He understood that Li Changxing was not ascending. Rather, he had undergone some form of transformation. As everyone immersed themselves in their cultivation, a figure clad in black emerged from the dissipating light, stepping forth to stand behind Lu Fan. Disciple expresses gratitude to the ancestor for the blessings received, Li Changxing exclaimed, kneeling before Lu Fan, his voice brimming with excitement and gratitude. Blessings? Lu Fan turned, his brow furrowing in confusion as he regarded Li Changxing. Upon sensing the transformation in Li Changxing's aura and witnessing the true essence within him flowing like an unending river, he couldn't help but be taken aback. What has happened to you? Ancestor, thanks to your long life technique, I feel as though I am no longer bound by the heavenly Tao. It is as if I have truly attained immortality, Li Changxing declared, his voice filled with fervor. Longevity? Lu Fan's body trembled at the mention, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yes, I truly feel as though I have achieved longevity, Li Changxing affirmed, his voice quaking with emotion. How can this be? The longevity I have desperately pursued has been so effortlessly attained by Li Changxing. System, is this true? Lu Fan could not help but inquire inwardly. It is indeed the case. His soul has merged with the heavens and the earth. As long as the universe endures, so too shall his life. Even upon reaching the immortal realm, he shall remain unchanged, for his longevity has been activated, the system clarified. Lu Fan contemplated this revelation. So it is possible to attain such a state. Indeed, unless one transcends the cosmic rules. Akin to a host of comparable power, can true immortality be secured? The system explained. Then if I were to eliminate Li Changxing and seize his essence, I would become truly invincible and immortal. Correct? Lu Fan mused aloud. That is indeed a possibility, the system confirmed. Lu Fan's body quivered slightly as he gazed at the kneeling Li Changxing, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Longevity is so close at hand. Should the day come when I am nearing death and have yet to attain immortality, do not hold it against me, ancestor, Lu Fan silently vowed. Noticing the sudden grin on Lu Fan's face, Li Changsheng felt a shiver run down his spine. The way Lu Fan looked at him was akin to a butcher eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter, sending chills down his back. Ancestor, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me, Li Changsheng stammered, his voice trembling. Chapter 83. Bad news. Where is the Azure Dragon, Saint Lord? I am invincible. You have achieved longevity? We are simply a perfect match. If we could unite as one, we could traverse the vast universe at will. What joy that would be, Lu Fan mused, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Enough of this. I cannot pursue such thoughts, he finally declared. Li Changsheng rose, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration as he gazed at Lu Fan. This matter of longevity must not be disclosed to the outside world. Otherwise, it will only bring you endless troubles. Though slightly envious, Lu Fan could not help but offer a word of caution. Thank you for the ancestor's reminder. I am well aware, Li Changsheng replied respectfully, understanding the implications. Feeling a warmth in his heart? Knowing that this guidance came from the ancestor's care, Li Changsheng quickly exited the ancestral peak to return to his own cave dwelling. To fortify and enhance his cultivation, he resumed his practice of the long life technique bestowed upon him by Lu Fan. System, I would like to check in. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan commanded, Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1,000 years of lifespan. The system's voice chimed. 1,000 years of lifespan? Lu Fan exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time he had received such a reward directly from checking in. The system's announcement. Lu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a burden had been lifted from his spirit. This was the sensation of an increase in lifespan. Though fleeting, he could feel a significant lightness in both body and mind compared to before. 5 days had passed, and given the time, the demon-slaying festival should have concluded, and Li Shangyin and the others should be returning soon. Having received the lifespan boost, Lu Fan gazed towards the horizon and murmured, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Just then, he sensed something amiss. Lu Fan's body and mind trembled, his complexion changed abruptly, and he vanished from his original spot. Simultaneously, within the grand hall of the Shenin sect, the life tokens of Elder Qin, Su Xingqian, and Mo Hin shattered simultaneously. How is this even possible? Xiao Tian and Chu He were struck with horror. Impossible. Xiao Tian shook his head vigorously, and just then, the jade slip in his hand suddenly reacted and illuminated. Startled, he flipped it over, revealing a piece of information that materialized before their eyes. Upon seeing the message conveyed by the jade slip, both of their faces instantly turned pale, their bodies trembling. At that moment, two figures appeared simultaneously in the grand hall, Lu Fan and Li Changsheng, who had seemingly sensed the urgency and rushed over. Upon observing the information that emerged before them, their expressions darkened, and the temperature in the entire hall plummeted, the air freezing into a solid state. Damn it, how could this happen? A voice filled with overwhelming murderous intent emanated from Li Changsheng. The entire hall, along with the Shenin sect, trembled. Lu Fan's expression was equally grim as he took in the information. Su Xingqian, Mo Hin, and Pei Bashi had been slain by demons during the demon-slaying festival, while Li Shangyin had gone berserk, wreaking havoc. Qin Zhan had inadvertently killed Zhan Zhoga and Inger while trying to protect them. Currently, Li Shangyin was being suppressed in the demon sealing tower by the four great saints, and Zhan Zhoga and the others were severely injured. Recuperating in the Qinglong sacred land, it is impossible for the sect master to have fallen into darkness. There must be someone manipulating events behind the scenes. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth. Regardless of who it is, that person must die. Li Changsheng spoke with a cold voice, blood veins visibly spreading in his eyes, creating a horrifying sight. The entire hall shook violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Calm your mind. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder, and the violent energy within Li Changsheng finally began to subside. Ancestor? Looking at Lu Fan, Li Changsheng's face was filled with rage and grief. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lu Fan's gesture. We must go to the central state sacred land. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped both him and Li Changsheng, and they vanished from their location. Elder Xiao, what should we do? Chu He hastily inquired, his eyes filled with anxiety and concern. From the information, It was clear that Chu Lu and the others were in dire straits, all gravely injured and unconscious. Going would only be a burden. With the ancestor and the founder intervening, they would surely resolve the matter swiftly. We must wait here at the sect, Xiao Tian replied, his body trembling, his eyes filled with coldness and sorrow. Even now, he found it hard to believe the sudden, devastating news. Qin Zhan, Su Xingqian, Imohen, and Pei Bashi had all perished. It felt like a dream. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Chu He forcibly suppressed his impulsive feelings, though concern still lingered in his eyes at the same time. In the central state, within the Qinglong sacred land, in a magnificent and imposing grand hall, it was unexpected that such a significant upheaval occurred during the inaugural demon-slaying festival, with the demons battling the disciples of the Shanin sect, concealing their true power. That was only secondary. What was truly shocking was their reckless determination to perish together, resulting in the downfall of 3 top talents from the Shanin sect. Indeed, especially Su Xingqian. Such a pity. The 3 great saints, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, were all taken aback, sighing, "Brother, what troubles you?" Seeing the silent and worried Qinglong Saint Lord, White Tiger couldn't help but ask, "Why are those demons so intent on targeting the Shanin sect? Among them, there are even tribulation-level demons. This is far too abnormal." The Qinglong Saint Lord furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly, "Brother, you are overthinking it. Those demons are equally ruthless towards disciples of other sections. Perhaps they were simply unfortunate to encounter the strongest among the demons." White Tiger replied, "It could also be that the demons suffered losses at the hands of the Shanin sect previously, which has now fueled their hatred towards us," Vermilion Bird interjected. Upon hearing their words, Qinglong sighed. "I can only hope I am overthinking it, brother. What shall we do next? The sect master of the Shanin sect has fallen into darkness, and his disciples remain within the sacred land. How shall we handle them?" Black Tortoise inquired. As soon as Black Tortoise spoke, the entire grand hall fell silent. The Qinglong Saint Lord's expression darkened, and White Tiger and the others found themselves at a loss for words. If the Shanin sect were solely composed of Li Shangyin and his companions, everything would be manageable. However, the Shanin sect also possessed the terrifying Li Changxing and an enigmatic founder whom even Emperor Ming feared. For now, let us not concern ourselves with Li Shangyin. We must ensure the safety of the injured. I believe the Shanin sect will send someone soon, Qinglong ultimately stated, though he felt an unshakable sense of unease within. White Tiger and the others nodded, realizing that they had no other course of action. Just then, a chilling voice resonated. "Where is the Qinglong Saint Lord?" The entire sacred land began to tremble violently, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Amidst the horrified gazes of the disciples present, cracks appeared in the protective mountain formation above. "They have arrived." The faces of the 4 Qinglong saints changed dramatically as they vanished from their location. Chapter 84. The terrified 4 great saints, a violent assault. Just as Lu Fan and Li Changxing appeared, far away in the Holy Master Hall, atop a mountain peak, Emperor Ming opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of anticipation. Given his understanding of Li Changxing, he knew he would not easily relent. Coupled with Lu Fan's terrifying and domineering presence, the 4 great sacred lands would undoubtedly face turmoil. Simultaneously, high above the Qinglong sacred land, "Fellow Taoist, wait!" a voice called out, and the 4 sacred lords of Qinglong appeared before Lu Fan and Li Changxing. The 4 did not notice Lu Fan but were instead focused on the surrounding aura of killing intent emanating from Li Changxing. Their expressions filled with astonishment. At this moment, they sensed that Li Changxing's aura had grown even stronger. Was he on the verge of another breakthrough? In their shared terror, the 4 exchanged glances, clearly revealing their mutual shock and disbelief. Li Changxing regarded the 4 coldly, offering no further words, and indifferently demanded, "Where are they? Come with us." The Qinglong Saint Lord sighed, waving his hand as the protective mountain formation automatically revealed an entrance. The group stepped through, and in the next moment, they found themselves before a black tower adorned with intricate array symbols. The tower was 5-sided, 9 stories high, exuding an aura of terrifying demonic energy. With 5 iron chains locking the pentagonal top, deeply embedded in the ground, on either side of the tower stood plain wooden houses. Bowing before the saints, 2 young guards appeared, greeting the Qinglong and his companions. "You may descend now," Qinglong instructed, Certainly. The two bowed respectfully before swiftly retreating. Only the Qinglong and his companions remained in the area, Li Changxing's gaze fixated on the top of the black tower, where he immediately spotted a long-haired man with crimson eyes, a figure clad in green, Li Shangyin. At that moment, Li Shangyin was engulfed in demonic energy, his limbs bound by 4 chains of order. Struggling and howling. How could this happen? Li Changxing was momentarily stunned. The current Li Shangyin had completely lost all semblance of humanity, his true essence transformed entirely into demonic energy, resembling a demon clan member. Lu Fan frowned slightly, yet showed no signs of anxiety. Instead, he turned his attention to the wooden house on the right, vanishing into it in an instant. Witnessing Lu Fan's actions, White Tiger and the others were momentarily taken aback. Unable to catch Lu Fan's figure, was it merely an illusion? They were filled with astonishment as Qinglong waved his hand, signaling them to disregard it. Li Changxing also regained his composure and stepped forward to stand beside Lu Fan. Gazing at the scene before him, Li Changxing was struck with immense shock, nearly losing his balance. Before him lay 4 individuals on a wooden bed, or rather, 4 lifeless corpses. Qin Zhan, Su Xingchen, Mo Hin, and Pei Bashi. At that moment, the 4 had already lost all signs of life, even their primordial spirits having dissipated completely. Lu Fan's expression was equally frigid as he extended his hand, drawing forth a wisp of demonic energy from each of the 4, which coalesced in his grasp. 1 in the late tribulation stage and 3 in the early tribulation stage. Blood curse power. As he gazed at the 4 wisps of demonic energy forming in his hand, Lu Fan coldly uttered, "The blood curse power." The expressions of the Qinglong 4 turned incredulous as they exclaimed in horror. How do you know? Wait, blood curse power. Are you implying? Lu Fan ignored the 4, instead secretly inquiring the system. System, can they be revived? Of course, as long as their physical bodies remain intact and a trace of breath lingers, the host can use the power of laws to reconstruct their consciousness. They will awaken within a month, the system replied. That is good to hear. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, during his journey with Li Changxing, he had already consulted the system, allowing him to maintain a much calmer demeanor compared to Li Changxing. Indeed, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, nothing remains impossible, including the resurrection of the deceased. I shall avenge you all. Lu Fan let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion of his hand, the demonic energy erupted violently. Enveloped within this energy were the essences of 4 individuals, along with a particularly unique presence, all of which he silently absorbed. Revenge? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the 4 members of the Qinglong faction were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment and confusion. They remained oblivious to the identity of the figure before them, yet the 4 demonic fiends responsible for Su Xingchen's demise had already perished alongside them. How could there be any talk of vengeance? I should have accompanied them. All of this is my fault. Ancestor, I am truly sorry. Li Changxing stammered, his voice laden with guilt and regret. Liu, please accept my condolences. Those 4 demons have met their end along with them. Consider it a form of justice served, the Qinglong sacred master interjected, attempting to offer comfort. The 3 members of the Baihu faction remained silent, merely sighing softly. The talents of Su Xingchen and his companions were unparalleled in their sacred domain, and to see them fall at such a young age was indeed a tragedy. Justice served? A chilling sneer echoed through the air, and the temperature in the space plummeted as an overwhelming pressure descended upon the Qinglong group. Their expressions shifted dramatically, and before they could react, they all coughed up blood. Their faces filled with horror. How is this possible? Who on earth are you? The 4 members of Qinglong gazed at Lu Fan in terror. The oppressive force that bore down upon them had effectively shackled their true essence. Profoundly shaking their spirits in the face of such might, they felt insignificantly small. Should Lu Fan desire them to kneel, it would be but a mere thought away. Justice served? How lightly those words were spoken. Lu Fan did not respond to their queries, but merely scoffed coldly before continuing. Had it not been for your negligence, how could the members of my Shan-in sect have suffered such calamity today? Does this matter not concern you in the slightest? At this, the 4 members of Qinglong trembled, a flicker of panic flashing in their eyes. They indeed bore some responsibility for their oversight, having failed to detect the machinations of those demons. which allowed the sects of the continent to partake in the demon-slaying festival. Although the demons were ultimately vanquished, they had paid a heavy price. I truly wish to thrash you thoroughly. Li Changxing ground his teeth, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. Were it not for their insistence on holding that festival, the Shan Yin sect would not have faced such misfortune, and Su Xingqian would not have perished. Observing Li Changxing's fury, Lu Fan remarked indifferently, "Then what are we waiting for?" Li Changxing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, promptly affirming, "Wait. While we did invite your Shan Yin sect to participate, it was entirely on a voluntary basis, and moreover," as Li Changxing approached, Baihu interjected hastily. "Moreover what?" Li Changxing inquired, furrowing his brow. "Moreover, we were not the only ones who spoke. The sacred master Diming also mentioned it." Baihu finally gritted his teeth. In his view, perhaps only sacred master Diming could salvage their situation now. As soon as the words left his mouth, Diming, situated hundreds of thousands of miles away, suddenly shivered, sensing an inexplicable dread. Diming. Li Changxing's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with coldness. He clearly recalled the words Diming had left behind before departing. Although he was the foremost strategist of the continent, his domineering nature was irksome. Yet with Diming absent, Li Changxing could not help but glance at Lu Fan, who let out a cold laugh and dismissed the matter with a casual, "Then let us capture him for a proper thrashing." With that, before the astonished gazes of Li Changxing and the four sacred masters, Lu Fan slowly raised his right hand and grasped at the void in the direction of the sacred master hall. With a resounding crack, space shattered, and Diming's complexion shifted drastically. Not good. He barely had time to react before being enveloped by an overwhelming force. Bang! The earth trembled, and before Diming could gather his wits, he found himself standing before Lu Fan, his true essence completely restrained by an unfathomable power, immobilizing him entirely. What is this? As Diming beheld his sudden appearance before Lu Fan, the four sacred masters of Qinglong and Baihu stood agape. Even Li Changxing wore an expression of astonishment. Despite his newfound strength, he felt uncertain about confronting Diming, while Lu Fan seemed to wield him with such ease. Truly, he is the progenitor of the Shan Yin sect. "Friend, what is your intention?" Diming stammered, terror evident in his gaze upon seeing Lu Fan. "What is my intention? Is this not your brilliant idea?" Lu Fan retorted with a cold chuckle, disregarding the astonished expressions of the five and directly addressing Li Changxing. "Give him a thorough beating." Li Changxing was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, immediately responding with reverence, "Yes." Observing the restrained Diming and the four sacred masters, a chilling smile crept across Li Changxing's face. "We are not the culprits, and everything transpired so rapidly that we had no time to intervene. How dare you treat us in such a manner?" Diming furrowed his brow, regarding Lu Fan with a grave tone. He attempted to break free from the binding force, but discovered that all resistance was futile. "If you were the true culprits, do you think you could stand before me alive?" Lu Fan replied icily. "You?" Diming's countenance darkened, feeling a profound sense of helpless anger. This was the second time he had felt so powerless, the first being when Lu Fan had taken the ancient tree spirit and the ink dragon right before his eyes. "Could it be that you are the progenitor of the Shan Yin sect?" Suddenly, the Qinglong sacred master seemed to recall something, exclaiming in disbelief. The fact that Li Changxing had accompanied him and treated him with such reverence, coupled with Diming's evident trepidation, could only point to the enigmatic progenitor of the Shan Yin sect. "Now that I know, does that mean I need not endure a beating?" Lu Fan scoffed. And Li Changxing did not hesitate any longer. Following that, a series of dull thuds accompanied by cries of anguish erupted. The entire area was engulfed in dust and chaos, drawing the attention of the members of the sacred domain who rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing their sacred master and the three sacred masters of Baihu being mercilessly beaten, they stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The sacred master and sacred master are being beaten? How can this be possible? The crowd, unable to comprehend the scene before them, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as if to assure themselves they had not misinterpreted the situation. Yet no matter how they rubbed, the image remained unchanged. The four sacred masters and the sacred master were indeed being pummeled. It was akin to an adult thrashing a group of unruly children, with the five showing no signs of resistance. Their faces swollen and bruised, a truly pitiful sight. How tragic, by heavens, it truly is the sacred masters. As the crowd regained their senses, an elder bellowed in anger. What are you standing there for? Hurry and rescue the sacred master. As the elder shouted, the gathered crowd surged toward Lu Fan. Stop! The Qinglong sacred master urgently commanded. However, the crowd, consumed by the desire to rescue their masters, paid no heed to his words. Want to join in? A voice laced with disdain echoed. The space instantly froze, and as soon as the crowd moved, they were enveloped by an overwhelming force, immobilizing them in place. Transform! Lu Fan snapped his fingers, and a strand of true essence manifested into numerous young men who bore his likeness. Charging toward the immobilized crowd, followed by another wave of anguished cries. As they witnessed the scene of their comrades being battered, the Qinglong faction was filled with a mix of rage and incredulity. Were these people fools? Even they lacked the strength to resist. What business did they have joining the fray? Despite the continuous influx of arrivals, without exception, they all faced the same fate of being soundly beaten. Thus, the chaotic scene persisted for a full 5 minutes before it finally subsided. As the dust settled, the manifestations conjured by Lu Fan dissipated, and the crowd lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Li Changsheng paused his actions, a look of satisfaction washing over him. What a delightful experience, he exclaimed, relishing the long-awaited sense of relief. Beneath him, the 4 Qinglong sacred masters and Diming lay in a wretched state, their energies utterly depleted. They have received their just deserts, Lu Fan remarked with a cold laugh before finally stating, It is time for us to depart. Progenitor, what about Li Shangyin? Li Changsheng could not help but interject. His gaze turning toward the tower's summit where the madman was locked away by the order's chains, concern evident in his eyes. No worries, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, then reached out to grasp the air. With a resounding crack, the chains binding Li Shangyin shattered, and in an instant, he appeared before Lu Fan and Li Changsheng. Death. Realizing he was no longer restrained, Li Shangyin let out a furious roar, preparing to strike at Lu Fan and Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng waved his hand, and an energy surged forth to bind him once more. How could he be so deeply ensnared by madness? Li Changsheng frowned as he gazed at the even more deranged Li Shangyin. His expression grim. It is all due to the excessive demonic energy he previously refined. He failed to purge it entirely, and upon witnessing the fall of Lu Xian and the others, he succumbed to madness and descended into the demonic path. Lu Fan elucidated. Progenitor, can you save him? Li Changsheng hurriedly inquired, his tone imbued with anxiety. Naturally, Lu Fan replied with a smile, then simply uttered a single word, dissipate. As the command reverberated, Li Shangyin trembled, the terrifying demonic energy surrounding him disintegrating in an instant, and the crimson glow in his eyes swiftly fading. Within 2 or 3 breaths, Li Shangyin gradually regained his senses. What is happening? As consciousness gradually returned to Li Shangyin, he beheld before him Li Changsheng and Lu Fan. Instantly, a shiver coursed through his entire being, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before them, his voice trembling as he implored, I am an incompetent disciple. Having failed to safeguard Su Xingchen and the others, I beseech the ancestor and the founder to grant me death. Li Changsheng and Lu Fan exchanged glances. Lu Fan raised a hand, and an invisible force lifted Li Shangyin back to his feet. You are not the only one to face death. After succumbing to darkness, Elder Qin was also mistakenly slain by your hand, Lu Fan stated without reservation. What? Li Shangyin's body quaked, his countenance turning ashen. Chapter 86. Resurrection, the true culprit given the circumstances, there is no need for excessive remorse. Li Changsheng could not help but offer consolation, his tone laced with sorrow. Death is not the challenge. Living is, Lu Fan added. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Su Xingchen and the others into his Qinkuan ring. Changsheng, go fetch Chun Xian and the others. We shall then return to the sect, Lu Fan instructed Li Changsheng, who respectfully acknowledged and promptly vanished from sight. Observing Li Shangyin, whose pallid face trembled, Lu Fan sighed softly before approaching Diming, bending down to regard him with concern. What do you intend to do? Diming exclaimed hastily, his voice hoarse and his eyes wide with terror. The brutal beating he had endured was a profound humiliation, one that starkly illuminated Lu Fan's terrifying power, far beyond what he could contend with at that moment. Though seething with rage, Reason dictated that he must not act recklessly, though not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Lu Fan sneered at Di Ming, who appeared battered and unrecognizable. Di Ming trembled, his heart racing with fear. I do not know what you are speaking of, he retorted coldly. I merely wish to remind you that regardless of your intentions, you shall not be so fortunate next time. Lu Fan scoffed, then rose to his feet. At that moment, Li Chongqing returned with Qian Xian and the others. Ancestor, Sect Master. The crowd erupted with excitement upon seeing Lu Fan and the awakened Li Shangyin, their eyes also brimming with sorrow. The absence of Qin Zhan and Su Xingchen weighed heavily on their hearts, as the four had perished in their rescue efforts. Ancestor, where are Elder Qin and junior brother Su? Inger could not restrain her inquiry, tears shimmering in her eyes. Though not worry. The ancestor has taken them into his care, Li Chongqing reassured her. This is not a place for idle chatter. Let us return to the sect, Lu Fan declared. With a wave of his hand, before anyone could react, an energy enveloped them, and they swiftly vanished from the spot. Finally, they are gone. The four great lords and the others sighed in relief as the figures of the Shanin sect faded away. Di Ming, however, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, Lu Fan's earlier words echoing in his mind. I refuse to believe you are truly this powerful. Simultaneously, within the Shanin sect's grand hall, Xiao Tian and Chu He paced anxiously, their expressions fraught with worry. Suddenly, a ripple coursed through the space. They have returned. Their faces shifted dramatically as they turned to see Lu Fan and the others materializing before them. Ancestor, Sect Master, you have finally returned. Both men exclaimed with fervent relief, especially Chu He, who, upon seeing Chu Lu unharmed, wiped away the tears from his eyes. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan revealed the lifeless bodies of Qin Zhan, Su Xingchen, Imo Hin, and Pei Ba. Elder, junior brother, senior brother. The sight of the four still forms, devoid of life, struck the group like a bolt of lightning, leaving them pale and speechless. Li Chongqing's expression darkened as he clenched his fists in anguish. As sorrow enveloped the gathering, Lu Fan remained silent, merely gesturing again. With a whoosh, for streams of mysterious light entered the bodies of the deceased, imbued with both their essence and a thread of Lu Fan's power. At that moment, the bodies trembled slightly, prompting exclamations of surprise from the onlookers. Ancestor, what are you doing? The crowd stared in astonishment at Lu Fan's actions. Could it be? Realization dawned upon them, eyes widening in disbelief. Particularly Li Shangyin, whose body shook with excitement and apprehension. Consciousness, converge. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Fan raised his right hand and grasped at the air. The entire space trembled as faint energy waves emerged from the lifeless bodies on the ground. As the energy surged within them, their once pale visages began to regain color at a visible pace. They? Chu-La gasped, but Chu He quickly gestured for silence. The tension in the room escalated, hearts pounding as they watched the miraculous scene unfold. Li Chongqing was awestruck, his emotions surging with excitement. At last, with a thunderous roar, terrifying auras erupted from the four bodies, drawing gasps from the crowd. Several groans echoed loudly, heightening the collective heartbeat. As the energy coalesced, the four slowly opened their eyes. Where am I? Is this hell? They blinked in confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend their surroundings. This is the grand hall of the Shanin sect. A calm voice reached their ears. What? The four jolted upright, only to see the anxious and exhilarated faces of those around them, with their ancestors standing at the forefront like a divine figure. It truly is the grand hall of the Shanin sect. We are still alive. They were astounded, disbelief etched upon their faces. They have come back to life, Sect Master. They are truly alive, Xiao Tian exclaimed, gazing at Li Shangyin, whose tears of joy flowed freely. With a resounding thud, Li Shangyin knelt before Lu Fan, gratitude overwhelming him. Thank you, Ancestor, he stammered, unable to articulate the depth of his feelings. You should all express your gratitude for your revival, Li Chongqing urged the still-dazed Su Xingchen and the others. The crowd gasped, regaining their senses, and collectively bowed to Lu Fan, proclaiming, Thank you, Ancestor, for the gift of life. Rise, Lu Fan gestured, lifting them with ease. As your ancestor, it is my duty to save you. With a gentle smile, he addressed the elated group. Their hearts swelled with warmth and gratitude, gazing at Lu Fan as if he were a true deity. their eyes radiating boundless reverence and admiration. How fortunate they were to have such an ancestor. All right, you may all leave and recuperate properly, Lu Fan concluded. The group bowed deeply before swiftly exiting the grand hall. Before long, only Lu Fan, Li Changsheng, and Li Shangyin remained within. Ancestor, do you have further instructions? Li Changsheng inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, there are matters to address. Lu Fan replied with a cold smirk, flipping his hand to reveal a strand of ethereal energy, resembling fine hair, shimmering in the air. This was the unique energy he had extracted from the 4 strands of demonic aura, originating from the true culprit behind it all. Chapter 87. The Demon Suppressor, 3 years in a secluded space. A woman clad in black sat cross-legged, her beauty breathtaking, with silvery hair cascading like a waterfall around her. An aura of terror enveloped her. The sacrifices you have made will not go unavenged, she declared coldly. This was the demon sovereign, Qianyu. Before her floated a pulsating dark red heart, each heartbeat sending her power surging higher. To evade Deming's pursuit, she had resolutely severed her own heart from her body, sealing it in this place. Now, sensing the dissipating blood mark she had planted, she understood that her goal had been achieved. Shanine's sect, Qianyu scoffed, a flicker of malice glinting in her eyes. Her actions aimed solely to incite conflict between the Shanine sect and the 4 great holy lands. Hoping to leverage their might to obliterate the Shanine sect, at that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the void. Such concern for our sect. You truly are a remarkable one. Qianyu's expression changed dramatically. Who is it? In her astonishment, a large hand, glowing with mysterious light, emerged from the void. The space surrounding Qianyu shattered like a bubble, and before she could react, the hand grasped her and the pulsating heart, pulling them into the void, where they vanished. When she reappeared, she found herself standing within a grand hall. Where is this? Qianyu was taken aback, now ensnared by a formidable energy that rendered her utterly incapable of resistance. Soon, she spotted 3 figures before her, her gaze landing on the dark-clad youth with a grim expression. Li Changsheng, why are you here? Qianyu, it was you who orchestrated this all from the shadows. Li Changsheng retorted through gritted teeth, while Li Shangyin wore a similarly grim countenance. The 2 individuals had presumed that the demon lord Qianyu had fled from this continent, only to be taken aback by the realization that she remained. Through Lu Fan's earlier words, they had discerned the reason for the demon's targeting of their sacred hidden sect. The true culprit was none other than this person. Oh no, this demon. How is it possible that you possess such formidable power? Qianyu quickly regained her composure, incredulous. She wished to resist, yet the force binding her was as solid as a fortress, rendering her utterly immobile. Heidi felt akin to an ant crushed beneath a boulder, suffocating, terrifying and despairing. Such a horrifying power was a sensation she had never experienced before. I apologize, but you are mistaken. It was not I who captured you, but my sect's founding ancestor. Li Changsheng scoffed. Ancestor? Qianyu gasped. And soon her gaze fell upon the white-clad youth standing indifferently between the 2 of them. From the expressions in Li Changsheng and Li Shangyin's eyes, she could discern their profound respect, or rather, veneration, for him. Although the youth's appearance was not particularly striking, he emanated an inexplicable sense of dread. During her time in hiding, she had learned of the existence of a mysterious and terrifying ancestor within the sacred hidden sect. Could it be that the one who saved Li Changsheng and annihilated my demonic army was you? Qianyu's voice trembled as a realization struck her. Demon Lord Qianyu, Lu Fan replied with a detached smile. You possess a keen ability to guess, and you are indeed quite beautiful. However, you should not covet the interests of my sacred hidden sect, nor should you harm my disciples. Lu Fan had no desire for further conversation. After stating this, he slowly raised his right hand. What are you planning to do? Fear flickered in Qianyu's eyes upon witnessing Lu Fan's movement. Kill you, Lu Fan uttered coldly, and with a swift motion, he clenched his hand. Boom! Qianyu's heart exploded in an instant, her entire being convulsing as terror and despair filled her beautiful eyes, leaving her in a daze. She had no time to utter a single word before her body began to disintegrate, vanishing from the grand hall in the blink of an eye. Even in her final moments, the demon lord Qianyu could not fathom that this would be her end. Li Changsheng and Li Shangyin stood nearby, equally astonished. A renowned demon lord had fallen before their eyes, and so effortlessly at that. They exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and reverence. Perhaps it was not that the demon lord's demise was so casual, but rather that their ancestor was overwhelmingly powerful, placing them on entirely different planes of existence. The culprit has been eradicated. You may handle the ensuing matters on your own. I shall take my leave to rest. With that, Lu Fan departed, leaving the two still reeling from the encounter. The moment Lu Fan vanquished the demon lord, in the central continent, at the Sacred Master Hall, Emperor Ming, having already healed some of his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes. With a flick of his hand, a thread of energy resembling fine hair appeared in his palm. Yet, this thread was already severed and dissipating. How is this possible? The energy is severed. The spirit extinguished. Shock and disbelief flickered in Emperor Ming's gaze. This was an essence of the demon lord he had collected, initially hoping to trace her whereabouts. Yet he had not anticipated that the demon lord would extricate her heart, leading to the loss of this essence's direction, leaving him only with the knowledge of her life or death. In truth, Emperor Ming had long realized that the demons he captured were secretly cursed by the demon lord, including those hidden cultivators who had transcended tribulations. The demon lord's intent was merely to incite conflict between the sacred hidden sect and the four great holy lands. Naturally, Emperor Ming welcomed this, as it served his own plans. However, he could never have imagined that the demon lord would perish so easily. Could it be him? Startled, Emperor Ming's thoughts raced, and a youthful figure surfaced in his mind. To achieve such a feat, aside from the heavenly Tao, it could only be Lu Fan. How infuriating! Not only has he humiliated me time and again, but he has also repeatedly thwarted my plans. Lu Fan, you are indeed my destined adversary? Emperor Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. Yet he understood the vast chasm between himself and Lu Fan, a gap that could not be bridged in the near future. He had to endure and hasten the progress of his plans. With the death of the demon lord, it seemed he had no choice but to implement his second strategy. Time swiftly passed, and 3 years went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the number of disciples within the sacred hidden sect continued to grow, and the assessments became even more stringent and rigorous. Feeling guilty for the shame brought upon the sect due to his actions, Li Shangyin collaborated with Qin Zhan and others to establish a series of sect regulations, prompting the disciples to cultivate with even greater diligence. The sect now boasted countless prodigies. After 3 years of development, the reputation and status of the sacred hidden sect had risen to rival that of the four great holy lands. One day, a shocking piece of news spread across the continent. The four great holy masters had suddenly perished, and Emperor Ming had taken control of the four holy lands. Upon hearing this news, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but soon he sensed something amiss. Raising his head to gaze at the sky, furrowing his brow, Chapter 88, I am the heavenly Tao. The sacred hidden sect must be eradicated. As Lu Fan looked skyward, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the earth quaked violently. The sudden tremors jolted the disciples of the sacred hidden sect from their stupor, all of them looking up in alarm. The previously clear sky darkened, ominous clouds gathering as a terrifying aura of thunderous malice coalesced. Witnessing the oppressive clouds that seemed to blot out the sun, everyone gasped in horror. Could it be that someone was breaking through? Such a terrifying presence. Could it be that the ancestors were about to ascend? The crowd was astounded. At the same time, Li Changsheng, Li Shangyin, Qin Zhan, and others had gathered at the ancestral peak, standing respectfully behind Lu Fan, all frowning and gazing anxiously at the sky. Ancestor, could this aura be? Li Changsheng spoke first, his tone laden with astonishment as if he had discerned something. Lu Fan's expression remained calm as he slowly uttered, The heavenly Tao! The heavenly Tao! Li Shangyin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had thought the heavenly Tao existed only in legend, yet it appeared to be real. This feels peculiar. How could it harbor such murderous intent? Li Changsheng frowned deeply, his voice serious. Although he had encountered the heavenly Tao on few occasions, he considered them to be friends. Why, then, was there such palpable hostility? No? Murderous intent? Lu Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the heavens, his eyes cold as ice. Just then, A voice that reverberated like a tolling bell echoed from the depths of the firmament. I am the heavenly Tao. The sacred hidden sect must be eradicated. The sound was deafening, causing the very void to shatter with each syllable. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, a bolt of thunder as brilliant as the sun descended from the dark clouds, illuminating the entire realm. Wherever the thunder passed, the void was annihilated, its scope vast enough to cover the entire sacred hidden sect. This is bad. As they beheld the apocalyptic thunder descending from the heavens, the disciples were consumed by terror, some even displaying expressions of despair. What is happening to the ancestor? Li Shangyin and the others exclaimed in shock, but Li Changsheng gestured for them to be silent. Regardless of Lu Fan's presence, our sacred hidden sect's 5 elements destruction array may not be easily breached, even by such a formidable thunder. Over the past 3 years, as his own power had surged, Li Changsheng had increasingly recognized the terrifying nature of this defensive array. Even if it was the heavenly Tao, what could it accomplish? Sure enough, the overwhelming and terrifying thunder approached in an instant. Under the anxious and fearful gazes of all, as soon as the destructive thunder struck the array, it was as if an egg had collided with a rock, instantly dissipating. Not a single ripple was produced. It felt as if a gust of wind had merely brushed against a stone, leaving no impact whatsoever. It was blocked. The protective mountain array actually held strong. Witnessing the fearsome thunder dissipate, the disciples below, their faces pale, erupted into shocked exclamations, filled with excitement. Silence. A sharp voice rang out. That moment, the entire scene quieted down. Before the hall stood a row of figures, the first batch of disciples. Leading them was the eldest disciple of the sacred hidden sect, Chen Xian. In the span of 3 years, Chen Xian had reached the consummate stage of the harmonization realm. While his cultivation was not the highest among the first batch of disciples, he was widely regarded by all. Is this trivial matter truly enough to frighten you all? Where is the demeanor of a sacred hidden sect disciple? Chen Xian's voice resonated, and the crowd, upon hearing his words, felt a sense of shame and lowered their heads. Senior brother, the ominous clouds have yet to disperse. It seems this is not over yet. What should we do? A voice spoke beside Chen Xian. Turning to the enchanting, graceful woman beside him, Chen Xian's face softened with fondness as he replied gently, Fear not. Everything is in the hands of our ancestor. Upon hearing this, the woman finally revealed a smile of reassurance. Meanwhile, Imo Hin and Pei Ba, along with several others, exchanged glances, letting out a sigh of resignation. This woman was none other than Yu Yao, who had once met Lu Fan and was now Chen Xian's wife. When the two had formed their bond, Lu Fan had even come forth to bless them. With the cultivation techniques bestowed by Lu Fan, Yu Yao had also attained the harmonization realm. Just as Lu Fan had once stated, Yu Yao was now able to stand side by side with the one she cherished. What is love in this world, that it compels one to pledge life and death? Imo Hin could not help but sigh, prompting the others to cast him disapproving glances. Junior brother, has it not been said that excessive sentiment only leads to lingering regrets? Beside him, Su Xingchen could not help but chuckle. Mo Hin. What do you mean by changing words? I am merely adapting to the occasion. Furthermore, these verses were painstakingly extracted from the ancestral source. Imo Hin retorted, Junior brother, I heard you returned home a few days ago and saw her again, didn't you? At that moment, Pei Bashi also couldn't resist teasing. Senior brother, you have transformed beyond recognition. Even if she has intentions, how could you possibly take notice of her again? Zhang Jioga chimed in with a laugh. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. You all? Imo Hin glared at the smiling faces around him, looking utterly exasperated. Ultimately, he could only swallow his grievances in silence, unable to voice his frustrations. These people were insufferable, always relishing in making a mockery of him. Observing the joyous laughter of the first batch of senior brothers and sisters in front of the great hall, the disciples below exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly oblivious to the looming crisis overhead. On Ancestral Peak, after witnessing the ineffectiveness of the thunder strikes, Li Shangyin and the others sighed in relief. However, the thunder soon descended once more, each strike more potent than the last. Nevertheless, the continuous bombardment still failed to inflict even the slightest damage on the Grand Formation. This scene left everyone astounded, allowing them to truly appreciate the formidable and terrifying nature of the protective clan formation. At last, as the thunder dissipated, a figure emerged from the dark clouds. Upon seeing this figure, the disciples below instinctively held their breath. It was a being enveloped in the essence of the Tao, radiating an overwhelming murderous intent. The moment it appeared, the world trembled violently outside the area shielded by the protective formation, and the void seemed to shatter, as if unable to withstand its immense power. Due to the Tao essence that enveloped it, the crowd could not discern its features, yet their souls felt an innate sense of oppression, as if the heavens were about to collapse at any moment. "It is indeed him," Li Chongqing furrowed his brow. Before anyone could react, a figure clad in white had already appeared before the looming presence. Ancestral Master. The individuals on Ancestral Peak were momentarily stunned, realizing that Lu Fan had long vanished from their sight. "You all wait here," Li Chongqing stated, soon appearing beside Lu Fan, his expression grave as he regarded the indistinct figure before them. "Brother of the heavenly Tao, what has happened to you? Do you no longer recognize us? Those of the mortal divine hidden sect, death." The figure's voice emanated coldly, boom. A terrifying surge of energy suddenly hurtled towards Li Chongqing and Lu Fan. Li Chongqing was taken aback, preparing to retaliate, when a cold snort preemptively rang out, "Seal." Accompanied by this single word, the terrifying energy dissipated like a gentle breeze, and the indistinct figure was instantly immobilized in place. The Ancestral Master. Li Chongqing looked towards Lu Fan beside him. Though it possesses great power, its consciousness is fragmented. "The heavenly Tao we once knew has perished," Lu Fan remarked with a frown. Chapter 89. The Reversal of Fate. The world encircles consciousness fragmented. How could this be? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Chongqing was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. Who, aside from you, the Ancestral Master, could possibly rival him? Lu Fan remained silent, gesturing forward. Whoosh! A streak of light shot directly into the figure's brow. The latter trembled, and as the Tao essence receded, a youthful scholar emerged before everyone, resembling the visage of the heavenly Tao when it first manifested before Lu Fan and the others. However, at this moment, the youth's eyes were vacant and hollow, devoid of soul, his body merely a vessel filled with vast and terrifying energy, along with an overwhelming murderous intent. Indeed, he has lost his consciousness. Who could it be? Seeing the heavenly Tao's current state, Li Chongqing gritted his teeth, his voice laced with a chilling murderous intent. In his heart, the heavenly Tao had long been his friend. Witnessing his friend's calamity ignited his rage. Lu Fan frowned, stating, "The heavenly Tao of the mortal realm is merely a wisp of aura, devoid of emotions. It gradually developed consciousness through the accumulation of time. Now that its consciousness has shattered, it has reverted to its original form. However, unlike before, this version of the heavenly Tao harbors murderous intent, specifically targeting our divine hidden sect." With a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Fan suddenly had an idea. A cold smile crept onto his face as he said, "Would you like to know who is responsible? It is quite simple." Then, under Li Chongqing's puzzled gaze, Lu Fan slowly raised his right hand. "Ancestral Master, you surely do not mean to," Li Chongqing exclaimed in astonishment, suddenly realizing something. But as soon as he spoke, Lu Fan's hand pressed forward into the void, boom. The youth's body erupted before the wide-eyed crowd, exploding like fireworks into countless specks of starlight that scattered throughout the cosmos. In the very next moment, rumblings echoed. The heavens trembled violently. With the loss of the heavenly Tao's protection, cracks began to appear in the depths of the firmament, as if on the verge of being shattered by an overwhelming external force. The sudden sense of oppression caused the entire continent's populace to prostrate themselves in terror, their faces pale and breathless. Those at the Great Ascension and Tribulation realms looked up in shock, their expressions filled with fear and despair. This time, the heavens were truly about to collapse. Simultaneously, at the Holy Master Hall in Central State, atop a certain mountain peak, the Emperor Ming, seated cross-legged in a white robe, suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing at the cracks in the void, surprise flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Fan would actually slay the heavenly Tao. Soon after, a cold smile graced his lips. In a flash, he appeared high in the sky, his hands moving swiftly as he cast a spell. Boom, boom, boom. 5 radiant pillars of light shot skyward, reaching the depths of the heavens, instantly forming a mysterious and terrifying pentagonal formation. The previously fractured cracks halted their expansion beneath this formation. Emperor Ming ceased his actions, slowly spreading his hands, and coldly uttered, "The heavenly Tao's fate is reversed." As soon as the words left his mouth, a vast and unparalleled energy suddenly cascaded from the depths of the heavens, surging directly into Emperor Ming's body. The entire continent trembled violently. An awe-inspiring and majestic aura poured forth from the void, shaking the hearts and minds of the people. What is that? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a sacred and mysterious holy light manifested in the high skies. At that moment, people beheld a figure standing amidst the holy light. A man whose garments billowed as if he were the sole sovereign of the world. Bow before our Lord. The populace could not help but prostrate themselves, chanting in unison, "I am the heavenly Tao." The divine hidden sect must be eradicated. The grand proclamation, akin to a divine decree, resounded throughout every corner of the continent. The divine hidden sect must be eradicated. Defend the heavenly Tao. The hearts of the people trembled, and they echoed the call, surging towards the direction of the divine hidden sect in eastern state. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would see a scene resembling a multitude of arrows converging upon a single point. Meanwhile, was that person truly the heavenly Tao? Who was the figure that had just appeared? The members within the divine hidden sect were equally dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. Though Emperor Ming was far away in central state, his manifested form was vividly imprinted in their minds, as if it were right before them. They heard Emperor Ming's voice but were not affected like the others. They merely felt a profound shock. How could his aura have become so terrifying? It seems even stronger than the previous heavenly Tao. Li Shangyin on Ancestral Peak could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "Sect Master, what do you mean? That is the Holy Master, Emperor Ming?" The nearby Qin Zhan and others, upon hearing Li Shangyin's words, could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. They had only heard tales of his name but had never encountered him. They had not expected that the figure who had suddenly appeared, exuding supreme authority, was indeed Emperor Ming. But why did he claim to be the heavenly Tao and incite the world to attack our divine hidden sect? At that moment, Xiao Tian also spoke up, his face a mixture of anger and confusion. Li Shangyin remained silent, merely furrowing his brow as he gazed at Lu Fan and Li Changsheng still in the sky. His fists clenched tightly. He did not understand how Emperor Ming had grown so powerful, nor did he care what his intentions were. He only believed that as long as the ancestral master and the old ancestor were present, the divine hidden sect would easily prevail. Within the divine hidden sect, all disciples held their breath, anxiety etched on their faces as they watched the two figures fighting side by side above. If that person was indeed the heavenly Tao, would they survive this calamity? What heavenly Tao? To seek to eradicate our divine hidden sect is nothing short of a dream. Damn the heavenly Tao. If it does not wish to perish, let it come. In front of the palace, Pei Bashi and Mo Hin could not help but grit their teeth and shout. Beside them, Su Xingchen and Chen Xian also bore icy expressions. Filled with rage, silence. Let us await the ancestor's command. Chen Xian declared eye in the sky, gazing at the figure in white robes that appeared so close. Li Changsheng's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. So this was all you're doing? To usurp the heavenly Tao and incite the world to attack our divine hidden sect. Is this your goal and your method? Looking at the radiant Emperor Ming, who was surrounded by holy light, Lu Fan scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Seems I have somewhat overestimated you. Arrogant words. I am no longer the heavenly Tao of old. I have now become the heavenly Tao. One with the entire universe in this mortal realm. I am the sovereign. I am the very essence of heaven and earth. Emperor Ming retorted with a cold snort, his voice reverberating like thunder, causing the void to shatter. Would you like to know why I have yet to strike against you? Observing the imposing and self-assured Emperor Ming, Lu Fan could not help but utter a remark. Emperor Ming furrowed his brow slightly, partly because Lu Fan had never provoked him or harmed his disciples, and partly, and most importantly, due to the icy glint in his eyes mingled with a hint of confusion. Lu Fan smiled and ultimately stated, "Because you are simply not worth my attention." Chapter 90. Decapitating the Emperor Ming, 10-year deadline arrogance. Lu Fan's words incited Emperor Ming's fury. He raised his hand, and a colossal vortex suddenly manifested above the sacred hidden sect. Then, with a thunderous boom, a gigantic hand of holy light, forged from the very essence of divinity, emerged from the vortex. The world fell silent, and all present were momentarily paralyzed with fear as time itself seemed to freeze. The enormous hand descended slowly, shattering the space beneath it like fragile glass. Though it appeared to move languidly, it had already reached above Lu Fan and Li Changxing's heads, poised to obliterate them completely. With a slight smirk, Lu Fan finally made his move. He stepped forward, and the terrifying hand dissipated in an instant. The overwhelming pressure that loomed over the crowd vanished as well. What? Emperor Ming gasped in shock as Lu Fan stood before him. An unprecedented sense of crisis flooding his entire being. Heavenly order, suppress this person. In his panic, Emperor Ming shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Mysterious and fearsome chains of order erupted from the void, slithering toward Lu Fan like serpents. Merely a trivial technique? Lu Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. With each step he took, those chains of order shattered effortlessly, unable to approach him. Heavenly thunder law, heavenly might to annihilate? Emperor Ming shouted once more. As tremendous heavenly power coalesced into destructive lightning, crashing toward Lu Fan like a tangible force. The thunderous might encompassed a vast expanse, enveloping Lu Fan in its grasp. Ancestor, witnessing this scene, Li Changxing and Li Shangyin's expressions shifted dramatically. Gasping in astonishment, seeing Lu Fan engulfed by the lightning, a glimmer of excitement and malice flickered in Emperor Ming's eyes as he triumphantly declared, under this heavenly might, no one can survive. As soon as the words left his lips, a faint voice echoed, is that so? This? Emperor Ming's body trembled. In disbelief, he watched as a young man clad in white emerged slowly from the destructive lightning, his attire billowing and scathed. How can this be? How are you unharmed? Emperor Ming exclaimed, fear now evident in his eyes. If this is all your strength, then it is time for you to meet your end, Lu Fan scoffed, no longer wishing to waste time with Emperor Ming. Constrain the heavens and the earth. At last, a cold voice escaped Lu Fan's lips. Before Emperor Ming could react, he found himself immobilized in place, his pupils constricting in sheer terror. He had usurped the heavenly order, merging with the cosmos, yet Lu Fan's mere utterance not only bound him but also ensnared the very fabric of reality. How could this be possible? Who are you really? Emperor Ming trembled in fear. At this juncture, do you believe that asking these questions is of any use? Lu Fan replied with a chilling laugh. Do not mistake Emperor Ming for the heavenly order of the mortal realm. Even the celestial order does not intimidate him. Wait, you cannot kill me. I am now one with the earthly realm. If I die, the entire mortal world will collapse. Emperor Ming pleaded desperately, sensing Lu Fan's cold gaze. Then I shall ensure you die with your eyes closed, Lu Fan replied with a smile, revealing a mysterious orb of light in his hand, radiating a profound essence akin to the heavenly order itself. How can this be? You clearly killed the heavenly order, and I have replaced it. How can it still exist? Emperor Ming exclaimed in terror. Enough has been said. It is time for you to take your leave. Lu Fan remarked with indifference, ultimately uttering the words, absolute kill. As those two words fell, Emperor Ming's entire being shattered. Ha ha ha. Witnessing his disintegrating form, Emperor Ming let out a resounding laugh, a sound filled with self-mockery and irony. After lurking for millennia and plotting for ages, he never imagined he would meet such an end. With his final words, Emperor Ming's essence dissipated completely into the cosmos. Crack! As he vanished, the vast array in the void shattered simultaneously. The multitude that had surged toward the sacred hidden sect fell unconscious the moment the formation collapsed. With a wave of his hand, Lu Fan sent the orb of light soaring into the heavens. A wave of energy radiated outward, the immense essence of the Tao spreading forth, restoring the previously shattered void to its original state, the sky now clear and bright. Seeing this, Lu Fan smiled before turning, the next moment finding himself atop the sacred hidden sect's ancestral peak. Salutations, ancestor! The crowd exclaimed excitedly upon Lu Fan's appearance. Although the battle between Lu Fan and Emperor Ming was brief, they had witnessed it all. Lu Fan's every gesture was more regal and powerful than that of a true deity. Please rise, Lu Fan chuckled, prompting everyone to stand. Their eyes brimmed with admiration as they gazed at him. Everyone, please take your leave. This matter has reached a conclusion. The heavenly order has been reshaped, and a new era is dawning. Cultivate diligently. The world of the future belongs to you, Lu Fan declared at last. Upon hearing this, flames of determination ignited in the eyes of the crowd. After bowing deeply, they swiftly departed from the ancestral peak. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more years passed. This day marked the exact 10th anniversary of Lu Fan's signing at the sacred hidden sect. Chapter 91. Earthly immortal cultivation, roaming the world for a century in the early morning, atop the ancestral peak of the sacred hidden sect. Lu Fan gazed at the sea of clouds adorned in crimson by the sun's rays and smiled gently. The sacred hidden sect had now become the foremost sect in the entire true martial continent, a pilgrimage site for practitioners across the realm. What surprised Lu Fan even more was that the towering stone tablet he had casually inscribed had transformed into the tablet of enlightenment among the populace. Anyone who could glean understanding and breakthrough from it had the potential to be recruited by the sacred hidden sect. In these past years, the number of disciples had expanded from 1,000 to 10,000. The core values of character, integrity, and perseverance remained the focal points of disciple assessments, with talent being secondary. System, sign in, Lu Fan said with a faint smile. Ding. The system's voice chimed. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate cultivation for transcending tribulations. Ultimate transcending tribulations? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. After such a long wait, it had finally arrived. What about longevity? Lu Fan could not help but inquire. Not quite finished yet. The system replied, then added, since today marks the completion of your 10-year sign-in at the sacred hidden sect, you will receive an additional reward. An additional reward. Lu Fan was momentarily stunned, realizing he had forgotten that today marked the 10th anniversary of his sign-in at the sacred hidden sect. According to the system's previous explanations, this initial 10-year sign-in period was when he could attain the highest rewards in his world. He had not expected it to arrive so quickly, yet he still had not attained immortality. Wait, an additional reward? Could it be? Suddenly, Lu Fan had a revelation, and a look of anticipation flickered in his eyes. The additional reward is the cultivation of an earthly immortal, granting you longevity equal to the earthly realm. The system finally declared. Earthly immortal cultivation? Lu Fan was somewhat astonished. Was this the realm following the transcending of tribulations? Though confused, excitement coursed through him. He did not care about the realm itself, only about whether he would attain immortality. Longevity equal to the earthly realm. Wasn't that equivalent to immortality? After such a long wait, I have finally attained immortality. Lu Fan sighed in relief. System, you truly are something else, pulling this stunt on the very last day. System. Host, you may not have understood clearly. It does not mean longevity equal to the cosmos, but rather that of the earthly realm. These two are not the same. The system could not help but clarify. Huh? Lu Fan was taken aback. What do you mean? The meaning is simple. You are now akin to Li Changsheng, with immortality limited to the earthly realm. The system concluded. What? The system's words caused Lu Fan to widen his eyes in disbelief. Frozen in place. You can't be suggesting that the earthly realm also has a lifespan? Lu Fan frowned as he replied. Everything in existence has its own destiny. Even the heavenly order has its tribulations. Until one transcends beyond the Tao, they remain within the river of time. Without reaching the other shore, true eternity cannot be achieved. The system explained. Lu Fan was momentarily bewildered, still processing the information when suddenly, his entire being trembled as his soul began to transcend, and his life underwent a metamorphosis. Thus, a quarter of an hour passed. When Lu Fan opened his eyes, he could feel that he had undergone a profound transformation, a metamorphosis stemming from the elevation of his soul and life. Is this what it feels like to have longevity equal to the cosmos? Lu Fan mused. This sensation was indeed unprecedented, no longer akin to the previous ethereal tranquility, but rather a sense of transcendence. Longevity equal to the earthly realm. The system could not resist adding. Lu Fan was momentarily speechless and remarked, you still speak of having a system, claiming one will eventually attain immortality. After a decade. I have exhausted all the highest rewards, yet immortality remains elusive. Is it not true that the world you inhabit has already achieved immortality? The system retorted. Are you feigning ignorance? I speak of transcending the river of time to achieve true immortality, eternity. Lu Fan coldly scoffed, contemplating how he would relish the opportunity to give the system a good thrashing if he could capture it. Is not that every world offers the highest rewards. The system merely allows the host to achieve longevity in their current realm, and these are randomized point one could ascend to the celestial realm and perhaps sign in at a higher world to obtain true eternal life. The system added, "Stop hiding behind randomness and silence yourself," Lu Fan said, feeling exasperated. Sensing Lu Fan's ire, the system continued, "If the host were to undertake a task, upon its completion, I could exceptionally grant the host immortality in the celestial realm. What say you? Immortality in the celestial realm?" Lu Fan was taken aback. "Is that truly possible?" "I swear it is without deceit," the system affirmed earnestly. "What task?" Lu Fan inquired with curiosity. "Theo wander the world for a century," the system finally revealed. "Deal?" Lu Fan immediately agreed. He had expected a more daunting task, but wandering the world for a century seemed rather simple. Moreover, he had long wished to venture outside. With no demons or chaos now, the world had returned to its former tranquility in such times. Remaining in the sect had begun to bore Lu Fan. Seizing this opportunity to explore the world felt fortuitous, as he had never truly taken the time to appreciate it. That very noon, Lu Fan summoned Li Chongqing and Li Shangyin. "Ancestor, you are leaving the sect?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's decision, both men turned pale, their eyes betraying their anxiety, fearing that something might have displeased the ancestor. "Indeed, you are aware that since my awakening, I have seldom departed from the sect. Now that the world is at peace, it is time for me to take a look around," Lu Fan smiled. The two exchanged glances, realizing Lu Fan's intent. Finally, Li Chongqing could not restrain himself. "Ancestor, I have nothing to do within the sect. Let me accompany you, that I wish to walk alone. What purpose would it serve for you to follow me?" Lu Fan shot him a glance, leaving Li Chongqing momentarily stunned, then added, "If you wish to accompany me, you may do so alone." "This? Very well." Li Chongqing could only bow his head in resignation. "The sect is entrusted to you both," Lu Fan remarked, looking at the two once more. "Ancestor, when do you plan to leave?" Li Shangyin could not help but inquire. "Right now," Lu Fan replied without hesitation. "As so soon?" Both men were slightly taken aback. "The fewer people who know of my departure, the better. As for Chen Xian and Inger, inform them that I am in seclusion, and advise them to cultivate diligently." Lu Fan left them with these words, waved his hand, and vanished like a wisp of breeze before their eyes. Both men trembled, filled with reluctance. Ultimately, they bowed deeply in the direction Lu Fan had disappeared, bidding farewell to their ancestor. Chapter 92. Fated encounter 100,000 miles away from the Shan-in sect. Amidst a vast plain, space rippled as Lu Fan's figure materialized. "System, did you not say that one must reach the tribulation realm or higher to ascend to immortality? Why am I still at the earthly immortal cultivation level?" Lu Fan could not help but ask as soon as he appeared. He had not had the chance to inquire earlier, as the highest cultivation level recorded across the continent was merely tribulation completion. The term earthly immortal refers to those with the potential to ascend yet choose not to, akin to figures like Di Ming, the system elucidated. So, in that case, Bai Zhe, the demon lord, and even now Li Chongqing could all be considered earthly immortals? Li Chongqing's constitution certainly qualifies him as an earthly immortal. However, Bai Zhe and the demon lord would at most be classified as pseudo-immortals, as they have not reached the heights of Di Ming nor come into contact with the essence of the heavenly Tao. The system clarified once more, in a wonder. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Fan finally understood. Though they all surpassed the tribulation realm, their strengths varied significantly. Bai Zhe and Di Ming were simply not on the same level. Just then, a series of piercing sounds echoed from above. Looking up, Lu Fan saw streaks of light racing towards the direction of Shan-in sect. Observing this scene, he could only shake his head and smile. After such a long time, the number of cultivators gathering outside his sect had only increased, with some sects even constructing palaces beyond the mountains of Shan-in sect. After taking one last glance at Shan-in sect, Lu Fan prepared to depart when suddenly, whoosh, 4 streaks of light descended before him, shaking the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, landing merely 10 paces away. "Kid, let's see where you think you can run." A chilling voice rang out as 3 individuals surrounded a young man clad in simple garb. The young man, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, was encircled by 3 others who had reached the perfected Golden Core stage. "Esteemed sirs, I truly have not comprehended anything, the young man in simple clothes hurriedly pleaded. Merely observing the monument for 5 days, and you have broken through from chi refinement to golden core. Advancing 2 major realms in a row, yet you claim to have gained no insights? One white-clad youth scoffed, while another brandished his sword, pointing it at the young man. Enough with the nonsense. You have 2 choices. 1. Join my Xian Yuan sect, or 2. Hand over your insights, and we will allow you to leave. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. Faced with their aggressive stance, the young man's expression turned icy. And he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "The Shun Yin sect has already declared that insights gained from observing the monument belong to the individual. You, as disciples of a major sect in the eastern province, intend to rob others of their insights. Does this truly reflect the conduct of your esteemed sect? It seems you have chosen neither option." The 3 glared at him, their bodies radiating a chilling aura. "These insights are mine. Why should I hand them over?" The young man gritted his teeth. The principles he had gleaned from the towering stone monument had opened his mind, enabling him to break through 2 realms consecutively. Within his consciousness, a rudimentary technique was beginning to take shape. Although vague, with time and contemplation, he would undoubtedly formulate his own method of cultivation. This was the essence of understanding the monument, collecting insights from the continent's most gifted. A feat rarely accomplished in a year. Not to mention that this technique had yet to fully materialize. Even if it did, why would he divulge it so easily? To think this person could derive a cultivation technique from my inscribed monument, how intriguing. Lu Fan's lips curled into an amused smile. Upon seeing the young man, he had already perceived the technique forming in his consciousness and felt its connection to his own, astonished. Previously, when battling Joga and others, they merely gained insights from the monument to elevate their realms. This was the first time he had witnessed someone derive their own technique from the stone. Very well, in that case, do not blame us. Upon hearing the young man's resolute tone, the leading white-clad man sneered and commanded his companions, "Seize him." Just as the 3 were about to act, whoosh, a wave of majestic energy enveloped the space, freezing the 3 in place, their eyes wide with terror. The young man in simple clothes was momentarily taken aback. Sensing no anomaly, as he puzzled over the situation, he finally spotted a white-clad youth strolling towards him. The youth appeared slow yet instantly stood before him, and as he passed by the 3 disciples of Xian Yuan sect, they had no time to utter a word before their bodies turned to ash, dissipating into the void. Everything transpired swiftly, yet vividly unfolded before the young man's eyes. Who are you?" He finally stammered, his voice trembling. Indeed, his entire being, body and soul, quaked with fear. He had encountered several individuals of the Great Ascension and Tribulation realms, yet none had instilled such dread in him. This terrifying figure was unlike anyone he had ever met. They say those who gain insights from the monument may be accepted into the Shun Yin sect. Why did they not want you? Is it you who chose not to join? Lu Fan asked, his interest piqued. Given the young man's talent, he would be considered among the elite within the Shun Yin sect. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the young man paused, then bowed in respect. After a self-deprecating smile, he replied, "Who wouldn't wish to join an extraordinary sect like Shun Yin sect? However, the esteemed members of Shun Yin sect do not patrol daily. More often, it is the likes of Xian Yuan sect that linger outside Shun Yin sect's borders. Once these sects discover someone gaining insights, they immediately attempt to recruit them, leaving those who do not wish to join. Like myself, in peril, is that so?" Lu Fan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard of such matters, and he had never inquired about sect affairs. Since he had encountered this situation, it was only right to offer a word of caution. "Thank you for saving my life, senior." Seeing Lu Fan remain silent, the young man bowed once more in gratitude. Tio discerned the path of cultivation from the stone tablet is a testament to our fateful connection. With a gentle lift of his hand, Lu Fan assisted the young man to his feet and, with a renewed smile, inquired, "I merely wish to ask one question. Do you still desire to join the divine concealment?" The youth trembled, though he could not fathom why Lu Fan posed such a question. He resolutely replied, "Yes, I yearn for it, even in my dreams. Yet, I am well aware that it is but a fanciful wish." "Then let it be so," Lu Fan chuckled, casting his gaze towards the direction of the divine concealment sect. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through, and a refined gentleman clad in azure appeared before Lu Fan. "What is the command of the ancestor?" Li Shangyin promptly bowed, his tone filled with respect. "Indeed, there are matters requiring your attention," Lu Fan replied with a smile. "As per the ancestor's instructions," Li Shangyin exclaimed with excitement. No sooner had he risen than a voice of astonishment rang out. You are the sect master of the divine concealment?" The youth in plain garb widened his eyes in disbelief, frozen in place. He had not taken the time to discern the visitor's appearance earlier, but now, upon seeing him, he recognized that this was indeed the sect master of the divine concealment, a figure he had been fortunate enough to encounter once before. Although their meeting had been brief, the image was indelibly imprinted in his mind. Chapter 93. The direct disciple, the sword immortal of 10,000 years upon the plain, Li Shangyin, hearing the youth's words, raised an eyebrow and regarded him coolly. "Who are you? Do I know you?" The youth was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he hurriedly replied, "No, I am merely a junior who has had the fortune to meet you once." Hence, before he could finish, Li Shangyin waved his hand dismissively. "Enough." The youth, seeing this, immediately refrained from further speech, feeling no trace of displeasure, only reverence and anxiety. He could hardly believe that the leader of the continent's foremost sect stood before him. In contrast to the reverence Li Shangyin displayed towards Lu Fan himself was somewhat surprised. He had not expected this young man to be so respectful to him while remaining indifferent to others. However, it was understandable, for as the leader of a sect, he ought to possess a certain gravitas. "Ancestor, what is the matter you wish to discuss?" Li Shangyin then turned to Lu Fan, inquiring with a smile. His demeanor markedly different from that towards the youth. "Ancestor?" The youth was once again taken aback upon hearing Li Shangyin's address towards Lu Fan, momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend. Earlier, overwhelmed by anxiety, he had not noticed the tone and address Li Shangyin had used for Lu Fan. Now, the realization struck him with clarity. Lu Fan chuckled lightly, then turned to the astonished youth. "Is it he?" At Lu Fan's gesture, Li Shangyin expressed his surprise. This youth was merely a golden core cultivator. His cultivation level among the lowest in their sect, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him, was there? This young man has consecutively broken through 2 major realms in 5 days, and has been able to comprehend the methods of cultivation from the stone tablet I inscribed. His talent is on par with Zhan Yoga, yet he was pursued by disciples of the Xian Yuan sect from outside the realm, narrowly escaping peril. Now that he wishes to join the divine concealment, you may arrange this matter as you see fit, Lu Fan concluded, turning away and vanishing into the distance. By the way, instruct those sects stationed outside to withdraw. Although they occupy the outer periphery of the divine concealment, their presence undoubtedly tarnishes our reputation, he added as he stepped forward, disappearing from sight. After a considerable time had passed, Li Shangyin finally regained his composure. Reflecting on Lu Fan's earlier words, he felt a wave of shock wash over him, accompanied by a chill in his demeanor. How audacious! The sects bold enough to establish palatial residences outside the divine concealment were renowned in the eastern province. Li Shangyin had not anticipated their blatant disregard for propriety. This was hardly a mere tarnishing of the divine concealment's reputation. It was one thing to allow them to observe the tablet and glean insights, but it was utterly unforgivable for them to seek to gain advantage from it. A blatant desecration of their ancestor. Meanwhile, the youth in plain garments was finally able to collect his thoughts, gazing toward the direction of Lu Fan's disappearance, his heart stirred with tumultuous emotions, his entire being trembling. Ancestor? The ancestor of the divine concealment. The very young man who had just saved his life was the master of the stone tablet. "What is your name?" Li Shangyin then inquired, observing the astonished expression on the youth's face. The youth jolted back to reality, quickly bowing in respect. "I am Gu Tian." "Du Tian?" Li Shangyin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Very well. Dio, you wish to take me as your master and be counted among the direct disciples of the divine concealment?" Lu Fan's words had left Li Shangyin in shock. He had not expected this young man to be an extraordinary talent on par with Zhan Yoga. Such a prodigy must be nurtured with utmost care. Direct disciple? Gu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Like Chun Xian and Su Xingchen? Indeed, as my direct disciple, your status will be equivalent to theirs, and you shall be their junior brother, Li Shangyin replied with a smile. Disciple Gu Tian pays respects to master. Gu Tian immediately knelt, his voice filled with reverence and excitement. "Excellent. Rise." Li Shangyin smiled with satisfaction as he helped him to his feet. Jiu Tian's face was alight with respect and joy. He felt as though he were in a dream. "Master, what about the ancestor?" Gu Tian could not help but ask, glancing towards the direction where Lu Fan had vanished. "The ancestor's thoughts and intentions are beyond our conjecture. Come, let us depart." "Yes." The two swiftly vanished from their location. In the very moment they disappeared, a ripple in space occurred where they had stood, and two figures emerged from the void. One was a plain-clad elder, and the other, a formidable middle-aged man in a purple robe. The instant they appeared, the entire space seemed to freeze. "Alas, we are too late," the plain-clad elder sighed, shaking his head in dismay as he gazed ahead. His eyes were sharp, as though capable of piercing the very heavens with a single glance. "What does the sword immortal elder imply?" the man beside him inquired, furrowing his brow. "Another destined child has joined the divine concealment," the elder lamented, his tone tinged with regret. "Since its establishment, the divine concealment has existed for merely 10,000 years. How could it have grown so powerful? Presently, nearly 80% of the continent's destined children have become disciples of the divine concealment." The man spoke solemnly, astonishment evident in his eyes. "According to my calculations, the changes within the divine concealment began only in the past decade. A decade ago, it was but an ordinary small sect." The elder remarked, his brow furrowed. "It seems all of this is connected to their ancestor." The man seemed to have grasped the underlying truth. The elder remained silent, gazing at the towering stone tablet that stood between heaven and earth. A profound sense of apprehension reflected in his deep-set eyes. "We did not intervene in the world at that time, nor did we witness his battle with Di Ming. But the fact that he was able to slay Di Ming is sufficient proof that his cultivation level is unfathomable. Even I cannot be certain of victory against him." Upon hearing the elder's words, the man was left incredulous, exclaiming, "How can this be? Sword immortal elder, you are a being who has lived for 100,000 years." The elder was the highest-ranking worshipper of their sect, having reached the level of Earth immortal 5,000 years ago, transcending the mortal realm's heavenly path, ready to ascend to the celestial realm at any moment. In the man's eyes, this elder was the pinnacle of humanity. "Longevity does not equate to strength," the elder replied with a humorous shake of his head. "However, I do look forward to meeting that ancestor of the divine concealment." With that, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the elder's gaze. "What shall we do next?" the man inquired. "Now that our sect has only recently entered the world, to re-establish our presence in the eyes of the public, we must expand the number of disciples and actively recruit destined children. Let us head to the central province," the elder concluded, and with a gentle breeze, the two figures vanished from sight. Chapter 94. A familiar aura. A month later. At noon, in a remote town within the eastern province, along the streets, in a modest tea house, a young man clad in white leisurely savored his tea, a steaming bowl of Yangchun noodles set before him. A brawl has broken out. What brawl? The young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Beiran, has suddenly returned and is now unleashing carnage at the Lord's residence. What? The young master of the Jiang family who was said to have been annihilated? Wasn't he dead? Quick, let us see. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they hurried towards the center of the town. Hearing the commotion, the young man set down his teacup, his gaze drawn to the direction the crowd was rushing towards, his brow slightly furrowing. The young man was none other than Lu Fan. Over the past month, he had been wandering through the eastern province, and just moments ago, as he passed through this town, he had sensed a familiar aura, prompting him to pause and enter the town. That familiar aura emanated from that very location. Could it possibly be related to the young master of the Jiang family? Lu Fan mused, feeling no urgency, instead continuing to enjoy his noodles at a leisurely pace. For him, in this moment, the most important thing was to witness the world's landscapes and savor its delicacies. "Your beef, esteemed guest." At that moment, the proprietor of the tea house brought forth a bowl of sliced beef and placed it before Lu Fan. Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement and continued to indulge in his meal. Observing Lu Fan's demeanor, the proprietor could not help but inquire, "Esteemed guest, you seem to be an outsider. Am I correct?" Lu Fan remained silent, and the man chuckled. Only an outsider would remain so composed. Otherwise, they would have rushed to see the commotion. The shopkeeper, Food should be enjoyed in silence. Let me finish my meal before we converse, Lu Fan replied casually. The man was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile, internally remarking on the uniqueness of Lu Fan. As Lu Fan savored his meal, a series of thunderous booms echoed from the city center, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At this moment, the streets were nearly deserted, as most had flocked to the city center to witness the spectacle. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Fan finally set down his chopsticks. "Are you satisfied with the dishes at our establishment?" Upon seeing Lu Fan had finished, the man approached with a grin. "Quite satisfactory," Lu Fan replied indifferently. "That's splendid. Absolutely splendid." The man beamed with delight at the affirmation. "Now, could you enlighten me about the matter concerning the young master of the Jiang family and the city lord's mansion?" Lu Fan inquired. The man was startled, glancing around hesitantly. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Fan revealed a high-grade spirit stone on the table. A spirit stone. The man's expression shifted dramatically at the sight. Generally, individuals like himself used gold coins as currency, rarely employing spirit stones, which were predominantly used by cultivators. The value of a spirit stone far surpassed that of gold coins, with this single piece sufficient to purchase 10 such tea houses. "Is this enough?" "Indeed, indeed," the man exclaimed joyfully, hastily stowing the spirit stone away, wary of being seen by others. He then proceeded to explain the situation to Lu Fan without further hesitation. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Fan had gleaned some information that it turned out that 5 years prior, this city belonged to the Jiang family. One day, a mysterious powerful figure descended and seized control of the city. The Jiang family resisted, and in a fit of rage, the figure annihilated the entire clan, leaving only the young master, Jiang Beiran, to escape. However, the residents of the city had heard that Jiang Beiran had been secretly slain by that powerful figure. The unexpected return of the young master now seemed likely to be for the purpose of revenge. With this understanding, Lu Fan's curiosity deepened. Logically, he had no acquaintance with this young master or the so-called mysterious figure, the current city lord, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Pondering this, Lu Fan decided against lingering any longer and rose to head towards the city center. "Be careful, esteemed guest. We hope to see you again." As Lu Fan stood up, the man quickly called out. Yet, before he could finish, Lu Fan had already vanished from sight. The man was left in stunned silence. Meanwhile, at the city's center, a thunderous roar erupted, and a terrifying shockwave spread forth, leveling structures within a 100-mile radius. Some spectators who were too close were grievously injured, with others dying on the spot. "How is this possible? I have reached the peak of the integration stage. Could you be at the ascension stage?" A voice of disbelief rang out in the midst of the devastated ground. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair stared incredulously at the young man in white before him. His eyes filled with horror. "Ascension stage?" The youth sneered, disdain evident in his gaze. Slowly, he raised his right hand and grasped in an expansive sea. A ripple emerged from the void, causing the previously tranquil waters to boil furiously. Before the eyes of onlookers, an ancient and majestic gate materialized from the abyss. The heavenly path was set to be re-established. It was time for our celestial sect to re-enter the mortal realm. At that moment, a grand and authoritative voice resonated from the gate, echoing across the sea and stirring up tumultuous waves. Simultaneously, as the heavenly path reopened, under the overwhelming tide of fate, every individual ascending to the celestial realm had the potential to be a child of destiny. After slumbering for tens of thousands of years, we could finally emerge from our seclusion. Ancient powers began to awaken one after another, their sights not set on the mundane world, but rather on the realm of immortals. The emergence of these ancient factions sent shockwaves throughout the continent. The populace was taken aback, never anticipating that beyond the original 4 sacred lands, there existed so many hidden ancient sections, while astonishment filled the hearts of the people. Excitement and curiosity also stirred within them. With the sudden appearance of these mysterious ancient sects, could the continent's foremost sect, the Shanin sect, still maintain its supremacy? As time swiftly passed, a decade slipped away in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 10 years, the entire landscape of the continent underwent tremendous transformation. Yet, the name Shanin sect remained unyielding, for during this period, none of the newly emerged ancient sects, celestial gates, or Taoist sects dared to encroach upon the territory of the Shanin sect. Anyone who crossed that stone tablet met with inevitable annihilation. Even the unparalleled masters of these ancient sects could not escape unscathed. This not only shocked these ancient factions, but also allowed the world to witness once more the terror of the Shanin sect. The title of the foremost sect was undoubtedly deserved on this day, at noon, within a humble inn in Yun City, not far from the Shanin sect. In a private room by the window, Lu Fan was savoring tea while the sounds of discussions drifted into his ears. It was said that 3 days prior, the leaders of the ancient sects and celestial gates were defeated by the ancestor of the Shanin sect. Is that true? Those are the masters of ancient sects. Of course it's true. The elders of both sects dashed into the grand formation of the Shanin sect and were instantly turned to dust. When the sect leaders appeared to demand an explanation, the ancestor of the Shanin sect could no longer contain his anger and took action to teach them a lesson. The scene of the battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Ultimately, it was only the supreme elders of the two sects that managed to force the ancestor to retreat. The Shanin sect has only been established for about 10,000 years, yet its ancestor is already this powerful. Not only powerful, but exceedingly so. Even the disciples within the sect are numerous prodigies. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Fan chuckled, placing his teacup down, and turned his gaze to the window. There, he beheld the towering stone tablet that loomed between heaven and earth. Having traveled beyond the sect for 10 years, it was time to return. With a smile, Lu Fan vanished from the window. Chapter 96. We are merely gatekeeping disciples outside the Shanin sect. Upon a stretch of grassland, 3 grand and ancient warships hovered in the air. Their prows adorned with figures standing resolutely. Each ship bore a flag emblazoned with the characters of the ancient sects, celestial gates, and Taoist sections. Disciples of the Shanin sect, dare you step forth for a battle? They taunted. What kind of foremost sect is this? It appears to be a turtle hiding its head. Indeed, if you possess any skill, come out and compete. What good is hiding behind a formation? The disciples of the 3 major sects shouted derisively into the void, expecting a response from the Shanin sect's disciples. However, they were mistaken. Days passed with their shouts met only by silence, and none dared to advance further. How infuriating! Can they truly endure this? Observing the stillness ahead, the disciples of the 3 major sects wore expressions of frustration. Little did they know, their voices could not penetrate the barriers. The Shanin sect members were entirely unaware of their taunts. Meanwhile, within the protective formation of the Shanin sect, discussions arose among the disciples. Those so-called ancient sects have been outside for several days now. Should we not go out to see what they desire? Mo Long suggested, glancing at the golden-robed man seated by the lakeside. The man raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of hesitation. Is that wise? What's unwise about it? Though we cannot hear their words, their demeanor is quite arrogant. Can you truly tolerate that? Mo Long pressed again. I cannot abide. How dare they act so brazenly outside our Shanin sect? Do they think we are without defenders? The golden-robed man scoffed, finally gritting his teeth. Very well, let us confront them. The two swiftly exited the formation. At the same moment, the disciples of the 3 sects, who had intended to leave, were taken aback to see someone emerge at last. Someone dares to show themselves. You turtles have finally gathered the courage. From the ancient sect's worship, a young man stepped forward, fixing a cold smile upon Mo Long and his companion. What did you say? Mo Long and his companion's expressions darkened immediately, without wasting words. The young man raised his sword and called out, Dare you engage in battle? Enough of this noise. Mo Long coldly snorted, waving his hand. The young man's battle intent surged, ready to strike, when suddenly, my sword. His expression changed dramatically. He realized his sword had shattered. Before he could react, an overwhelming force struck him, causing him to spew blood and fly backward like a kite severed from its string. Pathetic, Mo Long scoffed. What? Witnessing the scene, the disciples of the ancient sect and the other 2 warships were left in shock. The previously emerging disciple, with a perfect cultivation at the great ascension stage, had been sent flying without any resistance? Let us make this swift. The elders will surely punish us for leaving the formation without permission. The golden-robed man urged Mo Long. Understood, Mo Long grinned, gazing at the shocked faces of the onlookers. A smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Do not say we did not give you a chance. Come at us together. As his words fell, the previously astonished crowd quickly regained their composure, their eyes igniting with fury. How dare you? Utterly arrogant. Roars erupted as two streaks of light shot towards Mo Long and the golden-robed man with astonishing speed, surpassing the great ascension stage. Mid-transcendence, Mo Long observed the incoming lights with a cold smile. Slowly raising his right hand to flick his finger, bang! The streaks exploded, transforming into a figure clad in white who was sent flying. Simultaneously, a deafening sound reverberated. Impossible! A young man in a blue Taoist robe stared in disbelief. His sword having struck the golden-robed man, yet it felt as though he had hit an impenetrable barrier, unable to penetrate even a fraction more. "Are you merely tickling me?" The golden-robed man scoffed disdainfully. With a light shout, a brilliant golden light erupted from him. "Not good." The young man paled in horror. Before he could react, his sword shattered, and he was sent flying by the golden light unleashed from the man. Everything unfolded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two mid-transcendence experts were sent sprawling. That moment, the entire space fell into an eerie silence. On the warships, the disciples of the three major sects were left dumbfounded. Their faces etched with shock. "I mentioned not to waste time. Come at us together." Mo Long, observing the stunned crowd, shook his head in exasperation. Are you the elders of the Shanin sect?" A voice rang out, causing everyone to furrow their brows and stare intently at the two elders. Mo Long was taken aback, exchanging glances with the golden-robed man before chuckling. "We are merely gatekeeping disciples." The golden-robed man smiled as well. He was none other than the Tongtian giant ape. Gatekeeping disciples? The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. How can it be possible that the gatekeeping disciples are this formidable? They were incredulous, feeling as though they were on the brink of madness. They were all disciples of ancient sect geniuses, yet they could not even contend against the gatekeeping disciples of the Shanin sect. "Are we still going to fight?" Mo Long asked, observing the crowd, all of whom appeared frozen in shock and horror. A shiver ran through the crowd as they exchanged fearful glances, filled with trepidation. The vast majority among them were merely at the Great Ascension stage, with only a few at the Transcendence stage. Yet, just moments ago, even those at mid-transcendence could not last a single exchange against the two. What confidence did they have to step forward again? While the crowd hesitated, a figure in white had already appeared behind them in the void, watching the scene unfold with keen interest, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The young man was Lu Fan. Upon his arrival, he had witnessed Mo Long and the Tongtian giant ape emerge from the formation, and thus he chose to remain concealed, eager to observe their response. To his astonishment, after 10 years, both Mo Long and the Tongtian giant ape had attained the pinnacle of transcendence. Since they did not dare to engage, they might as well return from whence they came. It was time to stop obstructing others at their doorstep. It was indeed bothersome. Gazing at the terrified faces of the crowd before him, the colossal ape let out a disdainful snort once more, before addressing Mo Long. "Let us depart. The elders will soon come to inspect." "The so-called ancient sects are nothing extraordinary," Mo Long echoed with a cold smirk directed at the onlookers, and the two turned to leave. Just then, a voice rang out. What a mere nothingness! A chilling snort resonated, and a terrifying aura suddenly descended, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Mo Long and the colossal ape. Their expressions shifted dramatically as three formidable figures materialized at the prow of three warships. Masters beyond the tribulation realm. Upon beholding these three, the eyes of Mo Long and his companion finally revealed a hint of gravity. Chapter 97. The protective sect leader outside the realm of the divine hidden sect. Three figures appeared in midair, standing on the ancient sect's warship. A striking young man in white occupied the center, flanked to his left by a serene woman clad in black, and to his right by a youth in simple garments. The moment they appeared, an oppressive aura enveloped Mo Long and the colossal ape, causing them to feel breathless and pallid, a dragon and a monkey. The handsome youth in white regarded Mo Long and his companion with a raised eyebrow. "I never expected the so-called foremost sect to recruit demonic beings." The youth on the right echoed coldly, "And what of it? Some of you are far more ruthless than our kind," Mo Long retorted with a sneer, unleashing a resounding dragon roar. "What is this?" The three were taken aback as, under the wide-eyed gaze of the crowd, an ethereal dragon radiating an ancient and sacred aura manifested behind Mo Long, shattering the oppressive force that had weighed upon them. The dragon? The sight of the formidable dragon, though merely a phantom, deeply shook the hearts of all present, its aura unmistakably linked to Mo Long. "How is this possible? You have transformed into a dragon," the youth from the ancient sect exclaimed in shock, with the other two sharing equally astonished expressions. "Surprised?" Mo Long sneered. After a decade of relentless cultivation, he had finally refined the fragment of true dragon aura bestowed upon him by Lu Fan, merging it with his own essence. Yet, he had not yet fully transformed. "Go witness the legendary dragon today is truly worth my journey," the youth in simple robes from the celestial sect remarked, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "If it is indeed a dragon, it must be at least an earth immortal. He cannot have fully transformed yet." The woman in black from the Tao sect furrowed her brow, seemingly discerning something. "Regardless, beings of the demonic race must be eradicated. They should be captured and brought back to the sect," the youth from the ancient sect huffed, his aura erupting with intensity. "Just as I desire." The youth in simple robes chuckled as well. The woman in black said nothing, but her figure vanished from sight in an instant, and within the blink of an eye. The three had surrounded Mo Long and his companion. Witnessing this scene, the disciples from the three sects aboard the warship held their breath, their eyes alight with excitement. Mo Long and the colossal ape exchanged solemn glances, the weight of the situation pressing upon them. Despite having achieved the pinnacle of tribulation and possessing the opportunities granted by Lu Fan, they were acutely aware that overcoming three beings beyond the tribulation realm was a daunting challenge. The three formed a triangular formation, their combined auras coalescing into an energy barrier that enveloped Mo Long and his companion. At this moment, the gaze of the three towards Mo Long and the colossal ape, particularly Mo Long, was tinged with a hint of greed. "How dare you think we fear you?" the colossal ape bellowed, his body suddenly radiating golden light as he erupted in size, with a resounding crash. His overwhelming presence shattered the energy barrier conjured by the three in the next instant. A golden giant ape, towering Tinjong and exuding an aura of wild ferocity, revealed itself to the crowd. "Roar!" The colossal ape unleashed a thunderous roar, its fist, as large as a small mountain, hurtling towards the trio. The space around them erupted, and the force of the blow sent the disciples aboard the warship reeling backward. Yet, the three showed no signs of fear. The youth from the ancient sect sneered, grasping a long sword that gleamed with brilliance. With a delicate flick of his wrist, swish, the dazzling sword light collided with the colossal ape's fist, producing a thunderous roar that shattered the void. Unable to withstand the impact, the colossal ape staggered back 3 steps. "Damn it!" Mo Long's face turned icy as he let out a dragon roar. The dragon phantom behind him surging toward the youth from the ancient sect. The youth's expression shifted to one of seriousness, but before he could act, another voice rang out, "Leave him to us." The woman in black struck forth with a palm, while the youth in simple robes directed a finger, unleashing 2 terrifying attacks that collided with the dragon phantom. In an instant, the void fractured. "Watch out!" The onlookers aboard the warship turned pale, hastily channeling their true energy to defend themselves. Bang! The protective barrier they formed shattered like glass, sending everyone tumbling backward, even the warship itself displaying numerous cracks. With a series of retreating footsteps, Mo Long managed to halt after 5 steps, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Mo Long!" the colossal ape exclaimed in alarm. Rushing to his side with concern, "I'm fine." Mo Long waved his hand, wiping away the blood stain. Both wore grave expressions as they regarded the 3 figures before them, recognizing that their strength surpassed their expectations. They had managed to withstand the onslaught. The 3 exchanged glances, equally astonished. They had exerted 80% of their strength, yet had only managed to inflict slight injuries on Mo Long and his companion. "Go all out," the youth from the ancient sect commanded coldly. The other 2 nodded in agreement, preparing to strike once more. Preposterous! A furious roar suddenly reverberated, shattering the space around them. "Not good." The 3's expressions changed dramatically as they were struck by a force, sent careening backward, each spitting blood during their flight. "What is this?" The crowd aboard the warship was filled with trepidation, while Mo Long and the colossal ape were momentarily stunned. Turning, they beheld a refined man in green emerge from the void. Stepping forth to stand beside them, "Sect leader!" the 2 exclaimed in surprise, hastening to bow. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." The man was none other than Li Shangyin, the leader of the divine hidden sect. Nodding slightly, he turned his icy gaze towards the three figures who had regained their footing. "How bold you are to strike against my sect's disciples before our very gates." The trio clutched their chests. Faces filled with dread. "You are the sect leader of the divine hidden sect. Your aura is merely that of a pseudo-immortal. How can you be this strong?" They stammered in disbelief. Though Li Shangyin had only attained the pseudo-immortal realm, a decade of cultivation had allowed him to master the divine transformation art to its peak, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. With the divine transformation art perfected, even Su Xingqian, of the same realm, could not contend with him. His power had genuinely reached the level of an earth immortal. "I had no intention of concerning myself with you, but your assault on my disciple leaves me with no choice but to retain you all today." Li Shangyin dismissed the astonished trio with a huff, slowly raising his right hand. An aura of soul-crushing terror instantaneously bound everyone in place. As Li Shangyin's hand descended, a voice rang out from the void. "Fellow Taoist, enough!" The chilling voice echoed, yet the formidable presence emanating from it was palpable. However, Li Shangyin feigned ignorance, replying with a cold laugh, "Enough?" With a mere flick of his wrist, he pressed down into the void with authority. Boom! No! The space ahead shattered instantaneously, and the three figures, along with the crowd and the three warships, were all engulfed in a wave of annihilation. Chapter 98. The leaders of the three sects, forgetting the pain after the scar heals, curse it. As the figures vanished, an anguished roar filled with murderous intent erupted from the void. A wave of destructive energy surging towards Li Shangyin and the others, its palpable malice threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space. So powerful! Mo Long and the colossal ape felt a chilling dread wash over them, their faces stricken with fear. Li Shangyin let out a cold snort, waving his hand. Boom! The overwhelming energy surged forth like a tempest. Colliding with the incoming wave of malice, a thunderous explosion resounded, and in that instant, the heavens and earth quaked, the terrifying tremors leaving Mo Long and the colossal ape pale, for were it not for Li Shangyin standing before them, the mere residual force would have inflicted grave injuries. As they stood in shock, a middle-aged man clad in purple emerged from the fractured void. His eyes glowed crimson, his expression as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of overwhelming bloodlust that twisted the very space around him. "Did you not hear my earlier words?" The purple-clad man fixed his gaze on Li Shangyin, his tone icy and resolute. The sound reverberated like thunder, and the space trembled momentarily. Li Shangyin regarded the man before him without a trace of fear, sneering coldly. "So what if you heard? You have paved a path of demise for yourself and the entire Shan-in sect." The man's expression darkened ominously. "Ha ha ha!" Li Shangyin suddenly burst into laughter, regarding the man in the purple robe as if he were a fool. Under the latter's icy gaze, Li Shangyin continued. "Do you not find your words utterly ridiculous? To strike at the disciples of this sect before its very gates, allowing them to perish, is already showing you considerable leniency. What did you say?" The man's face fell sharply, his murderous intent surging once more, causing the space around them to shatter. He had not anticipated that as the master of an ancient sect, he would be so contemptuously disregarded by a junior. Igniting his killing intent completely, yet, before this overwhelming malevolence, Li Shangyin remained indifferent, his expression unyielding. "Very well. Excellent." The man gritted his teeth, repeating the word excellent twice. "Since that is the case, let me see what prowess this Shan-in sect master possesses." Upon finishing his words, his aura surged dramatically, mysterious runes appearing around him, radiating brilliant light. Boom! Under this vast pressure, the earth below began to cave in, and both Mo Long and Tong Tianjuyuan felt their minds reel, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. In that moment, they finally sensed a threat to their lives, a chilling breath of death. "You two, retreat into the formation." Li Shangyin immediately commanded the duo. They exchanged glances, hesitated momentarily, then bowed respectfully before turning to retreat. However, at the moment they turned, a cold laugh echoed. "Can you escape?" An invisible force locked onto the two. Not good. Their expressions changed drastically. Under the grip of this force, they found themselves rendered immobile. "The power of laws." Li Shangyin furrowed his brows, secretly activating the divine transformation art, and with a snort, He stepped forward. Boom! A torrent of energy erupted from beneath his feet, shattering the Law's power that had enveloped Mo Long and the others, sending terrifying energy sweeping toward the purple-robed man. How is this possible? The man's eyes widened in astonishment as he waved his hand, unleashing another thunderous explosion. The space within 100 miles fractured and reformed. At the sound of the first voice, the two individuals immediately knelt down. How is it possible? Your power has increased, the man in the purple robe exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Li Changsheng. Previously, during their confrontation, Li Changsheng had not exhibited such strength. Now, a mere utterance could crush them, suggesting that his prowess had likely